so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
What's up, my little Call of Duty players? Welcome into the broadcast. I'm Spaceman, and this is day 2 of the Call of Duty Challengers Open. Now, look, we've taken some time away from things, right? COVID was very interesting, to say the least, and yet again, we find ourselves in a situation where Call of Duty is back in the passion pit where it belongs. It's been a couple of years, but finally, we have some teams down in the venue, and while this is day 2, action has already concluded, and we're continuing on with said action. I'm Spaceman. Let's bring in my co-caster for the day, Dream Crazy. Welcome into the broadcast. This is the first time in 2.5 years we finally have a passion pit back in Call of Duty, and it feels great for the amateur players. How you doing, Ellen?
I'm doing fantastic. It really does. I mean, the fact that we got, it's the competitions, of course, is fierce as always. We got the traditional let's go videos going viral, some upsets, and of course, some teams expected to go far. So I'm here for it. I'm excited to jump right into the action.
Yeah, this is all taking place at the RØKKR Major for the second major of the CDL, but this is day 2 of our Challengers Open. So we've already had some matches conclude. Now we're getting our way kind of through the bracket. So all of yesterday was best of 3s. All of today is going to be best of 5s, and we keep that moving through the rest of the bracket all the way towards our grand finals tomorrow. Speaking of, here's how the championship bracket does pan out. Texas Nation will be playing Alpha Esports, Toronto Ultra, EU versus their NA side, Team Moore and Stallions, and M7 Electrify versus Infamous. Now, number one, the fact that we get Toronto playing each other is just great. But I think one of the highlights looking at the upper quarters, which we will be starting with today, is the fact that not only Texas Nation 3-0 their way here, and they currently sit in this spot, but how Alpha Esports got to this position, because they take down Bear Claw, and then they take down 3 Kings, and this Alpha squad, in terms of players, have never broken outside top 18, and they found themselves taking down 2 of the better teams in the bracket, which is just mind-boggling, to say the least.
Yeah, and that's like that traditional saying that anything can happen in a LAN setting. And you see these upsets come through, and teams just are devastated because they've been playing so consistent online that they don't expect it. And turning up the heat here, realistically, those teams, they have that top 4 placing on their mind for that Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's all about the top 4, Ellen. Absolutely right. And that's kind of the takeaway for this weekend. Not only you're looking at some of the teams in the upper quarters, if you win 3 best of 5s, you win the whole thing. That alone just gives you a kind of a sense of where these teams are at. But if you place top 4 in this event, you are guaranteed a ticket towards the Pro AM in the middle of the year, where you will be playing against the top 12 CDL teams, right? So this is not just about showing up and performing on LAN for the first time in a couple of years. This is also about getting a chance to do what Challengers players have been begging for decades at this point. They've wanted to play against the pro teams. We've had it for a while with the CDL change. Sure, we've had some couple of different formats, but now we have a real chance to watch some of the best amateur players in the world competing against the top 12 franchise teams. And if anything was an indication of how Challengers have been doing as of late, look back to last year at the start of Cold War, when we started getting some Challengers players filtering into the scene, standouts like Standy, Venom, Paul, and into this year, you just saw it yesterday, what Spark was able to do up on main stage. So this is a big opportunity for a lot of these players, and let alone a chance to show that they deserve to be in the league.
That is exactly what I was going to say. Like, Spart is the perfect example if you take a look at yesterday, and not to mention just using different guns that aren't meta, essentially. And now that just breaking those changes and going outside like the comfort zone and seeing just different strategies from like all sorts of types of players, but specifically here in Challengers, it's amazing. Like, there's so much hidden talent out there that is just, it's awesome to see. And as we progress through this tournament, I hope that we see more and more breakout players like that just keep shining through.
Yeah, this is how you build a name for yourself. This is the old-fashioned, traditional kind of nose to the grindstone way of building a Call of Duty rep that carries you through different events, that gets you on potential rosters, whether it's changes in North America, changes in Europe. But this is one of the first international opens we've had in years, and it's really awesome to see all the teams back once again in the passion pit. Shout out to Nameless for getting us some footage behind the scenes of players going off. We were watching before this broadcast kicked off. We were over on the Team War page and watching just some of the matches they were having against RØKKR Academy. So we've been able to see a lot of the insights that we had missed during quarantine and that we would love to see in person today. But the biggest takeaway for me, Ellen, is that we are watching all of these teams compete for top 4. We're watching the best Challengers players in the world and the new names making a name for themselves try to get towards a professional amateur event where they play against CDL teams. Like, all of these matches matter so much today, and that's the takeaway for me.
Yeah, and I really like too with the bracket and just the players and the teams that are here is just the fact that you have players essentially that have been at that pro level, that have been up there in the CDL, that have played for various organizations and have that experience, and then you have some of the rookies that, again, like we mentioned, Alpha Esports not really placing outside top 16 or in that range, but yeah, they're here. They made a name for themselves, and you mentioned just that allotted time that players had to work on, just from being at home, and that energy just here in the LAN setting, it's just coming out full force. And yeah, I just like the variety and the diversity that we have of players here today from all sides, and even across the pond over from Europe. So it's just so awesome to see. Just from players from North America, younger players, older players, as well as overseas players. So all across the board, it's awesome, and I'm so excited to see what teams are going to be going against those pro teams in that top 4 spot. Like that's my thing. I'm just excited as you are, Sean, for that.
Yeah, I mean, we have some preliminary favorites for sure. We're looking at Texas Nation to be one of the top teams to qualify. If they don't, I think that would be relatively shocking, and everybody would start scratching their heads because Texas Nation looked like the best team in the world when it comes to the Challenger circuit. But we've also kept a lot of the dichotomies from when we started the Elite Series, both in Season 1 and Season 2. So if you see tendencies that you recognize from watching the Elite Series, by the way, make sure you do tune in as we give you coverage over North America and Europe Challengers. Those are situations where these teams are just getting extra reps today because they know how good they are. So Texas Nation 3-0ing their way to this point and trying to fight for a top 4 spot just to qualify for the Pro Am is relatively routine for them. They should be able to qualify today, and we don't like to give predictions like that, but Ellen, I'm going to do it. Texas Nation should absolutely qualify, and if they don't, that's going to be shocking. But let's look at the series layout we have on our hands, because it is Team War versus Stallions. And well, 2 teams that in this position, there's a lot to talk about, so we will. Starting off though, Gavutsu Hardpoint, a situation for Stallions that we've seen them play before, looked a little bit unusual in their approaches. And then Berlin, Gavutsu, Berlin, Desert Siege. But talk to me about the map layout. What are you seeing?
Well, the thing is, at this point where we're at in play with Call of Duty, I feel like all teams have their better maps, they have their worst maps, of course, but I feel like at this point everybody should be at that like adversity level to where everybody should be good. So as I look at this, I'm just kind of looking at Team War, and Stallions. Like Team War, they're essentially a team that they just got 3rd in this most recent cup. They've been, I mean, Venom has been iced all tournament. We mentioned that stream. Nuts. Like, he has been iced. He has been saying that. Like, the pacing from this War squad, I feel like all weekend long has just been hot. Yeah. Sometimes Stallions have a little bit of issue with pacing, so that would be my concern, at least like when it comes to the hard points and the respawns, is the pacing. Obviously Search and Destroy, even in a LAN setting, that can go either way. Like we know what Search and Destroy is. That Search and Destroy wins championships, but I feel like in a LAN setting that can just be either team, of course. Really about who iced on that, but for me, Sean, I'm gonna be looking at just the pacing between both teams and the speed. If Stallions can match that speed, because War has just been coming out hot all weekend.
Yeah, the things that's really stand out to me looking at this series is, number one, the game 2, the Berlin S&D, where looking back 15 minutes ago over towards the Team Wars stream, they were playing RØKKR Academy on that. It was a pretty one-sided affair for RØKKR. They took that game 2 after War took the opening hardpoint, and War looked a bit disjointed on Berlin S&D, so I'm wondering how that game 2 will play out. I doubt that Stallions have had time to really watch VOD, right, or get any kind of inclination of what it's potentially could be a good map mode combo in that game 2, but if that is the pick for Team War, regardless, they're going to have to be able to show up on that map mode because it's dead middle in the series. And then looking over towards that game 4 Berlin, where again, they were unable to kind of close it out. So they were up 2-1 in the series. They took the opening hard point to control. They lost the Berlin hard point by I think it was 100 points, 250 to 150 against RØKKR. And they went to game 5 and won it. So Berlin's going to be interesting in this series. I think that on paper, in game, Team War, just looking at the players alone, there's not a bad link on this squad. Venom, we've seen, Venom for the past couple of seasons, even making it up to the CDL, Diamond Con as well, even playing on New York Subliners Academy last season. Again, like one half of that Wester squad that used to just run the tables, and then eventually Easter started to crop up around things. But Royalty and Prelude, also veterans. It seems like everybody on this roster has been in the league at some point, if not been able to kind of circle around it, and they could get by on individual play alone, but that takes nothing away from Stallions because their run in Stage 2 was pretty impressive. Like, we were counting them out going into week 3. They really turned it around, and all of a sudden they were winning upset after upset.
Yeah, because I mean, considering too, I think with the record, if memory recalls here, weren't they like 6th, and then they bumped up, or like they were low, and then next thing you know, they just boom, like power rocketed through all their matches, and then ended up qualifying. So, yeah. To note on that though, with the Stallions, and we talk about pressure, no Tuscan here. So yeah, the advantage I was thinking with the war that you mentioned though, even though they did lost on those Berlins, at least they have the experience from playing on them, so they can go back from those games and be like, okay, this is what we did wrong. Sure. Now we're feeling confident going into this. Yeah. So either way, it could look good for war in that regard, but if you're Stallions, their advantage, I feel like, is sometimes with these veteran players, when they do play type of a younger player, like players that they're not really like used to scrimming and playing every single day. I'm not saying that these guys don't, but sometimes though, like different strategies come out, right? If you're not used to playing a specific team or even a newly formed team, you don't necessarily expect certain strategies. So that might catch war off guard on the side of Stallions.
No, it absolutely could, and I was wondering what potential Game 5 could be. We just saw Team War again playing against RØKKR in their previous series, where it went to a Bocage S&D, and I was worried for Team War because RØKKR on Bocage S&D have proven, especially against Toronto Ultra Academy in the last Elite Series, that they were able to handle a lot of those small mistakes, and really it was kind of up to Real who would open up the game and help everybody else get in a position to make a play. So I was wondering how Team War would approach. Well, they ended up winning, I believe it was 6-1 in the final count. So they've handled the Game 5 pressure, right? They lose the opening S&D, so you're thinking, okay, it's a respawn approach. But even then, it seems that Team War, shaky at times, have found ways to pull out series that are very close. For Stallions, I think they're going to have to keep it individualistic, right? Like, we're not saying that Stallions or Team War are the best whole package. They're not the best and cleanest teams when it comes to respawns. They're not going to be fundamentally better than the Texas Nation, but maybe going into this series, you do try to keep it very one-on-one and very hyper-focused on peeling off ARs, getting the subs uncomfortable. And if Stallions can just make this series a little bit uncomfortable for Team War, they have a very good chance of potentially stealing the opening hard point. But let alone that, if they win the Berlin S&D, all of a sudden, Team War starts to sweat a little bit. Yeah,
no, I agree. And you mentioned Bocage, and it's I don't know about you, but I would not want Bocage Search and Destroy as a map 5. That map is just too crazy. Yeah. It's like you either get completely blown out on that map, or it's just like super, super close. Like that map for a map 5 is too stressful. So at least we get a Desert Siege if we shall make it there. But yeah, to the Gavutu we go, into the hard point. Map 1, this is Stallions versus War. Team War. Out of mission. Let me tell you, these guys, they have been on fire with that ice. Venom specifically that I'm looking at, we've been watching his point of view all weekend long, and man, with that MP40, man, he's just been doing everything for the squad. I mean, they've all just been popping off, taking turns, getting streaks. Gavutu especially. Berlin, I've been seeing them pop off, but here we go. I'm bored with Venom now, working towards that P1 hill, but it's Kaiser with the first blood.
Oh, early time there for Stallions, and we've seen Stallions play Gavutu opening hardpoints before. We saw it around week 3, I believe, of Stage 2 of the Elite Series, and it wasn't the cleanest performance. Very much giving and taking 60, 70 seconds towards those rotations, but also conceding a lot of the early time. But when we look at the matchups here, I mean, Team War, I think this is their first real North American roster they've had as an organization, arguably one of the best rosters they've had so far. So certainly a lot of cachet put on their side, but when you get going into a Gavutu, you're very much looking just to get the subs in position. And so far, Stallions doing a nice job at it, but Team War yet again will get that time. And I believe we are good to go. Yep, so we'll continue on. And Ellen, it's just going to take a while for these teams to get going.
Absolutely. And might I say that Royalty is one of those members that is like completely going. He had a 3-piece onto that beach side to secure that P1, then gets the early rotation to secure P2. So now you see him and Diamond Khan on that rotation. Working bottom green. Diamond Khan does fall to Kaiser. Kaiser is also another star player who's been amazing for the Stallions all season long for stage 2. And my goodness, you see though, the hill does remain neutral, and it is Team War that does clear out the point, have the time. 30 seconds remain. It's going to be Stallions that have to push through to work that back beach for the P3.
Well, we looked at Spart's performance yesterday when it came to moving up into the league, and one of the first players to kind of give him congratulations was Prolute, longtime teammate. They've had a run of a gauntlet through the challenger scene of the past couple of years, and, well, if anybody kind of knows the play styles and how to keep up with that level of speed, specifically when they start to make that transition towards the CDL, it would be someone like Prolute. We've seen what he's been able to do. Venom, Diamond Con, Royalty, like we talked about in the pregame, not a bad link on this entire roster, but for Stallions, very much consider the underdogs going into this matchup specifically. So far, though, trying to work their way back into the game. Kaiser working towards the lower beach side. But yet again, Team War do win the opening rotation. They get themselves inside the point first. And uncontested as they might be, they're going to have to deal with a flurry of Stallions players as they try to work through P1. And it looks like the kills might start to fall, so you can get some more pressure onto the point.
Yeah, and that was a huge opening pick from Kaiser to move on forward on that beach side. And might I say, patience here. The plays, though, the pushes come to the front. They can't really commit too much time for this because there is only 20 seconds left. And Team War, although they do have control over this, they're still getting the kills. They're still getting the time. And a big shout out to Royalty, who has been completely zoning out lane to lane on this map and getting those key cuts. But now it's Stallions who can hold here. Team War, the advantage of that they weren't able to chain. Sometimes, Sean, it's scary because you can chain P3 and P4, but Stallions in control. Have that boat, Real, zoning around, automaton in hand. Of course, you find that on the ground, pick that up.
Yep.
See what Royal can do from the back.
Could be looking at 3 automatons, at least for the spread, but an interesting decision here from Stallions to put one objective in the hill and keep 2 kind of swung out towards the boat. So you're watching for the cross from those back ARs, but the problem is the pressure was over on the beachfront, so there's no one else in a position to at least trade that first couple of engagements. Here comes Real into the hill as he will drop 120 to 33. Team War continued their break, and it looks like they haven't been too heavily pushed back, even though they do have those spawns. And while you start to panic a little bit if you're Team War, you can slow it down. The kills have been funneling for you. All it takes is one player to escape. And it looks like the contest will be there for Stallions. So it was an interesting setup early on in the opening of this hill. But since then, Stallions do a pretty decent job of getting the kills under their belt. They just don't have a lot of time to show for it. And, well, you have to worry about the rotation towards the bottom side of the minimap now, as it looks like Stallions will be set up.
Yeah, Stallions is nowhere near out of this. They essentially, Cryptic was their first one early on that rotation. So they just decided to not commit fully. Let's back on out and we can hold this next one. So you see Uli kind of zoning out towards that cut. A huge gunfight onto Prolute, able to take him down. And although while that was happening, the flood is coming on through both sides. So Diamond Con holding this. And essentially, they could do this from this side, just winning the gunfights and contesting it here. But 28 seconds left remain, and huge gunfight onto Cryptic. That'll open it up, but it's still Stallions who continue to hold on to this point.
Yeah, and Prolo doing a very nice job of breaking through the back lane and, again, contesting those early spawns. So he's going to pull attention away from the hill. You give Team War time to get in for the last, 20 seconds? But that just continues to build upon the lead that they have set. And they're already ready for P1. So, again, we look at the rotation. Stallions doing their best to win the battles in transition. But so far, it's numbers here for Team War. Yuli trying to work down to the beachfront, but he's caught by a couple of nades and stuns that will slow the first push. And the second, one more stun to eat. But Team War, yet again, win the opening hill. One contest in, one contest dealt with. It's Team War, all blue in the kill feed, all blue in the time. And they're building upon that lead, now 100 points to their favor.
Yeah, and look at this guy, Royalty, still just continuing to do his job just as accurate. And Cryptic, all looking to stop. Yuli able to push on in. This is good for if you're Stallions now. Good time if you can hold it here. But they got to worry about Venom on the outside, able to take him down. It was Cryptic, so this was a good break for Stallions. They can hold it here. All they realistically need to do is worry about that rotation. So if you see number 5, it is Prolute there. He does win that gunfight. So although Stallions able to kind of contest for this time. It's the rotations that they seem to kind of lack on here that they're not winning those initial gunfights.
Well, if you can't win the initial gunfights, you're probably not going to get the initial time either. And sometimes that's the story of the hard point, right? It just does not go your way. And the key to victory, at least for stealing the opening respawn going in for Stallions, was to keep it individualistic. Keep it one-on-ones. Try to pull subs away from the hill. Try to pull those ARs out of position to get a chance for a cross. But even in general, you don't want to give Team War a lot of time to find one another and win those engagements. But it just hasn't really been there. 189 to 183, 189 to 83, excuse me. As a 100-point game continues and builds and builds and builds. Team War, more than happy just to play scrap time alone. Venom, now flying on top of the boat. Couple engagements in front. Pinstripes in the kill feed. Maybe a break here for Stallions, but yet again, they just can't get inside the hill before they're met by royalty. So it looks like they do so much to get in position to hold for time, but they're immediately challenged. Finally, they do get a hold.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge. If Cryptic is able to... Oh, nah, I spoke too soon. Venom finds Cryptic and takes him out beachside. So this is, if your Team War, this is good. Again, you have secured the rotations and the spawns for new. Still, it's 104 to 195 for Team War. Stallions is going to look to break on through the back, and Cryptic kind of zoning out to the front, but Diamond kind of aware of where the push is, throws a stun down and does stop it a little bit, but Team War aware of this, kind of plays it from the P1 side now. Again, there's really not too much time they have to worry about, but Cryptic able to take down Diamond Con for that P1 rotation, holds it, and it flips the script for the Stallions. Good time if you're the Stallions, but you have to rotate and work and get the gunfights and hold from here.
Yeah, but they have no numbers on the beachfront. Like, you have one AR kind of sitting on an outer post. That's your only hope for stopping the front subs. That's not going to happen when you don't have control in P1. Last time we were on this hill, Team War were inside. It was Stallion trying to work through the gun. This time, it's completely flipped, but Team War spared no expense. They walk their way through. They take out the other side AR, and they win the parallel battle. At this point in time, it's just been way too easy. Team War doing a very nice job of controlling the chaos and dictating a lot of the pace. As we move over towards the tower for P4, you're going to leave it up to 2 Real, trying to work through the top side to make sure he cuts down at least Diamond Con and or Prolute in the back. If he can, you have a chance to get into the hill. That's a great shot to help open up things, but you need your subs to get in. Finally, here comes Yuli. Into the hill we go. Stallions looking like they're in position to potentially hold for some time.
Yep, holding it from the front. And nice. They can do this. Nice two-piece there from Kaiser. And it's really just about those ARs not letting any members of Team War get close to the hill. Kaiser laying down in the grass, finds one onto Royalty, but Diamond Con able to trade. So now the trades do come through, and that's a huge 2 from Cryptic. So again, just realistically holding this back, Stallions just need to back on up, and you see Kaiser do just that. If they can hold positioning onto P1, mid-map in the boat, they can trap Team War and potentially come back and have a lead change here.
We've seen 2 Real get very, very dicey in big situations, and he's able to make the most of gunfights. Even looking back towards Black Ops 4 Champs when he was doing it in downtown Los Angeles, the dude knows how to pick up big gunfights in really awkward situations, but he's really been the only person for Stallions so far to make that happen, but the comeback begins to unfold. 48 seconds to go over towards P5. We're into our new hill, and Stallions not only have the spawns there, they have the cuts as well. Finally, Yuli with the sub will connect. And all of a sudden, all red in the kill feed. Maybe this is where things start to turn around. They needed to keep it choppy and contested, and they're doing it quite nicely. But look at the spawns at mid-map right now for Team War. Look at the spread. They're heavy stacking inside the boat. They want to win 1 or 2 gunfights and overwhelm you on the contest. Stallions denying all of it, though. And Cryptic, trying to pick up this gunfight on Royalty, just needs to play his life.
Yeah, absolutely. The ARs are just doing exactly just that. And huge from Uli on the other side. Diamond Con trying to find his way in, but he gets taken out by Kaiser. And great setup from the Stallions to provoke a lead change here. But again, this is where the rotations are really, really, really important. And they gave up rotations on that last to do just so. Winning the gunfights were huge. But if you look, it's Team War who has won this P1 time and time again. They have to collapse on through. You see members of Team War bunkered in the hill. The gunfights are going to be important right here. Cryptic able to open up one onto Diamond Con, and Uli looking around, able to take down one. Now the hill's contested. Spaceman, it is Stallions who are able to clean off the point this time.
So do they have the spawns there? That's the big question. It's that long rotation from Kaiser that could really help continue to stack numbers in the point. They can win it here. If you're Team War, you have to contest. Venom working towards the beachfront, wait for his AR, but instead the AR gets sent back to the respawn screen. 240 to 231. Stallions now making the return, and they just need 5 more seconds to seal away game 1. They were down by 100 points, and Cryptic shows up with the automaton, and not only that, but Stallions control the spawns, they control the final few hills, and they finally start to fire back. 250 to 131. Stallions getting it done.
I am mind blown right now. Team War had such a huge lead. I mean, this is land, so we expect things like that to happen, but it just seemed like Team War was in the driving seat the whole entire time. Royalty was popping off. I think he was like 25-8 at one point. And then it was Stallions. They matched that pace. They slowed it down a little bit. They rotated early. The AR started getting set up and positioning. And of course, they're playing off of the spawns. Not necessarily forcing gunfights, just holding lanes and, I mean, giving up early rotation, doing just that. Stallions take the lead. Wow.
Yeah, they started winning the rotation battle, and the biggest criticism was there was nobody around to help continue to hold the hard point. You had an AR sitting at the beachfront when you're looking at the P3. They get taken out, so you're playing a 3-on-1 on the break. You're not going to win that if you're Stallions. Finally, they were able to get numbers around the hill to help with a lot of those trades, and it's amazing what can happen when you just have numbers around, right? Like, there's someone in a position to at least help when the break comes through on the first wave. Team War did all they could, but credit to Stallions for just understanding the moment, getting themselves locked in, and being in a position to find one another, just so you always had someone in situation or position to really contest. And they finally did it. Stallions did a very nice job of coming back into this game, but Team War, you know, the fundamentals might not be there just of yet, but they have to do a better job of closing out games when they're, you know, up by 100 points, 180 to 83.
Yeah, and a really big shout out to Uli there on that the last like couple of hills to hold that P5. He was really doing a good job with that sub, just zoning out forward like P1 and getting those like key initial like cuts to able to stop Team War from even getting close to the hill. And he just did a fantastic job, I noticed right there at the end. So shout outs to him. I mean, you look at the hill time tier from him, a minute and 42. Real 2 minutes. I mean, overall, they did a really good job at just holding that composure right at the end and just sticking it through.
It's going to take it one game at a time for Stallions. This is a team that has found their rhythm towards the end of Stage 2 of the Elite Series. They have figured out whatever's been working, and I really think it just comes down to the confidence for the squad. When they feel like they have nothing to lose, they can turn up. They can create upsets. And, you know, they got picked up by Zuma. Clearly, that support has certainly helped. They've built themselves a bit of a fan base. But looking at their opening match against Team War, it was a dominant showing from Team War before Stallions decided, hey, we can shoot back and we know how to. And they started doing it. They started controlling the pace. They were able to win the opening rotation to the hard points. They got numbers around to make sure they kept that control. More importantly, they ate the nades, which is huge. But looking at our series layout, game 1, 250 to 231, Stallions definitely steal it away. Going to Berlin S&D, if I'm Stallions, what was the conversation we had in the start of this game? You steal the game 1 hardpoint and you do what RØKKR did to War in the last series, you could be up 2-0 very quickly.
Yeah, and we had mentioned that. So this is that Berlin where last time with RØKKR, War fell, and I believe it was 6-3 to RØKKR. So yeah, if you're Stallions, this was looking pretty good. And in the past, I know that they have had success on Berlin, if I believe on hold on a second here. I just wanted to pull up the handy dandy stat book. But no, essentially, I just think that if you're Stallions, you're going to be feeling really good right now, even from the momentum of just being down, Spaceman.
Sure.
The momentum from in a land setting too, you know they're screaming out there. You know you're hearing the let's go and all the other crazy things that we won't say here in the stream. But the momentum carrying from that last going into this, yeah, they're on fire. I'm looking at Cryptic especially because I know the man, he had a 1.24 S&D KD in the elite stages, stage 2. So I'm going to be looking at him because he really turned it up even in that hard point. And even going into this, we already know he's a lord.
Yeah, they don't call it a passion pit for nothing. It's just, this is a big opportunity for a lot of these young players. And looking back how Team War played the Berlin S&D against RØKKR about an hour ago, they very much struggled with first bloods. They constantly were playing at a disadvantage. So if that remains an issue, certainly this game too could be for Stallions to take. Early on, though, looking for information, it's Yuli trying to work under. And he will start to circle around towards the back. Train Track's going to get the first blood early on. Stallions can't convert it for 2, though. Royalty in position to clean up both.
Yeah, there's a very good trade from Team War, from Royalty, and Diamond Khan does get spotted out, but able to at least get away with his life. He's got to worry about that pinch from Cryptic in the back warehouse, and there's a Team War sandwich going on right now, but the rotation comes in over to the B site, and it looks like hopefully they should be free here for a plant. Getting set up. Stallions is going to have to look to break here, but 2 members of Stallions is over on the A side.
Yep. How do you play this retake, though? You're essentially hoping you get a pick, then play on 2-on-2. That's probably the call. Kaiser going to try to work through fire cut at the moment. Will not spot anyone inside the site. Gunfight happening towards the top side of the minimap. It's Cryptic trying to find Diamond Khan, but they'll both fall off the play. 22 seconds to go. Not a lot of time to make this one happen, but you're going to have to start making a play and looking for that first blood. Surely Kaiser gets spotted. He will. That's numbers there for Team War, and it should be first round as well.
Yeah, and if Royalty, I mean, he's obviously on streaks. If he could get a glide, that would be huge, beneficial, but still 5 seconds left. Cryptic, not really a situation that would be winnable. Team War able to take it. Pretty comfortable. Shoutouts to Royalty right there. Yeah. He had 3 that round.
I mean, we start that round with a first blood clinical from Stallions, and then Royalty comes up with a big 2-piece. So again, Team War not winning the opening pick, but they respond nicely with the sub. It's kind of easy at that point when you're playing a 3-on-2 and you have so much control over towards the site.
I agree. They're probably thinking, where did he come from? Okay, we learned from that now. He's not slipping the net this time, buddy. Looks like kind of a commit towards the B site from Stallions. You see Cryptic, of course, getting in the famous spot in the back towards that back car, I believe, with the nade, and it's really going to be a check. Not really a contest here, but Cryptic gets that first blood onto Venom, excuse me. Kind of can work the way towards the B site, but Diamond Khan spots at least one, gets taken out again from Cryptic's AR.
Well, Venom's always going to be very far pushed up as an entry sub, so you're basically hoping that anybody who's around with an automaton could be finding that first blood to help open up the site. Yet again, though, it's Royalty in a weird spot. Great discipline. We'll find the first, and a weapon to work with at range if needed. And a 1v3, though, 28 seconds to go. It's going to take this long rotation to be in either the greatest ninja defuse of all time or one of the best 1v3s you'll see in the entire event. Probably nowhere to go. No one to shoot back at. I think this one's done. So we slow it down. Stallions getting themselves right back on the board.
And that was key from Royalty. Like, I see what he was doing. He was obviously just trying to play his life there. He was about to get a glide, just play his streaks. But the commitment from the Stallions to hunt him down and shut him down, let's not let that happen, because that could be a worse situation. Yeah. Very, very, very beneficial to chase him down there. So I think that was a really, really huge kill for the Stallions. And I mean, obviously, tying it up 1-1 is very important, but also, of course, shutting down those streaks from Royalty. So now on the defensive side, see Stallions kind of doing a 2-2, 1-2 split here, but it's the bomb kind of getting bunkered up there into the mailroom side. Slow push from Team War.
It's kind of scary to think about how good this Team War roster is. And again, looking at Stallions as well in the S&Ds, both these teams high-powered when it comes to the offensive rounds. They are very good at getting first bloods. Proloot, I believe if we are trying now, memory serves correctly, that was the squad he won Cold War champs with. And you look at Diamond Khan, of course, New York Subliners Academy, Venom back on the Western team, and Royalty bouncing around as well. Like, it's these players, all 8 in this lobby, S&D superstars in their own right. We've seen it for a couple of years now, but no first blood just of yet. Yuli might get lucky for the moment. Proloot, welcome to your demise, my good man. There he goes. And oh God, Yuli, no. Proloot wins the opening gunfight. 27 seconds to go, though. The bomb is yet to make a commitment, and Kaiser has absolutely no idea what's going on, and he wins the gunfight. Okay.
I don't know what that round was, but I just a little bit dancing around. I mean, meanwhile, Kaiser was dancing around in the back there. I just, wow, my goodness. But hey, at least there's 2 members up now. Bomb has been planted. Royalty gonna look to zone out. Diamond Khan at least finds a Cryptic to open it up to 2 versus 2.
2v1. Stallions have the numbers. Bomb is down. 27 seconds to go. It's 2 Real and Kaiser versus Royalty. And Royalty maybe for a 1v2 again. Oh, quick shots. Just can't land. Oh, God. Wait a minute. 1v1. He's still alive somehow. Royalty gets out, and it's a chase, but 2 Real, not that dumb. He's going to get that one all day, every day, and we'll get the defuse.
That was a really funny. That was my favorite search round, I think, probably of this whole event. I don't know why. I just kept picturing like people dancing around each other because that's literally what happened. Like we just went from that, then we went from the back and the train car. Like I was like, what is happening? Everyone's just kind of dancing around each other. Awkward gunfights, Spaceman. Awkward gunfights. Oh, but either way, Stallion's able to take that, initially winning the gunfights, even though Diamond Con had a really important pick on Decryptic there in the mailroom. It may be a sign of life there for Team War, but Stallion's now able to take the lead. And let's see this time around. Going to work towards that A site, maybe, but it seems like what Team War did last time around, they kind of hunkered down into that mailroom, waited for stuns, waited for nades, and kind of just like waited for information and then faked it towards B. But this time around, kind of the same thing. You see the stuns, nades go out towards A and then the B site. But it's Venom that could stop this here. I don't think he saw anybody.
Yeah, well, he's pulled back and he has Automaton this time because last time he pushed up, he got first blood. So you don't want to get picked early on, especially with having to retake over towards B, and you need a presence at Dock. So he actually did the right thing here. It's just going to take everybody else getting in a position to help out. Player 4, that's Royalty trying to rotate. He might get caught by Kaiser. If that's the case, this round essentially goes Stallion's way. Venom trying to work to the back. He will find 2 Real on the spot as shots ring out. No cleanup as of yet. Can't confirm the kill. Pro Loot can't confirm that one either. So there's instances here where they need to win these gunfights much sooner. They get traded out on the cross. Luckily, Kaiser is there. And Stallions quickly lose numbers. Oh, God. 7 seconds to go. This should be their round, and I think it will be.
Yeah, unless it depends. I was gonna say unless we saw something or we didn't see something that the camera got, but no, that was huge for Stallions for staying alive. But my goodness, Royalty, he slipped the net in the back. He had potentially 3 members of Stallions in his crosshairs. He got at least one and got out, but it's just the fact that he even got there. That could have been very, very scary and potentially a Team War round if Royalty was able to find at least maybe one other member of the Stallions in the back there. But still, at least one player from each team is able to slip the net somehow and make something happen, but not able to capitalize. It's Stallions still in the lead. Not only taking map 1, but in the lead here in this Berlin, potentially up 2-0. It's going to be kind of that sight towards the back here. You see Venom gets taken down by Uli now with first blood.
Well, that's 2 rounds now in this game where Venom has lost the first engagement. And again, the positioning for Stallions has just been better on Berlin. We've seen Team War play Berlin before. They've struggled. They don't have a lot of cohesion, and very much comes down to calling audibles around the site if they lose a number. Another instance here where it's disjointed. Proloot working at the back. We'll find one, so we'll even out the trade at 3-piece. 3 and 4 for Proloot. But look at the spread for Stallions. You have coverage at B. You have numbers, at least 1 over at A, 1 making the rotation. Can Royalty get in a position to fight? Does he even know? No, he has no idea the 2 Real's there. Maybe 2 Real heard that. I think he did. Surely, here's those stuns come out, and here comes the move.
24 seconds left. The bomb is going down, though. I don't know if he has a shot onto the point on him. And Royalty able to get away for a second. A kill that could potentially take too long, but Real able to get out. 2 Real able to get out. And now it just kind of crumbled like that. The Stallions able to collapse on the point. And just beautiful patience there from 2 Real. Even though the bomb did get planted, he was at least able to take off the member after he got the plant off. And the collapse in from the Stallions, just winning those key initials.
No, the positioning is just better for them. They're not only getting first bloods, but they're just so much more well positioned for opening gunfights, for making sure that they win the numbers advantage every round. 7 and 3 for Royalty, but if he doesn't get like 7 of these kills, this is like a 5-0 game right now. Stallions are very much dictating how the entirety of these sites ensues. Your bomb carrier will be Yuli. 5 and 3 for him. 2 Reals had 3 of the biggest kills in this game, but you know, that's the thing. He's 3 and 2, and he's been such an X factor. Stallions trying to go up on match point here. As Venom currently sits at B, but that stun check won't find anything early on.
It's still about a minute here, but it seems like members of Team War I was going to say they not necessarily knowing exactly, but it seems, there were some shots in from Diamond Con that may have that somebody maybe in the cross, but a beautiful nade from Too Real onto Venom opens up the B site. But look at the bomb. It is going towards A. Cryptic able to take down Royalty now. Now this is a perfect position to get into the A site and plant.
I think all 4 of Venom's deaths, at least 3 of them, have come from First Bloods. And it just hasn't worked. The control over to B has not worked. They're losing numbers way too quickly. They don't get a lot of time to reposition after the initial couple of engagements. A 1v4 yet again. Diamondcon now in the seat. Can he find anything? Oh, yeah, he spotted Cryptic for sure. You got to clean this one up. He will. 25 seconds to go. Bomb still down. This is going to be very difficult to do.
Yeah, and there's really not enough time. Very, very difficult indeed. Like, he's got to go fast. You got to defuse the bomb. Nah, it's going to look trouble. But, I mean, at least he can get a couple of kills. Build up a little bit of a streak. But, yeah, this is one of those situations where you're in a land setting, okay? And this is not like teams haven't done this before, okay? But this is where you go round by round, refresh, let's go. Like, reset.
Yeah.
Reset. Stallions being up 5-1 right now. And clearly, like you said, it's really about their positioning. They have that tendency where they are just constantly repositioning and faking out the enemy team. Well placed from Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about it. This would be a 6-0 if it was not for round 1 where Royalty found a 2-piece off of losing First Blood. He's been the only one. Like, Venom gets First Blood essentially every round, or he gets First Blooded, I should say. Diamond Con left in a lot of 1v2, 1v3 situations. Prelude, Royalty trying their best, but a quick plant might help break up the monotony of this game. Stallions, though, just playing better S&D all around. Here comes the push. First Blood there for Royalty. Yuli will trade it out. Numbers for both sides. The spread right now at mid-map is there for Stallions, but the site control is there for Team War. And I like that they're forcing the pressure now. They're forcing a play over towards A. Now that bomb is down, that quick plant might help them get a second one on the board.
Yep. Cryptic walks into that gunfire of Royalty, but yes, this is going to leave Kaiser left alive in a 1 versus 3. Not enough time. It's one of those things, isn't it? Just kind of, whoa. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. It's just one of those things, though, Spaceman. You're right. You got to force those, like, force them to kind of like go towards that. Yeah, force to change. Force them to go towards that A site. And for me, it just, Royalty has been a key factor of, like, you know, maybe potentially changing that momentum. But
yeah,
it's those First Bloods. It's those First Bloods that are penalizing them for sure. But huge round. This is a must-win round. But on the attacking side, they need to win this defense here. Can you look to break? Don't let the members of the Stallions fake you out. But if I'm the Stallions, maybe full commit towards B, get it done with. Kind of looks like that's exactly what may happen. Cryptic opens up with the First Blood onto Venom. Again.
Yeah, you can take your time at this point. Like, you don't have to panic too much if you're Stallions, because not only did you win the First Blood, but you've proven that you can lock down B offensively and defensively in essentially every single round. So just continue to play your game like they have. Royalty going to try to work to the back, looking for the defuse. Oh, wow, burns on one, and he's going to stick it. I love this play. Maybe not. Maybe he won't stick it. Surely, Prolo can clean up this kill. No, Kaiser for 2. Diamondcon, the only one last around. It's a 2v1. 2v0. He's on the bomb. Kaiser, there's no way. He's right there. Picks it up. Stallions close it out. That was a bit of a blunder from Team War on B, but this entire game has been a blunder from them on B. It was First Blood after loss, after losing the post-plant positioning. Ooh, Stallions up 2-0 over Team War. Ay.
I'm over here like, okay, I need to write this strat down. I need to write this strat down. Rank play tonight. Okay, my goodness, Kaiser. The positioning from Stallions overall has just been completely dominant in that Berlin. Yep. My goodness, that post plant setup there though at the end there. Huge 3 from Kaiser, of course, to stop it. But overall, Stallions were in the driving seat the whole entire time. And shout outs to Royalty, who obviously, you know, he tried. He really did have. Cannot wait the display of dominance from the Stallions.
It was pretty clinical. Like, it was just one round at a time. They were winning their gunfights. They were winning mid-map control. They were winning site control. Everything that Stallions did right, Team War couldn't figure out. And that's not shade to Team War. It's just that's the way the game went. Stallions had complete dominance in this one, and Team War couldn't find anything. They relied on that two-piece from Royalty in the first round, and since then, he was really the only one to consistently put kills on the board. But that's 2 games in a row where, you know, early on, Stallions are like, okay, things look okay. But then, or Team War, excuse me, they're like, okay, things look okay. Then Stallions turn it around and they just go on a rampage. So, that's a 2-0 lead. That's a fast 2-0, especially in this position. Winners quarters. Winner obviously goes to winner semis, but this match means a lot in the grand scheme of how this entire bracket plays out. And Stallions are in the driver's seat right now of this best of 5. Of course, these players will get a chance to breathe. They're going to go take a bathroom break. Sometimes you need it. Drink a lot of water when you're playing. But in general, Ellen, I think the takeaway really is just the collective composure from Stallions. Yeah.
For me, even for this search right here, I was gonna say, like, literally, he even in the hard point positioning from this guy, holding, like, just holding A. He had 3 first bloods. Not to mention he's getting those bombs down, so he's had the plants. But it's just the type of player that he is. He is so beneficial, and he does so much for the team that gets them these wins, you know? And don't get me wrong, all members do that of the Stallion squad, essentially. But specifically here with these last 2 games for me, I was just looking at him just slipping through a lot, getting those cuts, and just holding those positions all across the board. The ARs for the Stallions do it consistently. For a sub player or even a flex, like, I just feel like even with an MP40, it's a lot harder to do. And he's just been doing it very well, just so far all weekend. Yeah,
and both these teams, again, sitting in the winners quarters. Team War, your 15th seed. Stallions, your 10. And granted, that's because of Stallions' performance in the elite. But in general, like, in terms of head-to-head, Stallions playing better Call of Duty as of late, but it still kind of feels like this is an upset in some ways with the quality and the cachet of the players on the other side for Team War. I mean, you're talking about CWL, CDL players. You're talking about veterans in the challenger scene who have proven their worth. And for Stallions, a lot of players who have been on the up and up for the past couple of years, players who have been on the biggest stages like 2 Real, and, you know, who have proven that they can absolutely hang with the best. So it's been an interesting series, folks. Certainly one that did not go, at least my quick prediction way. Series layout on your board screen, whatever one you call it, big monitor pixel thing. Stallions take the first 2 maps, 250 to 231, and 6-2 on Berlin. That was the question mark. Was the game 2 Berlin? Could Team War finally figure it out? Well, they showed that they couldn't, and now they're down 2-0 going into Gavutu control. So I'm a little worried for Team War here, Ellen. I know that game 3 can be different, and they went to a round 5 on Tuscan control against RØKKR an hour ago. But Stallions have proven they understand Gavutu at least, and they're 1 map away from 3-0 in Team War.
Yes, this is my concern. Obviously, I mean, we had mentioned, and this is what surprises me. Like, we had mentioned Venom with the ice. They were essentially, that was a player that you needed to shut down to see success, and they've been doing that. That is kind of like a surprise to me, just to even see him kind of falter, because I know, man, like, he's been hungry. Like we said, these are players that have been in that spot in the CDL, so this is like, wow. But the Stallions, like, with how they've been playing and just even learning from mistakes, this is a team that has a little bit more time together. They have a little bit more experience playing on these maps. So they have a better chance to dictate, the pace of the game here. So it just seems like Stallions learning from whatever changes and things, mistakes that they had from even stage 2 or just in general, they have been doing that here this weekend and just continue to plow on through the event, and just being up 2-0 here right now. I think that's a statement. That is a statement. So you're feeling good if you took map 1 on hardpoint on Gavutu, and going into this control, you're feeling pretty good. But you can't let that get to your head, because, for some younger players, sometimes that ego can grow a little bit too high.
Yeah, well, Stallions have proven that they can compete against better competition and win. They can quickly give you a reality check on your ego.
Yeah.
Stallions took down, I believe it's Valor Gaming, which I think was the 23rd seed yesterday in a 2-0 fashion in their best of 3. Then they took down Sucre's Bakery, which was 7th. So like Sucre's Bakery have been a question mark for me ever since like the end of week 2. They have been a very a great squad that's had a disappointing finish to season 2, but in general, Sucre's Bakery is still a quality team, and Stallions took them 3-1 in the best of 5, and now they're on a potential 3-0 sweep of Team War. So like whatever scrutinization we can give towards Stallions, and maybe rightfully so with some of their hardpoint player, their respawn approach, they've clearly just been able to win close games. And that was the big question: can they win close games when the games get close? I don't care if it's redundant. That was the question. And they've done it. They've proven that they can close out games. They did it in the S&D. They did it in the hard point when it looked like War was going to run away with it. If they 3-0 Team War at this point, Stallions are like, no pun intended, my dark horse. At that point they are, because they've proven it. They've proven they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you there. And that's just the thing. Do you have the ability to close out? There's some pro teams even that like don't sometimes. Okay, let me think about how I'm gonna word this. There's just certain teams that sometimes don't have that clutch factor to close out their games, or they're just that type of team that might be like a 2-3-5 team, or
sure.
It's just you have to have that ability to close out. But if you can win that map 1, because everybody like they think about it. Okay, what's the game mode that scrimmed the most? Hardpoint. If you can win that hardpoint, you're gonna make your road so much easier for success. But it's usually Control that's that like swing map. So
sure.
That's that map that where things can change, the narrative can change, and you can completely flip the script. So looking at to Team War, this is where obviously that you would do that. But yeah, if you win that opening hardpoint, you're gonna make your road a lot easier. That's a given. But this is the swing map here.
Well, when the control sits dead center, like it really does come down to if you're good in respawn, you can translate that to essentially just playing TDM and knowing how to control a point. You're probably going to be a good control team. So you'd think that Team War would have similar success, but we've seen them play Tuscan. They struggled a little bit. They did win it against RØKKR. For Stallions, another situation where a lot like their hardpoint game, if you can keep it close and you can continue to at least contest the point, there's a very good chance that they could steal an opening offense. They could find a way to win this game and win the series 3-0. But for Team War, these players have seen every amalgamation of a situation in their Call of Duty careers. They know what's going on right now. They know the situation they're in. They're down 2-0. The reverse sweep happens now. It starts here. And if they're going to do it, they have to have a very convincing win in this control. It can't be another close game where it comes down to a couple of key kills.
I agree. And that's where the ARs of obviously Proloot and DiamondCon, they're really going to have to set up and match Kaiser and Cryptic. So as we head into this, you see DiamondCon and Proloot, of course, getting a couple of those kills in the opening here. And on the attacking side, it's the Stallions working towards that ace site.
Royalty got stuck on a rock, but if he doesn't, maybe he gets cleaned off there. So we will thank the debris on the ground for Royalty's opening pick. 28-26, Team War trying to maintain the life lead at the moment, but early on, it's a couple of trades in the kill feed, some positioning towards the mid-map. Player 3, it's Kaiser working towards gun side. Thinking about that B point, he will get met quickly. So a very nice job from Team War on the response. They're not allowing anyone to escape towards the backline, keeping all gunfights in front, and DiamondCon has position currently in the top of the boat. It's Team War locking down all the kills.
Yeah, and if you're Team War, this is a key position to be in, but Kaiser, huge gunfight on DiamondCon, opens it up to at least flood on through the front to A, and that is it for the Stallions. At least they cleared off the point, but it is, if you take a look at number 8, it's Royalty coming around through that cliff side. He can be the one to stop it here, and he takes down 2 Real, so that opens up for at least a collapse for Team War to get onto the site, make it 2 for Royalty. And that's at least 2 ticks of progression that was taken from from the Stallions. Only 28 seconds left remain, and that's a full sweep for Team War.
I mean, it's very difficult to win offensive rounds early on in Gavoot to control. We know that, but Team War have the life lead as well. Disparity starting to dwindle away. Stallions trying to find anything off those back spawns. They are over at B, but how long will it last? Cryptic able to get in position to send some shots out, deal some damage on to Royalty, but gun control finally back in favor of Stallions. They're getting progress. 5-kill lead for Team War. Here comes the break from Royalty, the win from Royalty, and the decap from Royalty That's what you wanted if you're a Team War fan 16 seconds ago. They're just trying to play the life lead now.
Yeah, and even though the pressure was split a little bit towards B side, you still see two members of the Stallions capping here. 2 Real open up a kill onto Prelude and at least able to secure the A site, extending the clock to 1:15. So now it is going to be the Stallions to collapse on to the B. But if you look at this setup from Team War, it's actually not bad. I was going to say as that Royalty gets taken down. So great spot from Cryptic to at least have that awareness to know that there was a member flanking from behind. And it's going to be these opening picks towards the front. They're going to be really important. Cryptic gets one.
Yep. Well, now you're playing. You have 2 rounds of S&D essentially in your life counter, but the ratio might be important, but what's more is just getting in a position to at least win a trade. If you're going to get over towards B, you need 2 ticks, and you need some spatial awareness right now because you're getting cleaned up by and from the back from Prelude. Like, gun control there for War.
Lives.
What was a 14-8 game with about 50 seconds to go quickly became a 13v2. And this should be a round win for Team War. So talk about coming out, starting off hot, and at least establishing some of that rhythm early on. Just having a clean round. Team War on the defensive end, getting it done.
Agreed. And yeah, those opening gunfights, of course, the ARs from Prelude Diamond able to lock in the map already. And then, of course, Royalty consistently being annoying, being a nuisance, getting around and slipping the net, getting behind enemy lines. Not a bad start for Team War. Very good defensive hold. But if we know the history of Gavu 2 and even of Control, we know that defenses is kind of like, you gotta win your defenses. It's really hard to win the offense, but at least in this time around, we have that advantage to where they can work more towards like offensive pushes. We don't have to see like that TDM camping for kills now with the tick and segment change with the kills, but it's kind of nice to see a little bit of a change up happening.
It's always nice. We love changes. Well, we're into round number 2. Team War will be on the attacking side now. Who's going to be the first team to win that side of things? Royalty been on a bit of a spree, 11-5 to his name, only on 1 to go, but so far this life has been short. Can he keep it rolling? Yeah, he will. Another one down. 2 Real. We'll see him in just a couple of moments. Royalty starting to fry and light it up. Into the point we go. Team War trying to get an extra bit of progression on A. And he's just flying around the top of the boat, hunting and thriving. He is yet to go down. Finally, 2 Real will shut him out, but I mean, the damage is done. 27-25, so life lead for Team War. Progress to A at Team War. They have the spawns there as well. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start, but the flood from Stallions and 2 do go down. But Kaiser looking to kind of zone around this point. Gets taken down by Royalty, and that's a full wipe there. So now, of course, you see Royalty continuing to just be aggressive and get to the traps, the cuts. Kaiser gets taken down. So this is a good position if you are Team War, but you have to figure out how to swing on over towards that beach side. Royalty, he's still going on a 4 streak now.
Put some respect on Royalty. Just real quick. Just put some respect on him. Dude's insane. He's proven it year in, year out. He's one of the best in North America. He's still flying. Like, he hasn't slowed down. I think he's ran 3-4 miles, at least a 5K. Working on streaks now. Needs 1 more kill for the Glide Bomb, and that really could help open up B even more. They do have the life lead, though. Ow. Almost snaps onto the back spawn, but hey, guess what? Teammates are inside B. First tick should be locked up for Team War. They have the lives to give. Here come all of the nades. Stallions can't find anything on the check. It's going to be left up to the gunnies. Thankfully, Yuli will stop the progression.
Yeah, and they had like a 2-3 live difference, and now look at it's 13-20. Royalty just doing exactly that you need to do. But on the point, it is 2 Real. Defending, holding. There's 1 minute and 17 seconds left. And even though the lives are in their favor, at least they have the defensive side. Excuse me, even the lives are not in their favor, at least they have the defensive side. But that's an opening pick and nade from Diamond Khan for Prelude to able to push forward.
Yep. This is a winnable round. This is absolutely a winnable round.
Yeah.
It just came down to a 1 team wipe. If Stallions can hold off on an extra push, they will walk away with the defensive side. But 15-9, Here comes the push now. Team War putting all of their numbers in the front of the hill, a push to the back, and collapses on those trades. Royalty, Diamondcon combined for 2, Venom the 3rd, Royalty for the 4th. Everybody else falls. And with those numbers now, I think this round might be done, as they are working on B, and Royalty is working on a 21-piece meal, as he is just snapping. Team War, 2 rounds in a row. Defense win, offense win. Everything looks good. And they're just they're flying their way through this game 3.
Absolutely. And yeah, we mentioned control. This is the swing. This is the swing of things. You turn it around here, and Royalty, he is doing that. And you know what's so advantageous about that is he's the one that's obviously setting up the plays for his team. So just consistently being back there to not allow any members of the Stallion. Obviously, you're slaying out, so you could even win in live advantage if you keep doing that, Royalty. 20-10 right now, coming off hot already, but setting up the plays for his team. He's consistently been doing it every single round. He gets taken down by Uli, and that's a stop. That's a stop.
What's interesting is that even if he doesn't win those gunfights at the top of the boat, like he's playing so fast that it's forcing the gunfight anyway. Like you're just forcing Stallions to have to take gunfights they're not ready to take as of yet. Once they get into position, okay, we'll set up, we'll find ourselves a couple of kills, we'll get in the rhythm. Royalty's just flying at them like, no, you will take it now. And it's very reminiscent of Fastball back in the day when he would just hold down on the W key and run. So it's been nonstop. Prolute, very quiet, 19 kills, 8 deaths on a 6 spree, could earn a glide bomb any moment. If he's lucky enough, well, he gets traded by 2, but still, damage is done. Again, early on into the round, the defensive side for Team War, they've controlled the life lead, they've controlled the pace, and they're not letting anybody from Stallions get over to A.
You mentioned Fastball, and I just laughed because there's a particular picture I think about when it comes to that guy. But yeah, shout outs to him. Fast gameplay, definitely electric coming from him. But 13 seconds left. It's still been a pretty clean overall from Team War. Complete dominance on this.
Oh, my word.
Yeah. Pretty essential game here. Fundamentals, just like you said, consistent, forcing the gunfights and just getting up in their face. Royalty.
Well,
big factor to that. Team War in a 3-0 dominant fashion.
Yeah. That might be the fastest control I've ever seen.
That was pretty fast.
Yeah, I think of all the years, even looking back, what was it, Black Ops 4 when we started? Like, of all the years for control, that might be one of the fastest if any challengers open in any major event. Ellen, that was what, like a 6-7 minute game?
I mean, you saw that. I mean, you see how fast Royalty was moving. So if you got him going around moving from lane to lane, and especially on Gavutu, it's quite fun. But
he was moving Mach 3.
I felt like it was kind of like, I had reminiscence of playing ranked play at 3 a.m. this morning. No, 2 a.m.
They moving that fast at 3 a.m., Ellen?
Hey, listen. You see the kids be playing ranked play. You know, these guys are cracked at all hours, okay? It's Call of Duty, baby. The speed is always there.
LAN is just one big ranked play lobby. Like, it's essentially what it is. But looking at the replay, Royalty was kind of the catalyst. Like, he basically did everything. The speed kept Stallions on the back foot the entire time. They won one offensive round. They slaughtered them both defensive sides. Team War, tip of the cap, 23-10 for Prolute. A very quiet 23 kills, but 23 nonetheless. And then Royalty at 24-13. That was about as one-sided affair you could have on Gavutu control. And going into that game, I said they need to win this convincingly. They need something to work off of going into the next hardpoint if they want to keep the series alive. I think that was convincing. I think that was a convincing win in control.
I agree. And we had mentioned, too, Team War in that map 1 on Gavutu hardpoint, it seemed like it was a very, very close game, but it seemed like at that point, the ARs weren't able to really set up. But of course, if you have that sub player, if you have Royalty just constantly applying that pressure, like you said, forcing those gunfights, easy pickings for the ARs. They could just sit pretty and hold lanes. And Prolute 23-10 did a fantastic job. Diamondcon did just that. Like, just between Prolute and Royalty alone, they almost had 50 non-traded kills. So, good work from the boys at Team War. And I'm curious to see. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they'll swing it in the next map, if they can take it to a map 5.
I've been told that we could potentially take a live This is great. Oh wow!
I don't know why I just did this. Like they could see me.
Can we go back? I don't want to see my ugly face. Come on, that was great. That is the passion pit as I break my setup. Listen, Team War. Going into this, I'm not saying they should be like worried at all, because it's one map, you're up 2-1. You chalk it. You take your losses. You count your blessings. You go to the next one. But what I will say is, with how convincing it was. Or excuse me, for Stallions preview, for how convincing it was from Team War, Stallions, like again, you're not going to be worried, but you're going to be like on notice. You're going to be like, okay, these guys are now playing to not get knocked out. They're playing to not have to make a ridiculous lower bracket run. There has to be some urgency from Stallions going into this hard point, much like they had in game 1, Ellen. They need to show that they can come out firing on all cylinders.
I agree. And I mean, when we take a look at Royalty, obviously he's the one that we need to stop, because this hard point on Berlin.
Yeah.
He was fine on Berlin in the search. He's been fine pretty much the whole series.
Yeah.
But that pacing is where I want to see that happen from Team War. Like, keep that, the pacing that they had in the control was like flawless. Can they match it here in this Berlin hardpoint? Because they didn't do it again, Minnesota RØKKR. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. If you're Stallions though, sometimes like you're still kind of like on that, hey, we just got to win one. And again, Team War is like, hey, we got to bring it to a map 5. If we bring it to a map 5, we're going to win it. So either which way, this is like, hey, one and done vibes. Let's go. Let's win.
Well, looking back to Team War's last Berlin hardpoint against RØKKR, again, I know it's recency bias, but we're looking at the last series they played. They lost this hardpoint by 100 points. It was 250 to 150. So I'm not saying that the Stallions are going to play exactly like RØKKR, but it is worth noting that they have not had success often on Berlin today. And yet again, they find themselves in this situation where they're going to have a better performance than what they've had early on today in their first best of 5. However, when they brought it to game 5, they won it on Bocage S&D. Can they do it again, where this time it would be Desert Siege? So far, so good for Stallions. Hill controlled theirs, and Diamondcon trying to work through the window. Finally, it looks like we might get a break for Team War, and first couple of points go their way.
Yeah, and even in stages 2, the Stallions, like I think they went 3-1 on Berlin, so like they're really comfortable on this map. Like they're not like stressing out too much. If I believe so, you see Uli on the rotation there gets 2 that back Mailrib side. So it's Stallions still kind of in the driving seat right here. And again, like they just have the experience, they have the reps, but if you're Team War, the advantage is you did just play it. You can at least talk about the mistakes that you did make from that 110 caster math loss against RØKKR.
Yeah, and that's where making those micro adjustments catapults a team from finishing top 24, top 18 to potentially finishing within the top 12 and making a run. If you're Team War and or Stallions, you have to be able to make those quick audibles on the fly and change up stuff between series, because it's going to require that kind of flexibility though. Let's get into our second hill as this one starts to rotate out. Again, we will be looking towards the top side of the minimap. It's Stallions. They're ready and waiting for P3. Early on, all red in the kill feed, so they win the final couple of moments. The spawns are in the back for Team War. Now comes the rotation for them. And it will come down to those transitional fights. Cryptic ready for a couple at least. That stun check won't be able to find anything. And he's on streaks too. If he keeps going, he's on a 5 streak right now. So huge gunfights from Cryptic, even to secure the scrap. He is on a 6 streak. Can he earn that glide? No, Proloot does take him down. So those are huge gunfights coming in on the water side. You see Kaiser dancing around, stays alive, which is important. Even though Team War did break on through, Kaiser able to stay alive in the back, holds the spawns for Stallions, and now break in through the front, from the back. Stallions still have a lead, and there's only 28 seconds left on this point. Pretty scrappy from both ends, but a good break from Team War. And this is a good hold as well. They're watching all exit points, and they have an AR and a sub ready to trade just in case, but no one's been able to challenge Venom. Finally, Uli will win the opening gunfight, but with that, again, this contest just means the scrap time goes to whoever is last standing. Diamondcon, great shots out at range. Stallions, yet again, maintain the lead. We look towards the rotation, top side of the minimap. It's Proloot ready and waiting towards the spawn side for trains to make sure that at least reinforcements are there for Team War. But Stallions have to start hitting their horses now. They have to start making that rotation. They do. But how quickly does Proloot read this push? He gets 1, gets 2, and well, Proloot did his job. Indeed he did, and for Stallions, that's kind of like the play, but wait a minute!
That was a huge kill from Kaiser now. So now Stallions, they can collapse from train and in on the back, but you want to flood the back, obviously, to deny the spawn and maybe at least get to that back spot where Proloot is onto the train car, but Proloot able to secure at least 2. Very scrappy either which way from the Stallions. Team War bring that lead deficit very, very closer by a few points. And although the hill is neutral, it is Stallions who look to have at least maybe the scrap time, and the rotations from Proloot onto that P1 destroyed hull. Spots Uli, takes him down. Huge Q onto 2 Real. And that is the secure for P5. It's going to be Diamond Con still staying alive.
Well, this game is not at all reminiscent of Game 1, where Stallions struggled to just get over the 100-point mark before finally they were able to turn it around in the late game. But even here, Team War doing a very nice job of just keeping it close. Stallions yet again win the opening time towards P5 on the outskirts. It's Royalty, Automaton in hand, switching up the role for the moment, whether he found it off the ground. Regardless, he's doing dirty work with it. DiamondCon, ring around the rosy, finally picks up the kill. Numbers are here for Team War, but they get cut down and at least traded as they start to work their way into the point. This has just been a very good job by the subs of Stallions to deny that pressure early on and take these one-on-one engagements that they know they can win. Finally blew in the kill feed. Team War get back inside the hill, but not for long.
Yep, and then you see the rotations from Team War are 1. So for this P1 site, even though there are only 10 seconds left, scrap at least not really to be had. It's Kaiser trying to fight and wait towards that train side. Cryptic able to follow with onto Proloot. So it's DiamondCon, really good holds from him all around. And Royalty, of course, continuing to zone out. That is a hold for Team War. Can Stallions break?
That's the big question. And that was the conversation in Game 1. Can they break? They've proven that they can in this one. So far, so good, though, for Venom. And he's been an excellent player in all of his years, but certainly having a bit of a rough series in this one go around. Yuli, the pistol, letting him know that you're not going to challenge me at the pillars. DiamondCon might be the next victim. 15 and 14, but a lot of his kills have come yet again at crucial times. The break is there. Stallions with the early time as well. Nobody around to contest or get a foot inside the point for Team War. With those nade checks, you're just kind of wasting time, but certainly you needed something to help alleviate the pressure inside the point. We go to P2 now. And if you're Team War, the game's not over by any stretch, but you would like to have 30, 40 seconds on this hill. If you don't, Stallions potentially putting themselves in the driver's seat of winning this game, let alone the series.
Indeed, and DiamondCon, huge gunfight onto Uli there. So that was a huge 2 for Team War there. But if you take a look at number 8, Cryptic had a huge gunfight onto Venom in the back. He's the one actually that has been waiting for his teammates to come through. And now as he takes down DiamondCon in the back, this is the flood that Stallions needed to come on. And now no members of Team War are on the point. It is at the top side. Venom, who could maybe stop. Cryptic is streaking out again. 16 and 10 for this young man. 25 seconds left. Team War at this point, they're like, hey, maybe we'll have send one member left to maybe try to contest it here, but maybe another. But 2 Real wins it. It's Team War at least at the spawns for new. Yep. And Stallions, they did manage to break and at least rotate early, but they're making it very, very much so difficult for Team War. The one thing I really like about this squad is they're committing to every play that they decide to do.
Yeah, they kept it close, and that actually was not a bad hill for Team War. Regardless, there's still about a 50-point margin they have to work their way back into, but Stallions doing a good job of, yet again, getting back out towards mid-map, trying to win the opening gunfights, but Team War ready and waiting for those first pushes. They have the spawns in the back. They have Proloot watching the cross just in case, even though he gets traded. That's information now for Team War. Like we saw Stallions do in Game 1. Now in Game 4, it's Team War trying to work their way back into the hard point.
Yep, and now you see the collapse in from Stallions, though. 2 Real opens up onto Venom and Cryptic onto Proloot. So now that's Royalty last alive in the back. He does get taken out now, so Stallions do sweep out the point, and you see DiamondCon trying to flood in through fire. Cryptic holding down every site. It is Uli zoning forward and thinking about that rotation. He does get taken down, so now it's really going to be about speed to that new, but it's Team War, of course, who is always set up. It just seems like they're always the ones, they're on the rotation. But Stallions are the ones to break. So if Team War can hold here, we can have a very close margin. Prolute, very, very important kill onto 2 real now does just that, but on the Riverside, it's 2 down for War.
Well, this game's going to come down to scrap time alone. Stallions can win it mathematically just by playing the latter half of a lot of these hills. But it's going to come down to a big hold. Team War trying to pull their way back into this hard point. 2 real somehow just flies in and wins an unfavorable gunfight. Yuli from the top and Kaiser combining for the assist. So there's the break for Stallions, but you need numbers in the point because here come the spawns for Team War. They are flying towards the point. Yuli shutting them down as quickly as they get into position to contest. Diamondcon will trade for 1, but I think the damage is done now. With 15 seconds to go, I wouldn't commit a lot of numbers to this if I'm Team War. Yeah, it hurts to lose that 15, but you're much more worried about the next 60 and controlling most of this P5 to chain it back into P1. Team War have to win the next hard point flat out, and they have to at least get 60 points.
Yeah, and if I was them, I'd be worried about Cryptic because he just won 2 huge gunfights onto that Riverside, which would makes it very hard. Make it 3 now. So now with the destroyed hull, the mailroom side control, and that tank, that's all he needs to do is just chill here. You have Uli, who's on a 5 spree right now, and then Cryptic again, who's about to streak out. If you're Team War, this is very scary. You gotta just play these picks and at least maybe keep members of the Stallions off the point. But 237 to 172 and only 34 seconds left on this hill. It's gonna be, like you said, a very close margin.
And all you have to do if you're Stallions is get 1 player inside. You can play 3 out, 1 in, and just leave the OBJ up to a sub. Leave it up to 2 real, but why bother? I mean, he's frying at range. Diamondcon still staying alive. Here comes the pressure. Team War getting numbers around, so they're taking these gunfights very expertly, but it just hasn't been able to translate to a lot of time. They're losing those last 10 seconds. Finally, they get in. Where's the rotation going to be? We're already back over to P1. Early on, Team War should be in a position. Here comes the push now. Player 5 is Yuli. If he wins this gunfight, you could potentially be looking at spawns close, or Stallions can continue to flood inside the hill. Prolute has to win a big one-on-one. He's got to win it now.
That was so huge from Uli, too. He waited and he got 1, but Prolute staying alive into this point, obviously able to secure, makes it important, but he was able to slip the net, and that's 2 down. But still, it's Team War still holding on.
Subs are in. The nades are out as well. 5 points for Stallions. You're going to need 60, essentially, for Team War, right? Like, they're going to have to at least contest and make sure they play for the next couple of hills because you can't win it here. Neither team wanting to give up any extra time.
And at this point, I would say, like, for Stallions, maybe just have a couple people, like, rotate, get early, but maybe still have maybe 1 person still commit for a little bit of that scrap or make it a little bit mixy. And you see kind of just that. Stallions are in control of Renew, but they still have a couple of members just waiting for those players to rotate on over. But through the back, it's Team War. Through the train side, 3 members do get through. And now Prolo takes down 2 real royalty onto Kaiser. And that's 3 down for Team War. And now they have control over the mail.
Yeah, and they have numbers as well. They can win it here with 1 more hold. The split right now at the mid-map for Stallions. They just can't get numbers around. They can't join up. Finally, it's a 2-2 hit. Diamondcon can't finish the kill. He will fly out, but that 2-piece might open it up for Stallions. Just 5 points needed. 8 on the other side. Yuli from the top. Yuli for 2. There's the break. There's the hold. Stallions in the point. That's going to be the series. 250 to 243. Yuli with the 2-piece gets it done.
Oh my goodness, the composure from the Stallions to hold on right there. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was a little, like, oh my God, we're going to go, oh my God, I think we're going to do game 5. But the composure, just even from Uli, I saw in the last 2 hills there. Even in that break to P1, they almost broke it. He was waiting on that back statue side while his Stallions members like were coming through the train, and like he waited. He got a couple of picks, but his teams didn't win through the front. So even though they lost that hill, what do they do? Let's just rotate early, chalk it up, get set up. And although the gunfights were a little bit mixy, Uli right there at the end with the 2 for the save. Guy's been clutching around all game long. All these guys have been, and to move on forward.
I mean, it really came down to the hold at P3 in the lobby. It really came down to a lot of those wins in transition. Stallions doing a very nice job on their break. Their breaks have gotten much cleaner, and the subs have been able to get in early on for at least a trade, even if they're going 1-for-1 in the hill. You give your teammates time to get into position to help out with that contest. But the lobby hills were really where Stallions made most of their money. They were able to win the first mailroom. The break from Yuli helps them win the second. But it was those mid-game holds where they put up 30, 40 points a time. They just were so good at chaining a couple of hills together and keeping the pressure off. When Team War went in for a challenge, went in for a contest, Stallions were there to meet the challenge, to meet the call, and immediately fire back. That's just impressive. That's showing that you can win close games on close situations. They do it yet again, 250 to 243. Stallions winning 3-1 over Team War. I mean, even seeding wise, sure, but it's a matchup that I thought Team War would be able to handle. But Stallions proving that they have certainly found that rhythm towards the end of Stage 2 of the Elite Series, and they're keeping it going.
Yeah, I agree. And if you have that ability, especially on Berlin, because P1, I feel like that first hill, that it's like you can chain it. If you have the ability though to do that, like from even P5 into P1, or even from the mailroom to the lobby, like it's so key. It's so beneficial. And obviously getting those early rotations in, committing to plays. Stallions for their breaks did that. They committed to their breaks so well. Sometimes you see teams kind of change stuff up or move around or whatever, but you saw patience. They always patiently waited. Uli, I just noticed specifically because he was always doing that while he waited for his teammates to get there and able to break on through. Stallions, I mean, just a great display of teamwork. Realistically, at the end there, very good teamwork that shined even in the first hard point. It was Team War that kind of had that driving seat for a little bit. A lot of bit, and then boom, Stallions, they were like, okay, what do we need to do to bring it back? Slow it down a little bit, let's rotate, let's commit to our plays and do our thing. Taking it in 3-1 fashion, they did just that. Teamwork.
Yeah. The question was, could Stallions win the S&D? And obviously we know they can, but going into this series with how we expected some of these respawns to play out, it came down to, if the games are going to be close, one, Stallions have to prove they continue to win it, but if Stallions win the S&D, they probably win the series. And they did just that. They won the game 2. They stole the opening hard point by a huge 100-point comeback. And then boom, you have it here. They falter in the control. They close out Berlin. But that's the question mark for me, is like Team War on Berlin is now what, 0 for 4? Like, at least in the last 2 matchups we've seen today against RØKKR and against Stallions, they lost the S&Ds and they lost both hard points. Like, if they're picking it or whatever, like stop picking Berlin. Like, it's not going well. It's not working. So Ellen, any kind of closing thoughts on that series?
Yeah, I agree. And that's just one of those things that I was kind of hoping, like, maybe from that last series they would like
sure.
just talked about it, learned from it. But you know, not everybody has their stronger maps or weaker maps. Either which way, there's down but not out. They still have another chance to come back in. Maybe even see them in the loser semifinals, finals, grand finals. We never know. You still got a chance. But as we take a look at the bracket, man, look at that. I want to see. Yeah. I want to see Texas Nation and Stallions again.
I've heard that the rumors might be that RØKKR is playing RØKKR at the lower side, and well, at least we know Toronto is playing Toronto, and we will be having Stallions, their next matchup, up next on this stream. But Texas Nation doing what Texas Nation does. They handle the up-and-comers of Alpha Esports. So again, credit to Alpha Esports for taking down Bearclaw and taking down Three Kings. Bearclaw, of course, had a different change within like the past day as they came second in the Elite Series. Again, Assault exceeding Classic, but Hamza left his squad of Fire, Ramby, and Gunzy for Bearclaw because, well, he left Bearclaw to take place of Spark. So Spark gets moved up. There's a bunch of different changes that happen in Challengers. But regardless, Alpha Esports tip the cap off to them. That's the sentence. And Texas Nation continue the rolls. Stallions look good. That is interesting. But in general, we will have Stallions up next on the mainstream, so you don't want to miss it. When we come back from this commercial break, we continue on with the Challengers Open for the Major 2 of the RØKKR. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys in a minute.
The Passion Pit may be thinning out with overall teams, but trust me when I say that the competition is definitely entering its thickest state. I'm Shift, with me, Visions. It's the Minnesota Challengers Open, and oh my goodness, do we have an affair on our hands in front of us here, Austin. Yeah, we've had 92 teams start off this bracket. We're left with 4 in the winner's bracket, and this next series, including the one right after the winner semis, is our initial rounds to qualify 2 teams to the CDL Pro-Am in May.
And let's be honest, that's what we're playing for here, with all these teams coming out here trying to get a shot versus the pros. But there's also a lot more mixed in there, right? As you talk about the fact that we now have the regions going head-to-head. Everyone's trying to prove who is the best. We haven't had anything like this in over 2 years. So to see it start to come together, Alan, see the Passion Pit, it is an incredible experience here. And these guys starting to get fired up. They're showing us some incredible gameplay. So I'm very amped to get into our next series.
Plenty of upsets galore, but this is what the upper bracket looks like at the moment. Again, both of these semifinal matches that you see on the upper bracket will lead to the first 2 teams qualified for the Pro-Am. The bottom quarterfinals would be where the last 2 teams would then have their second chance at qualification. We'll be kicking our match off, though, with Stallions versus the Millennium 7 Electrify roster. That is what is formerly known as Vengeance from the EU region, and we have to start our conversation with them, I think, Austin, simply due largely to the fact that these guys just came off a Season 2 Elite win.
They did. These guys are coming in with a lot of fire. I feel like they have looked like one of the best teams without a doubt coming over, from Europe. And you talk about just some of the players that you have on this. Like, for anyone that is not familiar with some of the EU teams, you talk about, Denza, Wardy, Maple, Weeman. These guys have just been gelling together beautifully. And I feel like one of the big standouts here is the fact that we have Wardy, who just had some incredible performances. Like, I think I told him, I'm like, man, I think you're the hardest kill right now in Europe. So you might be able to show us that here today in NA as well.
I'm sure he appreciated that premium gasoline from you there, brother. I know I would. Not that I would ever get that from you. I'm completely buns
come on
at
now.
This game.
I gas my duo up.
That's true. And speaking of duos, easy segue here. Him and Denza together make each of them individually even stand out that much more, I would say. And then behind that, I mean, look, we know what we got from Maple. He was by far one of the most consistent players back during the MW year playing with Singularity. Maybe a little bit of a mismatched year last year in Cold War, but he's back to form. And Weeman cannot be overlooked. He has been one of the more solid main ARs in the European region this year in my mind.
I agree. I think he's actually the glue to this roster, even with the way that he plays and slows things down. I think that you have a beautiful dynamic with a lot of aggression built into this roster. And sometimes you need to take a step back, kind of, control those comms, slow it down. And I feel like that's exactly what Weeman is able to do. And Maple, I think, also a deserved shout out after not really being too involved during the Cold War season, Alan. He has come alive here throughout Vanguard, gotten back to a top team, and he has really rejuvenated a totally different look at Maple so far here in the year.
On the other side of the field, Stallions. This is, you compare both of these 2 rosters in paper, and you've got some of the most experienced European players over the last 2 years on one side, and a group of 4 that, although this is not necessarily their first year competing in Challengers, it's pretty easy to say, for at least 2 of them, this has been their outbreak season. Not even seeing the Elite in any form last year, all of a sudden, you've got both Kaiser and Cryptic arguably leading this team. So, man, it's just been really a fun affair to watch the Stallions team come to life, get themselves qualified, finish in a really solid position over Season 2, which was, again, one of their first elites. Big shout-outs to Cade and Ryan, bringing us the action, the overhead, and, of course, the in-game looks. And as I was just looking for a second before we load in, how about this? Minnesota RØKKR Academy upset in the lower bracket in a Map 5 game versus Destroy the Odds. They've been eliminated. One of many squads to be taken out before the top 16.
So that really kind of pivots the conversation even more around what we get out of M7 and Electrify. These guys going to have to come up here and try to represent EU, but it's time to get into it. Right into Bokash hardpoint. Stallion's going to get the first touch right off the rip. Yuli waits patiently by the door, finds himself an easy pickup, and already slaying away will be the Stallions.
Yeah, this is a great first map for Stallions. There weren't a lot of playtime on this map throughout the season 2, but they smoked Bearclaw here, put him in the 100-point club, 250 to 97. So we want to come out and really set the tone versus a good EU team. No better place to do it in my mind than Bokash. But speaking of battling back, how about it? M7 Electrify coming through with 4 straight kills. That gets them not only onto the hard point, but they're fighting for those P2 spawns that they want.
And we set up for Denza, someone who can get very aggressive, can push back those spawns at times, see if he can take away a lot of the map. Have to watch out for him if you're on the other side of the Stallions here. Wee Man able to find one on rotation. Still a lot more work to be done. You can see it at the back of your map. All the members spawning in, and Yuli's going to be able to clean up Wee Man without a worry. But Maple might have just slipped the net. He's going to take some fire, try to battle back Sin. Kaiser also able to shut him out. Yuli pushing forward on 3 in a row. This is an excellent start here for as far as the spawns, but still a 50-50 battle for as far as who can get on the hill.
Yeah, for M7 Electrify, you've done a really nice job of kind of neutralizing what looked to be a very solid start for the Stallions, at least marginally so. The thing about it is there's a significant amount of time to play for here, and as Stallions keep safe the barn, they actually lock in a good amount of time here on this second hard point. 30 seconds to fight for. Denza tagged beyond recognition down to 10 HP, gets finished, and with that, only really this last hit for M7. Looking to get 2 players around the back, it always gets picked up. Really good discipline from Stallions as they clean things up and win this hard point by time.
And he's been alive for quite a while, so he's able to maybe allow his teammate here, Denza, to move in and try to contest this remaining 10 seconds or so, but it's the majority of the time that's collected for the Stallions, so this puts them in a pretty prime position. But Wardy already ahead of the play. 2 on transition here to make sure that he has his team set up. Kaiser, though, going to be able to take some of the high ground inside of the silo, so you're going to have to be worried about the spawns. Still looking good inside of the point here. The Stallions making a lot of fantastic rotations, but this is where you need M7 and Electrify here, Alan, to really step up, find a break. You can't let the Stallions start racking up free time.
Oh, and they come from the high ground. Wardy, a beautiful double in the mix now. M7 Electrify able to get into the hard point, but I don't know if they've realized that they didn't actually win the spawns. Wardy's trying to correct that and nearly walks away with a double. Last player in the back for the Stallions is Cryptic, and he tagged down too low to take the gunfight versus Denza. So the break, good for M7. Digging back into this early lead for Stallions pretty considerably here on the third. And with this little spawn threat that continues to be put into play here, Austin, this is danger zone here for Stallions. They're going to be outside the rotation to barn easily.
And this is the thing about Bokash. You have these small little windows on the map to really take an advantage. And Cryptic is trying to do exactly that as he needs to push through on the 4 spree. But the overall map control coming through here, the turnaround hill, it needed to come in here. It's going to allow M7 Electrify to get the early setup at the barn hill. But someone needs to get on top of the time. They're zoning, they're keeping them away and stopping them from having an easy exit. But Yuli's going to find 2. And because no one's on the time, they don't actually accumulate any points whatsoever. And Stallions can still contest a lot of this hill.
This is good news coming out of a spawn trap situation for Stallions. Not only do you get here to neutralize time like you mentioned, but you actually have an opening here to fight for spawns. Yuli in the back. He's been the hero in so many different ways, including a massive comeback in map 1 for Stallions in their opening series that we saw on broadcast. This time is a heroic effort to flip the spawns around. And how about Cryptic up top, 13-8. Heck of a start for him as Stallions retake the lead here at 4.
Oh, man. I mean, that's a couple of 4 downs here from the Stallions that are just all finding the kills at the perfect time. It sets up the scrap time to go over. Still going to give Stallions a bit of that cushion. But it has been a couple of these key rotations that have worked out here so far for M7 Electrify. We saw it earlier from Wardy. We just see it there from Maple. Need to continue to show us this. Can't let the Stallions slip through into the back. They've done an excellent job at controlling the spawn. So now you have Wardy 4 in a row. Tries to take an aggressive gunfight, and Cryptic will shut him down. Just about a 5-point differential as it will be. Everyone in blue here trying to get themselves a setup around the point.
But look at the little stick and move between the SMGs of M7 Electrify as Wardy fall. Denza takes his place and maybe even one-ups him a touch. 4 in a row for Denza, stuck in the corner. Kai's able to secure the trade, but it's not going to be good enough to get onto the hard point itself. So still more fights to occur. Cryptic up top deals with Maple, who's had a very slow start to this opening map, and as the glide bomb gets forced in, it's M7 Electrify with numbers as they try to finally get some kind of a foothold inside the final hill of the rotation.
And that's been the factor so far, as M7 Electrify just haven't really been getting time. You take a look at just the overall scoreboard right now, and you can see it. They're slaying. They're winning battles. Maple maybe slacking behind a little bit, but Wee Man and Wardy are making up for that. So they need to actually start winning these battles, throwing themselves on time, pushing out when they need to, but always making sure there's someone soaking it up. That's been the big problem so far. But now they have a slight lead. The Stallions trying to respond back here. Will be a new reset going into fresh P1, and Denza's already trying to get a spawn flip.
Yeah, they've missed him completely. A couple of shots will come through, but Cryptic's not even turning to deal with this. I don't know if in the chaos he actually knows that Denza's behind, so that's going to be 4 in a row. Denza extending his life into barn while Maple pulls out an MP40 to help out for this very scrappy first hard point. It's going to work out beautifully. Kaiser in the back, also read and dealt with, so the first significant moment here for M7 Electrify. Ignore the hard point, look at the rotation. 30 seconds still to fight for, and Stallions can't get out of Granny's house.
You got to be careful if you're the Stallions. We know what happens when M7 Electrify can heat up. This roster starts to take over. Denza finds himself on 6, but cannot earn the glide bomb. Key shutdown comes through there for Kaiser, but it is still overwhelming pressure around P1. Alan, we do not typically see a good amount of time go over here, but this has been the setup. This has been the adaptation that has finally changed here for us, and now they have spawns for P2.
It's just the zone of control, right? M7 Electrify comes through with 3 MP40s, and then I believe they swap to a second AR halfway through this, and Weeman is just absolutely dominating the field side. But wait a second, Yuli spawns on the left. With them is Kaiser. This is going to be a random flip out as M7 are kind of caught, maybe a bit overextended. Big battle in the back. Weeman able to pick up one. Kaiser, the last hope for Stallions to secure the flip, and he comes up empty. Huge recorrection from M7 Electrify.
We talk about Bocage, one of those maps where sometimes it's 1 or 2 gunfights that can very well change the outcome of a game. That's one of those moments right there. But Too Real, still able to come all the way around the back, try to at least put a little bit of fighting power into this P2 hill. 25 seconds up for grabs. Both teams very keen on trying to make some kind of an early rotation, but you're giving up a lot of time here, which means the Stallions need to win these rotational battles, and they're off to a good start.
Yeah, this has been a map-winning like swing here for M7 Electrify. I say that largely due to the fact that we really, for the score as we currently have it, there's not a lot of game clock, but for Stallions, it puts a lot of pressure on you through this 3rd, 4th rotation. You have to find significant time here at Granny's. Try to at least keep this a 50-50 hard point and then win the 4th if you're going to get back into the game. So an important stretch coming up for Stallions. They currently hold the spawns, but they're missing out on the high ground. And this is exactly where M7 Electrify framed up their break last time around. They're looking to replicate, and so far, so good.
Yeah, it really does feel like everything that we've seen so far from M7 Electrify in the 2nd rotation is they're finding these little cracks and little links in the chain of armor here to be able to kind of break on through, find that one member to get that 2-piece, and then they just are able to control the hill from here on out. So the Stallions, again, caught in the back, need to break in. I mean, this has been basically a consecutive 80 points coming in, and finally a kill feed lights up in red, and they need to surge forward, get into the new point. Yuli's going to be the first one in, has some key battles to win, but won't be able to find the first one.
But Weeman does get pushed back. Kaiser looking to take some space over through the 2nd hard point, and he does find the opening through Tank's field. Being shot at by one more. It's Maple over the top, who has really brought things back. He was like 4-13 at one point in time. He's 21-19 now. A hell of a recovery, and one of the main reasons why M7 Electrify are in the position that they're in as the barn opens. It is all blue. One member of Yuli will actually spawn in the back. Once again, M7 Electrify maybe getting a little bit too over-aggressive from the front side of this hill. Now have to turn and deal with the proximal spawns, and boy, do they.
Oh, man. I mean, they're just winning every single battle. Every single time the Stallions try to break on through, they're just hitting a brick wall every single time. And now you need this. I mean, again, this is, 28 seconds. You're obviously thinking about earlier rotations here right now, but the Stallions need to break in. They have to win some battles. And Kaiser is going to try to lead that charge to see if there is a bit of hope. We saw a comeback earlier on from the Stallions. This one to be a little far-fetched, but Too Real says, hold on a second. I'm going to find the 2-piece. I'm going to be able to create a bit of space, but it will be a spawn flip that comes in, and now they're going to have to worry about a rotation too.
Look, we saw a dramatic comeback from Stallions on the Gavudu hardpoint in their previous series. This would be something astronomical. I mean, I don't even know if the Webb telescope would be able to put pictures on this comeback coming to life. It's just so far out there, and M7 just have to essentially play scrappy. You've got the freedom now to just go rogue a little bit. If you miss out on something, you've got so much freedom around the hill that they just put so much extra stress on the Stallions. Over a 100-point game. And what I would have imagined was the Stallions map selection for map 1 has gone completely amiss here in this 2nd set of rotations. M7 Electrify have really come to life.
Oh, they've taken over. I mean, it hasn't even been close through the 2nd rotation, and Cryptic does find a massive double there, but it is still 10 seconds away for the first map 1 win. Wardy wants to push on in, looking for that 40 bomb potentially here on the Bocage hardpoint, and there it is, 7 in a row for Wardy. The player I highlighted, the player you have to watch out for, getting so much work done here for M7 Electrify. Might not end on this hill, but they are only going to be 1 second away from closing it out.
Yeah, this is pretty much as done as it comes. Overdone maybe at this point in time, and there it is. The final score, 250-136. And man, that builds a very difficult pathway. We kind of saw brief moments at what the series layout was going to be, even getting out of seat, and why not? I mean, that is a tremendous second rotation of M7 Electrify. And I won't say that they started slow either. That's the thing. Like, yeah, we have Maple kind of, he's that guy right there, second on line from the closest to the camera. He had a really slow start maybe individually, but Weeman and Wardy were really holding ground where they needed to most, and it gave them an opportunity to get back into this game. And once they got Maple heated up, there was no stopping him, it looked like.
Yeah, 100%. Maple comes back into that game, starts, winning some pretty massive gunfights on some of the rotations. But the big factor for me is, like, they were slaying. I called it out as they went into the second rotation. Like, hey, look, they're actually out slaying the Stallions right now. They're just not getting any time. They're not actually holding on to the key gunfights that matter the most here. But you can see everyone start to turn it up here. Wardy, 40 and 26. Like, this is the MVP in my eyes coming out of Season 2 for Europe, and is able to bring that exact same performance right over to land in his first matchup here up against the Stallions. And I think a key word that you hit on there as well, Alan, is there was a lot more freedom in that second rotation where you could see routes started to be taken for some of these sub players that really enabled a lot of these rotations, it felt like, here for M7 Electrify. And that's what also allowed them to slowly start to take over, because Stallions were so focused on rotating and so focused on kind of playing back, holding a pre-aim, that people were ending up slipping through, getting to the back, coming from behind them. And then, of course, that position no longer matters whatsoever. So incredible performance coming through to turn that one around.
Yeah, good recap there, partner. Tell you that much. And here's the thing, look, it's difficult in certain regards for us to look at what had recently happened for both of these two teams in Season 2 of the Elite and immediately turn that into a one-for-one evaluation going into this matchup.
Sure.
But I do want to hit on the fact that this Stallions team was untouched by the best North American team in Season 2 playoffs on this map. 250 to 97 of Bakaj is not something you often, if ever, see. So the fact that they were to put that together is pretty unbelievable. Now, that said, like, Bakaj is not necessarily a bad map for this M7 Electrified team either. They actually beat RØKKR Academy here not once but twice in a row. So I don't know. I feel like this series becomes very interesting as far as the maps are concerned now, because you go to a Berlin Search and Destroy next, and based on what we had kind of seen for both of these two teams, there's not a lot of convincing results for either team from the stage Elite to actually give us some sort of a prediction here. But I will say, the longer this series goes, the better it is for M7 Electrify. Their Desert Siege is pretty darn good. Stallions is as well, but I don't know. I have a feeling that just based on what we've seen from M7 Electrify, that Desert Siege map 5, if it gets to it, could potentially favor them.
Yeah, it very well could. I mean, they did end up just winning a Berlin 6-2, I want to say, in that last series that they played. So they did look fairly convincing in that one. I think there was just a lot of post-plant setups that they've almost taken notes from the top CDL teams that have enabled, some different plays around that B bomb site. We typically always see the bomb go down, play for the back, bring in a sniper from time to time. And that is something I will say that Maple likes to do on maps like Berlin, maps like Desert Siege. So we could get some kind of a battle that could come through here going in towards that second map here. But I do feel like you might be feeling pretty good if you're this challenge, just because you recently came off of a pretty convincing map win on it. We saw some ridiculous beams coming through from a lot of that roster as well. Just some gunfights. We were like, are you kidding me right now, Alan? Like, did that just happen? Absolutely it did. So these guys just have to kind of bounce back. And I always feel like the Stallions are so good at being able to keep themselves inside of a series, inside the game. It's never chalked. It's never over. We saw that a lot through the regular season for the simple fact, they started the first week, 1-3, Alan, and then they got into playoffs. So this team is very good at playing from behind at times. You can never sleep on them, and I feel like this is going to be a map that they're going to have to try to respond with.
Yeah, I think the two words that we used to classify this Stallions team was fresh and unorthodox. Everything was a very new, creative look through a lot of different search and control setups. But the thing about it was, playing up against teams like Texas Nation, that extra creative flair didn't really amount to too much against the veteranship and experience that a team like that had. So maybe we could, look at this M7 Electrify team in a similar light, just with the EU lens instead of the NA lens. But it's still early to tell. We go to a search and destroy on Berlin. Opening offense for M7. Very clinically throwing nades to open up some space at B, and they're going to get here for free. No chance at a contest, as the plant will be successful.
Plant is successful here. Still 4v4, plenty of time to try to work with on this retake. Kaiser's trying to search for information on any exits there off of that B site. Doesn't get anything, so now the next plan here for the Stallions. Let's retake mail, see if we can create some bait and switching inside of the mail room, but no kills have come through yet, and there's already a good amount of time that has actually started to escape them, but Too Real finds that first one, and now we go into the 4v3.
And Maple's going to get challenged in the back. The pistol's not going to be good enough. The last two defensive members for M7 are just on the bomb site themselves. This will be a 2v4 hold. The clock in their favor. You have to make a move for Stallions. They find the opener. Can they take down the other? Denza, he's actually killed off not just enough players, but also enough time. Call it what it is. Denza just 1v2s to secure the opening round for M7 Electrify.
Oh, man. That's one way to kick it off here. M7 Electrify coming in with the retake. Just beautifully done. Able to hold out there. And just a lot of key gunfights from Denza inside of the lineup. I mean, how does he find this? I have no idea. But they get the trade a little too late. And that results in the very first round to come through successfully. A lot to clear out, and when you take your time like that, it's really difficult to get over to the site in time, be able to actually safely defuse it, even after you eliminate a couple of members here. So, big heads-up play from Denza, finds it, not enough time to get that defuse.
Oh, boy. All right. What do you have if you're the Stallions? I do remember when we watched over this team, I think it was in playoffs, they had very little creative looks or success towards the A bomb site. Felt like everything was going towards B. Would love to see that playbook develop and adapt more as the defense for M7 Electrify 2-2 stack. But the interesting thing about this is Denza is forward with assistance from Maple on the long side, kind of watching the street. If he has a scope, that would be just kind of picking up for information, if not finding a first blood. Otherwise, an AR will also do the job just fine.
Very slow rounds here so far here in the S&D. Everyone just trying to feel out the strategy, feel out some of the plays coming into this map.
Maple
and so
sniping.
far, it's going to be the sniper rifle yet again. Maple so good with it during the Season 2 Elite. But Yuli, he wants to try to drop this bomb. He has nobody with him, really. Just one player watching over him, but you have this long flank coming through from player 8. Cryptic's going to have to find value. Gets that first one, and Yuli gets a second. 2v2 we go.
Weeman, though, may have a bit of an opportunity to cleanly isolate. Finds the first, no problem. Wants to wait for help. Denza probably giving him that call. No need to overchow this. Yuli, though, with the side door. No, not going to take the gunfight. Weeman able to win. And that will turn that into a 2-0 start for M7 Electrify. And the thing about that entire setup, you know, you can at least appreciate for Stallions, you're trying to create some level of doubt because you show some force towards B, but really the setup for M7 Electrify was never tested. Maple finding the opening pick with the sniper rifle obviously helps lock down that play towards B, but only throwing one member through and getting no tags off of nades, M7 Electrify say, well, no need to flex. This 2-2 setup's perfectly fine for us. And that call allows them a chance to win the round with the 2v1 at the end.
2-0 start here. This is where the Stallions are going to have to start to put some things together. A lot of these first picks, you know, a lot of these late plants have not worked out here for them so far. Was just the first round, offensively and defensively. So now a chance to start to add in some of that adaptation. Over to A we go right now is going to be the plan of attack, and look at the aggression. No fear, right into the site. No one from the Stallions is inside of A defensively. It's really a lot up to Too Real to try to get some information for his team as everyone's going to rotate back through their side.
Yeah, really clear out the B-bomb site. This was all just a play for retake at A. The thing about it is the retake is all from the front, and as Denza pops out the window, you'll find the only flank attempt out of Cryptic, and now he's on a bit of a flank of his own, and he sees everything. Backs away, keeps his life. Now the hit has to come out for the Stallions, and while it's not coming through all that successfully, the cleanup from M7 Electrify, clinical in nature, surgical in precision. A quick 3-0 for M7 Electrify.
Wow. I mean, we saw obviously a recent 6-2 for the Stallions, but they have not found an answer for a lot of this aggression on offense. And the best part about it is that they've now done this at both sites, which makes them really unpredictable going into their future offensive rounds here. So this is really going to keep the Stallions on their toes, and they might have to start setting up some of these blind counters going in towards their future defenses. But now attacking. Last time it was a very slow push over to A. About a good 45, 50 seconds went by before they even started making their move. We'll see if they can try to pick up the tempo a little bit, see if they can get this bomb down. B looks to be the plan, and Cryptic finds the first one. Oh, Cryptic beams the second, as that's already 2 down here for M7 Electrify.
For what it's worth, that is exactly how you foil that 2-2 setup. You get dock control, put that sniper completely out of the picture. And now it's just down to Weeman and Wardy trying to take this from the flank side. 2Real up top. You saw him for a moment through the windows. That'll be good for one elimination, leaving now Weeman by himself, and he doesn't expect the jumping play across the truck. Stallions on the board. And just a good, quick, aggressive adaptation to deal with that 2-2 setup. If Maple's going to snipe on that cross, throw your nades and quickly get over. See if you can avoid his line of sight completely. And then once you take that dockside window, that makes that B-bomb site yours completely.
That's the round they needed. On the board, Stallions now need to slowly work from this deficit. And now what are they going to do differently on defense, right? Now that you've already had to worry about a fast B hit, a fast A hit, how are you going to split up your resources here on the map to be able to defend M7 Electrify from getting a fast bomb plant down? And I like this adaptation. Player 5 comes inside of the site. Just needs to try to get a 1-for-1 if you can. But through the outside, 2 members here from M7 going to see if they can work through the back and create some advantage.
This is a play of, again, a retake play off the flank. 2Real through the middle of the map has help from Kaiser, and even though Yuli is seen, he can get out and keep his life with this setup. So this is all about retaking from the back. The problem with this is if M7 realizes and push through into fire, there's no post-plant breakdown from their point of view if you're Stallions. So you've got to find a way to hit this from multiple points, and as they're clearing out the long flank through train yard, it's going to be a 2-2 split on the retake. Nades are on the way in, and Wardy will fall, leaving things now just to Weeman, and even beyond that, Denza, 1v3 on his hands, 23 seconds to play.
Oh, big gunfight up close, and 2Real finding a couple in that round will put him on 6 in a row. 1 off of the glide bomb, and a really just beautiful retake coming in, saving a lot of your nades, and 2Real set up that play. I wanted to see a change up defending this site. What 2Real does is he stands in the window. So as soon as someone comes busting through, which is exactly what we see through the back here, he just jumps down. He's not interested in the gunfight. He's just interested to see if they're actually attacking A. And you're not only going to do it with one person, so it gives them enough confidence to come back through with the retake, use those nades, use those stunts, soften up the post plan. And they find the numbers advantage to get through there, and that's now back-to-back rounds for the Stallions.
And you have to use this round number 6 to play for streaks. You need to get 2Real 7 here. I'm curious to see how they're going to do it. I like this. It's okay, so this whole setup for Stallions is going to be a design towards B. See if you can maybe try to bait out a flank play through train station and let someone walk into the line of sight of 2Real. The thing about this is it has to be delayed. Because you have to figure that these defenders at A, if they stay planted at the A site, their only option to retake B would be to push through the A site. So this is all about delaying and seeing if you can find a way to get 2Real a free kill by rotating the defense on the flank. But the first thing is you have to get through Maple on this cross if you're going to get a threat towards this B site in the first place.
Yeah, and then even if you get through Maple, you got to get through Denza. But Denza does eat a nade. And he's just going to try to play his life in the window. Yuli trying to battle out, but Denza takes it. Bomb is down. Kaiser needs to find the trade, and he does. And 2Real on the other side of the map does earn that isolated kill. Means that the glide bomb is in play. But it's a 2 versus 2, 25 seconds left. You have to drop this bomb on B. That is where it's going to have to go.
And Weeman's got this little exit block. Oh boy, not good news here. You know Kaiser's playing off the backside of docks, you'd have to feel like. Weeman will confirm the information, but barely gets away with his life in the first place. 8 seconds to play. Both players nearby. Kaiser, do you play for the kills? Do you play for the plant? Well, neither are going to be available because you missed the time for the plant and then you went to a reload. M7 Electrify will give away the glide bomb, but they build their cushion back to 2 rounds as they go up 4-2.
And now you need to make sure that glide bomb equals a round. That's what you have to do here for the Stallions. You still have a very good case to make here to be able to bring this one back. But it has to start, obviously, going in towards this next round. See if they can start to pile up back-to-back rounds here again. Make sure M7 Electrify do not get on map point. And you might look at investing the glide if you don't have a good start here with the first blood or a second. But will they be able to respond like they did previously on the defense? It's been a hit now 3 times in a row so far for M7 Electrify. And Weeman finds that first one, but Yuli able to come up with 2! And he stops the push.
How Herculean is that from Yuli? He loses his AR watching over the top of him in the first opening skirmish. He has to at least trade out his life, and he one-ups it. Goes 2 for none. Bomb is now committing over towards A, but Yuli's not done yet. There's kill number 3. Weeman down low. Yuli wants the ace with the pistol. Breaks back out and resets. This is a smart call, but he actually shows Weeman is back. Leading Weeman now to potential streaks as well. Kaiser deep. Tags him, but can't confirm the elimination. 40 seconds on the clock.
Bomb still down. Wee Man up against Kaiser around the Stallions need. Kaiser reads him, but he does not win the battle. Wee Man with the reaction, with the snap, puts M7 Electrify on map point.
That is unbelievable. On both sides POVs. Initially, it's Yuli. We already called it. Incredible special play for him, but Wee Man in the end to essentially take what is a 1v2, earns himself now what could be the nail in the coffin of this map number 2 with the glide bomb. 12-3, by the way. Casually just... he's breaking these horses in no problem, I would say.
He absolutely is. And too real, I mean, you might have to use the glide here to try to open up some room around B. And look at this call. I love this here from the side of M7 Electrify. They don't need to keep someone on the site because as soon as they try to go for this cross, they can utilize the glide bomb. But first, Too Real is going to utilize his. And he does get some information at the very back of fire and tries to weave one in. Won't find it. Meanwhile, Wardy has found a first blood, but it gets Yuli across. Just a matter of can he play his life, and the glide does not find him. But it's Wardy with a second.
Must have reinforced that rooftop. Yuli didn't even take any damage from it. But they did lose Kaiser on first blood and then Too Real shortly after. So Yuli once again has to do something unbelievable. Make it miraculous. 1v4 required. Tries to go through the back doors, but the windows are shut on him. Gets around the back, but Wardy's there to meet him. And it's M7 Electrify. And let's just say it, Wee Man, who wins the map 12-3 for him, plus the final defuse. M7 Electrify will take map 2 in convincing form, and now they're one map away for being our first team to qualify for the Pro-Am.
They're looking solid right now, Alan. The Stallions just have not really been able to keep up with them. They had a great start in the map one on Bocage, but then slipped up in the second rotation, and it's almost a similar story here in the S&D where they do fall, the first couple of rounds, they bring it back, but they stop finding some of those adaptive plays and play calls that were working out for them there in the first half, and all of a sudden it gets turned around at the back end of Wee Man just doing some ridiculous things. And a lot of it also comes back to that 1v2 that Wee Man finds, because you only gets 3 in that round, and if the Stallions, you're like, all right, well, this is surely the round we're going to be able to take. And Wee Man says no, and despite Cryptic holding that line of sight with the pre-aim, he still loses out on that battle as we go through now all of the replays here in the second map.
Yeah, it really was, I would say, just from the get-go, just strategically a map that was... I guess you look at it and you kind of just see the early first 4 rounds and say, okay, M7 Electrify have a really good handle on what they want to do from their defensive setups, and even their offensive looks were really clean. Use the word clinical and surgical kind of hand in hand with one another, and I think those are the two that you largely look back on and say, okay, like, you see exactly what M7 want to do here. There's nothing that they're trying to disguise. There's nothing that they're trying to build as a facade or a feint. Everything is as is. Like, you're going to get what you get with a 2-2 defensive setup, and those little offensive looks as well. Just a clinical breakdown of how do you enter in towards the site in the first place. Quick plants a couple of different times towards A, and there really wasn't an answer for Stallions largely throughout the entirety of those opening battles. Outside of Yuli, again, like you had mentioned, kind of going big in that initial engagement right inside of the office itself. So, yeah, it's M7 Electrify looking really solid on the map. And as you take a look, it really is just Wee Man. And the thing about it, and look, we got to do our due diligence here. We've been talking about Denza and Morty now for the last 2.5, 3 years. But you cannot forget how good Wee Man has been in EU Challengers over the course of his career. And even beyond that, his ability to play at things like Worlds and the CWL years, he's been a mainstay of European COD, and he's really having himself a hell of a year this year.
He is. He's having a really good start to the season. He's obviously coming to, one of the first lands we've had in a couple of years and is also performing extremely well. And it's these series, these games that are going to help you qualify where you really need to see some individual players step up. And you're right, we do always highlight a lot of the other members on this roster, but definitely have to give a lot of kudos and credit over to Wee Man here, 12-3. And the big factor is, he is the AR player doing this, and you look at Kaiser and Cryptic on the other side, the players that are going to be battling him are 3-7 and 3-6. So he is creating, this additional room on the map here for Maple to be able to get information, for Wardy and Denza to get aggressive and make some of these big moves on the sites. So really do have to highlight him. And 6-2 now, 2-0 up in the series. So this is going to have to now be a map number 3 coming in for the Stallions, heading into the control. I believe that's going to be on a Tuscan here, Alan, that they're going to have to do it on.
Look, and here's the thing. I think the first time you and I both kind of opened our eyes to the potential of the Stallions team was on this map mode combination.
It was.
This is before the tick progression change. They were putting together some aggressive looks from the attacking side. And it was one that was like, okay, guys, who do we think we are? Let's, you know, is this actually going to work? And then, wait a second, this actually is working. I wasn't like, hold my beer for a second. These guys are doing it. So, you know, I think as far as how do you frame up a reverse sweep for Stallions, this is a good first map for you. The thing about it is, as you get into a Berlin hardpoint, you start to sweat a little bit more, largely because that's where Vengeance both baked and buttered their bread in hardpoint when they played through season 2. So it's a difficult task. And then even on top of that, again, the Desert Siege has been good for Stallions, but I really do like the looks that we saw from Vengeance or this M7 Electrify team when they were playing as Vengeance on the map. So it's a difficult reverse sweep, but I think as far as getting it off the ground, getting one map under your belt, this is a great one for them to go to.
I agree, and you almost have to throw out the question, like, how prepared are M7 Electrify, you know, against the Stallions with some of their unorthodox strategies that we love to talk about, that we love to see. Sure, they're extremely well prepped around the teams that they play against in the elites and in the opens and whatnot here throughout Europe, but, you know, how are they going to be able to fare against a team that they might not be prepared for in this map mode combination with their, you know, very creative and fun and exciting strategies? I think that's really the big question that we'll find out very quickly, of course. But on that other note, we do know that the Stallions, when they are able to catch fire in a map, they can turn a series around. We saw, you know, a ridiculous amount of like 0-2 starts, even when you go back, you know, to this roster, the majority of it in season 1, where they did go down 0-2 multiple times, and it was the fact that they were able to bring it back, not always close out the map 5, but they could at least get it there and kind of keep you on your toes if you don't close it out. So we'll see if they can do that here again. And again, I'm also looking at Yuli, I think, for someone that could potentially step up and make sure that he can try to get some of those aggressive plays happen, do some of that roaming, split up the defense, make sure they're not looking solid, and then you're going to have to win that battle versus Wardy, who's going to do the exact same thing. Tracking names here, I think, is going to be the game for both of these squads, especially with the way we've seen Tuscan Control kind of evolve over the last couple of weeks with the tick change coming in.
And, you know, the thing, too, here, just to kind of talk again the macro scheme, they're really, as far as European teams that are left in the mix to potentially qualify for the Pro-Am, there really aren't too many more left. We're starting to lose them more rapidly than we are starting to gain them, I'll say that much. So this is the final team in the winners bracket from Europe. Obviously, as we mentioned, this is the season 2 champs from the EU Elite from this last season. But you've got Toronto Ultra Academy EU. They're in the battle in the lower bracket. Sucre's Bakery and Team Invincibles are the other 2 EU teams that are still alive. RØKKR Academy got surprised at a map 5 versus DTO, which, let's not sleep on DTO. These guys are nasty, but it is a bit surprising to come off of what we had been labeling as the perennial favorite out of Europe over the course of the entire Challengers year to only finish top 16. That's going to feel really bad for the Spanish community.
It definitely does. And I mean, obviously at your own event, right? Like, you want to be able to put on here, see if you can make some waves. And it doesn't happen. And, you know, we've wanted to see this for a very long time, but I also think that there's a similar trend where you still have like the majority of this roster from last year in Cold War, where, remember, they started off with the first like 4 or 5 events, just convincing, looked very dominant. And then as teams kind of play them a little more, we get a few more months into the season, and all of a sudden they start slipping a little bit. They start placing top 2s, top 3s, and things like this. So, you know, very similar trend to what we saw at the beginning of Cold War here. Unfortunate there for them, but now we'll see if, you know, Vengeance, or rather, you know, M7 Electrify can try to keep that going here, see if they might have it in them to keep EU hopes alive. I know there's a lot of, you know, people over there rooting for those guys, you know, Brody and things like that, wanting to make sure they come out here and might be able to put on a show. They very well might. They just have to make sure they close out the Stallions. Close it out here. Don't give them any room to start to build off of, because like I've said, you know, this team could really bring things back in a series, and never count these guys out. And going into something like the Control very well could be where they start to turn it around.
Yeah, this is a team that has nothing to lose. That was, I think, maybe one of the talking points that we may have missed out on when it came to Season 2 overall for this squad. Is like, hey, you know, for 2 of the 4 players in this roster, that was their first ever experience in a Challengers Elite season, and they made it into playoffs and looked good during those playoffs.
Very good.
So you're riding a high for sure, but as far as this is dipping your toe in, hey, it looks more like you're diving straight into this challengers pool if you're someone like Kaiser and Cryptic. So it's been one hell of a run so far. So when it comes to the pretense of, building up a reverse sweep, there are no falsities in hoping that could potentially happen here for this Stallions team. It just comes down to, can you get a solid control going your way? Because I really do mean that opening Bacage, I think, really would have set the tone if Stallions could have come out and found a way to fry on it. But missing out on an opportunity in that second rotation, it kind of feels like M7 Electrify have controlled the tempo and pace from there on out so far through that last map and a half that we've had.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I mean, I think I hit on it halfway through the Bocage where like the slaying was, just slightly in M7's favor. But overall, you can see the Stallions, building up a 30-40 point lead before going to that P3, P4. So we know they can do it. We know they can come out here, win some battles, create some tempo here in their favor, and potentially take over the map. It's just a matter, are they going to be able to do it against M7 Electrify? The team coming out of Europe, looking to see if they can solidify themselves that top 4 spot, get into that Pro-Am, play those pro teams. That's what a lot of these guys are looking to do, including the Stallions. We're going to have to start to work back, starting right here in this map.
And just for what it's worth, this has been so far the most convincing series that M7 Electrify have played so far. Yesterday, they barely even made it in the winner's bracket today. They had a map 3 affair with Dream Team, who was a 30s seed. Then a map 5 to open up their day-to-day versus Furious Steel before coming through Infamous, and their last matchup 3-1 was the victory there. So it's interesting to see how a team just kind of progresses through the weekend. And as we've seen on LAN, apparently the Volk is just a different type of breed. Maple going to give himself a go at it. And as he finds his opening kill, he was able to track down 2Real at range, and he's able to push him back long enough to at least secure the first tick of progress. And now the kills really do come through as the second tick looks imminent.
Yeah, you're starting to see why we're seeing more of it because of this kind of flexibility it brings, little longer range, and you can still fry players up close, with that MP40. So nice job here right off the bat. M7 Electrify are potentially going to come away with the A zone here. We will see Denza try to reposition himself, waits patiently for Cryptic to come around the back, and that means that we will get an extra minute of time very early.
Yeah, lots of lives here for M7 Electrify. Not just the time, but you could expend some of these lives in trying to do something weird, which maybe they were looking to go off the back, but this time Denza just walks forward. But 2Real mantles over a ledge up top on the patio. That'll be good to shut down the initial play from M7 Electrify, and the Stallions can start to put together their defense. But Austin, this is one thing we said a lot about this Stallions team defensively. Sometimes they kind of hit the brakes too hard and stay a bit too bunkered. You cannot just sit below patio. You need to get forward in towards P5, and it looks like they're going to trust 2Real on the long flank to try to win this rotation.
That's right. A lot of what they were doing defensively was, hold on, I'm going to scratch that point. Look at this play right here from Kaiser, who's got to find a new spot that I did not see as of yet, and he's going to be able to at least come away with one. And now 2Real does find value on this flank. Just needs to find one more inside the point, and he does so. So the point I was going to dive into is that they don't usually take these routes, Alan. They don't take this kind of risk to push forward, catch players coming off of the defensive spawn, and see if you can start to eliminate some of those lives. But 2Real gets a lot of work done and sets up Kaiser to take away now the P5 power position.
Well, here we go. 14v13. M7 Electrify slowing down the pace. Wanted to control some of this setup around the patio side. But once again, there are Stallions members all around the map. And these individual gunfights that are being won are providing so much value to not just killing off the lives, but arguably, maybe even more importantly, killing off a lot of the time. First tick of progress, further being depleted. Yuli up top. Opportunity to clean up the radio, and he does find Wardy. Help from beyond as stuns come through, but he cannot confirm the reload. And there will not be significant enough trade. So M7 Electrify, 10v9, 30 seconds. They've got to play towards B. If they can just find a way on, maybe there's a chance.
Oh, Denza was trying to fly through the back there on the minimap. He still has another player to try to pick up where he left off. It's Wardy. Wardy has come up with 2, but he's got none of his teammates left on the map here. Well, there's 7 lives playing up against 7. Wardy again would have to try to go big, stop the resources from getting through the back, but Yuli able to find that one with ease. And that very well might just be the round here for the Stallions. One last good push to try to stop the clock. Weeman does throw his body on it, trying to get that first tick of progress. Yuli will deny any chance whatsoever from M7 Electrify. It's all up to Wardy to see if he can beam a couple more players, but this one is all wrapped up and done. The Stallions, they hold very well defensively here at B.
Biggest thing about it, I think we both hit it. Stallions, we are a bit timid when we watch them kind of sit passively in the back around this B zone, almost kind of saying, hey, come on, in water's fine. A lot of that mentality during the stage 2 of Elite really kind of failed for them, but that time, aggressive routes through the top side of what was previously the A zone, allowing some more defensive flex. Love to see that extra bit of creativity coming through from the Stallions to open up the flank in a different way. And a good opening start from the player that you had highlighted. Yuli at 12-7. A really nice look initially. Now the Stallions, as they traditionally do, they do the untraditional thing. 4-man stack over in towards B. They take care of Wardy cleanly, and they get through the second defender and Weeman, but the stun is big. Doesn't make a difference, though. Weeman is looking to follow up off of it. This is 3 straight kills. First tick of progress. Call it what it is. It's done. It's dusted. The second one on the way. Wardy looking to contest, but he's not going to get here large enough to stop. The third tick of progress looking even better. They might just get this on the first go. It's a 1v1 for the B point, and Cryptic on 5 will add 60 seconds the hard way.
And that's the Stallions gameplay that we love to see, Alan, coming out here for hitting B, and the play is still not done. They're already on A. That first tick of progress might have just come through. Yuli looking for the second, but it will be traded out, but he's still got teammates on the zone. Second tick of progress is almost in.
Oh, this is such a huge advantage for Stallions. Oh boy, M7, welcome to North American Control, says Stallions. We do it weird, but we do it good,
wow,
brother. 23-15 the lives, and arguably one of the fastest Tuscan Control rounds you're likely to see.
And Alan, what did we say coming into this series? The Stallions are one of the most exciting teams to watch here in North America, and it's because of reasons like that. They have practiced, set up, and solidified that offensive push over to B, and they win gunfight after gunfight, take down wave after wave, and all of a sudden, M7 Electrify like, oh, we lost the B zone, we got to go over to A. They're already on A, so steps above M7 Electrify coming out of that very first offensive round, and they are already 2-0 up here in this third map.
And M7 doing their best Scarecrow impersonation. Taste of your own medicine, doctor. All 4 members right through the mix. But look at the setup for Stallions. They're ready for this. Like, no, you're not going to beat us at our own play. Clean hold Kaiser for 2 in the back. Gets himself 1 away from streaks. Gets stunned up. The jump challenge from Maple shuts down the potential streaks, but it's still Stallions who win the defense around the B zone early.
Wardy, though, will be able to find Yuli. Doesn't want to fully push through. Still a lot of information up on the map here. Not sure where every single member is, but Weeman finding that second might have just enabled this push over to A. They will start to stop the clock, but they do lose Wardy through the middle of the map here. So a lot to watch out for right now for Weeman and Denza, but they're doing a good job of it. Able to find 2. Maple with a nade over the top will be able to create some space. That second tick just about in, and Wardy wins another battle through mid.
Oh, look at this. This is going to be a double hit over through the middle of Church. Wardy sees one player leapfrogging out of the top side broken hall. But enough help there for Stallions to be able to find a way to come over and deplete the third tick. But as you'd called it, this is a war on 2 fronts here for M7 Electrify. First tick of progress, looking to get solo capped by Maple. And he's, wait, I don't think he got it. He didn't stay on for long enough. That could be a cataclysmic mistake because now Stallions are here defensively. And as the trades start to come through, they're going to be able to stop the first tick of progress at B. Maple, what have you done?
Yeah, that's a massive mistake right there. You don't get that full tick, and now that's really going to hurt you if you get this zone, and you do. So you have a minute 40. You do have about half of that progress done if you can try to slip through and get here now, and really a lot of that pressure about to fall on Denza. But Kaiser's just cleaned up too. He's going to slow down, find that first win in the back, try and play his life, but his teammates are going to have to get to him.
And that's the thing, is Stallions are just like, oh, Denza's in the back. All right, just let him stay there. You know, who cares? He's not going to do anything by himself from this angle. Let's just keep the middle of the map and also make sure we're good through maps. But as Denza has to come forward and activates himself to make a solo play, he actually takes down another 3. So now he's got the opportunity to not just cut off rotations, he could actually pinch this setup over towards the B zone. Problem is, I think he's thinking about streaks a little bit too much here. Maybe also the lives being dwindled as they are. Tries to value his life too much, and Stallions will once again reclaim the B zone.
Yeah, the big problem I feel like is going to be the lives here. Only 5 remaining. So you're going to have to be fairly clean, just about perfect. And Denza is unable to keep that spree going. Now everything about to come through from the front. The Stallions have their setup, have a player set up in the patio as well. 2 real, ready for that push to come on in. 3 lives, only 1 more hit.
Last ditch effort, 2v9. Make it a 1v9. Maple versus the world. And, well, he's out of ammunition for the automaton. So you got to either pick another one up or reload, and that will be the cause of his death. Stallions clean. The Tuscan control. Take a 3-0. They're on the board. Path to reverse sweep. Step 1 completed.
And I feel like we set it up so well, Alan, because like this is almost what I was like expecting from the Stallions, you know, being 0-2 down, being able to work back. I'm not going to say that I expected a 3-0, but I did expect the fact that they could bounce back here, definitely take a map off of this roster, and they do so very convincingly, and it comes through off of just that B push. I feel like you just get so sideswiped about what this team has just done to you, and you're unable to recover on the fly, and they're already steps ahead of you working towards the other zone. This is what we talk about when we see the Stallions. So that was a very clean control coming through after, you know, being 0-2 down going into that Tuscan.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, my internet keeps kind of ducking on me a little bit. I don't mean to keep you in dead silence every now and again, Austin, but
just building it up, you know.
It's merited, right? The silence is merited here. Like you kind of have to, you know, press F to pay respects. That's a hell of a look from Stallions. And again, like we're kind of in this position where I don't want to say that we're numb and used to it, but we've seen them do this so much through season 2. That it almost becomes commonplace to expect that Stallions are going to find success in this facet because no one else is doing this. And the thing, too, in one of the narratives that we were building going into playoffs, even though Stallions had to fight through their last regular group stage matches to even get to the playoffs in the first place, I think when we were looking at the 4 teams that made NA playoffs for Season 2, we were like, if there were to be a team to potentially stop this Stallion squad, or this Texas Nation squad, it would be a team like Stallions because of how weird they play.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. Just the different play style that you might not be used to is enough to sometimes throw teams off, and we did come in there with that kind of an assumption, you know, for Season 2. Doesn't end up working out in full, but they still are able to make a lot of waves and break into that playoff bracket where they do a bit of damage there with the top 3 finish. So trying to bring a lot of that energy now into what is going to be this entire bracket here in Minnesota as well as this series. But problem here, Alan, is that it doesn't get easier. We're going into a Berlin hardpoint, and I can almost remember the majority of the Berlin hardpoints that Stallions play. They almost always end in single digits, just about, where they clutch up like the final break. But you know, will a team like M7 Electrify even give you that kind of hope when it comes down to the way they play through the rotations and the way that Weeman sets up on a map like Berlin? He is such a huge part of why this team is successful. And I think you are really looking at Kaiser as well as Cryptic to make sure they're bringing that same AR pressure that we just saw in Tuscan over to this Berlin as well.
I like that call. Again, just from Season 2, this was a great map for Vengeance when they were playing as that name. On the other side, Stallions, as you mentioned, yeah, they went, I think, like 3-3 on the map overall from Season 2, but all of their games were like 200 plus to 250s, even when they won. So I think the thing here, if you're Stallions, you have to dictate how the battle on rotation is going to go. You cannot allow Denza and Wardy to split you up, kind of like how Texas Nation did versus this team. You have to be aware of when those SMGs are hitting routes, and if they're missing, you have to pay them the respect that they deserve. You have to go searching for them, maybe even giving up some hard point time to make sure that those rotations are locked.
Well, Alan, let's get into it. Map number 4, Stallions trying to pull off the reverse sweep. Favored side here for M7 Electrify, right into the point. Weeman coming up with 2. And now through the back here, the Stallions trying to see if they can break into P1. Too Real not going to favor that gunfight. Decides to back up with his teammates as they set up the bait and switch.
It's a 3-man stack inside the hill, though. This is dangerous for Stallions. You're trying to get around the back, and that's being watched by Maple. So as far as an initial hold is concerned for M7 Electrify, it's absolutely perfect. Weeman watched the mid-cross to make sure there were no initial pinches, and then off of respawn, Maple picks up the outside platform sandbags play, and Stallions find no success. They barely even contested any time here.
0. I mean, this is a flawless hold and almost a battle won for the rotation here as well for M7 Electrify. But Stallions need to now get on the hard point. They do exactly that. Maple's trying to threaten the spawns in the back. 3 in a row there for him. Yuli will be able to clean that up. So now here we go, through the front of Mail. Can you win this battle? Yes, you can. Wee Man can't get that second, but the trades are looking solid for Denza. Needs to get some more work done inside of the hard point, however. And now you got teammates, everyone flooding in, 50-50 battle. Yuli tries to bring it to him, but Denza stays alive. However, it's not enough.
No, not yet. It's still down to this last 1v1 before we actually convincingly see a winner, and it is Wee Man who jumps in, the last remaining M7 Electrify member to get through. Yuli looking to finesse it. Oh, I was about to say he's got some room to work with, but a teammate takes him out of the picture. And that's bad news because you still have to work through this last member on the hill. That's Wardy, who turns that into a double somehow. He was completely caught off guard and I believe tagged, but it didn't make much of a difference. But that said, Stallions do at least have some ground to work with as they try to rotate over to 3. It's not convincing enough to keep M7 from spawning in, but there is an opportunity to block these spawns as the hill opens up. And even on top of that, a contest from Yuli through fire as Stallions work forward, but it's in pieces. And it's M7 Electrify with numbers as they lock down the hill.
They do have numbers in the hill, but they don't have full control of the spawns, and that's because of Too Real. He has worked for a couple of big rotational spawns just to even get the Stallions back here. But now it's time to break. Inside of P3, Kaiser, 2 in a row, looking for a second inside the hard point, and Kaiser delivers. Big plays coming in and at a crucial time. However, they need to keep it up. Wardy just makes it look too easy as he cleans up 2 more, but Yuli will respond with 2 of his own as they have at least 19 seconds up for grabs.
No, this is good news. That was a 4-man re-hit for M7 Electrify looking for the scrap time. Sure, they'll have their backs to the new hard point at the train yard, but that's good time there for Stallions, and because of that commitment, I was going to say there is an opportunity to get a member forward quickly. That was Kaiser looking to play through Warehouse, but M7 Electrify deal with that. So just when you thought that maybe Stallions did kind of 2 things at once, securing scrap.
I think we might have lost Allen, but as we come back in, 40 seconds now left on this hill. Yuli trying to battle out through the ARs to see if he can maybe put himself in a spot where they can contest the time, but Kaiser through the back tried to flip that one out, only able to come up with 1. Too Real and Cryptic, however, winning some individual battles does allow the Stallions to try to get some time, but Wee Man says no more of that as he flies through off the close spawn, and we still have a neutral hill.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, it's good news for Stallions because you got some good ground to work with here on the train yard kind of platform side. So you're able to continue to find angles to contest these spots. The thing that you're missing is the ability to play for time here. And that's kind of, I won't say a necessity at this stage in the game. It's still early, but when you find yourself down nearly double the points, it definitely starts to get you mentally that, okay, we got to start making some plays here. We got to get into the hard point. We need to start seeing some accruement of score here. And they may be able to do that right here in the destroyed hill because, simply put, you've got some good pressure on the outsides of it. You're only just kind of missing the high ground inside the interior. And, well, they miss one thing, and that seems to be kind of the thorn in their side as M7 Electrify take up the 3rd floors. And with that, also now an opportunity to play for the hill.
And playing for the hill is what you're going to have to start doing. It's what we saw this in the very first map. All of a sudden, for the second rotation, M7 Electrify started keeping the Stallions outside of it, started holding their setups, but that's a clean feed of red. That's going to allow them to move in, potentially get some of the scrap time, but more importantly, allow them to have a setup. We know P1's a money hill, Allen. If you want to get back in this game, it all starts with this rotation.
Fight coming forward. Too Real on the front of the hard point is just waiting for someone to chow. The thing is, has Maple found an opening? Oh, not quite yet. Yuli around the back, keeps safe the flank. This allows the rest of the Stallions to focus forward, but Wee Man once again somehow pulls a double from in the middle of no man's land. That's going to allow him a chance to play through the concrete stairs, and as that is really the focus for Stallions, now it's the SMGs on the other side for M7 Electrify. These little pinches are starting to, I imagine, become very annoying for Stallions to deal with. Luckily enough, they do find a way to deal with it quickly to get themselves back in the hill without too much consequence, but this is what I mean when I talk about tempo and pacing. M7 Electrify are definitely in the position to really just continue to play kind of a nuisance style of hardpoint. It's worked out for them so far, and if you're Stallions, you need to start getting some of those kind of same rogue style plays of your own. It looks like they're doing that as Yuli is now pushed forward. Kaiser kind of controlling the middle of the map, as this will be potentially scrap turn into initial from 1 to 2.
I mean, this is perfect. Like, they get like that remaining 30 seconds or so to allow them to get back into the game, and then they flip the spawns out just before the new hill pops. This could be their chance to not only close the gap more, but maybe even take the lead. But you need the gunfight wins, and you need the time. Maple staying alive inside of Mail, but he loses all of his teammates, so it's up to Maple. Goes to the pistol, but Kaiser will win the battle just barely. As we'll see now, Denza work through the back. The rest of M7 Electrify are together, and they're back inside the hardpoint.
And that kill for Kaiser was a glide bomb as well, by the way. But the thing about this is Yuli is the only standing Stallions member who can get to the hard point, because once again, the cross is being watched so avidly by M7 Electrify, it's never allowing Stallions a chance to come back through. And as we're starting to get later and later into this game, again, you start to feel like you have to play for scrap time, and Wardy's beaming people from across the map with an MP40, and now he's on rotation. He's got a player stuck in the window. Wardy onto 4, Yuli will shut him down, but here's his other SMG duo, Denza, in through the hard point, looking to make a play for a flip. 1v1 on the outside. No, it's Cryptic who wins it. It's Stallions will just barely hang on to the backside of P3.
And look at the difference coming through on the second rotations now. They're winning these crucial battles in the back, controlling the spawns, keeping M7 Electrify out of the point. But they still have a chance to try to bulldoze their way right into P3. Wardy finding one. Need a trade coming in here, and Kaiser's there for the assistance onto his duo Cryptic, and Kaiser ends up finding 2, almost 3. Wee Man also trying to make a big play. So back and forth between both of these squads, but in the end, the Stallions, they have been able to hold on here, and this will bring us just to about an even game.
Oh, it's going to be an even game here, Austin. That was an overcommitment from Wee Man. I get what you're looking at. You think you've got a 1v1 in the hill. You're the last remaining member for your team, but Stallions spawn up. So it's just a simple bet that Yuli and Kaiser could just finesse their life, and I'm just as confused as you are there, Austin. They're going to try to hit for scrap time again. This leaves them completely short-sighted on rotation, and Stallions are going to have the spawns. It just comes down to who wins the gunfights. In the back, Wee Man in a position to try to lock things up, and they're going to commit the glide bomb that doesn't actually connect. So as far as the rotation is concerned, it's still a 50-50 for the hill.
Yeah, I think Denza makes a big misplay there going for that kill at the old hill. They're able to recover, but it gave Stallions a chance with the close spawns to be able to get some control around the point. Now they have to do it by way of gunfights, trying to attack multiple angles at the same time here. Wardy's ready and waiting for one, but Kaiser and Cryptic, they have the response. And that means that the hill will go neutral. Still 50-50 shot for both of these teams to try to move through and get some of this remaining scrap time. 20 seconds up for grabs. Yuli trying to move forward. He finds 2, and that should be able to establish the remaining scrap time over to the Stallions.
You need to re-win this train platform, though. That's the biggest thing, I think, if you're Stallions. You don't just want to let this go for free, and oh boy, they may have to concede it. That's bad news, because they're going to have a free look for the side of M7 Electrify to watch these players cross over to mailroom. This is what I was worried about. Uh-oh. Things looking dangerous, but wait a second. Take a look at number 2. Turiel in the back. He's able to find one elimination. But gets instantly traded. And maybe if he can go further forward, he could try to influence a flip on the spawns, but he gets traded out, and now another advantage for M7 Electrify is they're not just in the hill. They've made safe the left side of the map, which they want.
Yeah, the Stallions have done an excellent job of keeping this one close, bringing it back here and there, but they've never been able to take control of the lead. And P5, I mean, this has just been perfect here so far. M7 Electrify, they have every single angle cut down, and Maple pushes at the side, comes up with 1, but it's Cryptic that gets 2, looking for the 3rd. Battle versus Denza, and Denza's gonna take it. 208 to 168. M7 Electrify, they have control the majority of the time at P5, and now they have a massive lead coming into the new hill.
Oh, that was a massive 1v1 as well between Wee Man and Turiel. Won by M7 Electrify, so they will open up this hard point. Plus, Wardy is once again just trying to stall out the break.
All right, 15 seconds left here. Coming on through here for us. M7 Electrify, they could put it away. They could advance to the next round. Comes through with just a couple more gunfights. The Stallions backs up against the wall. Need to find a break. Denza on 3 in a row, looking for the 4th. Gets great assistance here from Maple, who's able to stay on the time. And there you have it, M7 Electrify. They will close out the series 3-1.
Yeah, there were so many individual moments in there that you look at for the Stallions and say, woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? I mean, there was a couple of key rotations that were just missed out on 1 or 2 eliminations, a couple of break attempts that were just a bit softer than you would have liked to have seen them. And I think just at the end of the day, it really is just the fundamental Call of Duty played by these 4 experienced European players was a bit too much. And that was the same thing that we said about this Stallions team in the North American Season 2 playoffs. So many good looks for them versus some established players. But when they faced up against Texas Nation, the most veteran team in North America, their little trickery, their cheekiness, their fresh looks, not quite enough to get the job done. I think we can say the same thing about this series here.
Yeah, we definitely can. I mean, impressive the entire way through. Sure, they get, shook a little bit there in the map number 3, but I'm sure they've taken the mental notes now if they ever have to play the Stallions on Tuscan Control again. But throughout that map, everything else, it felt like it was extremely clean. I mean, just Wardy also having a couple of incredible maps here. You have to talk about the hard points. He drops 40 on the Bocage. He drops 30 here in this map on Berlin. I mean, like, this is the player. Also, something I brought up as well is that Wardy almost, completely gave up Call of Duty this year. And now here he is at the Minnesota LAN, breaking into the top 4 with a couple of back-to-back hardpoint performances that are just out of this world. So incredible stuff coming through for him, as well as the rest of the team, really stepping up, bringing it to the Stallions and sending them down to the lower bracket.
And with that said, we have to just give the massive congratulations to M7 Electrify, the first team for challengers to ever qualify to play up against CDL squads again. That win gives them the opening spot in the CDL Pro-Am. If you're not familiar with what that is, we're going to have not just the 12 CDL teams, but the top 4 challengers teams from this event. They'll make up 4 different groups for the first time since CWL Black Ops 4, where AM teams will have a chance to face up against the established pros. So a massive congratulations to the 4 players in both of the organizations for coming out, supporting those European players, getting them here in the first place. It's a difficult world out there, Austin, but boy, are we glad that these guys showed up.
I'm very glad for this squad that has been putting in a lot of work. I mean, we even had, our doubts around that Vengeance roster when they had come into Season 1. They make some of those changes where Denza gets some new members. We saw what he did and how he had such a fire start to the year after getting dropped from a top 3 squad at the beginning of the game and turns it around with all of these members that never really have been standouts, it feels like, in quite a bit of time, but they have come together and they have looked like a totally different beast. And as we dive into the bracket, we can see a lot of what's been happening here for us so far, Alan. We have a lot happening down in that lower bracket here as well. A couple of big upsets, but of course the big one, M7 Electrify, they get that 3-1, and now we also got another semifinal coming in here as well, where Toronto Ultra NA just beat Toronto Ultra EU, and now they go up against Texas Nation.
Whew, it's going to be a good one. A lot of expectations about that Texas Nation team. So many events won in a row. But this Toronto Ultra NA team is looking a little bit different, not just on land, but in tournament environments. They've been really good, even including the last couple of cup performances. Most notably, it's a rematch, Austin.
It's a rematch.
Played each other in the grand finals of Cup 8. It took 2 best-of-5s to get the job done, but Texas Nation was able to win from the lower bracket in 2 BO5s against this Toronto Ultra NA team. So a lot of history, very recent history for those 2 squads, but it's going to...
Oh, looks like we lost Alan. It's okay. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it right now for the first semifinal. We'll be right back with a second here in a moment.
tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Man, oh man, look at that live shot of the venue down there. You see Texas Nation getting ready and warmed up. That smells a little bit like passion. The Passion Pit's back for Call of Duty. It's great to see you. Thank you so much to the RØKKR putting on this event for not only the second major of the CDL, but also giving the Challengers something to play for in the Challengers Open. I love seeing all the players back in one venue. It's been so long. People do not understand how long we have been waiting for this. As talent, as players, it's just cool to see Call of Duty players back where they belong, in the trenches, Ellen. In the trenches, man.
I tell
in the
you,
trenches.
like, it's a little weird.
Yeah, it is.
Not being there for me and like playing, because usually I'm a part of that like pit. And just, I don't know. It's like, but it's been so long. It feels like a dream, right? Like a couple of years ago, like we're just in garages, right? So it's just, my goodness, it feels like just another day of Call of Duty, and upsets indeed has had happened this weekend.
They absolutely have, and that's the beauty of the Open, because you never know what team's going to show up. You never know what online team may just continue to be online. That line has become much more blurred as of late, but this just reminds you kind of where we sit with challengers. Let's take a look at the bracket, because, well, we've got games we got to get through, folks, and we got a championship bracket we got to talk about. In the upper side, Texas Nation 3-1 over Alpha Esports. They move on to play Toronto Ultra North America. The Academy roster, no, not the pro team, the Academy roster is in both regions, Europe and NA. NA got the better of the European brethren. Team War dropped 3-1. We saw that to start the broadcast, and then we followed it with our last series, M7 Electrify versus Infamous, which moved on to M7 Electrify versus Stallions. And, well, Stallions just couldn't hang in the end. M7 Electrify, also known aka as Vengeance, that team is disgusting. They're European champions for a reason, and they continue just to be one of the best teams in probably all this bracket. And I would also be shocked if they didn't qualify. So I believe now that they made it to the winners finals, they're almost there. But Texas Nation, Toronto Ultra Academy, North America. Ellen, that is our next matchup.
Yeah, and this is basically another rematch, if you will, because they had just recently played, and we know that, well, essentially it was Ultra Academy that was able to take Texas Nation down in that round, in that winners, and then in losers, or excuse me, Texas Nation ultimately won 2 back-to-back, and a big reason for that was Jordan General, who just opened up with a 2-piece with a nade.
You know, Jordan General's had a really, really interesting career, and I feel like he kind of, it wasn't that he blossomed, but his name got picked up into the pro circuit during his E6 run many, many, many moons ago, and he's consistently been one of the best subs in the CDL, and I love that he's maintained his presence on the Optic roster, because I think he brings a lot to the table intangibly wise. He is one of the smarter players we've had in recent memory, but also he's a consistent player. Like, the dude's been around since the Jetpack era, and he's continued to prove that he absolutely deserves to be in these positions. And not only that, but he gets the funding from Optic to compete in situations like this, on orgs like this. Texas Nation, about as close to an Optic Academy as you're going to get, but early on, it's all the time for Texas Ultra trying to fight their way back into P2.
On the flip side, though, Scrappy, how dominant has he been playing? I mean, he was originally a part of that UIU squad, and then now he left and he joined Ultra Academy this for the North American side. And my goodness, you hear him all weekend, the screams, the hype, and Texas Nation overall, even though they had a really, really good start off. It's Scrap, who's kind of just going off right now, 6-3, and kind of making it very, very hard. Obviously, you say, as well, Ultra Academy have to funnel on through, and Vehicle doing just that. It's the sub pressure that is kind of lacking a little bit right now, but needs to step it up for Ultra Academy. It's Jordan General still going off, obviously.
Yeah, they're just kind of frying. I mean, this is the best team in North America right now. Texas Nation in the Elite Series, the better team overall. Ultra Academy had a pretty weak, I would say, stage 2. A lot of high hopes going into this roster, a lot of predictions for potentially them making a top 4 run, but it didn't seem like they were able to put every piece together. Now, granted, they've had some time off to work out the kinks, get back into the swing of things, and the Open is much different than an Elite Series or season, to say. But in general, there is more, no pun intended, to be expected from Ultra Academy, and right now, they just have to work on getting over to P3. So the rotation ensues, Texas Nation inside for the moment, and those kills help them maintain the time early on.
And you see Ultra Academy working that Riverside. That is where the pressure needs to come through, and they are successful with the break. So this is where they need to hold. There's 30 seconds left, which would be very, very contest heavy, but Havoc almost had a two-piece there. The breaks
Yeah.
from Texas Nation to make it a little bit scrappy. They're not going to really commit too much time, as you see Kismet thinking about that rotation towards the train side. Very good hold from Ultra Academy. And then you're going to see Mohawk work River with his teammate Hixie in hand. This is really going to be the rotational gunfights that do come through. Kismet looking to stop. Does take down Hixie, so now Mohawk left alone. And Havoc, of course, for the trade.
I mean, this entire game has boiled down to a 3v3 with Vikal starting off at 3-8. On the other side, Brezzy at 1-8. It really has come down just a couple of key gunfights inside these hardpoints, but on the opposing sides, the parallel ARs have done their job. Havoc caught reloading, so Toronto Ultra will escape through the back, and here comes the push, all purple in the middle of the map, but we spread some of these spawns out for Texas. They're trying to take these one-on-ones where they've been able to pick off people at range, like you see Kismet do in the kill feed, but the subs up close for Toronto certainly start opening things up inside the point. A couple more will fall, but it looks like numbers around right now for both sides. It just comes down to one final push, one final break. No one getting a clean foot in. Nobody getting a clean foot inside the hardpoint.
Yeah, and that's like you said, where the ARs are going to do the most work there and kind of work those long range gunfights. You see Scrap though, with that automaton in his hand, working the backside and actually able to slip the net here. And I don't think any members of Texas Nation know he's here, so he's able to take down at least two, clear off the point. But still, there's only 6 seconds. But what that did was allow for Ultra Academy to have control. So now you see Hixie over here on that riverside, Scrap locking down the top mailroom, and now, well, no one's really contesting for time now.
When we were watching the Team War stream about 2 hours ago before we really started today's matches, there was a player off screen, I believe, playing one of their games, just yelling, and all the chat was like, we're pretty sure that's Scrappy, like we're pretty confident that's him. And if that is the case, you know, Toronto Ultra could be a team that feeds off that energy, that feeds off the momentum of those emotions. 13-6 right now for Scrappy, and well, he could be the catalyst to get them back into this game. More importantly, build upon that lead, as Texas Nation are very good at winning those initial breaks like they do here. With not a lot of time left in this P5, again, we will go back to our first set of hills on our second rotation. You have a glide bomb for Jordan General, so that can help open up P2, so on and so on. But when it comes to these close quarter engagements we're about to find ourselves in, Ultra Academy looking for at least 30 seconds on this hill to keep this game relatively close. Here comes the break, though. It's General who gets gunned on the outside. Scrappy winning the open.
And that was huge, too, from Kismet on that outer stairs to get one, at least on an opening pick to flood on through. But Mohawk with the stop, able to at least take two down, make it 3 for him. So that was a beautiful break on through. But, of course, Jordan General there for the trade, at least able to allow his teammates to contest. But still, got a couple of mixy kills coming on through, and it's still Texas Nation that is winning the gunfights. Still 30 seconds left for main, and Scrap still trying to shoot on through. Able to take down 2. My goodness, he's starting to heat up a little bit more, and now able to at least secure some of that time there. Ultra Academy, gotta think about those rotations. Havoc here for the stop.
Yeah, we started to funnel players right through pillars, and if that's going to be the case, Ultra were walking away with the gunfights, but I think Texas realized it just wasn't going to pan out the way they wanted. So they immediately get back out on rotation. They have the squad spawn there. Now it's going to be a 3-hit, make it a 4 through the dockside. You're going to try to spread back out towards fire, mitigate a lot of these exit points where Ultra could get to mid-map and create chaos inside New. Working on a streak now for Mohawk, arguably one of the better ARs in all of North America, your Cold War champion. Well, again, it's been looking for more success on this Ultra Academy roster. So far, so good, though. Almost a tie game, working towards it. Mohawk into the point. The ARs continue to shut down those front subs. Havoc walking away with 1. Vikal finally gets himself involved in the kill feed at 10-16. But no one with a clean foot inside the point. It looks like Ultra should have this early time, and they will. They get themselves in. 20 seconds to go.
You know, I really liked that risky play from Mohawk because I felt like it was a little bit of an overextension because they essentially lost the spawns in the back, but it was actually really smart because they dictated the spawns. They were able to slay out Texas Nation, get some time, and although Texas Nation does secure a little bit of that scrap time, they have the rotations for New. So with Ultra Academy being set up and Mohawk does secure 2 on that riverside, look how far out they're pushed. So essentially this is forcing Texas Nation to funnel on through that fireside, but you see slow pushes come in, and Hixie still, he's catching them off guard. Able to get at least 2. Jordan does call the streak in, but Ultra Academy still have the spawns in the back.
Yeah, that streak was basically reliant on clearing out the anchor AR, and if Brezzy could get in a position to win the follow-up engagement, then maybe you break spawns, and I think that's exactly what might have happened, because you have two numbers now collapsing into the point, and one working on the outside, and there are the squad spawns for Texas Nation, so you utilize the glide bomb, and it actually works out, though Brezzy does die on the Riverside. Everything else basically staying neutral. It's a clean break from Texas, and Ultra having to scramble with their wherewithals, get their bearings back collected, and try to make an attempt on this point. They just can't find the kills. I mean, Kismet baiting his life, and luckily Jordan General is there as a guardian angel. That was expertly done by Texas Nation. The only way into the point was through the back anchor, and they took it out. They got the follow-up, and they get the hill.
Yeah, I just wonder if they Ultra Academy overcommitted to that. Maybe they should have just backed on down, because essentially it was a little bit hard to fight out there. But Texas Nation clearing out mid-map, opening up that middle lane. You see Kismet does slip through to get into that back warehouse side, so he's making a disruptor in the back. Scrap able to take him down, and Vico playing patient in the front. So Ultra Academy able to hold down to taking down 3 members of Texas Nation, and Havoc still in the destroyed hull. Takes down 2 himself, waiting for his teammates to push on through the front.
I don't know if Texas can bully their way into this point from dead on. Like, they're essentially going to have to slam their foreheads right into Train, as it looks like Jordan General trying to work through the outside. He will at least cut down 1. Shots ring out on a Vico, but the spawns are so close for Ultra that they can keep an AR back, play a 3-on-4 in the front of the hill, and just play trades on the cross. Hixie trying to work in. All 4 in the kill feed, so that's the danger, right? When you don't win your kills, then there's no way to follow up on extra attempts into the point, but it's not a lot of seconds that you lose. So Ultra, probably more than happy to concede those final 10. They'll hit the rotation. They got to get over to P5. Brezzy already here ready and waiting. And he is waiting for a challenge from Vico. They won't come.
Yeah, and Ultra Academy, a huge win on the preferred side over that fire side. See Mohawk holding it down. He's still staying alive up here, but Scrap able to take down 2. So now the point is cleared out. Ultra Academy, they're moving on forward, and now they have a full 4-man stack along the middle line, and Jordan is still just kind of looking for at least 1 member. Kismet at least takes down Hixie, but Scrap, he is on a 5 streak right now.
Yeah, the first phase of this hill came down to the first hold, but they lose the following battles, and now what do? How do you regroup back around? Because I don't think you're in a position to give up this 20 seconds. I know they're playing for new, but this game gets put out of reach. If you give up this 15, you're now looking at about a 124, 25 game, maybe 130, depending on no contest. So yeah, that's a lot to give up, hoping that you string P1 and P2 back together and get yourself a potential game 1 win. It's a big risk. Yeah. It's a lot to ask from Ultra. They just haven't been able to find the kills other than Scrap being around those pillars with the automaton. But Texas Nation back in the hill yet again, just around 10 seconds away from winning game 1.
Yeah, it's like, I see what you mean. It's like it's high risk, high reward type of thing. But Texas Nation only 10 seconds away of winning, and Havoc zoning out forward gets 2. Make it 1, but still Texas Nation stacked onto the point. They really don't need to even push off here. Everybody's just stacked on in, and it's kind of just forcing Ultra Academy to funnel through. Texas Nation taking map 1, 250 to 171.
That's Texas Nation for you, Ellen.
And that's Texas Nation. Realistically, yeah. I mean, I don't know. These guys are just been so good. What do you expect?
They're the best. They're arguably the best challengers team in the world right now. I mean, it's obviously a sentiment towards the players they have on the roster: General, Kismet, Havoc, Brezzy, like all respectively champions in their own right. How long these guys have been playing Call of Duty, how well they know each other and the chemistry they have. But also, if we wanted to boil down that entire hard point, really what Texas Nation do really well into one play, it was that push all the way back through the docks where they used the glide bomb to clear out the anchor AR. They won the follow-up even though Brezzy dies, and they get a clean break on the hill. Like, those are the plays that we talk about when we say, oh, if only they could do this, then X team would be able to make this happen. Well, it turns out that X team is Texas Nation, and they make that play and that crucial swing happen consistently in hardpoints. They are so good at the fundamentals that they can afford to take small risks like that pay off in big ways. And well, it just seemed like they always had control of this game.
Yeah, I agree. And there were some times, though, where Ultra Academy just really seemed like they had control of spawns. They were dictating, they were pushing out, and they were in these moments where they could just run away or even chain hills. But I just wonder maybe if there was just certain times where there was just a little bit like they were overcommitting, making plays to where it would put them in risky situations where they were spawning out or losing spawns. But either way, I feel like it was still A couple of weak moments, like Texas Nation started off strong, but I still feel like it was fairly contested. Like these guys have been consistently playing against each other, between the Elite and then just the most recent Cup, and it still felt to me like it was pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely neck and neck down the stretch, and for a lot of these hills, with how well Ultra were able to read through some of their progressions and contest Texas Nation.
Yeah. When
we got it on those breakaways, when we move into the rotations and we look at the minimap, just the spread, it was very reliant on Ultra having the first hold and winning the break, and if it didn't happen, they were scrambling to get back into the hill, and that is credit to Texas Nation and their positioning through the majority of this game one. But in general, it just seems that sometimes Ultra Academy have the right recipe, but they don't always bake it all together properly. And when they take it out, they're like, oh, well, that is not exactly what we wanted. So they're close. It feels like this team is really, really, really close to figuring it all out. They just can't get over that extra hurdle.
I agree. I that was so well put. Like you said, they have the recipe for success. They just have to figure out how to bake it. And Texas Nation, they have been so consistent, dominant all across the board. I mean, 7P, like a 7 streak right now. And that goes to show the strong start, even from the ARs. Jordan General had a 2-piece off the break, like that P1 hill. Yeah. That I feel like it can be. We're used to traditional Call of Duty history where the first hill is like scrappy, contest heavy, and then usually that second hill is like more of a money, and then the P3 is like a money. Like you can chain T2-3, but for Berlin, it's a little different. It's like P1 can that first hill can really be a money hill if you could set up correctly.
Yeah, and you saw Scrappy do it before, where they're kind of playing towards the backside of P4, and they're waiting. They're waiting around pillar. Scrappy gets in a position with the automaton, and you can cut down everybody, whether challenging from the side steps or basically bullying their way into the hard point. You hit him with a couple of nade checks, boom, you're good to go. So here's the series layout. We start with Berlin. We're going to Berlin yet again. We follow up with 2 Tuskens, and then we end the series with Bocage S&D if necessary. So Berlin's been the call a lot today, and I'm wondering if this is whether it's a decision during this open, but it seems that with Berlin kind of playing a little bit unordinary compared to how we've been so heavy on Tusken and Bocage and Gavutu. A lot of teams are now pulling out the Berlins because I don't think it's a lot of rosters' most practiced map. And it seems like, okay, like now during the Cup is the time for not only us to get reps on it, but also we can play people on maybe one of their worst maps and we can see if we can steal the game away.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in terms of this too, like if it were me, I would not want to play Texas Nation on Gavutu. So I would be thankful for Berlin. But yeah, I agree. It's just one of those maps where it can get a little bit more mixy. It's like if you have a team that they have strong ARs, get rid of Gavutu. You don't want to play them on it.
Yeah. Well, you get rid of Gavutu and then get rid of Tusken and get rid of Berlin and then Bocage. It's 50-50.
Tusken's more of a sub-heavy map.
Oh, no. Oh, but if we're talking about conversation around these ARs and what they can do, like you get players kicked out towards the mezzanine over at A, and you're gonna have a very bad day. Speaking of, V-Cool running for his life, Havoc guesses wrong, and now a 1-on-2. General trying to make it a 1-on-1.
Well, 2 of his teammates just fell so quickly, but no trades came in. So Texas Nation, what looked like a round that was about to be stolen away from him, Ultra Academy take it up 1-0. V-Cool, 2-piece from him as well.
Not bad. First round on the board. Breathe. Then again, we saw Stallions, not Stallions, we saw Team War do this. And then the Stallions went on a 5-1 run, then work out it back. But that's the scary. Sometimes it just, Berlin does not go your way. We'll see where the subs go in terms of pressure over to B. Maybe Brezzy will be the first one to make the call. But V-Cool, again, your bomb carrier. Looks like A, we're going to draw our attention towards. Couple of nades do fly out. Kismet with first blood. Kismet with second. Numbers advantage here for Texas Nation.
Oh my goodness, Kismet with 3. Oh my goodness. Leave Scrap left alone, who essentially was watching that cross to begin with. So he's kind of left alone, isolated back in the spawn. Members of Texas Nation, realistically, all they got to do is just group up. The bomb is down. But Scrap still has a little bit of time to work with. Never mind. Kismet. Okay, he just made a statement. Ace for the Kismet, Texas Nation. Tying it up.
One of the nice things about challengers and opens like this is also reminding people, like from Kismet's POV, like I am that guy. Because all of last season, the conversation was they just can't win a chip on Built by Gamers. They couldn't get over the hump. They couldn't get that season finish. going into the finals. It was the same question. But, I mean, that roster of Kismet, Pentagram, Pander, Goddard X, that was a terrifying roster. Like, literally, Ellen, yes. And so, I mean, this is a great roster for Kismet to be on. The dude's had success everywhere he's gone in the scene. And already starting off at 4-1, working towards the glide bomb. First blood yet again. Texas Nation finding Hixie.
Probably not going to commit, though, towards that B site. I mean, you open it up with the first blood, but you have plenty of time to work with.
Yep.
Play for another pick, but you don't need to rush into it. So the wrap comes through to A. I think Ultra Academy may actually spot this, but Kismet, of course, checking his corners. Something we all need to remember to do.
I just run straight in. I'm a demon.
Me too.
I'm Jordan General right now. He gets spotted, though, and dealt with. Yep, that's me. Mohawk, goodbye. Kismet on another challenge. Vehicle slides in. 2v2. Bomb still down. Not in the worst spot. But here comes Scrap. Oh, my God. He would have had him. He would have had both. But Scrap taking the scenic route. Does he get him in time? Yeah, he's going to get Brizzy. I don't think Bomb went down. 1v1.
Havoc. And there's the trade. Woo, that was looking pretty scary, but Texas Nation get the opening pick over it to B, and then the wrap towards A. And that was a very nice setup, too, from Ultra Academy. Very nice trade from Vehicle, but not able to finish out Scrap. Almost. Now on the attacking side, Ultra Academy. Sometimes we like to see those teams kind of bunker up in mailroom, wait for the stuns, nades to happen, aggressive A pushes, but that cross is, of course, important to check. So you see Mohawk and the sniper out for Scrap. The opening pick onto Kismet opens up with the first blood.
Well, here come the numbers for Texas. Like, they are flying. Havoc, not going to lose that one up close. Bomb does go down. But the numbers are on the outside for Ultra. They're trying to pinch Texas Nation into the train tracks. It's Hixie. Might get lucky looking towards mid-map. I don't think he spotted Prezi, though. Vehicle playing so patiently. Nice job for Ultra. 2v1. This should be a round surely for them, with not a lot of time left for General.
Now, he might just say, you know what, I'm just going to stick to defuse. Why not? They might not even check it because I shot. But I think Vehicle on the chase, of course, decides to check. No way. Not today, sir. Almost with the ninja. It's Ultra Academy, though, that do take the round, and might I say, that was indeed a test of patience there from Vehicle. But I see what Texas Nation was trying to do. They were essentially, they kind of, as soon as that opening pick happened onto Kismet, okay, they got the call that the bomb was going A. You kind of saw all members just push up and hurry up to get that mid-map control. So very fast adjustment from Texas Nation, but maybe just of course, a couple of those picks were important, but ultimately Ultra Academy just holding on very well.
First blood.
Again with the first blood.
Finding it. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? I'm loving the action. There we go. Welcome back. 2v3. Ultra Academy.
Yeah, I just had a quick look in the mirror real quick, make sure my hair's good.
Yeah,
We're good.
just challengers wouldn't be this if it wasn't this.
Absolutely not.
They wouldn't do our job if we didn't do ours. Kismet trying to work through the back pillars. Bomb carrier. Yes, this round's chalked.
Well, don't never say chalked, okay? 45 seconds left. Kismet, he just has to isolate a player. The good news about this is he has the bomb. Obviously, the bad news is he has been spotted, so everybody knows where he's at. But if he could quickly readjust and reposition, maybe he can isolate a player. He does on the Vehicle, now left in a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left. Oh, this is very doable, Sean. This is very doable if you're the young man. Oh, if he could turn and burn, but no. Almost. That was doable.
It's never chalked. It's never chalked. It's never chalked.
You just got to speed up the gameplay.
I want to put that on my gravestone one day. It's never chalked. First time that sentence would actually be incorrect. Switching sides, though, it's been a pretty back and forth S&D, I think you could say. The patience from Ultra certainly paid off. Vico, of course, 2 rounds ago, getting it done. Kismet, one of the players who you could always expect him to be on the flank, right? Like, he's always in a position to at least stifle the first push on offense. He could play spoiler through the back so many times, 6 and 4. 4 of his kills came in 1 round. But it's a heavy hit for Ultra. I like the play. Trying to ring out for first blood. Havoc gets caught. Mohawk will take him down. And Bomb will move its way onto the site.
And you mentioned Kismet, and there he is, of course, on the outer part. He gets 2. Scrap and Hixie both fall. Can he get the third? No. Mohawk shuts him down. And then it leaves Vico for the trade, so now that leaves Bressy last alive now in a 1 versus 2. And now make it 1 versus 1. Bomb is down.
Yeah, no eyes. 50 seconds to go. Mohawk has the bomb. If you guess correctly for Brezzy, you could pick him off perfectly. Oh, he might get perfect timing. Mohawk spotted. Well, now you just play time. Here comes the push. Mohawk around the site. Get him off the heady. Brezzy, watch the nade, brother. You're going to get flushed out. You got to push. Here comes the push. I don't think Mohawk realized he pushed up. I don't think Mohawk realized it. Maybe he did.
25 seconds left.
Brezzy, he's right there, Brezzy. Oh, thank you. Texas Nation. Get the round. Tie it up. God.
Oh, yeah. That was, we could breathe. We could breathe. And, you know, I think he realized that, of course, he readjusted, repositioned. Like, there's a nade. Maybe, obviously, you hear the screams. There's land going on. Probably don't know if he heard that even happening. He could have. But the quick adjustment from Bressy was just so smart to go around like that and reposition. Great stuff. Clinical plays. And, of course, Kismet. I mean, like you said, he slipped through. That 2P shouldn't even have happened.
Yeah. Really shouldn't have. Another first blood for Ultra. How many rounds is that now? Response quickly there from Texas. Havoc opened it up with 2. What a quick round. And they needed that one. To stop kind of the bleeding of how this game's gone, Ultra have always won the first blood battle. Their site retakes have been essentially perfect. Oh, he's off the bomb. And he's away. Wow, Hixie's away. I mean, just you replant this, but now you need to watch mid-map as Hixie is on the run, trying to clutch a 1v3.
Yeah, but at least both members of Texas Nation do manage to get out, and of course, well, you see what exactly Hixie's going to walk into, but Havoc stunned, gets away, and also Hixie gets away. There's the nade that comes out, but 29 seconds left. He doesn't know exactly. He only knows where one member is. He's got to find the other, and with not a lot of time left, this is going to be very hard. And of course, the other end of Jordan General's gun gets taken out. 18 seconds left.
1v1. It was a 1v3. Hixie, not guessing correctly, gets shot from the side. Oh, it always feels like we're about to get into a situation where all of a sudden we got a highlight reel. And it never quite gets there. Valiant effort from Hixie, though, in a 1v3. I mean, he played this about as well as you could have. Some shaky shots from Texas, but hey, they get it done regardless. Havoc is there to clean up the kill. Just needed to play for another 4 seconds. Switching sides once more. Lead back in favor of Texas Nation, 4-3. 2 rounds away from closing out Game 2, going up 2-0 in the series for Ultra. They have looked really, really good in this S&D, but it's come down to after they get first blood, they immediately get traded. They have to do a better job of staying alive after the pick.
Yeah, of course, and don't let Kismet slip the net, but you see the push towards A and that sightline peek from Scrap on the information, but Scrap gets taken down by that fast play from Havoc. And at this point, you got first blood. You have numbers. If you're Texas Nation, back up, maybe play for a retake. The bomb, Ultra Academy works towards A. It does get down, and now it's a 3 versus 4 for Ultra Academy. Can they win this?
This can be a horror map depending on how many doors there are. You have to check every window, every single corner on your way towards the retake. Hixie, the discipline for one. Hixie, the slide. Oh, again, just guesses wrong, but Texas have numbers. Mohawk trying to weigh down and play his life. It's a 2v2. V-Cool with both weapons to work with, checking bomb immediately. 17 seconds to go. Texas have to make a play here. They have to start moving towards the point.
And you get that information from Kismet. He at least has one member, but yeah, like you said, you have to get towards the point. It's a really, really good post-plant setup from Ultra Academy, and now evening it up. This is so close. My goodness. But the patience from that squad, even though Texas Nation had numbers to just commit to the play. Sometimes you see teams where they'll get an opening pick and then they kind of get scattered. They don't know what to do. They'll look for the kill. They won't go for the plant. But Ultra Academy committed to the play. They planted A. They waited patiently and they got the picks. All of these players realistically have the clutch factor. But now evening it up, the scoreline, it's Texas Nation. It is Kismet. It is Scrap with the first blood with the snipe.
He was looking for the first blood at mid-map last round. I think he ran into it's a Kismet. Yet again, we trade lives very quickly into this round. V-Cool finding another 3v1, 3v none. Ultra Academy 2 rounds in a row have brought this game back. What was a 4-3 lead for Texas is now a 5-4 lead for Ultra, just one round away from tying up the series.
Yeah, and they just seem to really start to match the aggression from basically like I feel like it's just like those sneaky plays that Kismet or Havoc have been making, and it's like, hey, we're gonna match this aggression. Let's just answer back. And Ultra Academy, they just quickly pushed onto that A site, quickly got that mid control, and it worked out for them. So can it work out again? Can Scrap get that opening pick and the first bloods, of course? That's been in their favor.
It's not even a conversation of throwing lives away. It's just once you get one, you lose one. And again, opening pick, Ultra Academy, 3 kills away from tying up the series. Havoc, great response, but Scrap again, 8-8. Now what do you do with Bomb? Do you hit that slow rotation to B? Maybe Texas start to read that as nobody's making a peek over at A, and thank you to you observers for showing us the top side, because right now, it's a long rotation from Scrap, and he might get in great position to shut this round down.
Yeah, Bressy might actually catch that on the cross, though, but the bomb does go down, and you see Scrap in the deep back, tucked away, gets the information on the General, but look at members of Ultra Academy. Normally, we see players back in that warehouse side, but they're on the opposite side. General able to take down Scrap, and leaves it up to Hixie. Hixie takes down Bressy now, and Jordan General left at a 1 versus 2.
You just got to push it. I mean, you don't really have a lot of time here and no idea where Ultra are. But it's the rotation to the back. Oh, wow. This gets a little interesting now. Surely he gets spotted momentarily. Now onto the site. VCool there. Locked up for Ultra. Tie series 1-1. And they take it there in round number 10. 6-4 Ultra Academy. The patience, the poise in the pocket. My God. Look at him go.
Yeah, well, against Texas Nation, a team, of course, who's just so dominant across the board. Search and Destroy is just that slower game mode where you want to take it. So for Ultra Academy, obviously for map 1 going into this is that map you want to take. Who cares? Be a 2, 3, 5 team, whatever, 80, 60, 30, it doesn't matter. Just to win your games. And yeah, that was the map to win.
That was absolutely, and it was about as close as you'd want. I mean, Texas Nation looked like they were in the driver's seat for most of it, but Ultra Academy, their first bloods were absolutely lethal, and more importantly, once they found one, they found two pretty quickly after, so they didn't have to play in 1v2 situations and 2v3 situations too often, and this patience of Scrap is... I mean, that's letting Kismet recenter for you on that shot. But yeah, it really just came down to the first bloods around the site, and the positioning for Ultra was absolutely superb.
Agreed. Just some of those sneaky plays too from Kismet. Just, oh my goodness. But Ultra Academy, I just really feel like, yeah, they just started to match some of that. Like, okay, we kind of got an idea of how Texas Nation's playing. Let's just regroup, recounter and figure it out. But with those first bloods on the back of my mind, we know that, yeah, it was 5 from VCool, 3 from Scrap, 3 from Mohawk. I was just kind of like doing caster math there in a second, but yeah, Ultra Academy, we're killing it with the first bloods.
You see it on your screen, 11-5 for VCool. I mean, he led the charge, and the patience was kind of everything in some of those rounds. 5 non-traded kills, 7 for Havoc, and that really came down to a lot of the first bloods and playing around A and getting a couple of quick picks. But other than that, I mean, even though it was 6-4, that really could feel like a round 11. It was that close. Ultra Academy, if they're going to win this series, it might come through the respawns, it might come through the S&Ds, but with that said, now let's extend the conversation. They have to take a respawn, and maybe that comes through the control, where they have, no pun intended, more control maybe over the games, over the spawns, than they do in the hardpoints, because the hardpoints was essentially all of Texas Nation.
Yeah, I agree. But even in looking at this, though, Texas Nation, I mean, we know their dominance in respawn is just out of this world. And yeah, I don't think they're too faltered by this. You know, it's search and destroy. Usually those maps are just, it could go either way. But in a LAN setting, my goodness, I just wish I could feel that energy. You know, I just wish we were standing right behind them, Sean, just over there cheering on with the crowd. But yeah, Texas Nation looking good. I'm really excited to get into this next map. I'm really excited to see how this one goes.
I am too, Ellen. I agree with you. I am very, very, very excited. Speaking of, let's take a look at the map layout, the series layout, because, well, we should take a look at exactly what the maps are coming up next, because guess what? We have a couple of more games we got to get through for this series, and well, it's tied up 1-1. Congratulations to Ultra for getting us to this point. It was a 250-171 win on Berlin for Texas Nation, and then Ultra Academy into round 10 lock it up, and they tie up our series. Now we got 2 Tuscans back-to-back for Hardpoint and Control, but not in that order, and then Bocage S&D if necessary. So one of these teams could win it 3-1, but I want to see a Game 5 Bocage. I'm just saying, we haven't seen it yet today. I want to see it.
I agree. We haven't. But for this Tuscan, though, if you are Ultra Academy coming off that map too, you're feeling pretty good because you're not playing Gavutu Control. You're playing Tuscan, a territory where they have been familiar with and shown success in, at least in the last stage. Playing this more favorably, we'll say, taking this more. I think they only lost it like twice out of like five or six times. If my memory precedes me, but yeah. So if you're Ultra Academy, you're feeling pretty good going into this.
You certainly are. And just quick updates, because again, we will be keeping you posted on the matches in the Challenger side, but this is Call of Duty, so we also have to give you a quick update. Apparently, LA Thieves were up 2-0 and got reverse swept by Optic with some icy plays in the S&D from the green wall. And LA Thieves are sent home packing. Optic yet again clutching up. So Call of Duty just continues to pop up. I don't care if it's the Pro League, it's Challengers. Guess what? We're here to give you updates, and we're here to love Call of Duty. So LA Thieves sent home packing. They get reverse swept. Optic is like, we're not messing around. And Texas Nation's going to take that energy, Ellen, and they're going to go into the control. They're going to do what they do best, and we're going to get a Game 5. Okay? That's all I got.
I'm just trying not to be biased here, but I'm from Texas. I'm in Texas. Like, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, that's just crazy. I wish I'd watched that game, but we're going to go back and watch that one because, my goodness, I was there live. I was there live at the major when I saw it happen with Optical Phase.
Here's what's interesting.
Very, very interesting. That's definitely some high Texas energy, that's for sure. But
Texas Nation now got to show up. They got to show up. I'm just saying, Ellen, like, all love to Toronto Ultra Academy. All love, because those boys are great. I love everybody on that roster like a brother, and, like, I marry those boys. They're great. General, Kismet, Havoc, and Press. Like, this team, arguably considered, obviously, the best team in Challengers. General, an Optic sub. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just
they
like...
They need to be in... I look at these guys, and I'm like... I think that I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but I feel like they're like top like CDL. Like, I want to
they're
see
that good.
This squad play a CDL team just because of the issues even that happened with Havoc and the NYSL stuff. Like, there's buzzing word about that. About how he denied even playing with them, whatever. Like, but there's all that drama around that. But regardless, I respect it, because if you got a team where that chemistry, that magic is happening, and that you can go in there and you can beat half the pro teams in the CDL league, like, it's just a done deal, right? Like, just keep working your magic, and if you believe, you can achieve. Just keep having that energy, and Texas Nation has just been doing it across the board.
That is like the motto for George General. If you believe, you can achieve. Like,
see, I don't even know him personally like that, and I didn't know that.
Yeah, like, just his career has just been absolutely insane. But so has a lot of these players. Mohawk, a Challengers champion in his own right. Vikul, a Challengers champion in his own right. Hixie, a great run with Elevate, and now on a CDL squad. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, there's so much talent across the board. But getting into this one, though, it's going to be a tough task for Ultra. They proved they could hang with Texas in the respawn, but now Control's a different beast. And on Tuscan, you're going to have to shut down the ARs, especially when you're looking at, like, Havoc in general, working on the outsides. So far, A should be locked up. We're going to put another minute on the clock.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, my goodness, that was actually a nice stop there from Mohawk, but Jordan General, there is to follow, but with 2 segments captured and a nice stop from Ultra Academy, who still commit to the point. Bressy able to take down one, and Kismet through the middle cut. Now, if you're Texas Nation, you're like, okay, we're ahead in lives. We got the A. We're looking good. The job here is to try to work that back church, split up the defensive side. Bressy's still back here doing a mess in this front church area. Ultra Academy, though, pushed out towards patio. That's important. You see Kismet working on through.
Kismet is the route man. He gets paid essentially every game, and already Vikul struggling to find his first kill. Only 2 engagements, which is Pretty interesting. We're deep into round number 1. He really hasn't gotten himself involved yet, having on a similar situation. But right now, it's a defense-heavy stack from Ultra, denying the first push outside towards the steps. Kismet trying to dodge a couple of bullets. And here comes the push from Texas. No nades flying out, but all of the subs doing what they need to. This has been pretty slow. It's just been a couple of kills there. Vico finally finding 3. And Texas Nation have nowhere to go. They'll have to try again.
Yeah, and they still have a little bit of time. I would say maybe 2 or 3 more commits to this, but you see number 3, Kismet, there's their route man getting ready to set up for a play for his team. So if he can manage to get a pick, hey, Bressy getting a pick in the front makes it very easy. Make it 2. So now Kismet works all the way around, doesn't see any members of Ultra Academy, but at least able to force that grasp on a little bit. Texas Nation on the point, but still, Ultra Academy's around it, turtling up, getting the kills, Fecal zoning out, and that's a stop.
Man, they're so good at collapsing onto the zone like piranhas and just picking apart members from Texas where you're playing 2-on-3 situations, maybe 4-on-3, and every time Ultra walk away. Granted, defense is a little bit easier, but it's only a 2-kill lead. Pixie on your screen, not for long. There's the push, there's the flood. Couple of follow-ups that do go Texas's way. But radio's going to be harder to retake. They just can't find anything.
Jordan General would be the one to stop this, and Havoc as well. So you see he's holding patio, and then you see General in the back waiting for the members of Ultra Academy to flood through, but still not enough time and help through the front as the kills don't come down. There's only 6 seconds left. Scrap is on a 5 spree, and that is the stop. But General, the sign of life, and 3 members of Ultra, it's not going to be enough. Not enough time. Ultra Academy with the defensive hold. Take it. And that was a really strong start for Texas Nation, I would say, Spaceman, because they really started off hot at A, but sometimes some teams you can see they quickly capture A, they quickly get into back church and able to just it just seems like they really weren't able to kind of cut down and force that grasp on. Really about those opening gunfights up on the top side, and Ultra Academy able to hold on just perfectly well.
I mean, Ultra subs can compete with the best, and their Slayers can absolutely do the rest. Everything else, though, being neutral, it really has come down to a lot of the fundamentals. Defense will give you some alleviation on that point, but so far, another 2 spree in the kill feed, all purple at the moment. We will stop the clock as Ultra find their way into A, splitting the numbers of Texas, where you pick them apart at range, but here comes Havoc right up the gut, and he gets met quickly by Vikul. Vikul has really turned things around at 9 and 6. Brezzy cut down, and with all of that happening, we will decap that second take, but some of the damage on A is done. Life lead there for Ultra, presence of mind here for Ultra as well. And look at your minimap. All 4 members pushed up. They want to get A locked up.
Oh no, but the team nade does come through in Havoc. He is here behind 3 Ultra members. He might be able to catch it off guard. There is a minute left. There's another tick of progression that was captured, but Mohawk, huge gunfight that has been won. Now Ultra Academy able to secure, but you see Jordan General opens up for 2, Bressy for 3. This leaves Vikul last on the A point. Now he's just really about playing patient here. Maybe zoning forward and getting that map control, but mid-map has been won by Texas Nation.
Yep.
Leading in lives. Ultra Academy have to look to break, and they're pushing through that grass side.
Kismet found a great kill at mid-map and then circled off with his teammate. I believe that was Havoc. So you keep the subs close together, but more importantly, you control church side. You have someone watching through the back on the flank, and you spread the numbers. You're forcing Ultra to play laterally and just not brute force their way into the point, we should say. Because right now, everybody trying to regroup their bearings. It's been all of Ultra, but the defensive hold from Texas, tippable at the moment. And yet again, they go into the point, and they're cut down so quickly. Numbers here for Texas. Kill feed there for Texas as well. Shut down Ultra, not getting in.
Yeah, it just, all members of Ultra Academy just kind of flooded in through that radio side. So I just wonder if it was like a miscommunication thing, but it was open. But now, with a minute left, the floods to the front come through, and that's 2 to open up. But still, even in lives, this is going to still force Ultra Academy to really only get 1 or 2 more good pushes here. They have to be patient, and they have to wait for Scrap on that opposite side to open up the play.
You got about, what, 40 seconds to make a hit? Give or take some change. Kismet being very aggressive. Maybe just try to pull attention away from the point. It's a 4-stack right now for Ultra. All it takes is 1 kill, and then you swing on the numbers. But right now, they just can't find it. And General will do the opposite. Shuts down 1. Oh, God, shuts down 2. The Flood now comes in through the top patio. Hixie drops, but guess what? Scrap is still alive with 1 HP. The lone member of Ultra pushing up, getting cut down. Did he do enough? I don't think so. The numbers there for Texas. They're going to hold on. They're going to win round 2.
Yeah, it is so hard to capture B. If it's just like, if you have to win those key initial gunfights, I feel like in the back, and get a member maybe at that like back tank area, or just get some type of control of like radio. It's really, really hard to do. Just because of the spawn and how close it is, how fast you have to work. But Scrap able to get 3, that was so close. You saw how he didn't necessarily commit to the point. He had to quickly get into the back to try to catch members off Texas Nation off guard. But Havoc able to stop, win the gunfight, allows, obviously, puts a stop to it.
Yeah. That's sometimes as simple as it needs to be. Just put a stop to it. Come on, shoot back. Do what you got to do. Vehicle doing all of that. Great shots. Better angles. Bye-bye, General. There's the pistol. Texas responding. But it's all the pressure right now on radio. Mohawk trying to slow the push early on. About a minute to go into the point we are. Nobody at A. Texas committing heavily towards B off the rip. I like this. You got some numbers to play with, some resources to give. If they're successful, how quickly does this game change?
Yeah, committing to B would be so key. If they can at least get maybe 1 ticket progression, even if they lose it here, they at least makes it easier to capture A's. But still, Ultra Academy are getting cut down by members of Texas Nation.
Oh, they're gonna get it.
And this might be free if you're Texas Nation. And now, with B that is secured, this is going to be very hard to hold if you're Ultra Academy. You have to push on forward. Scrap at least able to get radio control, but on the grass side, on the opposite side, Kismet does fall, and the punch comes through. Oh no, and Scrap loses the gunfight. Kismet walks on in.
He was also working on streaks, so like if he gets a glide bomb, you might have a chance to slow down the pressure from Texas, but well, that's null and void. Havoc finally cleans up the purple kill feed, and General will combine for 2. Right now on a 1 spree. General, eat that nade. Working on A. They're working on the second take as well. You get maybe 1 good more push from Ultra, but that's about it. This round essentially locked up unless someone comes in for a contest. Is anyone around? No. General cutting them all down. General letting them know that, hey, this round is ours. Texas Nation, 2 rounds in a row. Taking B first, and now up 2-1 in the control.
Yeah, and they really made a statement in that round, because you don't usually see that happen so fast. Like, it can, but it's like, it's hard to commit. If you commit to B first, maybe separate the push. Maybe you might see a 2A, 2B. But just committing to that and all members of Texas Nation winning their gunfights, my goodness, it just made A so free. And now winning those opening gunfights again, at least Beagle gets the nade kill there. I was like, it was a beautiful stop there again from Texas Nation. This is, I would be a little bit nervous if you're a little Ultra Academy, but looking to stop here, it's Hixie at least getting radio control.
Well, you're really watching the best team in North America versus one of the better teams in North America going head-to-head. And to Ultra's credit, they've played them close as of late, and they've been able to steal a couple of games. And Ultra are no pushovers by any stretch. But right now, Texas are in the driver's seat of this control. Can they close it out on the defensive round? For Ultra, not trying the similar approach on B, we're going to commit our resources over towards A. And it looks like, for the moment, they will be able to get it if Mohawk wins this gunfight. General's still somehow alive, but no one else around to help him. So he will not contest. He'll wait for help. And there's the push from Ultra. They're going to get A, put another minute on the board.
And this is a good setup, too, because you have church control. You have radio. The only person you have to worry about is Kismet. But Kismet able to catch Vehicle in the back. And get the Bressy gets 2 in the back, and Mohawk, he is in the back last alive. But yeah, they had church control initially, but Texas Nation winning those initials clear out. So there's plenty of time to work with, but the lives is what's going to be in favor of Ultra. That's what's going to be scary. You have plenty of time to work with, but you have to be weary of your lives.
Says that finds too. Kismet on a roll. Numbers here for Ultra. Here's the interesting thing now. 1 wipe and Ultra can hold on and get themselves into B. But for Texas, there's not a lot of numbers to give. You might get pushed towards back spawn. I think it's Vico who's around Church, so he's trying to control where potentially the flood could come through for the first sub to get in for a challenge. Brezzy caught with a stun. Patience from Ultra right now is tippable. They are waiting for their moment to strike. This might be it. Brezzy's got nowhere to go. He's getting met by a nade.
See there with the trade though, Kismet, of course, holding that patio side. Still 40 seconds left. The gunfights general, all the AR dominance from Texas Nation just to hold down those long sight lines. It really doesn't allow any members of Ultra Academy to even get through the door. 29 seconds left.
Wow.
11 to 10. The lives just dwindled down for Ultra Academy. Not a lot of time.
Yeah. I mean, Ultra had the life lead, and they had a chance to wait, stack, and push. They just couldn't get the kills to translate that into a quality hit towards the point. 11 seconds. This was a perfect hold from Texas. You got one more push. You gotta go. You have to start winning gunfights. Scrap able to open it up. All purple right now. They fly into the point. Here it comes. The aggression from Ultra. They slide in. 3 seconds. Stopping the clock. 6v5. Vico throwing nades out, and he's got them trapped in the back spawn. You get your subs up close. You just have to stay in the point. It's artillery right now in the middle of the map, but Brezzy shutting down one, shutting down two. The third right around the corner with the pistol, closing it out. 4v2, 4v1. Ultra, goodbye. Game 3 locked up. Texas Nation get done.
Ah, man. And that was so dominant, too, those last 2 rounds. And we were talking about kind of like committing to that B site to where some teams might go there first to at least get a segment. Ultra Academy didn't even have one. So even though they were able to wipe off there at the end, they didn't have any segments captured. So it just took a little bit longer. And that just gave Texas Nation enough time to get in there, get the kills. Bressy went crazy. Everybody got the kills. Texas Nation's just slaying out like crazy right now.
Look at the people. This is what we love. This we haven't seen this in 3 years. I haven't seen this since Black Ops 4. Anaheim, Miami. Man.
Miami for me.
I miss this.
Yeah.
I miss this. That's all I got, Alan. I was caught like in a nostalgia trap right there. Just it's nice to see fans supporting the open bracket. We love that.
We do. You're absolutely correct. I miss it so much. It feels like I'm waking up from just this big dream and just this passion for Call of Duty that we've all had for so long, just completely being revitalized. And I love to see it. Ah, my goodness. But Texas Nation slaying out of their minds, man. This is just a close game between both teams, but in this Tuscan Control specifically, the ARs. It was the ARs for me, and of course those sneaky plays coming in from Mr. Routeman himself, Kismet Havoc. They did their thing.
They did their thing. They certainly did. And they got a 2-1 series lead to show for it right now. It was a very, very dominant end of that control. That's all I got for you. I mean, that's Texas Nation in a nutshell. Ultra Academy looked like they had a push ready to go, but that extra hurdle, that extra step in the fundamentals, they just couldn't get it done. Hixie, 19 and 26, but uncharacteristic performance for sure. It just came down to Texas Nation controlling through radio and being able to win a lot of those battles in traffic, right? We talk about walking away with numbers. They did it even when they were down.
Yeah, and there were some situations too where it seemed like Ultra Academy really did have like that map control. Like a lot of times they had a commitment where they were all flooding through like radio side, church side. Like it seemed like they had their foothold there, like they had control. But obviously I don't know every single detail of what happened in the game, but it's like it seemed like a lot of those situations that where they could have capitalized on them, they weren't able to. And of course it's those gunfights, but you have to start to think about maybe your positioning. Where are you putting yourself? Where could you put yourself to be more beneficial on the map, or just of course playing patience. It's all situational, right? But Texas Nation, again, this is just a team. I mean, you heard Alan even say it countless times. These guys don't get reverse swept. These guys don't get...
Yeah.
It's just like usually it's a 3-1 or a 3-0 for these guys.
The biggest question comes in the respawn for Ultra Academy. Well, in this matchup alone, let's keep it fundamental. they need to steal a respawn, like flat out from now on, right? Like
Yeah.
if they want to get to a final S&D, they have to win this respawn. But that was maybe the question mark going in. If they can steal a respawn, they could absolutely win the S&D, and all of a sudden the series gets put on its head. The only one you have left is the Tuscan Hardpoint. Again, Ultra have what it takes. There's no question. But Texas Nation's fundamentals continue to push them further.
Yeah, I agree. You have to get set up. You have to get a lot of that map pressure, map control. I'm really going to be looking at the subs, of course, to be doing that. Vikul, step it up. He did it. I mean, he was doing it in the hard point. It's really going to be leaning on a lot of that sub pressure, that map control. But either way, can you take down Jordan General? Because he's the one that's been setting up as well on the other side and getting key two pieces. But off the start, you see Hixie opening up with the first blood. It's Texas Nation that get onto the point, and mid-map control to be won for Texas Nation. That is time as well.
Well, it's series point right now for Texas, for Ultra, trying to continue on and move it towards a Game 5 S&D. However, it's really been the AR's presence. Jordan General has been lights out. This team has got everything clicking right now. Looking for the opening contest. Ultra not able to get into the point. Finally, they will open it up. Hixie is there to win the initial, and they'll get themselves their first points in this game number 4. We continue on in Tuscan, getting ready for P2.
Yep, and you see Vikul on the rotation there for P2, but Resty does win the gunfight, and all the gunfights are won at old. So scrap time, at least 8 seconds goes to Texas Nation, and you see towards that back control, the floods do come through. Scrap able to take down Havoc. But Resty, I don't think they know he actually slipped the net, so staying alive. Column Hill is popped. And very huge gunfight onto Patio there. Patio control, though, for Ultra Academy. They have the top side here. It's Texas Nation still holding him. Bresty's still staying alive here. Not getting taken down, but Ultra, there we go. Now he does fall. Ultra Academy have the hold here. 30 seconds left.
Well, they've kept that 2-stack going on, and they've been rewarded with the lead for the moment, as they will finally get themselves back in the kill column. Finally, 2 more will fall. Texas have to now think about that rotation, so we swing our eyeballs towards the top side of the minimap, as it's player 3. That's General, who's able to escape, trying to get set up at back Fountain and keep that AR presence there to make it more difficult for Ultra. But left up to Vikul and his own devices, how can he break into the hill? Well, he has teammates there for support. Now you try to push the numbers, maintain those back spawns. Nicely done by Vikul to bait a teammate, and instead pick up the automaton to wait for the new hill. It will pop, and Ultra are here, ready and waiting.
Now Vikul, he should be playing for those streaks, but you see zoning out at Mohawk does get taken down. So this allows Texas Nation to flood through the vine side, the grass side, and you see the commitment plays from that kind of towards those 2 lanes to come through. And General takes down 1, and Havoc onto Mohawk in the back. So Hixie staying alive through fire. Doesn't really have left much to do, but still playing his life, waiting for his teammates to come on through, to collapse onto the point, the gunfights to be had, and then General dies on the back. So beautiful break for Ultra Academy with the lead now, 67-51. Very, very close margin. Thinking about those rotations, though, you're going to see Hixie start to push forward through the mid-map. It's still Texas Nation kind of committing to the site.
Yeah, I don't hate the call at all, because they've been, obviously they've worked their way in now, but again, the big question does come down to the transitional gunfights, and so far it has been there for Texas, but that's credit to Ultra Academy and their early holds. They've been able to break through. They had a nice setup. It wasn't perfect, but they managed a lot of the chaos, and they constantly had numbers around to potentially win those trades. Hixie now working at the bottom of the church. Here comes a nade. Awkward timing, but he gets punished for it, as inside Texas Nation do have numbers. Mohawk opening up with 2. Ultra trying to work their way back inside. Kismet will fall, and with that, another opening break for Ultra, where they have numbers in position to contest and at least win the time.
Yeah, and aware that 2 members of Texas Nation are spawning in the back. It's a nice break, though, from Kismet. He stays alive, and there he goes. Walks on through Texas Nation. Able to get those initial, and the floods from grass does come through, and the nades. But still, the contest-heavy church really not going to either side. Ultra Academy, hold on for the scrap. And that is another... Okay, Havoc! Never mind. Beams him from the patio side. Scrap going to Texas Nation.
Well, when we started this series, it was really game 1 that was left up to the scrap time of Texas Nation. They built themselves a quality lead, and they kept Ultra on the back foot. So far, it's been a mirror match here for Ultra. Look at how they're stacking around the point. But when it comes to the outskirts, it's been Texas looking for their first break now into the next hard point. Mohawk ready and waiting, going to eat a couple of nades. More will fly out. Everybody running inside. General does take out one of his own teammates, but hey, you pick up 2, make it 3 on the push, and you net yourself 3 on that play regardless. The break in for Texas and the 20 seconds to boot.
And then you're Havoc. You push out middle. You get up top. Church, beautiful play to split up Ultra Academy members and get confused. Be like, hey, we got to turn around. But this is such a scrappy house hill. Those nades are important and as equally as this gunfights. Ultra Academy again with the break, earning the scrap. And on the rotation, it's Jordan General. Working on that grass side with Bresty there. Managed to win at least 2 key gunfights, but Kismet with a team kill.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that the last hardpoint would have worked out differently if General hadn't naded his own teammate, but that's 2 hills now, where he's taken out someone on his own side. So would the numbers have played differently into the break? Maybe. But right now, Ultra not thinking about it. They're thinking about the 40 seconds they have to fight over, and Jordan General trying to work through the back and open up the hardpoint. Kismet at mid-map, able to find one, but he will quickly fall. And with that, numbers continue for Ultra. No one getting in a position to contest. Texas very much struggling on their second breaks once they get towards the point.
Oh, man. And Ultra Academy did a fantastic job even right there, just holding middle. Hixie was a big factor of that, but Kismet takes him down, and now Vikul to follow. So if you're Ultra Academy, you don't need to overcommit too much time to this point. Maybe be annoying, get a 2-piece in grass, and Mohawk does just that, but you want to just focus on the rotations to new. Ultra Academy need to just hold church, hold the radio, and hold the patio. You see them just doing just that. You see Vikul getting set up for the radio pushes, and this is not a bad hold if you're Ultra Academy. Havoc looking to break, slipping through middle, gets scrapped, but it's going to be really important here to get the top side radio.
Yep. Texas just lose numbers so quickly every time they set up for a break. It's not just one. They're losing 2, 3, and then they try again. Finally, they get themselves cleanly inside the point, but not before a contest comes in. Vikul, oh my god, wins 1. But the numbers are there for Texas as things slow down. Wow, that nade is ridiculous off spawn. So even when it looks like Texas are going to get clean feet inside the point, they're met by nades over the top. The 3 stun comes out from Ultra, and Ultra yet again break in, get the final maybe 15 seconds. The numbers are there to clean up the rest of the kills. They are not letting Texas get anything for free, and they are fighting tooth and nail on every single hard point, but everybody just walks into Havoc and he kills them all. Okay, whatever.
I just saw like 3 skulls pop up on the map, and I was like, whoa, that just happened so fast.
Oh, it's funny.
Oh my goodness. But Texas Nation, this is where they need to hold and play perfect hard point. Kismet throwing the nade out, check the scrap on the grass side there, but the huge gunfights to be won in the back. Now it's Ultra Academy, who's kind of having a close spawn, but still at least aware of that. This hill is just one of those hills, Spaceman, where you can hold it from the front or the back. Obviously, having the back is a lot easier, but it definitely made it a little bit more mixier now with that spawns. Like, you get that close spawns in fire now. We're used to seeing a little bit, a different spawn here for this P3 hill, but now just remember, they spawn closer mid-map area. Ultra Academy broke Texas Nation yet again. And, well, at least the close spawns there from Texas Nation to contest a little bit. So rotations to new that are going to be key. Jordan General at least able to win 10 seconds on that hold.
Well, I mean, they walk away with 10, so you keep the game close. But the last time we were there, Ultra Academy 140. So the ratio continues to go the way of the boys in purple. And they find once more another way to win the early rotation. They're winning the opening time. You need your Slayers to start turning up. Havoc trying to win a big gunfight in front, has to deal with the stun. Numbers on the outside for Texas as they swing back into the play, but it just seems that no matter where they go, they are met by a barrage of Ultra Academy guns. Every single angle covered, every exit point locked up. Ultra denying the push into the hard point. Texas scrambling to get back to mid-map.
Yeah, if they don't break this here, at least push them for contest. They have to. This Ultra Academy is going to be like close to that 230-something margin. So the positioning from Ultra Academy is just so dominant from the subs and the ARs, winning every gunfight. Kismet flies through grass at least to stop, but Hixie winning everything that walks in his path. Clears out 3 members of Texas Nation on old and has the rotation for new again.
I mean, Ultra are going to win this game. If this is the pace we're playing at now, this game's done. Ultra have just been absolutely lights out The breaks, the transitions, the holds, the early
pace?
time, waiting for the first wave of Texas to get inside before they clean him up. Like, Hixie's frying. We've seen him do this many times. There's no one around to contest. You need someone to get into the point. Maybe Havoc leads the charge, even just as a body cannon fodder. Someone to get in the point. Scrap denying the push. On the outside, gone. General, gone. That's it. We're going to Game 5, folks. I'm telling you right now, this one's done. We're going to Bocage. Game 5, about to be on your screens. Ultra Academy blowing out Texas Nation in Tuscan Hardpoint. That was impressive.
And didn't we say that earlier too? Like, oh my gosh, I would not want to go to a Bocage for a map 5. My goodness, but yeah, such a crazy game, and it's just realistically like Ultra Academy. They were positioning themselves so well, but that pacing, Texas Nation could not match that pacing. Like Ultra Academy ran away with it.
They certainly did. And the key for this game was that every single time Texas got into position to contest a hill, to start trying to fight for the hold, Ultra Academy were not only there to win the battle, to win the trades, to get numbers consistently in spots to thin out the herd, but then they would get like the following 20 seconds. So let alone the fact they were breaking the hill early and set up early, they were winning the scrap time from the opening hard point. They built that lead consistently. It wasn't a blowout of a couple of hills chained together. It wasn't like a 60, 70 point swing off one hill. It was consistent pressure and consistent wins on the time. And Ultra strung every single hill together and won this game from the opening minute to the final second. It was consistent hardpoint pressure, and the Slayers did their job. Texas just couldn't hang.
Yeah, no, I agree. It seemed like consistent from both sides. Like, whether you have like the preferred spawns or not, both teams were just evenly kind of contesting from both sides regardless. And yeah, Ultra Academy, though, with a couple of those hills, just ran away with it, positioning, and that even on that Church Hill, if you really get going, or even on the Fountain Hill, if you really get going and getting into a position where you can constantly just push off those cuts and get those subs like in your face. That is the key. Get the subs in your face, catch them off guards, and you're just forcing up gunfights, and just it changes your pace. It messes you up, and Texas Nation not really able to recover from that.
Want to give a big shout out to our Papa Zuma over there on the flank. Again, keeping up with the Challenger stuff, always tweeting out the streams, always watching his boys compete, and everybody else's. We appreciate our father, Zuma. But we also appreciate Game 5s on Bocage. I want to take a look at the series layout, okay? I want to get a look. I want to know where we're going and how we got to this point, because it's been all of Texas Nation, then all of a sudden it's been all of Ultra. We have traded hands in these games, 1 by 1, 250 to 171, starting off on Berlin. Texas Nation took Game 1. Then Ultra Academy respond with a 6-4 win in Game 2. It was all of control for Texas, then all of the hard point on Tuscan for Ultra. We go to Bocage. I'm sorry, Ultra Academy right now might be favorites going into this map 5.
Yeah, coming off of a win like that, but if you want to, I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. If you want to look at this Bocage, though, in terms of Ultra Academy, I think during, and I mean, I'm not really like going statistically any, like kind of like throwing that out there, but if we go by the Elite 2, they lost on this. I think we saw it twice. They lost twice on Bocage. So Texas Nation, I mean, I don't know exactly if this was the map mode combo on this last cup, but Texas Nation for Bocage, I don't think we haven't seen a search and destroy last season at all. So I'm like, it's kind of like an even game. We don't know really what to expect, but could be a little bit scary if you're Ultra Academy just knowing that you lost twice. But I mean, you never know. It's the subs that ultimately answer the call, and there's the first blood for Ixie, make it 2, and that's a 1 versus 3 for Kismet.
Yeah, the question coming into this Game 5 was really about, like, what Ultra Academy are we going to get? Because if we get the S&D team we've had in this series, this could be a very dangerous and quick Game 5. But we've also seen Ultra Academy who have struggled against the likes of, like, RØKKR in Game 5s, where they got blown out. So it depends on which version. Are we getting Elite Series Ultra North America, or are we getting the Open, where they're winning a lot of their S&Ds convincingly? Right now, it looks like the subs... I mean, the subs are just eating. Like, Vikel's having himself a day. Scrappy has been screaming since 9 a.m.
Like, he's been screaming all day. I'm convinced. I can hear him from here, and I'm not even there. Without streams on.
Is that loud?
It's that loud. But the stun check comes in from Kismet. At least there's information there. Reposition from him. And it's that grandma control that Ultra Academy have. Scrap with the first blood. And if you're Texas Nation, at least you got to trade there, but you kind of got to maybe wait. Information there. Okay, well, that was a bait.
Just a little bit.
Just
Bomb
a little
down in a
bit.
precarious spot. 2v2. Scrap and Mohawk versus General and Brezzy. Well, now make it a 1v1. Mohawk and General, both ARs in their hands. How will they play this one? Well, that's a great re-challenge. I mean, General's thinking he had time to escape, but absolutely not. Ultra taking the second round.
It's like Bocage is just so chaotic sometimes. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That play just happened really fast. It's like you see a player and you're like, oh, I'm going to chase him. And then you saw kind of Havoc do that side barn area. And they're like, oh, wait, hey, someone's there for the trade. Yeah, Scrap doing that. Mohawk, he's streaking out too. So I'm sure that's on the back of his mind. Ultra Academy leading up 2-0 on the attacking side. Barn control to behold. Oh, first blood again for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, but you have a 3-stack right now for Texas over towards A. So if that slow rotation does come out for Ultra, it's going to have to be dependent on getting at least a first pick. You're going to play numbers on the site, sure, but you're hoping you can kind of swing back towards the AR who might be watching either, from the back spawn, might be towards the silo. If you win that back area, you have a better chance of getting the bomb down cleanly. As player one, that's Hixie, very far pushed away from the rest of his teammates. Havoc might have heard something, for sure he did. But where does the first pick come from? General has to be careful.
And if I was Ultra Academy, maybe the commit to push through would be here. And there it is, opening up onto General. The bomb is down though. And still, that isolates Kismet, last alive in 1 versus 2. And that just is how the cookie crumbles. Ultra Academy with the first blood wait. They wait patiently and slow push A. You don't need to plant. It's Bocage. It's so fast. It's so chaotic. People can unexpectedly push. And of course, you don't want Kismet doing that because we've seen him do that in the past where he has that ability to slip the net and get behind you. But Ultra Academy decide, hey, we got first blood. We are chilling. Mohawk is four streak right now. So he's going to be thinking about those streaks. And of course, Texas Nation with that on the back of their mind, you're going to look to stop.
Again, we open up the round. We don't even have time to get things set up before it's a 2v1. 15 seconds in. Last alive for Vikul. He's done this before, so if you've watched the Mavericks roster last year, you know what his potential could be. He could get perfect timing. He's just going to take this quick rotation over towards the side. If he catches General planting, yes, he will. And hops off with a minute to go. Now a one-on-one. Vikul, done it before. Can he do it again?
And if you're Vikul, that was really smart. Back on down. Reposition yourself. Because Barn is just such a power position for this site. But look at what this. He quickly goes around. He doesn't spot Bressy. He doesn't spot the bomb. They don't spot each other. So the dance around comes through. But Vikul spots him.
Yeah, you got to push. You got to push. You just push now. Yep, just play that. You got to play it every single time. Nicely done by Vikul. Ultra Academy getting their 4th round. I mean, once you spot him, shaky shots, but whatever. You push that gunfight because he has bomb. And if you fall back, you're going to get picked with the AR. So Vikul, just a heads up play. He's done it before. Did it again. 1v2. No problem for him. 4 rounds in a row. Texas struggling.
That was such a smart play from him. Some people, you just see that sometimes where they just overcommit, force a gunfight. But if you have enough time, which he did, to wrap around, so smart. And now, stun checks do come out. But this is a little bit of a different setup that we have from Ultra Academy. Last time we kind of had like 4 members stacked into that barn site. This time around, we got a little bit of a spread. You got the peak checks coming in from Vikul to see any rushes or mid, and you have Hixie watching River. Nothing does connect, though. It's just really about playing for information here, and still a minute left on the clock. And there's Scrap for the information on Kismet. He opens up again with the first blood.
Yeah, but you have a push over towards B, and it's just numbers falling around the site. General having to stay alive, but Havoc, the lucky stars, gets both. General might find one in his sights. He does. You keep numbers up as well. 3v1, bomb down around the bus. But hey, guess what? Doesn't matter. You got them all locked up. Texas finally get themselves on the board. And you can see a quick look in to the live arena as they try to slow it down. You got General talking to the comms, trying to get the boys back on the same page. A crowd started to form, but Ultra, I would love to know what their faces look like right now because they have been in complete control.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely Scrappy. Like, he's literally been the hype man all weekend long. And just with what he brings to a team, like I said, he just seemed to be that factor for UIU. And then now, just even here, just still consistently across the board, no matter what team he's on, is a factor. And there's the information onto General. Texas Nation looking to attack here, but kind of just spread apart, not really committing to a site just yet. Working their way towards Grandma's.
They're going to get spotted if they go away.
House.
They will get spotted. I mean, Vico, well, he has at least one that he'd be able to pick. If he gets traded, whatever. In general, though, he would be able to get a first blood. Hixie working to the back. Haven't talked a lot about him in this game 5, but finally he gets a first blood. Advantage again to Ultra. Bomb hesitant to move up now with not a lot of eyes over towards the site. And the spread from Ultra at mid-map is absolutely lethal.
Indeed. Bressie takes down Mohawk Riverside, and this kind of leaves Kismet to reposition and go around towards A. So maybe the commitment towards the plant comes through, but Vico on the other side of this. He's going to run into... At least Havoc gets a kill there.
Bombs down.
2v2.
Yep. Kismet for 1, maybe for 2. Scrap on the outside has to do quite a bit. He's going to get Kismet now on a 1-on-1. This is a big round for the game, but he's flying right towards the point. I mean, he might just hop on the bomb, waiting, patiently looking for the clear, but no one else is around. He's going to stick it. Havoc. Did he spot it? No. This is such a weird round. They don't know where either is, but in this situation, Scrap basically did all he could with the information he had at the time. And he honestly could have stuck that ball.
He could have stuck it.
He could have stuck that, absolutely.
That. Like, I would have stuck it. I mean, what do you got to lose? You're already up 4-0. Just, you might as well do it. That could have been 5-1, you know?
Wow.
Like, you don't know where he is. You don't really, if you don't have a lot of information and not a lot of time, but I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's just one of those things. Like, do I just go for it? Do I not? It's tough. But, yeah, I would have stuck it there.
That's a situation where, yeah, like I absolutely agree. You're up 4-1, but also just, it's easier with hindsight. And obviously we see what they don't, but in that situation, if you have no idea, just make the play. Attempt something, you know? A lot of time still in this round. Round 7 on your screens. No first bloods as of yet. Couple of shots rang out for Texas, but they fall back quickly off A and now try to regroup yet again together. You have Havoc looking through the window just for information. If he spots anything, a gun through the door, an extra nade, he will call it out. But as of now, it's a halt from Ultra as they work over towards the site.
Yeah, and I'm really going to be looking towards that opening pick maybe from Mohawk on that grass side, the tank side. But no members of Texas Nation are over there. They really just kind of stayed inside the Grandma, locking that down. But you see, still, Ultra Academy working towards the A site, playing the corners. That's the name of Bocage now. Vico gets the kill onto Havoc. Numbers, strength in numbers for Ultra Academy. There's Mohawk with the trade. Bomb is down. 20 seconds left.
Around 15 to go. Bomb is down. Here comes the plant. General gunned. Absolutely deleted. Okay, Ultra now 1 round away. I mean, they did a good job of zoning out General, but yeah, you got that much control on the site, and Scrap is here to clean up. Scrap might be one of the standouts for this team, especially how he's been playing today. But Texas just can't find their footing in these S&Ds. Even when it was close in the Berlin, they have struggled. And Ultra are 1 round away.
Yeah, across the board with both Berlin and this map, it is Ultra Academy that just seemed really, really favoring those first bloods. But maybe just a quick hit to commit towards the bottom. Grandma's Havoc falls. And that is 2 down now for Texas Nation. At least Jordan General opens it up onto Vico. So now it's a 2 versus 2. The bomb is down. And now that leaves him last alive in a 1 versus 2.
This one's right now just for the winner side of the bracket. Texas Nation are not out if they lose this, but it doesn't matter in that conversation. Ultra Academy get it done. The S&Ds pull them through this series. They win themselves a hard point, and they get to this position. It didn't look good at times. We were worried about the respawn, but the S&Ds are clinical. They're very poised. They're consistent. And there you go. Game 5 win. Congratulations to Ultra. They continue to move on. Texas Nation, your number 1 seed, dropping down to the lower bracket.
Pretty crazy stuff. I mean, but
Nuts.
these two teams, these are titans over here in North America. I mean, they have been time and time again met in this situation, and now that streak has essentially ended for Texas Nation. I mean, well, not ended officially, but again, it is Ultra Academy who have the strength and numbers on this one and take it. And my goodness, the first bloods. Look at how many.
Yeah, that's a lot.
13?
That's the sentence. That's a lot. Now, granted, I think that stat's a little still wonky. I think we're still working out the irons on that one. But Scrab was consistent every round for being in a position to help alleviate some of the pressure towards the site. And in finding first bloods, Ultra, what they didn't do well in Berlin, which was finding a kill and getting away, even though they won that game, they did it here consistently late into the rounds, playing 3v2s, 3v1s. They put Texas in unwinnable situations.
Yeah, I agree. Those ARs, man, Scrap, Mohawk getting the first bloods. I mean, Hicks, Vico, they all across the board, but it was really, really, really convincing. That Tuscan hardpoint, like you said, they just had to take one of the Tuscans, whether it was the control or the hardpoint. But it definitely beats playing Texas Nation on Gavutu, that is for sure. You're feeling a lot comfortable with this map mode combination, and of course Bow Cage is just that map, like I said, yet you either run away with it or it's very, very close. And Ultra Academy, congratulations, they move forward.
Let's take a look at the bracket because, well, we've got teams moving up, teams moving down, and now we got Ultra Academy versus M7 Electrify, which, if you're new, is just the Vengeance Squad. So that's going to be your winner final. Classic EU matchup of some of the boys from Ultra currently on the North American team versus M7 Electrify. You got Stallions in the lower bracket still fighting for their life, but Ellen, the upper final is a matchup that outside of like M7, I would not have predicted Ultra Academy being in this position.
I, as a competitive player who's played, I just think that, and I try not to like think like that, but it's LAN, you never know. I try to really be like open-minded about it. But I'm not too surprised. We knew it was going to be a close game, even in an online setting. Like, they've been really, really heavy contested teams. Like, and this Ultra Academy squad, they have been just getting better and better. They had that time to just fix their mistakes, and it's working for them. So I'm not too surprised when you have that longevity with a squad, and of course these players who have been experienced of course over the years. It's bound to happen. Recipe for success.
It really is, and I think that's actually the best way to put it. It's bound to happen. It's a recipe for success. Ultra's been putting in the dirty work. They've been doing it. But again, we want to congratulate Ultra for moving up to the winter finals, and we want to thank the Woo Mafia for jumping in and checking out some of the Call of Duty Challengers action. Can we get a Wooma in the chat? For the love of God, you animals! Can we get some Woomas in the chat? But thank you guys for watching that last matchup. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will continue on with more Call of Duty action here at the Challengers Open. You don't want to miss it. See you guys in a minute.
Welcome back to the pit, and oh my, is it getting sweaty up in here. We've got ourselves a winners finals matchup coming up, and even though both the two teams that we have on hand here, Austin, have done step one of what the goal of this open was, which was to qualify for the CDL Pro-Am, there's still a lot of money up for grabs. $24,000 for first. And for both these two teams, for Toronto Ultra and A, as well as the M7 Electrify EU roster, you don't want to walk away empty-handed. I know the casino's been robbing a couple of people out there, so if anything, that prize pool will help you feel a little bit more level after the weekend.
Yeah, I have to imagine it would, right? Plenty of money on the line to fight for, and I think that you really hit the nail on the head. The job is not done yet. Still a lot more that you're going to be able to do, and if you can win this, well, you guess what? You go right to that grand final, because we got Ultra Academy NA and M7 Electrify going head-to-head here. This is going to be a really good matchup, I feel like. Based off of the day, Alan, both teams have been playing extremely good Call of Duty, so it should make for an exciting series.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing too, right? We talk a lot about how both of these two squads had showcased great presence throughout the elite stage. But the thing about it is, you come into a weekend, you don't have the ability to sit and prep for your upcoming opponent because you don't really know who that's going to be. So on the day, COD is super crucial. And as you mentioned, both of them have played very, very clean so far. Not listed in that lower bracket, Stallions and Texas Nation have lost their winners semis. They are going to be in the losers quarters, which is also a qualifier matchup for the CDL Pro-Am. That action's still yet to come, as the lower bracket is not even in lower round 8 yet. So there's still a lot of COD to be played on the day, but as far as these two teams are concerned, you win, you're in the grand final, and your day is done for both of them as well. So you've got some time to kind of go back over what was going wrong for you before you try to turn up and either to win that grand final from the upper bracket or to try to do it in 2 BO5s.
Absolutely. And you brought up the fact that, listen, this is a bit of a different format. And this is something I tend to talk about a lot when we are in the elites, is the fact that you get to do all this preparation. You're only playing, 2 series on the day, where you compare that to, some of the cups and some of the opens that we have. You're going through a long day of tournament play, sometimes over the entire weekend. So it can be, a little bit different for as far as playing series after series. And I feel like for teams, like the two that we have right now in the winners final, this is something that they're very used to when they play in these opens and things like this. So Ultra obviously coming off of a top 2 finish in the last cup. They're looking to try to bring some more of that here. Might have a top 2 to potentially lock in on the day, and that would be wonderful. But they got to get through one of the strongest European teams. There is so much to be said about this team because they have been very exciting to watch based off of what we've gotten. We got the same Wardy that we saw in Elite Stage 2. Maple even has also showed up here for us on the day. So everyone basically is going to be firing on all cylinders. It really is hard, I feel like, to give anyone any kind of an edge going in towards this winners final.
And here's the really important storyline. For this Toronto Ultra Academy team, we were looking at this team we were setting up before the event. It's like, look, this is the first LAN event for everybody besides Hixie. But here's the interesting turn. Now that they're playing up against M7 Electrify, both Hixie and Vehicle had a lot of play time versus this group of 4 last year because they both played in Europe. So the familiarity is 1,000,000% going to be in play here in some regard. But for this Ultra Academy NA roster, they come in as the 12th seed based on what their challengers points looked like. And the biggest thing about it, and we looked at this, is like, look, we wanted to see what Vehicle was going to do. He's obviously kind of got a lot of spotlight on him, moving from Spain over to North America to give challengers a go. We know that obviously Hixie's playing on the Toronto Ultra Academy roster, but here's the thing. Mohawk and Scrappy have been 2 of the most spotlighted North American recent talents in the last 2 years, especially Mohawk after his championship run last year in Cold War. We needed him to live up to that MVP style performance he had last year, and boy, has he.
He has definitely stepped up here on LAN, and we got to see a ton of it in that last series, just being one of the X factors at times for this squad. And that's the Mohawk we're used to seeing, the Mohawk that can make those 1v2s happen, that can make those aggressive play calls in S&D and have it work out for you. That's been a huge part of I feel like this team's success coming together, and you match that with his duo Scrappy, and all of a sudden you got a very potent combination. But we take a look at the series layout that we have. A lot of familiar maps, I feel like, for as far as what we've gotten on the day, but double dose of Berlin, then into a double dose of Gavutu, and then if we need be, where we very might actually end up going, will be a Desert Siege for the map number 5.
Yeah, the Gavudu will be new for the side of this M7 Electrify roster. The Berlins will not be for either team, as we saw a lot of it in the previous two winners semi. So I think the biggest thing, we were talking about this once we were given the maps before we went live, was, look, the longer this series goes, the better news it is for Toronto Ultra NA. So I'm curious, I think, just to see how these first two maps fare, because there's a very real possibility here that this one could be a 3-0, just due to the fact that the former Vengeance roster during Season 2, they were very good at Berlin Hardpoint, and they just came off showing us a very good Berlin Search and Destroy, largely off of how clinical and surgical they set up their defense. So I think for this M7 Electrify roster, you feel really good about these first two maps. If you can come on and win those, your pathway to get to the grand finals on the upper bracket is pretty much clear cut. The only question would be for the other side, for Ultra Academy NA. Can you come out and really show us some dynamic looks at the Search and Destroy in particular? Because you do not want to be one-dimensional versus this M7 Electrify team.
No, and I think the good news is that their S&D has actually probably been the best game mode here for them on the day. We just saw them, clutch up a couple of big S&Ds versus Texas Nation there in that last round. And I mean, they closed out the last map fairly convincingly. We're also seeing a lot of the individuals, find some of these big clutches. So that's what we're going to need. But of course, we kick it off with Hardpoint first, and taking us through the action will be Cade and Ryan. And as we jump in, Alan, having that crucial hot start here for you, carrying some of that momentum coming off the hot series for Ultra could be your way to potentially slip away with a map win here up against M7 Electrify.
Oh boy, it's winners finals, baby. The first challengers land in over 2 years. Wow, yeah. There is no false hype here whatsoever. I'm pumped about this one. And the thing too is, like, I still have to question in some regard for both Toronto Ultra Academy and M7 Electrify. Can you calm yourself down after you just qualified for the Pro-Am to still come out here and do the job? Let's see how it goes. It's going to be M7 Electrify into the hard point first and foremost, in the red, in the purple Ultra Academy. And as the first blood comes through, an opportunity for Ultra Academy to try to work their way into the hard point. Nades start to flood on in. To the pistol goes Mohawk, but he runs into just too many members for M7 Electrify, as they do have the numbers to hold the initial hill.
Wow, really like the route taken off the start there for the side of M7 Electrify. It allows them to come through the back and, get at least a little bit of time here. And now Maple needs to try to survive, but nades are raining on through. We'll be able to clean him up here for a second, and now Mohawk also able to come out with a big 1v1. So we take a look at the map right now, and it will be Ultra Academy that are able to hold a point and might be able to cut off this rotation too.
Yeah, killing Denza on the long pinch play for that scrap actually allows them to get the mailroom and watch this cover over through the dock play. So huge moment here for Ultra Academy NA to get into a position to read where this hit is coming from. Vcol seen everything. Stun comes through. Scrap able to feast off of that from 3 from top fire to the pistol. Wanted the 4-piece, but not quite able to get through Wardy. But regardless, job done. Ultra Academy into the second hill first.
Yep, perfect so far. Can they hold the next push, though? Wardy is here, wants to break on through, but Vcol able to take him down. Maple also finding a player on the pinch here from Ultra Academy, but you still need to get work done inside of the hard point. That's been the problem. One by one, we're starting to see M7 Electrify come, and Ultra, well, they're dealing with it with ease. Not a problem whatsoever for them. Every single gunfight now starting to be one. Vcol taking another from range, won't win it, but this is an amazing hill coming through for Ultra.
It's amazing 2 hills coming out from Ultra Academy. I think largely one of the biggest problems that we noted on during Season 2 of the Challengers Elite was that Ultra Academy was a little bit slow off the jump, going from scrap into initial of hard points. A little bit lazy at times, I think, is the best way to kind of categorize how they rotated across the map. That has not been the case at all. Picking up the pinch and then immediately watching the cross on rotation has been great news. Even in this moment right here, Ultra Academy trying to make a play through docks. A good individual moment from Weeman to try to counter the large majority of this, but even still, the pressure's on, and Ultra Academy are going to get an opportunity to block these spawns and potentially flip with this 2-2 split they have set up for the break attempt.
Vcol gonna get stunned up, waiting for his teammates to slay up the hill, and have they ever? One more player, Wardy's got nothing left in the tank to try to fight back, and on the push, Ultra Academy will be successful. We talk about this hill, holding it for 30 seconds is really the goal, but they're able to break in just before that mark. So now you want to try to respond if you're M7 Electrify, and it's going to have to be through the front.
Yeah, you need to start getting some value out of Wardy and Denza. I mean, 8 and 16 combined between the two of them. That is not going to be good enough to get through this Ultra Academy team. You need those subs to really light things up, because on the opposite side, Scrap and Hixie are absolutely having their way. unbelievable start. Even Vehicle at 9-4 double positive has led to a runaway first rotation so far, and not just through the first 3 hills, mind you. Ultra Academy, again, in position to try to lock down these spawns as they look to once again break a new hard point as we go to train yard.
Yeah, they're just not ready for it. They think that Weeman has the back completely covered, but Vehicle's able to keep M7 off of the time, and now Hixie right through the middle of the map here will also be able to find an opening, throw himself on the time. So spawns are locked in for Ultra Academy North America, and now M7 Electrify are going to have to try to win out in some of these massive gunfights through the front. Densa does come up with 2, and that's going to loosen up a bit of the defense as we'll see M7 Electrify move right back through.
The thing about it is, and you see what Denza wanted to do, he wants to move to the back of the hard point, try to zone off where these spawns are likely coming through, but nobody was with him. Everybody else from M7 Electrify were focused on new. They were trying to play through mid-map, getting up to the high ground, and that's some crucial time missed by M7 Electrify, and what was a great individual moment from Denza. So now as we turn our rotation over not just to the 5th hard point, but also to what happened to the left side of the map for the preferred spawns, you kind of have to look once again towards M7 Electrify. Who's going to open the door? Because there has been no vacancy anywhere on the map as Ultra Academy continue to dominate the gunfights.
I mean, this is a pretty big problem right now when you look at the entire scoreboard here for the side of M7 Electrify. Like 5-13 here for Maple, Denza 8-14. I mean, Wardy, one of our star players for this roster, also only 6 kills, and you are just being outslayed. And because of it, Ultra Academy are turning it into time. This is something that we talked about. Can they continue to do this? And it looks like the answer is a hard yes, as they're leading this one with quite a lead. You need a response here if you're M7 Electrify, and now they're also vulnerable to losing this rotation here too, Alan.
Oh, yeah, very much so the case. 5 in a row for Mohawk, by the way, as well. He's in a really safe spot to try to get a 6th and the 7th for a glide bomb. This map is already starting to get a bit out of reach, but if Mohawk can find streaks, it may just be completely out of hand. Mohawk able to get the 6th, but Wardy shuts down the potential of the glide bomb, immediately getting the trade. And an opportunity maybe to beat one of these players to the new hard point, but that was at least the mindset for Wardy. Unfortunately, not able to make that play come through. And with that, Ultra Academy don't just soak up the scrap, and really the majority of time on 5. They're also in a really good position to watch over the top of this first hill again as well.
Oh, they absolutely are. And again, look at the numbers coming through here for M7 Electrify. Sure, Wardy gets in here for a second, but he's just going to be overwhelmed with a lot of the Ultra players coming right back off spawn. But the stuns are actually good, and despite the number disadvantage, they're able to break on through and now force Ultra into actually a difficult situation where they're trying to contest the rotation earlier than necessary because they don't want to get spawn trapped, and they will win those battles. They do manage to soar on through and get to the back here. And as you say it, Alan, they're also able to win that one-on-one battle here versus Maple for scrap time.
I mean, this is just a brand new Ultra Academy compared to, what, a week ago when we watched them in playoffs, and even during the Cup at certain regards. It's like you saw brilliant moments of brilliance, but this is near perfection from Ultra Academy. You're kind of stuck in a weird position on that last rotation. You work your way out of it, and you win the gunfight for scrap. And wouldn't you know that? That turns this into a 50-50 battle for P2. Now, granted, you've got a lot of M7 members to deal with, but easier said than done, apparently. Scrap's able to take down 2, gets the reload off, looking for Maple, who've gotten a double of his own. And with that win, it is M7 into the hard point.
Maple does tend to have these slow starts, then does tend to turn up in these second rotations. Maybe still a chance for M7 Electrify, but you got to come out with 30 seconds here and win rotation. And Ultra Academy might not give you that sort of chance, but so far it's been decent. Vehicle does drop down 1v1 versus Maple. He's going to be able to take it. Spawns coming in deep near the back there for the side of M7 Electrify. They're going to have a long way to go before they'll see a P3 hill.
But there is the opportunity. If Maple can win 1-1v1, I was going to say he was the lowest member on M7 trying to stretch over towards P3. There might be an opportunity where M7 could streak these 2 hard points together, and then they would be right back in the game. But now they're kind of in this weird position of where do we want to go? Oh, this is such a weird position for M7. You're trying to work through docks. You even got a couple of spawns up there, but Mohawk is watching this. And
oh, man.
Yeah, he's just safe as all get out back there. He's got help inside the hard point if he needed it, but that's just a flawless hold from Ultra Academy. And now you have to worry about Vehicle number 2 in purple. He's in the back. He can pinch as soon as this play starts to come to life. But how about it? Wardy, Maple, deal with it. And the break is very fluid. I'm a bit shocked that was as clean as it was.
Yeah, that's the risk of going for that kind of a flank play, because if your teammates lose those battles inside the hard point and you're able to work to the back and block the spawn, boom, you get the flip, and that's what happens here. So they do actually manage to come away with 30 seconds. Wee Man with a couple of key kills will make sure the scrap time is secured. So 193 to just about 140 here for M7 Electrify. You can see them already trying to make their way across the map, but Maple needed to win that versus Vikol. Vikol's going to sniff him out, take him down, and Ultra Academy on the verge of 200 points.
Yeah, and there was a moment where Wee Man actually did spawn right back up into the warehouse area, maybe trying to sneak around the back again, but Toronto Ultra Academy are just picking up all of the potential openings. There is no vulnerabilities in a lot of these setups that we've seen from Ultra Academy. It's been on the backside of just kind of full-flooded breaks for M7 Electrify when they've gotten into the hard point really at all so far this game. So 218, 140, and what has historically and very recently been a great map for M7 Electrify, mostly off of their ability to control tempo and pace. That has been completely absent in this matchup. Ultra Academy of having their way with it.
Takeover mode right now. Scrap, looking for two. No more ammo left in the clip. Might have came away with it. Long-range pistol shots for Wee Man, who has been one of the key standouts here, but missing a lot of that sub-presence that we're so used to when we talk about this team. And now because of it, Ultra Academy very well could get it done on this hill or the next, but do have some decent zoning. Bit of a spawn trap as Wardy tries to keep them pinned back here for as long as he possibly can, but Mohawk cleaning up too is now going to loosen up some more players. However, Wee Man trying to fight back with it whatever he can as he cleans up too. Now they got to try to maintain control.
Yeah, this is stabilization here for M7 Electrify. You've got the ability to lock down the high ground. You've also got a player forward looking to play for routes. You've cleaned up Ultra Academy's stray members around the back, and now all of a sudden, wait a second, the ARs are really lighting things up. Scrap, the last remaining member for Ultra Academy, eventually traded out, and that will also be a spawn flip. So it still would take a lot for this to happen.
It would.
But M7 Electrify are putting themselves in decent spots to try to make this comeback happen. But the thing about it is, with them being so close to 250, you have to hard focus on the OBJ, and that leads to players like Vikol getting around the back and reflipping the spawns again.
Oh, and Scrap's also combining for multi-kills like that. It makes it pretty damn hard to continue to lock in the points. Mohawk going to be able to push all the way out through the train station now, and you can see the setup on the mini-map. Purple all over train station, all over the hill. Gunfights need to be won. Wardy and Maple do come up with two. This could still be a chance to at least break in. It's up to Hixie to try to hold the line, and they do manage to stop the side of Toronto Ultra here from getting any more time. But Allen, still a lot more work needs to be done in Ultra. They can take their time on the map.
You need a special moment right here, right now from Denza. He's the rogue member on this rotation. Oh, wait a second. He actually extends his life a lot longer. 1v1 with Vikol would have been an important win to have, but it's fine. Wee Man's also watching the same cross. And as they start to recognize potential threat from the front, all the guns turn up. And hold on a second. This is a hell of a time to run a perfect hardpoint if you're M7 Electrify. Required, obviously. And they've done it. Okay, so you've got Toronto Ultra Academy looking to play off rotation, which is being contested. But this is still doable, Austin. They're winning every gunfight they need to win.
This is doable. 6 seconds is all Ultra Academy need. But the rotation could be one for M7 Electrify. They're here, and Wee Man's on a 5, and he's got his subs around him, clearing out the point, looking solid, but Scrap has just cleaned up too. So you have to defend yet again, and Wee Man, he's feeling the pressure. Tries to back up for a moment, reads the push from the side, but Scrap has now found 3. Scrap has now moved in for 4. And Ultra Academy will make sure there are no comebacks here in map number 1.
How appropriate is it that the final 2 kills that come through are both by MP40s? Because it was a sub-diff all the way throughout the entirety of that map until Wee Man really started to pick things up. I mean, we called it at the moment where Denza's outside fire. You want to see him finesse his life, stall off the rotation for Toronto Ultra Academy as long as humanly possible to give yourself a chance to get into P2 and maybe extend the comeback efforts. And it was Wee Man behind the play that actually kept that play really hotly contested. And then also into the hard point, does well to finesse his life for as long as he can, but it's just too slow of a start, right? I mean, it was a slow start kind of again for some of the ARs initially, besides Wee Man and Maple had kind of a slow start, but really you look at Wardy and Denza. Wardy dropped like 40 plus on the Bacage that we saw in their winter semis. He had a hard time finding a kill in the first 3 hard points.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is, listen, Ultra Academy, they're also coming right off of that series versus Texas Nation, so you can tell they're very hot with the gunnies right now, frying, picking up a lot of multi-kills. I mean, that was the biggest problem, it felt like, when we were looking at the first couple of hills.
Yeah.
They were just, breaking in, finding two pieces that we wouldn't normally see on the side of M7 Electrify, usually good at finding some of those trades. So a little bit slow to get there. We start to see it near the end, and hopefully they're going to be able to carry some of that over in towards the next map. But nonetheless, I feel like Ultra Academy have cleaned up a lot of the problems that we typically highlight when we're watching over their hard points. And you could see everything a little bit more fluent, a lot cleaner for the majority of that map as they get it done 250 to 216. Biko as well. Good shout out here, getting a good amount of the hill time. Great rotations being won. Just going rogue, and that's something I feel like they've missed. And everyone else, of course, keeping up there with them too.
Absolutely. I mean, you see that just off of how many total assists were tallied between the team. I mean, everyone's getting involved. That's always great news. But you also look all the way to the right statistic category. The hill time is pretty evenly dispersed outside of Mohawk, who's trusted to just anchor. So that's why you get the 22 non-traded kills for him. Great stuff from really everybody individually as far as what role you expect them to run. Pretty much perfection from start to finish. Hard to say that, full force with the 250 to 216 at the top of the scoreboard, but I think if you were to take that away and look at the first two sets of rotations that we saw, it really was as close as perfect as you could possibly ask for from Ultra Academy. Especially, I think, it's easy, I think, for commentators to go out there and we could just tell you guys like, oh, they played like perfect hardpoint. But it's not just they've played perfectly. If they played perfectly to counter what M7 Electrify wanted to do. That's the biggest thing in my mind. When you're looking to put together a response for what has been an unanswerable duo of Wardy and Denza, that's what I mostly mean when I say it's a perfect responsive hardpoint. Maybe not necessarily fully perfect hardpoint. I don't know. Going on my tangents. Austin, hold on. Bring me back.
It's all good. I'll bring you back. I'll reel you back in, Alan. How about a map number 2 coming up? We got a Berlin again. Search and destroy, and this is actually where I am maybe a tad bit worried for M7 Electrify, because I feel like Ultra Academy, especially coming out of that last series versus Texas Station, a lot of what they were doing in Search and Destroy was so clinical, extremely clean, like steps ahead. And I loved a lot of the play calls that were made when we were looking over that bocage, and they also managed to come away with a map number 2 versus Texas Station 2. So I think you have a lot of great things going for you right now when you talk about the fact that Scrappy and Mohawk could be making a lot of those big Search and Destroy calls. And on the other hand, this is where you need to see Denza and Wardy get involved and shut down a lot of the playmakers on the side of Ultra to make sure this series does not get out of hand.
The thing that we have to remember if you're joining us here just recently and missed the upper semifinal matchup where both these teams were successful and qualified for the Pro-Am, the biggest thing in my mind, Austin, I'm not trying to immediately counter what you have to say because I think you're right, is you also have to remember that for M7 Electrify, they were playing point of contact defense in a 2-2 split where they trusted either Maple or Weeman to get the first reads, whether that be by ARs or with Maple with the scope. And Stallions did not have an answer for that in any regard outside of one quick B hit offensively. So I think if you're Ultra Academy NA, you have to be able to move that defense, because there was no reason at any point in time throughout that upper semifinal when we saw this map mode combo for M7 Electrify to change anything defensively. They never needed to play aggressive. They could just keep playing their 2-2 split, and it was pretty much untouched from start to finish. So I think there are really interesting points on both sides, and it does mean that this map could be pretty tight.
Yeah, I think that's, a really valid assessment based off of what we have seen from these guys. I think the big fact here is, are they going to be able to heat up, keep up with the tempo if we see Toronto kind of run at them? I think that'll be the thing. And also, I feel like based off what we've seen so far, the tournament, Maple has brought out the scope on Berlin. Scrappy likes to do it from time to time again, likes to just throw in those rounds. Doesn't like to bring it out every single round. He mixes it in so it's in the back of your mind when you're on the enemy team. Like, hey, Scrap could be sniping here. Makes you play different at times, especially when you're getting picked off from it. So I'm very excited for that battle because Maple has almost always been the sniper guy and will not put it away unless he's just doing absolutely horrible. So we'll see if that is the case again. But coming in here 1-0 up, Ultra Academy looking to make it to, looking to see if they can keep their search and destroy strong throughout the day and throughout the series.
This is just fun, man. EU versus NA.
It is a lot.
Golly, man. Also, for what it's worth, when you talk about just kind of how the tournament has gone, Ultra Academy EU is the only other EU team still alive looking for qualification. So, there is a lot to be said about how EU and NA have fared so far. Granted, of course, the representation for Europe has been much more marginalized in numbers than what we've seen from North America, as you'd figure. But regardless, we'll save that talking point for another time. As we get into the mix of this one, how about Hixie? Long flank around this opening offense for M7 Electrify, looking to get to A. And this little backup from the defenders is so smart. Let Hixie make the next play.
Yep. Let's see if Hixie can, in fact, do it. Oh, he's not going to win that versus Wee Man, apparently. And Scrap does have the scope, wants to get aggressive with the pistol in hand, and he finds an angle. Does get a long extended trade. So 2 versus 2. 40 seconds left on the clock. Wardy trying to find the angle onto one, and he gets it, but it's an immediate trade right after there. And M7 Electrify, they will be able to find their first round.
Man, you thought for a second just Hixie was going to blow this play wide open, but you really do have to give the credit to the read, though, for M7 Electrify. You get the call, you get the pickup onto Hixie, and then you say, okay, we've got numbers. Let's try to get these eliminations and open up more space in front of the bomb site itself. And it works out beautifully to the form of a team ace, everyone getting a kill in the round. And now this is where I'm curious. Again, look for this 2-2 split setup where Maple will use a scope to watch the cross towards B. Denza will play as close to, if not in the B site. And then the duality of man between both Wardy and Wee Man sticking over the A zone. This is exactly what we saw them do versus Stallions. And there was not an answer for it in their winter semis for the side of the Stallions. So let's see what Ultra want to try to put together here as they look towards A.
Scrap and Maple both having snipers like we had framed up coming in. Shots coming through for Wee Man, just trying to see if he can find the head of Hixie. Nades being thrown out as the bomb's going to go down on A. Wee Man looking desperately for an exit, but Wardy, he's already here, and he's got the first one.
And this is that point of contact. Wardy doesn't have to make a go call until Wee Man gets the information to him, so it's absolutely flawless. Now you've got numbers to come through. Scrap is holding deep to make sure nobody's on the pinch, but you've got to find some sort of help from Hixie first and foremost. Denza already on the defuse. No one checking it in time leads to a quick dismissal of the bomb. And that will be enough for M7 Electrify to go up 2-0. And that defense is problematic. You've got to find an answer for those ARs or snipers that are watching you for the initial point of contact.
Definitely do. But, I mean, a huge part of this is the fact that Wardy just gets that information as you highlight there, Alan. He finds that first kill. Then all of a sudden, Ultra are just holding pre-aims. They're trying to play defensively with off angles just outside and around that train station, which is what opens up the site. And I love the call to go for the defuse. This is something that we talk about a lot of the time when you have numbers. Stick the defuse, make them peek you, and rely on your teammates and trust in them to get those trades. And no trades are even needed. They get the second round. But round number 3. Right into A we go again, it looks like. Wardy on 3 in a row, entering in with his teammate Denza on the bomb, but it will be a first blood. Make it a second for Maple across the map.
Yeah, they're watching the flank. This is another 2-2 setup where M7 Electrify are sending 2 members forward to deal with the front side A and then 2 in the back to make sure there is no pinch. But Scrap! Oh my goodness, how does he melt Wee Man that quickly? Mohawk must have had him low. So now it's Scrap for what would need to be an ace and a 1v2 in the current moment. 26 seconds on the clock, double hit comes through, Scrap resets. Does he get a stack up? No, it's a bait and switch slide through, and M7 Electrify stay perfect in the search.
Wow, really close there. Scrap trying to get some kind of a 1v4 happening, but it's not going to happen, and it comes off the back end of what we missed there from Maple off the start. I mean, as soon as you find 2 players off of what was an aggressive defensive round coming through for Ultra, all of a sudden that player at the back of the site is not going to find a whole lot of value at A. So very clean, using the numbers and then making sure that you bait and switch it at the end. I mean, that is just, the fundamentals of search and destroy that we always allude to. And now 3-0 here. M7 Electrify wanting to take away everything that has been good for S&D here in Ultra Academy. And it's certainly shown here so far. Wardy's been relentless in this site, but this time it's Hixie that's able to find him and clean him up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Wardy got naded out of his backside desk position that he wanted to use, which actually kind of catches Wee Man in a weird spot. So good breakdown of the zone for Ultra Academy, largely off of nades to open up the site in the first place. Denza's going to go for a swim, and it'll be a flawless round here for Ultra Academy NA. I just love that. I mean, hey, if you know that there's going to be point of contact defense, let's try to force out the SMG, hit from the doorway where you know for a fact that none of the ARs or snipers can see you, and just try to overwhelm the one member on the point. I love that call. Good adjustment.
Yep, good adjustment. A needed one, too. Cannot go down 4-0 here versus a team like M7 Electrify. And Ultra Academy, make sure that does not happen. So here we go. Round number 5. What will we have for defense? Last time they made the play call to basically kind of bombard mid, see if they could get behind enemy lines, and they lost a lot of their numbers doing so. But it's a bit of a switch up here for M7 Electrify. Maple very well might have the scope again, and they could be just playing to try to get this bomb down for him.
The thing about this, if you're Ultra Academy, you have to play for warehouse retake. You cannot just full run back over on this cross. And it looks like they are going to try to make some sort of a 2-2 split hit on this retake from Mail. And I just don't love it. You can kind of hear the apprehension in my voice. There's just so many free angles here for M7 to watch over, and it does result in even trades for now. But the problem is, you've got Maple with a sniper rifle that could potentially watch us, but one of the doors didn't get fully broken. Ooh. So now hold on a second. Mohawk's going to play bodyguard. Weeman has to come forward and try to stop the defuse. He gets the pistol off for the first, but the defuse comes through before the second kill can. And Ultra Academy NA will steal away around largely because doors were still in play.
Listen, Alan, I know those doors are annoying to break because you got to throw like 4 or 5 melees at them, but you got to take them out. You got to take the doors out because of moments like that. And if you're only going to take out one door, then you got to plant on the close side by the window so that Maple can have eyes on the bomb if someone's trying to stick that defuse. It doesn't happen, and Ultra Academy are able to get away with a round that probably should not have went their way. So 3-2, Ultra Academy, back-to-back rounds. Back on the attack, though. And over to A they will go. No one inside the site, but Morty again waiting for that point of contact so he can make his move if they decide to come in.
I don't know if you can go A anymore. V-Cool's nade does not get into the site, so you don't know what's on the right side. This is going to be a double nade set up in the back, and they're going to try to play through concrete stairs. This is a very dicey push. Wardy's very aware of this. Finds one. Weeman gets the other. Mohawk could only service one trade, and I don't know. I think that's one of those moments where you maybe try to feel things out, but after V-Cool loses his nade, I think you kind of have to back up and reset, because now you're in a 2v2 situation where you kind of give the advantage to Weeman and Denza, who can stack this together, but Scrap is making the exact right move. He's cleared out B, and he's going to rewrap behind this, and with that information from Mohawk, this pinch is actually very sustainable.
Yeah, Mohawk just needs to survive, and Scrap's got to check his corner here on the minimap. And Scrap will, off screen, finds Weeman. So now it's all on one. Denza inside of the site, waiting patiently, I have to imagine. And we'll see him take shots now. Mohawk trying to play with them. They wait for the teamwork, and how about that? A 2v3 coming through for Ultra Academy. Might have even be a 2v4, actually, that they're able to work back from, and they'll find now 3 rounds straight.
That is so ballsy to go all the way around the map when you don't know where the second member of M7 Electrify's defense is. That's just an unbelievable call to wrap all the way through docks, get in the back. Mohawk checks the corner as you advised. That's just an absolutely brilliant play from Mohawk, and one of the reasons why I know you in particular love to say how good this guy is at Search and Destroy and why this team could definitely service off of his experience. How about this? This time around, the action's over towards B. Morty's not doing anything right here, but he's looking to play over towards maybe watching this rotation, but this is a quick hit from both teams trying to work for mid-map control, and First Blood goes the way of Hixie and Scrap.
Oh, Denza's so isolated, and you lost Maple, who's typically the player looking for the clutch spot once the bomb goes down. I mean, you have Wardy, who's just nowhere to be found right now in this play. Denza's just going to try to stick it, but oh, they're actually not going to come in to check. Finally, they do. They'll stop the bomb from going down. And now that should just be the round. And there it is. Ultra clean defensive hit coming over to A.
I love that. It's the first time we've seen them with multiple numbers try to work in towards mailroom, and it completely puts M7 Electrify into pieces, largely due to the fact that I think A, they didn't expect that hit, and B, they were trying to kind of use Wardy, I believe it was, or Denza, one of the two, in a position to kind of just, fake that there's going to be something going on towards A, or maybe catch these defenders at A's site, rotating away from the bomb site itself with this quote-unquote quick hit to B, but it doesn't really work out because really it's just a blind counter. Ultra Academy throw 3 members in towards the mailroom, and there's no need to rotate players over. How about this? You kind of saw the glint of the sniper rifle. Maple's got it to play with. Scrap has read this on 5. And has an opportunity to try to, again, win the high ground control, as it's going to be a Wardy Maple setup here defensively at the A site.
Yeah, Maple's still very content with keeping the scope out. It's 4-4. It could really be the pivotal reason why we could see them cut down what was 4 rounds in a row, but Mohawk finds the first one. Scrap gets the second. He's now 1 off of a glide bomb. Bomb's going down, and M7 Electrify in shambles as they have to retake in the 2v4.
And you've got a player making a move through fire at the moment. That's Hixie working with Scrap. Denza's been able to open up one from the front, but again, clearing all this space when you've got a sniper in play is so difficult to do, and there's the shutdown. Double comes out. Ultra Academy NA was at 3 rounds in a row now all of a sudden. They get them to 5 first and hold on to your horses. And, you know, for what it's worth, I just don't love that setup. You've got Wardy with an automaton with Maple sniping over the top of the A site, and you're trusting Wee Man with an automaton to pinch. I don't know. I just feel like that was this. We're getting ourselves into a gray area. If we're not really playing forward, but we're also not really playing back. I don't know. That's a weird setup for M7 Electrify. And, you know, I think credit where credit is due. Ultra Academy have forced adjustments from the M7 defense, and it's worked out beautifully for them in the last couple of offensive looks.
I still feel like they're starting to predict a lot of them too, and because of
agreed.
it's led to this 5-3 score count. A round now needed for M7 Electrify. They are able to at least get a trade onto Scrap. Hixie, however, still alive, wants to watch over this site, but now you've just lost Vikol, and Hixie kind of feels obligated to make maybe a play, but Maple needs to win the battle, and he does. So it comes down to Mohawk, a 1v3, and well, we don't even get to swap to him before he dies. M7 Electrify play a little patient. No Ultra's been playing aggressive, and that means that they are going to find their 4th round.
Scrap was also a bullet away on that opening engagement towards Mailroom from securing a glide bomb, but him getting taken down means that there is no extra resource here for Ultra Academy NA. So yeah, it needs to be 3 rounds technically in a row for M7 Electrify, but at least they've made life a little bit easier on that path to comeback. I'm really curious to see what they want to do defensively here as far as their setup is concerned. Do you go back to the tried and true Maple sniping on the B cross, Denza on the site, and then you keep running Wardy with a sub inside of the A site? And yeah, it looks like that's exactly the case. They're going to go back to what has been essentially their default. The thing that's different, though, is that Wardy and Weeman are double-stacked pillars, and this is going to be read by all this nade spam coming in.
Oh, that nade, and then Hixie
Yeah,
following
so
up.
good.
It's
So
a
good.
double from Vikol. The stun locks them down, and the nade finishes them off. 2v4 now. Denza and Maple have to keep their team in the S&D, and the call is beautiful. Look at player 5 on the mini-map. He is going to watch this entire cross. Player 6 is going to drop this bomb, and this retake is just about impossible.
As soon as that nade came through from Vikol, Scrap made the delayed hit to push through B. This is impossible for M7 Electrify. You've got a player set up for the post plant traditionally through Warehouse. You've got Scrap in your spawn. And oh my, brilliant from Ultra Academy. What an adjustment comes through. It would have to be a 1v4 for Maple, and he has to do it in less than 30 seconds. Mohawk got a read. There's the spam. There's the shots. Ultra Academy putting M7 Electrify to work on that Berlin Search and Destroy. And just what an unbelievable, brilliant play to get the isolation down towards pillars. It's the same 2-2 setup from M7 Electrify. The only thing different is the small adjustment to throw the 2 players that are defending A down towards pillars, looking for a quick flank. You stun check it, you get the popcorn, send it to a map 3, 2-0 up.
2-0 up. How about that? I mean, this
Holy.
is insane right now, Alan. They just took out the #1 seed in North America, and well, what I consider to be the #1 team out of Europe, they very well
agree.
might be able to take them down too. 2-0 up, a very clean search and destroy, and it was not a clean start. Like, we got to go back to the fact that, hey, listen, M7 Electrify were 3-0 up, and those were convincing rounds, not coming down to 1v1s or, 1v2s. Like, those are clean rounds that they are just overwhelming their opponents with, and then Ultra Academy combined for what was, I think, 4 or 5 rounds straight. And from there, I mean, there was just no more answers on the side of M7 Electrify. What a map, Alan. 2-0 up here in this winter final, man. Not what I expected in the first half of this set.
Not this way. I kind of had it 2-0 the other way if I was being honest with you. The thing that's really peculiar, and I would be really curious to know, if you're M7 Electrify, why were you changing up that 2-2 default defensive setup in the first place? Like, you think back to what changed. You kind of see it here. Initially, it's Wardy playing forward, just waiting for Weeman to give him calls on information. And it led to Wardy coming away with 3 straight kills. And then the next defensive round they put together, they get tested towards B, and Weeman nearly shuts it down by himself. So you think that your defense is actually going well. It wasn't until we had that one isolation where Wardy was naded out of his spot through desk, and then you had that Wardy Maple setup with a sniper and an automaton to watch over the A site. I don't really know why you change up that look as dramatically as they did, because honestly speaking, your quote-unquote defensive default was really never tested outside of one round where Wardy got naded off the bat. So I don't know if there was maybe a little bit of panic there, thinking that Ultra Academy had figured it out 100%, or if their nade utility was just hitting them really hard. But I just don't know why you swap away from that 2-2 defense that was giving you so much success versus Stallions and provided a nearly flawless. It did. It was a team ace opening round. So I don't know. I think there's some questions there as far as the resiliency of that setup and just trusting it more if you're M7 Electrify.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. And now here we are, 12-6 again for Scrap. I mean, I feel like, we highlight like a lot of these individuals quite often, but, Scrap, we really wanted to see how was he going to perform on land. Could he be that same star player that we saw through season 1 at UYU? Throughout this season, obviously, it wasn't nearly as good, not being able to break into playoffs. But here they are in tournament formats, series after series. Is something about that makes this Ultra Academy team really thrive and start to take over. And we've seen that here today, and Scrap has obviously been a massive part of it, specifically in the search and destroys here. So 12-6, 1,400 damage, doing everything he possibly can to make sure that they come out with this map win, and they do. And now they're going into a control, Alan, where it will be a Kavutu. So all these ARs that we keep talking about now will also need to have a big performance heading in towards this map.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I mean, again, this was a map that, for the side of M7 Electrify, they played the Tuscan control in their winners semis, and they did not play a tremendous amount of Gavudu control during their Season 2 run. In Challengers Elite, they largely relied on the Tuscan to get them through the job, or get them through the playoffs, rather, and get the job done, is what I was trying to say. So I think this is a really curious map, because as we had mentioned at the top of this broadcast, I thought the double dose of Berlin was exactly what M7 Electrify would want to see at the top of a 5-map series. The later it gets, the more dicey it gets, because their Gavudu has just been okay, not just in the control, but also in the hard point. You're kind of hoping you can get to that Desert Siege, which would have been map 5 in their series versus Stallions as well. So all of a sudden, you take away those first 2 maps, and for Ultra Academy and A, you think that you're pretty much smooth sailing in some regard here through either of these 2 Gavudus coming up next.
I have to think so. I mean, this is where Scrap, I was talking to him, and this is like, listen, I love playing Kavutu, and I love watching you play Kavutu as well, Scrap, because he does have, a lot of those individual moments where he can also just kind of be the difference maker in whether or not you cap or defend a zone. And I mean, we need to now see, I think Wee Man has actually been very solid so far in this series, but this is where we need to see Maple come out here and have a good start. I think Maple's really good at being able to turn things back around when he does have like a slow start through like a first rotation or hard point. Maybe the first or second round might not be good in control, but you can always rely on him to usually readjust once he figures about the pacing and things like this. But I feel like coming in here, especially being 0-2 down, Alan, I think we need to see Maple come out and have a strong start so that he can enable people like Wardy to get into these annoying positions, take away lives, open up room to capture a zone when you're on the attack. This is going to be crucial, because I do feel like the one thing I always look at when watching over Ultra Academy here in North America is the fact that Scrappy, Mohawk, they're very annoying to deal with when they get into positions like at the top of the ship, when they get into top green. There are just tough battles that they are just not going to let you have a free gunfight. They're not going to ego chow you. They might get weak, they'll play their life, and they'll make sure they're always keeping that power position. So it really is up to Wee Man and Maple, and I think Wardy, who likes to run the third AR, to really make sure these guys are not just up there constantly causing havoc.
I want to piggyback on that quickly in terms of just rebuilding that. It's not just we need to see him do well in like the head-to-head AR battles, but the thing you have to keep in mind is both Hixie and Vikol are very quick to know when they can open up a rotation. So you have to be aware, if you're somebody like Maple or anyone running an AR, of do I need to reinforce this position that we're looking at, or do I need to go pick up the open space on the map? Because if you make one bad call, you don't trust that your teammates are finding the gunfights that they have in front of them, all of a sudden you can get flipped very, very quickly, because Vikol is very fast on the map. We've seen it so many different times. So that's the other thing that I'm really kind of keeping an eye on. That doesn't just extend, by the way, to this control in particular. It's going to be even more so important when we eventually get to the hard point, if we do, if there was to be like a reverse sweep, obviously, is what we're setting up for that point. So yeah, there's a lot of trust and a lot of discipline that has to come through here for M7 Electrify if they want to find a way to get to that map 5 in the first place.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, it always starts with the first map. It's really tough to think about, man, we're going to have to beat these guys in Desert Siege. We're going to have to make sure we beat them on the next Kavutu. You have to take it round by round, map by map, and coming in here and just taking, a little bit of a refresher and going back to what was working here throughout the day is what you have to go back to. As we get a nice live look in at the event here in the Minnesota Open. Everyone really gathering around this one, Alan, knowing this is the big matchup here, the winner's final. A chance to make top 2 for a big chunk of cash, and maybe even a chance to close out the entire event going into tomorrow. If you're Ultra Academy, you want to get it done. You don't want to give M7 Electrify any kind of electricity to build off of. These guys are also really good at catching fire. You talk about Wardy being one of those players that gets hyped up on land. We've seen the clips. We've seen the videos. We know what happens when he starts to catch that fire, pull off those multi-kills. So get it done here if you're Ultra Academy. Do not let this series go to a map 4.
And the other thing, just for what it's worth, as we look over the arena, there are still other matches that are going on. The lower bracket is in lower round 8. Alpha Esports, after defeating Destroy the Odds 3-0, are actually squaring up against the other Ultra Academy team, featuring the EU roster. And then the other matchup in lower round 8 is Team War playing up against Strike X. Those teams have at least guaranteed top 8, but are looking for not just even top 6. The next matchup they would play would be the final set of Pro-Am qualifiers. The final 2 teams to try to get into the first ever amateur event where we see them featured against pro players in the CDL since CWL champs at Black Ops 4. Long time ago is what that was.
Long time.
Holy. I gave myself goosebumps saying
I know,
that out loud,
right?
bro. Like, I'm actually so
too
pumped
long.
about. Whew.
It's been too long, Alan. It's got to happen. And it's going to happen. But we got to get back into this winter final as we're loading in. Kavutu Control, Ultra Academy looking to put it away. Other hand, M7 Electrify looking to rally together, seeing if they can overcome this Ultra Academy roster in a map. Here we go. Let's get into it.
Maple is able to find first blood. That's a huge one over the middle of the map. And as Wardy tries to get to top ship, there is follow-up. And I love this call. Weeman picking up an MP40 says, why don't I get a little bit loosey-goosey, move a bit forward here. First tick of progress at A is already gone. Mohawk seen through the rafters of the stairs, and nearly a turn-on comes through, but Toronto Ultra Academy are able to get in and at least stop progress from a second tick being made at all whatsoever.
Couple trades going back and forth.
The first one didn't get secured.
Yeah, it does not fully come through. Just missing out there on that tick. Scrap's going to be able to deplete the majority of it, but now it's Denza trying to play his life just in and around the point right now. Seeing exactly if he can actually win some of these battles from afar. And he's going to take some shots. Hixie's able to find Wari across the map. So now step 1 here is breaking in, trying to clean up Denza. Hixie going to do it. Takes some shots at the body as well. And now you have Maple up top who's got to try to play his life for his team.
Exchange, though, largely still really good for Ultra Academy on A. You've got some great mid-map control. I mean, Maple really can't do anything from top boat. He's waiting for people to actually retake ship, and Ultra Academy are like, nah, we're good. You guys have 30 seconds, and you have to capture an entire zone. We'll just pick you apart and then eventually re-hit with numbers. So here comes the recontest. Good read from Denza. Deals with Hixie very quickly. Doesn't have anything extra to say this time around. But even with that, Ultra Academy, the AR is popping up. Scrap Mohawk for 2. Here comes the flood, and it's another double nade coming through for V-Cole. Second tick of progress does not get locked in again. And with 25 seconds, it's do or die time for M7 Electrify in this attack.
Not sure if Vico has frag grenades or if he's got heat seekers. They are just layering into those hard points, into those zones. Yeah, there's something different about those nades right now. But how about this spawn trap? Not looking like there's even going to be a chance for M7 Electrify to recover. That's a good 5-6 consecutive kills that we see as they get 1 tick of progress. Just 1 on the A zone. That's it.
I got to say it for my own peace of mind. I don't know who it was that didn't confirm the 1 tick of progress the first time around for M7 Electrify, but if it was Maple again... Just say it happened versus the Stallions on Tuscan where he like stepped off the zone and didn't finish the first tick of progress. Was it Maple?
Ruin there.
No, okay, well. Sorry, Siggy Maple. But the fact of the matter remains, missed opportunities are going to be absolutely exposed by this Ultra Academy team at the moment. They are playing so clean, so fluid. Number of members already trying to build towards early streaks, including now Hixie and Mohawk. Vehicle not absent from the conversation as he gets himself on the board, and with that, Ultra Academy an opportunity to stall the clock and start making some progress today.
Scrap. Nice 1v1 here. Oh, they are letting them know, Alan. They want it done here, trying to get into the heads of M7 Electrify. But Denza's not going to let it happen easily. However, he can only come up with that 1 kill inside the zone. And now you have Hixie. 5 in a row, looking for 6, and he takes down Wardy, and he exits with his life. Still a chance to keep this spree going, and a chance for the glide bomb.
This is not good news. M7 Electrify don't even have ring control. Scrap's hitting a bit of a pinch. He's going to be able to turn that into a double. Oh, it's just all gone wrong for M7 Electrify. Hixie still on 6, but does get sniffed out by Wardy, so the threat of streaks is gone, but the lives are starting to become already a bit of a problem. Toronto Ultra Academy clean up the remnants of the M7 defense, and that'll turn into likely the full A zone, as there's really no chance to recontest this safely.
Scrap will lose that battle. That maybe could open up for a hit to come back through, but now that you're on B, all of a sudden, M7 have to worry about that, and Denza does. He does win that battle across the map. As up close and personal, Ultra Academy just giving it to them, as that should be the A zone, but no, Maple comes through with the double and stops Ultra Academy from getting that final tick of progress. Denza's now getting involved as well. 25 seconds left for that final tick on A.
And Scrap can't get the trade on Adenza. He's extended his life to a great point to where now all of a sudden the defense can start to reinforce. Scrap down to 5 HP looking for the pistol, but Denza was surely fully healthy. Trade still comes through. 12 seconds in the clock. 12v15. This tick of progress could be huge for potential round 5 implications. And Vehicle nearly gets the snap. Still enough time maybe for someone to get there, but as Wee Man doubles up, that will likely be about it. One more chance to flood through. Wardy's watching it, but Wardy can't get the kills.
The touch.
He misses everybody. 0.3 seconds on the clock. And not only is that the zone, look how far Ultra Academy have gone, Austin. They're looking to get into the spawns.
Yeah, they're in the spawns, and there's only 7 lives left right now. So you could pick apart the lives in the next 50 seconds here if you're able to. But Scrap now trying to get to a forward position at B. Take some shots at Denza, waiting for the next challenge, and Wee Man's going to take him down. Critical gunfights from here on out for M7 Electrify. 6 lives, playing up against 9. 35 seconds left as Ultra rally together inside of P1.
They know Denza's making a play up the rock face, though. Hixie saw him make the first initial steps out of the zone. So now it's 9v5. Scrap able to get an 8 kill onto Wee Man. That'll stop the clock as Hixie steps forward. Mohawk and Scrap watching over the top, and here comes Vehicle with a pistol. Get out of my way, boy!
No.
You know who I'm dealing with. Oh, my goodness. Ultra Academy were 0.3 seconds away from seeing this map tied, and now all of a sudden they're up 2-0 looking for a full sweep.
Oh, that's an offensive win on Gavutu when they're already 2-0 up, shooting bodies, winning ridiculous gunfights, capturing zones, and clutching up with 0.3 seconds. It doesn't get much worse than that if you're M7 Electrify. Man, oh man. And look at the performances. Wardy, 5 and 16. Not what we're used to. Maple yet to really get involved early on in the maps. And you're struggling because of it. But this is a strong start. 3 down right away. Already presence around this A zone. This could still be your opportunity if you're able to capture this here in the first go.
There's got to be some lack of confidence here for M7 Electrify, because that's a 4-man down feat, and Denza's just soaking time. You would normally expect that he would at least try to push to the front face of green to try to zone a little bit, but I don't know if it's just lack of confidence or just way too much over-respect being given from Ultra Academy saying we need to get this extra 60 seconds if we want to have a chance at this offense, and they will at least confirm that, but they miss out on a ton of map positioning. Wardy trying to fight for it back as he's able to not just win the top side of ring, but also get some stairs control, but once again, Vehicle running very quickly, tries to deny the play, and he will find very limited amounts of success as now all of a sudden M7 Electrify have a chance to see the B zone.
Lots of time on the clock. Plenty of chances to try to work into B. Wee Man has been able to hold this position for a while, but the stuns definitely making it difficult for him to really get comfortable. And finally, Scrap's able to come away with a couple. Wardy, who is on 3, needs to stay alive at the top of ring. Good read him from behind. Wardy does find 2, and that more or less saves so much time here for M7 Electrify. As you can see them trying to push forward, but they can't get to that zone. That mid-cut, Allen, has been so well controlled here from Ultra.
And to be fair, it's so easily controlled because M7 Electrify have only been throwing individual numbers there. There has not been a lot of help, largely because Wardy's looking for a 7th elimination, rightfully so. But if you're going to try to send individual members, there has to be an AR in support in some fashion to try to at least get some trades going. So a double hit comes through, trying to get onto the zone to stop the clock. Maple is still in a position to contest, pistol in hand, finds the third. Stunned up, allows him a chance to consider the reload, but he does get shut down. Numbers and lives still good for M7 Electrify, but the clock is fading and fading quickly. You've already lost about 80 seconds since you initially captured that A zone.
Yeah, 10 lives. If you can chip away at some more, that could be a win con here for you. But fresh nades, fresh stuns coming out of spawn. However, this could be the move. Mohawk from behind. He could spoil everything. He finds Maple through the outer part of the beach, and now he can back up, play for the respawners if he wants to, or he can just move in and clean up the point. That works too, Mohawk. However, still only 6 lives. You have to play just about perfect from here on out, and Mohawk's going to have to stay alive here from the bottom of ring.
He's got help, though. That's the thing. Hixie's in a position to watch this, and look at Scrap 8 number in purple. He's watching the long cross, so everybody else can just focus on ringside. This was a 16v6, and Hixie turns it into a quad. One more around the corner. Vico will finish it off, but a 16v6, now a 9v5, and look at Scrap's position. He's stopping all the reinforcements from getting out of spawn. Toronto Ultra Academy NA, would you like a grand finals with a chance at $24,000? I think the answer would be yes, as they're on the route to a 3-0. Last player to try to touch is Denza. Nothing there. It's a sweep as Ultra Academy take North America to the grand finals.
Oh, Ultra Academy, they rip the rug right from underneath M7 Electrify here, Alan. This one not close whatsoever. And what a performance. That's after beating Texas Nation, the #1 seed. Then what do? They go to this winner's final. They carry that momentum, that high after beating the #1 seed and take out the #1 seed for Europe to make sure they guarantee themselves the top 2 here at the Minnesota Open. Man, it does not get better than that. And just about every single person on the roster had a big step-up moment throughout this entire series. But again, you look at Scrap, who's putting up the numbers, 26 and 17 here for us, and we just did not get that same consistent slaying power come through on the other side for M7 Electrify. It was non-existent, unfortunately, here in this series.
3,200 damage in 3 rounds, bro. Come on. Like, that's stupid. Man, dude. This is, what a turnaround. And I say the word turnaround that feels salty coming out of my mouth. Like, this is a team that was in the grand finals of Cup 8 from the winner's bracket, lost 2 best-of-5s to Texas Nation. They come into this as a pretty low seed overall to this overall tournament, and it's just been clinic. They've been taking good teams to school, man. Texas Nation got put on a clinic for the search and destroy, and then all of a sudden you got Europe's best. And M7 Electrify absolutely tossed aside by Ultra Academy. What a performance from all 4 of them. It's hard to pick out any individual player because they were all lights out throughout all 3 maps.
They were, but I mean, for me, I think it's a clear standout that Scrap was the big player here. 12 kills in the S&D, 26 in control. I mean, he almost has an entire round worth of kills just from him alone. Like, that is exceptional. Yeah. Big stuff coming through here from Scrap, and you really do have to give this guy his credit after having such a rough year at the end of Cold War to this, really having a lot of incredible moments, and this entire team is obviously meshing. You see Hixie almost pick up a 4-piece there near the end as well, but we take another look at the series layout, and this is not how I thought this series was going to go, but here we have it. I mean, 3-0, just as clean as you can get here. And, I mean, even the hard point could have been a bigger blowout than what we saw. That was a comeback that had to come through.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. At one point in time, that was about an 80-point gap between Ultra Academy and M7 Electrify, and the first 2 rotations were just sheer dominance from Ultra Academy. And then you got to remember that on the Birdland Search and Destroy, they started 0-3 down, finished 6-4. So, you know, there's something to be said about series like this. And I think the biggest takeaway here for Ultra Academy is your game plan on your respawns was executed to the T. Yes. But then to also turn around and get a read on your opponent and quickly adjust in search and destroy, That's something that we haven't brought this topic of conversation up at all yet, Austin, but that's something you're going to need to do if you're going to beat CDL teams. Because you have, like, these
Very
teams are going to have
valid.
to prep for 3 different, at least, CDL teams in their groups. Whereas the 3 individual CDL teams are going to have so much experience against one another, they're just going to reap all of your VOD. So the ability to adjust to those CDL teams is going to be a necessity if you're to get out of groups and make waves during that Pro-Am playoff. And those keys were just showcased by Ultra Academy NA in this particular series. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, that's such a good shout. I mean, you're thinking about something like that, and yeah, you're going to have to, right? You can't just come through with these one-dimensional type of setups defensively or offensively. They're going to pick that apart, and if you start to feel scared, then you're just going to lose to those guys like that. That is straight up how it's going to go. So the fact that we're seeing the adaptation, we're seeing what I expected from this Ultra Academy roster when it was put together. When you talk about the likes of Mohawk and Scrappy, anyone that knows me in the scene knows I love watching over the S&D scene, and both of these guys come from it, and we got to see a lot of that start to take place throughout last year, but it's really coming together on a new level here in Season 2, as well as this Open here at Minnesota. So I feel like it's really nice to see here from these guys that have this kind of potential, and now are finally actually executing.
Agreed. No, I think that's a really big shout. And wow, I mean, that's an unbelievable performance. I'm not gonna lie, I had this going the complete opposite direction just based on what we had seen from the winners semis. But taking down Europe's #1 team right now after the Season 2 of Challengers Elite in 3-0 fashion firmly plants you in the grand finals, where whoever comes out of it would have to win 2 best-of-5s versus you. These are the matchups that are currently going on. Alpha Esports and Ultra Academy EU in a lower round 8 matchup, and the opposite is Team War and Strike X. And goodness, this Strike X team has been on a run today. Either of those 2 teams from each of those matchups would then go into our final Pro-Am qualification matches, the lower quarterfinals, where Stallions and Texas Nation were not quite able to get the job done in their winners matches. They have a second opportunity that we will be bringing to you broadcast for sure before we finish, I believe, the evening at the lower semis, and then I believe tomorrow is lower finals and grand finals. So we still got a lot of challengers action. I'm super pumped about it. It's been a while, but we're gonna send things to break while we get everything set up, and just watch over to see what the results are gonna be for lower round 8. But it's gonna be another Pro-Am qualification match at the backside of it, so make sure you keep 2 tabs open. We'll be back with you guys with more challengers action right after this.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. what we came for? Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for? You all know what we came for? We've been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy.
Welcome back into the broadcast, folks. Spaceman, Dream Crazy. This is Stallions versus Ultra Academy, the European roster. And this is your lower quarterfinals, meaning one of these teams will qualify for the Pro AM tournament in a couple of months' time. And already, we've gotten a couple of teams moved through. We got a couple more we got to get through, Ellen. This is a very big matchup for both these teams.
Yes, and I mean, you just think about the history. Like, I'll start off with the Stallions. Everything. I can't believe it. This team, what they did to even get here, to get to the Elite Stage 2, to qualify, the teams that they took down in this moment, this is where it matters because we know that team that qualifies gets to play in that Pro AM spot.
Yeah, this is all about fighting for your right of a semifinals berth. And more importantly, yes, you have to hit the hard regain after you do get that accomplishment under your belt and then play through a semifinal, then potentially a finals, and try to make it back to the grand finals, where we know that M7 Electrify would like to be after their loss against Ultra Academy North America, which was a pretty big loss. But Stallions' road here has been an interesting one. They were not a prominent team going into Stage 2 of the Elite Series. However, they turned it around. They started fighting back and winning close games. And with the help of their owner, a.k.a. Mr. Tom, Mr. Zuma, you know that they want to qualify for this event more than basically anybody in this bracket right now, because we know that Zuma's watching. But Ultra Academy EU trying to do what their brethren did and qualify as well. For Toronto as an organization to have both of these rosters make it towards the Pro AM, it would be unheard of. It would be absolutely impressive for sure, and an accomplishment that no other CDL team has. But Stallions will not go quietly. This is a team that can keep it close, they can win close games, and they can continue to fight through every single map and mode. I just want to get into the actual series layout because I have a feeling, of all the games we've seen today, this could be a second best of 5, like a full Game 5 series, and I really want to know who pulls out what. Ellen, looking at the matchup head-to-head, talking about one team from Europe, one team from North America. Yeah, we got a classic NAEU matchup. What is standing out to you? What is the key storyline going in?
Well, there's storylines obviously from both teams, but one thing I love that's crazy to me that I was looking at this, the Ultra Academy EU squad, right? The core 3, obviously, of Harry, Vortex, and Beans, they have that pickup of Furious, right? So you have Wee Man, who joined another roster, and look at where he is. And you have these guys now who are in that same position to get that Pro AM spot. So both squads just showing success with just that one roster change. And with Furious, they have just been doing that. But Beans, that is the star player that I'm going to be looking out for this squad, because consistently across the board, he has been slaying out of his mind, and that consistency with his KD, obviously you see 1.25.
Yeah, this was a roster that a lot of people had high hopes for in Europe, and they were contending for top 2 for a while before Vengeance started to go on their run and knock out the first seed RØKKR. And then when it came to playoff times for stage 2 of those challenges, RØKKR and Ultra met yet again, and it was RØKKR who took it 6-2 in Game 5. So this is a team in Ultra Academy EU that has not been able to get over specific humps when it comes to getting towards the top 2. When it comes to getting, sure, they got top 3, but they have not been able to make that championship run. Furious was brought in for that reason, and he had a very good stage 2, but they falter a little bit. They placed top 16 in Cup number 8. They come into this event where they have a lot to prove, and well, this is a roster that could absolutely do it, but there needs to be a little bit more consistency down the stretch in the series as opposed to early on when they tend to run away with things. I'm looking at the hard points for sure, but where I think this series really does falter, like we saw earlier, is it comes down to the S&Ds. We saw what Stallions was able to do in their first series earlier today on mainstream. The S&Ds were their bread and butter. For Ultra Academy, when they get to Game 5s, sometimes they win, sometimes they don't. It's basically a coin flip, and they have to have essentially perfect execution in their Game 5s if they want to take this series a distance, let alone if they want to be able to compete later on going into the Pro Am.
Well said. Well said. And I mean, you look at even their games in group play, every single game was like a Game 5 on their losses. So just having that ability to close out, super important here for this Ultra Academy EU squad. But as we move over to the Stallions, though, kind of the same deal. Gotta have that ability to close out. They have to win their S&Ds. We know with their respawns, sometimes they have that ability to play chaotic, and it catches those teams off guard. It's not really traditional, but win those search and destroys, because that is where they could be lacking a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And the biggest question mark really came down to the controls in the last series, but also this is a team that plays oftentimes from behind in hard points. When can they establish the cadence early on? When can they establish a lead and build upon it? Well, we saw they were able to do it. I believe it was on the Berlins, but even there, like, you're not always going to get your best map modes. You're not always going to get what favors you. So can you build a substantial lead in the early hard points, let alone can you get a jump on the series? Because Toronto Ultra EU will not give you much room to wiggle around. Now, granted, we got some information about apparently there was some gamertag stuff. So if we see Josh currently playing in-game, the coach for Toronto Ultra EU, it's actually Harry. So we'll keep you updated with what we got. But with that said, looking at how this lower quarters could play out, I want to know what the series layout will look like, because Stallions and Ultra are somewhat parallel in some of their respects. If we look at the control, if we look at the Gavutsu hardpoint, how that could potentially play out, very scrappy on both of their P1s. Both of these teams, heavy contest time early on the P1s. The rotation game has been heavy for Ultra. It's what kind of got them through a lot of their respawns in stage 2. They were a very good rotational team, but where they struggled in hardpoint was the late holes. They struggled with getting broken and getting the hill right back. You have to keep it scrappy. You have to keep it contested. Like always, we said it a billion times, we'll do it more. Here's the layout. Gavutsu, Berlin, Gavutsu, Bocage, Tuscan. This is interesting because Gavutsu starting off and then followed up with a Berlin S&D. Stallions, again, are probably licking their lips saying, hey, this is not a bad start.
Yeah, not a bad start at all, but to contest that just a little bit, if you're Ultra Academy, I would say, wow, we don't want to play Stallions on Tuscan, so we don't see that here. If you remember earlier when we saw Stallions playing Team War kind of had that buildup of the lead, and Stallions were kind of a little bit struggling, but once they started to rotate early, they were able to gain some sort of advantage there. But Gavutsu, they have experience. Of course, we're in a land setting. It's different. It could feel... Maybe from that experience from playing Team War, maybe this will be a better turnaround. But on the side of Ultra Academy, like, we know how dominant though their ARs have consistently been.
Yeah, it's been Beans. I mean, I've been a fan of Beans since, I want to say, the beginning of Cold War, and that was really, at least in terms of challengers respect, in the Elite Series when Beans kind of started hitting our radars. Like, he had been circling around a lot of the amateur events, and of course he played a lot of online tournaments, but when it came to making a name for himself, Beans was one of the standouts. We looked at the end of the year, you had like Gizmo, you had Harry, you had Mohawk in North America, Spartan in North America. Beans was also a player in Europe who... everybody starts to turn their attention towards Beans and say, okay, where is he going to go in the offseason? And what does he potentially find success-wise going into Vanguard? Because Beans is disgusting. Like, he is a player that can take over maps a lot like what Mohawk did in North America at the end of the year. So in this matchup alone, we talked about it when we watched Europe for Stage 2, when we were jumping around between Europe and North America. One of the things we talked about with this roster, Ellen, was consistently, if the ARs have their way, if Beans and Furious have their way, this team looked like they could beat anybody. There was inconsistencies in the S&D, of course, but in Respawn, this was one of the better teams in Europe. Again, I look at that same conversation. I say, if Beans can show up, if Furious can show up, let alone what the rest of this four-man Hydra powerhouse roster could do, that's a sentence. This is a squad that could go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world.
Yeah, I agree. And just with the pickup of Furious, like, they have that flex player who can adjust and make the speedy plays that are necessary. And Furious, even on Gavutsu, like, I'm going to be expecting to see those flanks. Obviously, the ARs, Beans, holding down the ship side or middle lanes and such. But yeah, Furious, I'm going to be looking towards maybe some of those flank plays. We know that having a flex player for this team over, like, you know, such a dominant AR like Wee-Man, like, we see how that switch has just benefited them because it added a little bit more speed to it. You know, you got Beans locking it down and, you know, you got Furious doing his thing. So it's going to be interesting for sure to see. A lot of pressure, of course, we know on the line for these guys. They know what's at stake, but oh my gosh, Sean, it's just been so awesome just to be back in the land setting. It doesn't even feel real. I'm like, oh my gosh, is this an Elite Series? What's happening? But off the break we go. Beans with the first blood, but look at this. It's Yuli on the flank. Stallions get a break here. Close on in the point. Bunkered in. Furious falls.
We want to thank Cade and Ryan, our observers right now for this lower quarterfinals. Thank you guys so much. Again, They did not do their job. We couldn't do ours, and we thank them for giving us the best action possible, getting in to this best of 5. One of these teams will qualify for the Pro AM, moving into that top 4 spot. The other will have to try again another year. They will not be moving on. So far, though, the biggest conversation coming in was the run from Stallions, how they got to this point. But for Ultra Academy EU, the ARs were really kind of the big factor as their run continued on in Stage 2 of Europe. Again, Josh is not actually Josh. It is Harry, but we had some name tags switch around. Let's get into P2 now, as it looks like Ultra Academy are set up, ready and waiting, trying to go for the break. Kaiser working up the boat side.
Yeah, such a huge play. But if you see Ultra Academy funneling through the cliff side and Beans working around the middle towards that P1, but Kaiser doing a fantastic job at holding down the top boat. And that is 4 down for Ultra Academy EU. And you see Yuli pushing up towards that cliff side, watching the cuts. And on the opposite side, 2Real was holding P1. The gunfight is lost there. So this is an opportunity for Ultra Academy to push through, but with the positioning there from the Stallions, looks like still 25 seconds left. Still continue to hold on.
Yeah, and this is good positioning from Ultra because you have gun control thanks to what Steve-O was able to find. And not only that, but he rotates all the way towards the beach side. So you're looking at spawns favorably there for Ultra once a couple of breaks do come through. But you're setting up for the next hill. So whether or not you conceded the last 15 seconds to Stallions, it really doesn't matter. Ultra Academy were thinking 2 hills ahead. And they're trying to get themselves in position for the break. But we go over to our next hard point early on. Furious on your POV. Looking for kills in the back. He will get shut down. And what Stallions did better in their last series as the game did go on, their breaks were much cleaner. They found the opening kills, and they kept the pressure on the outside of the hill. Ultra trying to put more numbers through the back, but it's not working.
There was a huge gunfight that happened in the back there from Harry, but still, the positioning from Stallions, oh my gosh, and Kaiser taking control of P1, they just tuck away their ARs, just sit back. And you see, Stallions, they have such success holding this hill, and now they flipped the script. So in a position to not only carry away 20 seconds of this scrap time, they're also in a position to rotate. So as Beans wins huge gunfights on the old, at least they may be able to get this scrap time here.
Yeah, Stallions did a really good job flipping this hill. Like, you started with Steve-O opening things up for Ultra Academy, and then they moved towards the beachfront, and they tried to hit spawns through the back. But not only Stallions deal with the pressure with those ARs, but once they got a couple of wipes on the board, then you started to see the splinter off towards Top Gun. They retake positioning, they get that hold, and then they pressure Ultra into the hill. They get the scrap time, and they win the rotation. Like, that was a 3-man passing play that worked out in perfection on that rotation. They've done such a good job of being able to get in position to, again, lock up the early time, but it always comes down to the opening gunfights early on inside. Ultra Academy finding themselves a nice chunk of time, but they'll have to work through the kills at mid-map as we have a couple of fights going down to the boat.
Oh, man. And that was such key plays, too. Credits to Furious working that beach side, getting just those angles in. But very important break for Ultra Academy. And as you see now, Kaiser zoning out forward. It is Stallions, though, that have the rotation for new, and this is actually not a bad setup if you are the Stallions, and they get the wipe on old. So not only do they contest for the scrap time, Ultra Academy are set up that back beach. So if you're Stallions, back on up, Kaiser, get to position because you know that the flood is coming from Ultra Academy on that beach side.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of bringing 3 at a time. The attention for Ultra has been kept basically on the brink where these isolated gunfights where 2Real can sit towards mid-map and wait for his time. That's when you start to see the pressure from Stallions really mount on the front of the hill. But right now, it looks like Ultra Academy do have numbers around the point. We will hit that rotation through the middle of the map, but just not a lot of clean breaks. That's all right in the kill feed, though. Stallions doing a very nice job of clearing out the hill. They get, 30 seconds to boot with it? So maybe they don't tie up this game. Maybe they get the lead. Regardless, though, look at the mid-map pressure they have. If they find these following kills, you're talking about so much advantage, so much awareness towards the middle of the map that they can use to string a couple of these hills together. Furious through the back. Good break for Ultra, but little too late. Now they need to worry about rotation.
Yeah, and it's really Stallions just need to hold because even though it seems like they're early on rotations and they're getting set up, they still are not getting that lead advantage. So right here, this is the time that they could do so. You see the setup. You see Kaiser set up deep in that beach, watching the green crosses. Cryptic on top boat, doing his thing, helping out. And then everybody's set up in mid. So Yuli is able to zone around, and Cryptic streaking out. This is very good if there's Stallions, if you continue to do this.
I mean, the first time we were at this P1, it was Ultra who got the opening time, but now it's Stallions are not only positioning, but they're already ready for P2. So if we do start getting into those jumbled gunfights towards mid-map, I mean, luckily Cryptic's in a position where he can just do this. Sit inside the hardpoint, sit around the hill, get time, and more importantly, get kills to boot. 13 and 8 for him, 11 and 11 for 2Real, but Beans trying to break up that monotonous spread right now that Stallions have been walking away with. It's been all of Stallions so far in those last 2 hardpoints. This rotation will be crucial, though. Ultra trying to hold on to numbers. We fly through the back of the boat. Furious opening things up underneath, and he needs help trying to break into the hill.
Yep. At least he has Harry, who is mid-map, kind of getting towards that green side, watching the crosses. So Harry gets a huge 2-piece, and now this allots the time for Ultra Academy to get set up, and Beans playing Ring Around the Rosie with 2Real wins the gunfight, and now it's the Stallions getting that trap back green. Ultra Academy looking pretty good here. Stallions winning 163 to 138, but now 40 seconds left. I mean, this is pretty good if you're Ultra Academy.
Ultra are calling numbers too. I think the reason they're so far pushed up, and I'm looking at Beans right now and why he's so far up towards, I think it's because they know that numbers for Stallions are around and then nobody's been able to escape towards the gun. So Ultra are more than happy to kind of play through this weird stretch where it's constant numbers funneling into the hill, but not a lot of outskirt fights, not a lot of players on an island trying to counter what Beans is doing. You need positioning up here if you're Ultra because that rotation is so vital. It really comes down to how well you can keep your ARs in a spot to watch the headies. And well, Cryptic does get a glide bomb. So with that, the resources are here, and we're going to call it in immediately on the rotation. We're going to try to pick up the few couple of players that might be inside the hard point. Cryptic able to connect for one, but other than that, it just doesn't seem like it's yet enough to clear off Ultra from the point.
Yeah, and that's the key, getting those kills before the hill pops and having members in the back. But the gunfights are won by Ultra Academy now, and we could have a potential lead change here. And you see Steve-O zoning forward with that AR, doing a fantastic job. Lee's trying to break him down, and what a gunfight to be won. That is still 29 seconds now. Stallions, if at this point, maybe you can send a couple of members to commit to fight, but I would just hold for new. And you see Furious on that rotation, working it. It's going to happen. It's going to go down, but Ultra Academy wins it.
Yeah, you're going to start with that 2-2 split you see on your minimap, and then player 5's going to peel off. That was 2Real. So once the fight wasn't going to be won, he gets the call. He immediately moves back to make sure they secure spawns for new, and they can try to play this break. So it's up to Beans on his POV. How can he rotate back with the rest of his squad? But as the nades fly in and that first check is there, it's the clear from Stallions to get themselves inside P4. But I think Ultra actually might have just spawned in the back, so they're going to have numbers here to immediately contest off rip. Kaiser has to know there's going to be more challenging, and all of a sudden, things get a little bit dicey for the moment. Yuli trying to step up with the sub. MP40 starting to sing, but one more through the back. It's Steve-O. Numbers for Ultra. They funnel on in. They're cut down by Yuli. And Stallions maintain the pressure so well. They cut down the spawns, and they have the time.
Oh man, and that was such a split spawn too, but still, Stallions aware that the members are spawning in the back beach for Ultra Academy. 2Real gets taken down by Beans nade. Cryptic still slaying out, just holding the lines of sight, gets stunned, and Harry takes him down, but Stallions were able to successfully hold majority of the time from the front. And still, Yuli is still here. Takes down 2, and if you're Stallions, those gunfights, beach is important. Furious takes down 2Real, and now again with the split spawns on that lower half of the map and the upper.
Yeah, the last 5 seconds didn't even matter because you're already at the next hard point. So if you're 2Real, you're hunting through the back, but Furious does open it up. Ultra need to rely on his sub to get into the hill and flip the spawns and at least hold and try to win it here. Both teams can end this game 1 at this moment, but it comes down to Yuli. He's been so good inside the hard point yet again. 40 seconds to fight over, but he's not stopping. He's still rolling. 3 more dead in the kill feed. Stallions just 9 points away from a game 1 win, trying to hold off from Ultra, but the nades break it on open. It's 4 dead. Stallions relying on Kaiser and company to get back in. Ultra have the hold.
And the hold they do. Steve-O gets positioning onto the boat. And still good positioning to watch the front push, but 2Real wins that gunfight. And Harry here last, alone dancing around the point. 2Real wins it, and the team nade from Yuli comes in. So just deciding to scrap up that time, chalk it to 8 seconds. Rotation comes in from the Ultra Academy because Stallions is at new, and there's only 3 seconds left. They have to win every gunfight. They have to go now. That's it. That happened so fast, Sean. The rotations from the Stallions on the P1 and the scrappiness of it at the end there. huge win going to the Stallions.
Big win by Stallions, let alone the fact that it was starting off on Gav hardpoint, because then we follow with the Berlin S&D. But it really came down to just their understanding of when we need to let go of the hill and when we need to start making sure we set up for the rotation. Oftentimes, Ultra Academy were the first ones to gun. They were the first ones with an AR set up towards that P1. They could watch the beach side, they could cut through back grass, get an AR in a position to watch the cross from mid. But when we started to see Stallions splinter off in pairs of 2, that's when 2Real would get the call, okay, we're not going to win this challenge, we're not going to win the break. So at this situation, let's peel off, let's get back to the next hard point, and let's help with the retake. Stallions were so good at rotating early. It reminds me a lot of what RØKKR Academy did over in Europe. They are very good as a fundamentals team. Stallions taking a note out of their page, or whatever you want to say, and they were just excellent at constantly being in a position to help one another, and it could not be more evident than on that last P4.
Yeah, I agree. And right there on that last P4 hill too, it was crazy because Furious had the early rotation and he was set up in that tower and he got 2. But the problem is that his teammates still did not spawn there. It was the Stallions that had it because of, again, you mentioned the early rotation, but it was just only one member rotated before the hill popped and those kills came through. And yeah, unfortunately, like you said, the rotations came in, and obviously, I mean, Cryptic, Kaiser, they did a fantastic job of shutting down those ARs, because you look, I mean, even with the gunfights, Steve-O and Harry didn't really have the best performance.
No, I mean, 27 and 20 for Yuli, and you're looking at 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill. And yeah, that immediately stands out across everybody else in this lobby. But the big factor for me, 2Real at 19 and 19. So you're looking at a dead even objective AR and a 141 in the hill. That cannot go overlooked. Like, 2Real has oftentimes stepped up in clutch moments, and we've talked about his past performances looking at Black Ops 4 champs for a big highlight because of that. 2Real was absolutely crucial, and the information he was able to gather as a scout, oftentimes peeling off last in a lot of these gunfights, he was able to help Stallions figure out their next setup. Like, it was constant in a position to give info to feed in those comps. 19 to 19 may not seem like a lot, but 13 untraded kills, the way he was playing, that is crucial to their success in game 1, and it just shows you how good the Stallions team has been working on those fundamentals. It was never a question about the individual talent. It was always, can they put the pieces together? And finally they have, and they're winning close games, and they're starting to step ahead in hard points and not play catch up. 250 to 232. Stallions take the opening hard point on Gavutu, and now we go to Berlin S&D. Ellen, we've seen this before, we'll see it again, but this game too, with how Stallions have been playing as of late, oh man, like they were up 2-0 against War, eventually won the series 3-1. Stallions could absolutely go up 2-0 again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've seen how they plan Berlin, and specifically, of course, on this map, I'm looking at Yuli, because not only in the hard point on Berlin, but in the search and destroy, he puts himself in advantageous positions to where you saw him tucked away, at A, kind of just zoning around. They'll get a pick, reposition. But this Stallion squad, they do such a fantastic job of that. Like you said, just giving up certain fights that they don't need to take and trusting each other. They have, you could tell when a team has a lot of trust in each other, and they seem to just dominate with that. Like, you could see that. And they do it just so well. Even in the hard point too, just even having a not having a lead advantage right away, but then being able to readjust, reposition, and basically play off your opponent. So that's really what Search and Destroy is about, playing off your opponents. So it's like a good old game of chess, if you will. But
yep, it often comes down to how quickly you can read through the setup at mid-map, and oftentimes when you're looking the first 10 seconds, especially with how Vanguard plays and how some of the spawns have changed, if you're looking at the first 10-15 seconds for the setup to completely blossom, how quickly can your front sub or the AR on an island pick up the read? That really spells out the difference in these rounds.
Agreed. And I like the fact too that we don't really see a lot of B pushes now. And you see the fast A pushes have been happening more often. At the beginning of the game, we saw more B favored, but it's nice to see now. You see Ultra Academy, 4 members of them set up at A. No members of Stallions there. The bomb goes down.
Yep, and that first check will at least give away some information, but here comes Kaiser with a pistol. We've seen the Rat do it before, and yet again, first blood once more. Stallions find the opening. And now they're looking for the second, as it will be Harry, who tries to trade things out. A couple of gunfights ensue at the moment. 2v1, 24 seconds to go. Goodbye, wall. Let's jump out the window. 2Real on your POV. What can you do?
Well, he only has 18 seconds left, so if he does something, he has to go fast. So he does spot a member of Ultra, this Harry. And again, it's time that is not really on his side, and not enough to defuse. And the successful A plant from Ultra Academy leading up the series now.
I love that call. Quickly, just get the bomb down, then play post plant, put a sub in the corner, put an AR at the pillar, and cross your fingers. Good luck. And it worked out. Those are the types of rounds that, quick decision making and execution on the site's going to have to be the factor going into this game, especially given how the game one went. But Ultra, one of the more interesting S&D teams in all of Europe, right? Like, they've had their woes for sure. Many teams have. But when they get on a rhythm, when they get going, this team can be scary. And we'll see how it plays out here. Into round number 2 we go. Bomb carrier Yuli. And it looks like we will slow our feet for the moment. B was going to be the call, but they don't yet have the information for the opening pick.
Yeah, and the setup from Ultra, you got one B, one mid, and then kind of like one helping mid, helping A. So it's just like a full map setup here. You see Harry peeking. Cryptic, he spots him. Does tag up Cryptic, and again, the members of Stallions just kind of peeking, waiting for that first blood pick, but nothing really too much happening just yet.
Harry, like we men, will often be in that fire window. Often. First blood again. Ultra Academy. Now trying to keep their position at B. Bomb, very hesitant to move. Yuli, not sure what the play might be, but you'd think a 2-1 collapse onto the site would certainly help. Yuli looking for first pick. He'll fly in, guesses wrong, and gets burned for it. Nobody on the outside to trade. Furious still alive. 3v1. Stallions dropping numbers quickly.
Yeah, not enough time. Ultra taking that yet again. And I just wonder if maybe the Stallions, I don't know, like, obviously it's hard when you can't really find anybody, but I just wonder if maybe they took a little bit too long to commit to a play. Just allowing too much time to pass can allow the defensive team to just take map control, and just really seemed like Ultra Academy just held it the whole time, never really giving anything up. So into round 3 we go on the attacking side. Last time around we saw a fast A hit. He's got Beans watching the cross, and maybe another commit, but can this time Furious get 2?
Well, he might be able to open it up right through the door as we go. Yes, he will. Bomb will go down yet again. Ultra with first blood, putting the pressure over towards A, so you're going to have to hit that rotation through mid-map. 2Real trying his best with the sub in hand, but has absolutely no angle onto Beans. And Cryptic, once more, stuck in a 3v1 situation. It seems like Stallions 3 rounds in a row now have not only lost first blood, Ellen, but you're looking at having to win a 1v2, a 1v3. It's going to be very difficult to get any post-plant positioning, any defensive hold, any offensive setup if you don't have the numbers to boot. And right now, they are just getting cooked way too quickly into the rounds.
I agree. Furious, those first bloods, opening picks, and having that mid-map control. Like you said, it forces the Stallions to funnel through the mid, and if you're already set up and awaiting that, it's going to be easily stopped. So Furious is on a 4 streak, and Beans does well. Ultra Academy. It's not very often you see Cryptic right now, 0-3 in a search, so still able to answer back. It's going to be the fast hit towards B.
Well, Yuli's still looking for his first kill, and yet again with Bomb, he does go down. And Josh, I should say Harry, excuse me, again, in fire window, able to find a connection. So you're looking at a similar strat, 2 back-to-back offensive rounds for Stallions where it just hasn't worked out. They haven't had anyone able to completely challenge and or counter what Harry's been able to do. They lose the opening pick, now playing a 2v3. This is a big round in this game. Rather be down 3-1 than 4-0. Steve-O will get caught. Kaiser takes him down. Still on the site. 2Real working through the back. But it's Harry and Beans collapsing in onto B. Surely Beans get the call to move up.
Yeah, he does. And I mean, the shot is in from Harry as well. So Harry, the information is from there. But the reposition from the Stallions, and a shout out obviously from 2Real, who was mid-map area. He flanked around the back and set up in a way to where he can help Kaiser better. advantageous positions, of course, but Stallions, that was the call that they needed. They committed to that B site regardless of what happened and came through. Kaiser did get the plan off, and obviously not a lot of time forces that Ultra Academy to go to that bomb site and not able to win. But still, I'm sure they're not worried, but the bomb, this is an interesting setup. The bomb is Carrier's kind of alone, but you see the members of Ultra Academy getting that top 3 control. Beans a couple of shots in. Doesn't connect. But Furious with the first blood again.
I was wondering if going forward they might put Cryptic on bomb for later rounds, but already a couple of trades do ensue. Steve-O just can L-trigger his way into a free win. 3-1 again. Stallions. How quickly these rounds divulge into just absolute chaos. 43 seconds to go. Bomb has been planted today. Kaiser going to have to work to the middle with ARs all around him. Absolutely nowhere to run. It just seems that the structure of the round for Stallions dissolves as quickly as they lose first blood. They start to panic. They lose more numbers. And they're often playing in 3v1, 2v1 situations where, granted, the round before was a 2v2. They played it extraordinarily well. But they cannot afford to continue to put themselves in these situations going into this offensive round. I would give Cryptic the bomb. Like, I know Yuli hasn't gotten a kill yet, but you got to get him involved. You have to get him involved other than being first blood with bomb.
I agree. They got to get each other's trades. So maybe now we might see a full commit, and you see kind of that mid-map area.
No,
Josh
dude.
takes down
You
Kaiser.
can't lose that.
And that...
Oof. He was ready. Harry Gundam. Oh, no. Well, Stallions, not one of their better performances here on Berlin. Still plenty of game to be played, but in a 2v2, they're going to have to win this one. Beans, yet again at P5. 2Real locking it up in a one-on-one. It's Harry, last alive versus 2Real. Bomb is down. 2Real has to make a play over towards it, but Harry has no room, or no reason, I should say, to give up this spot.
Absolutely. Bomb is down, but there's 43 seconds left. So if I'm 2Real, I'm checking top 3. No, he was around here somewhere. Could be, but it's just time. Looks like the commit going to be towards A, and they actually might come in contact with each other. Harry, the flank all the way around. He does spot him. So the wrap around from Harry, catching 2Real off guard. That's COD timing at its finest. 5-1 now. Absolutely devastating. And you're right. Those first bloods, the trades, the panic, it is happening for the Stallions. It's crumbling right now. Crazy turnout from that map 1. Round by round at this point, Sean. By round.
Like, it's hard to kind of look at what Stallions has been able to do because that sentence doesn't make sense. They haven't been able to do much. They're not getting set up at all. They're losing first blood consistently. The round dissolves before they're anywhere in a position to respond, and Yuli's still dropping a donut. So he has to be getting himself involved in the plays. He's been picked off often. Bomb will go down. How do you retake here? You're going to play a 2-2 pinch and one on the outside. So you're going to have to worry about the cross, which they are already looking for. Stallions can't clean up the kill, but Ultra can play this patiently. They don't have to overcommit here. Cryptic going to have to make a play. Shots ring out. No confirm yet. And Furious gets the first blood.
Yet again, and they have the full warehouse control. Beans gets the trade out there onto Yuli. So Kaiser could be the one to disrupt this a little bit, but now he does fall to Stevo. This is up to 2Real, and he's the last alive.
Wow.
That is a complete dominance display from Ultra Academy. Clean, clinical search and destroy. And shout outs to Furious, because he had the game, like he literally played out of his mind with those first bloods and getting his picks.
That entire game was essentially a 6-0. Aside from the round where it was a 2v2 and Stallions was able to clutch up, you got to chalk that entire game if you're Stallions. For Ultra, that was a big comeback. That was a big, let's hit the regate button, let's get back into this series. And it was, we've used this word a lot, we're beating the dead horse. It was clinical. It was easy. Ultra didn't look like they broke a sweat. They did essentially what they wanted to, and every game plan they executed worked out. They had site control, they had someone at mid and Harry and fire window watching the cross. They had every round. They had lives. They had a 3v1 or a 2v1. Yeah. Stallions have to hit the hard regain.
Yeah, that's really it. Just always in trading positions, and there was always somebody there. So, like, even right there, even if Furious died, you have a teammate there to follow you up, but you got to win those key initials. And it just seemed like he was just running away with two pieces time and time and again. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but Ultra Academy, they did not want to go up 2-0 here. We expected maybe something like that, but as we take a look at the stats, yeah. 5 first bloods from Furious, 3 from Harry, 3 from Beans. It was just a lights out performance.
Yeah, we talked a lot about, sure, S&D can be compared differently to Hardpoint, always is, and what the ARs were able to do, what they're able to execute with, depends whether we're playing Berlin or Gav, I understand. But in general, this was a one-sided affair, and Yuli dropped a James Bond, and sometimes that happens, sure, right? But there was just round after round where I think we were into round number 4, where he was currently like 0-3 or 0-4, and he was carrying the objective every single time, couldn't get to the site cleanly, was constantly getting picked. And after a while, you got to say, okay, this is not working. Like, this is just flat out. We're not getting anything over towards B. We're barely getting into A unscathed. We have to change it up. They couldn't do it in time. Real Kaiser did what they could, but the score was right. They were playing a 2v4 or a 3v1 essentially every round, and that is just absolute credit to Ultra Academy EU. They've cleaned up a lot of their S&D. They're very concise now. They're playing their numbers much more appropriately than they would in the past. And it's clear the impact that Coach Josh, who, yes, is gamer tags on screen, it's clear the impact he's had. That dude is an S&D mastermind, and he's gotten these boys in check, especially for this moment to potentially qualify for a CDL's Pro AM spot. This is a big series, and they're going to have to rely on those S&Ds if the hard points keep going the way they are. But Gavutsu Control, coming up next. So far, we've traded maps back and forth. Stallions took map 1, Ultra respawn in the second. Ellen, we got Gav Control. I got to know, what are you feeling right now, right? Like, S&D can be tough to read sometimes, but going into the Control, just respawn-wise, Stallions look like they're able to slow the game down, not panic, make the right decisions. Are they going to do the same thing going into game 3?
Oh, man. I don't know. I got weird feelings about this one, but I think that it's going to be tough from both teams. It's like an even slate. I'm really just those ARs from the side of Harry and Beans to counter Cryptic and Kaiser. I'm really just going to be looking at those gunfights as long and just getting that map control. But I just really feel like both of these teams, it's kind of like obviously minus the search. Let's just not even just chalk that, like you said, in terms of respawn, evenly matched. But what I'm going to be looking at here, no stats, minus all this. Okay, I'm just trying to look at this as which team is going to respond better to each other. Who's going to respond like the good old saying from Rambo Ray, you can't be a championship team without adversity. So here right now, are you going to crack from that last game if you're the Stallions? Like, are you going to respond back to Ultra Academy and adjust to what they're doing and match their play style, match their pacing, rather than just keep sticking with strategies that you're used to? You got to be able to be diverse.
Well, yeah, Stallions have proved that the adversity in their respawns has been dealt with as of late. They've been able to close out close games for Ultra Academy EU. A lot of the woes in S&D have been handled. Like, shout out to Josh for what he's been able to get these boys back on track with. And, well, it looks much more clean. Now, the question does come in for Ultra now. I feel that in those respawns, Control plays obviously very differently, but when you look at what Ultra do really well, especially in the early game, when their AR start to get humming and the subs are in position to make plays, they're very good at controlling the life lead. Ultra are very, very good at being able to constantly wither away a defense and keep themselves involved in the controls. But, I guess the question mark just from recency bias looking at the series was, when it comes to the late game, how do they close the game out? How do they stay with it and flip the switch? How do they, in hardpoints, how do they flip the spawn and get back into the game? When it comes to Control, how do they find a way to break the hill or break the point? Or how do they find a way to, get themselves back into contest? So it really comes down to, I think, the resolve from Ultra. Can they slow themselves down like we talked about with Stallions? But this respawn is probably as crucial one as you're going to see all day today. This is game 3, could very well decide the series.
Yeah, as we say, that Control is that swing map mode combo. Like, it's just that is right there. This is it. And I'm really gonna be looking at the subs as well. Like, obviously the ARs are important for those positions, but those plays need to be set up somehow. So committing to a point, or maybe separating pushes to be working your way around back green, cliff side, just getting up into the sub pressure spots, obviously, that we know that you can keep catching the enemy off guard. But yeah, it's just about the adversity here. It's just, to me, it feels kind of like that even slate. We know, and they're on land too, so the vibes from that alone, they're feeling like, okay, yeah, this is just like, it's an even playing field. Let's do this.
Yeah, you're in the passion pit. You got to show up, and this is the biggest match of these players' careers so far. Like, for the stakes, for the notoriety, for what it means for potentially getting scouted for the CDL. But what scares me, and what has continued to scare many people when it came to Toronto Ultra Academy in the European region, was Beans' control KD, because he was around a 1.59 going into, I believe, week 3 of stage 2 of the Elite Series. Like, he got better as every game went on. So if he has a bad hard point, you think he's going to turn around the S&D, and if he does an okay S&D, he's going to have a good control. Going into control, this team are Slayer demons. Like, they will outslay you flat out. So Stallions, what's gotten them this far in the respawn has just been great fundamentals and great decision making during a lot of those chaotic moments. Same situation applies. They have to have good decision making in this control, because Ultra aren't going to give you a lot. They're going to contest you on basically every gunfight. So
you can't make any mistakes, Sean. I mean, that's one simple mistake, and they can happen. But what this means to both teams, obviously, is just that opportunity for that Pro AM that's coming in May, because that is just arguably, obviously, the most anticipated event all year. I can't wait just to see the conclusion of that, just to see who's going to be playing. I mean, I know you're excited. I know you guys are excited. I know you guys are. Who doesn't? I mean, the opportunity just to even just make a statement, be like, I belong here. Proving a point,
this is the first big professional amateur event in 2.5 years. Like, we haven't even probably more than that since Black Ops 4. Like, we haven't had something like this, and it was in the works, but COVID decided to exist, and well, we've been waiting. Like, all these players have been waiting. So this is a big moment for a lot of these players, and specifically when we talk about the history of Call of Duty and amateur Call of Duty, where you made your name in games and series and events like this. Like, you made your name and your legacy in local events, whether it's around the country in places like New Jersey, down in Florida, if you go up to Detroit for a lot of theirs. But in general, it all came down to, if you show up to a major event and you played in the open bracket, how good could you do? Guess what? This is literally the open bracket. Like, this is where you potentially have a chance to qualify for a professional amateur event where you're playing against CDL teams. So not only are you getting notoriety, not only are you getting people to look at your gameplay, but you're going to also compete against literal franchise teams. And if you beat them, who knows what happens? Like, I guarantee you there will be amateur teams who will take down CDL teams because the talent in Call of Duty is that good. Here's a live look in. Like, this is where it happens, man. This is where all the stories start.
The stories are made and created here. My goodness. So we get, like, the fist bumps are happening, the hypes are happening. Like, you see the upsets, obviously. Everybody's waving. Hello, everyone. Oh, man. I just can't wait. That atmosphere. We have missed this for years. I love it, man. The good old days.
Back in the passion days.
It's
great to see. It's great to. We don't get to go out of the house much. It's nice to be able to see all the players. I mean, you even got a crowd going over. I think that's like station 5, all the way in the back. So it's nice that we got support for a lot of these players. Again, we're getting them set up for the next match. We appreciate your patience. We apologize for the delay. In this situation, though, tied up 1-1. This series will qualify someone for the Pro AM. We've hit it on a couple of times. We will for the rest of this series. Stallions making a very dark horse run, no pun intended. Like, this is a team that's been under people's radar, even with how well they played at the end of Stage 2 of the Elite Series in North America. Still, Stallions proving a lot in their series today and yesterday. But for Toronto Ultra EU, like, you have to live up to what your North American friends just did. Like, they're the roster on the other side of the field just qualified. They're now waiting in the grand finals. For you, that you have to match that in some aspect, Ellen.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you do. And the Stallions, we know, even they have played on, it's Gavutu, okay? Gavutu controlled. They have played on this. They're comfortable with it. I think that they're definitely feeling good here. Do you have any predictions, Sean? Can I ask you that? Do you got any predictions on who's going to take this one?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question. I feel like the Stallions respawn we've seen today has been so good. It's hard for me to go against him, but knowing just the skill, like the raw talent that Beans and Furious have, and the coach of Josh, what Harry's brought to the table, what Steve-O has always done for years as a challenger, and I'm surprised that he's never been picked up yet. I think Steve-O is the next up. It's tough, even with how up and down, like how 50-50 this team can play. Toronto Ultra EU are one of the best talented teams on the planet. Like there's nothing they can't do. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a close control, but I think Stallions just have something magical working.
Yeah, no, I respect that. And that's what's awesome, because sometimes I'm leaning. I'm like, okay, I think I know who wins this, but I don't know. This is just like, it's so evenly matched with these squads. And I'm at a loss here. I am at a loss. You just can't count out anybody at any time, any given moment. We could go to a game 5, round 11, 5-5. You never know. Okay. There's been upsets everywhere all weekend.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there really has. I mean, you look at kind of how we got here. It was Alpha Esports who moved on up. They were playing Toronto Ultra Academy. Ultra 3-0'd them. And Ultra now sit in this position as the 4 seed, playing against Stallions at the 10 seed. So, statistically, Ultra, higher seed, better team. Stallions making a run, though. That's what's scary. Sometimes all it takes is to get hot at the right time. And as you can see on your screen, I believe that is Coach Mark over there, standing behind, watching his players play. As we get a couple of fist bumps, I think we're almost good to go. Marky B letting him know that he's got support behind him, but this is going to be a big one. This control really could decide the series, and it really comes down to first couple of rounds. Like if Ultra come out and they're up 1-0, 2-0 quickly, like they're probably feeling it. They're probably in mid-season form, or I guess you say mid-series form at that point. But
yeah,
for Stallions, like they have to continue to make the right decisions in those tough moments. Something they've done in the hard points, they got to do it in the control.
I agree. Like those quick adjustments that we saw even in that first map, like you saw how well they adjusted. Even though they didn't have the favorable spawns, they still quickly moved around to get into those positions. So again, that kind of goes back for me where I'm going to just be looking at both teams at who can respond better to each other and create that, obviously be more adverse, have that adversity. So,
yep.
Finally, we load into this, Sean. I'm so excited. It's like anticipation. I feel it. I feel the energy. I'm such an energy person. So it's like, oh my God, I feel it. I feel it. Here we go.
I've just been told that Team War drops down. They lose to Ramby and company. So Team War knocked out. Wildness ensuing early on, and we continue into this control. This is game 3 of the series. So far, Stallions taking the first hard point. Ultra responding right back, and Beans was a big reason because of it, working his way down to B. We'll see what he can find.
Oh man, and this is huge from Beans because he's actually making Stallions members come over to this site while his teammates push towards A. So, although the Stallions able to take down Beans at B, you got 2 members of Ultra Academy on the A site capturing. Steve-O looking to push out green, maybe get a couple of picks, but Cryptic able to take down Harry, and that is at least maybe close to a segment for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, and Stallions are going to wait, other than player 5, which was 2 real running right into the jaws of death there. Like, they're going to wait for Ultra to get into the point, try to corral those numbers, and then they're going to make their push. Even if they give up A, look at the position they have over towards the beach. Stallions more than happy to just sit back and wait, get their ARs in a position to start trading out some of these kills, all tied up at 20 apiece, working on that second tick at A. 44, make it 40 seconds to go in this round number 1. Ultra doing what they can to lock up an extra minute of time, but right now it's just not coming cleanly. They will get the second bit of progression. Stallions should fall off, and they will, so we'll put another minute on the board. And Ellen, now it comes down to that rotation. Can Beans get in a position to help clear out the lanes for the subs?
Yeah, and I love this play from Ultra because they gave up that last segment. They're like, hey, you pick up the point. We're going to quickly hurry up and go over towards B. And Beans able to take down Yuli, and at least that segment still didn't get captured at A. I see the play that came in from Ultra Academy, but the Stallions able to stop, and still, that capture did not come through at A. So I'm not sure if that play was beneficial. There's 20 seconds left, and Stallions able to stop.
Yeah, I don't think Ultra got a kill when they were moving over towards the beach, so like that whole spell goes to complete dog water. It didn't even work out for a single kill. They lose the ticket A. Now they are on B, so you can split your resources here and start to pinch off some of these gunfights like we see Furious do under the boat, but you're going to need help. There's the pistol to make sure you secure the kill and A, but he gets cut down from Cryptic, and yet again, Ultra just can't find their feet into the point cleanly. They don't have the kills. Maybe this will do it. Can we get an extra minute on the board? No! Shut down by Stallions. Everyone else in position all fall. Stallions on the defensive end lock it up, and they shut down Ultra on their first attempt.
What was that? What was that round? I am just in disbelief. Wow. They just didn't quickly capture it and then go. Like, I understand the play from Ultra Academy. Like, it was obviously very smart, but the play from the Stallions, do you know what they did? They pushed out towards P1, and they got control consistently of that P1 site, of that beach side, pushing forward, and then essentially picking up the kills. The play from Ultra Academy was so good, but not able to execute. But the reposition from Stallions to adjust to that was beautiful to me.
Yeah, it was a great readjustment, especially at mid-map. Stallions, we talked about making decisions in the chaos. They did it there yet again. They were going to commit over towards A. They had to do it quickly, but already pressure back over towards B. Stallions called an audible. I like this decision, right? It's a blind counter over towards the beachfront, and they have ARs. It's set up, ready and waiting for the challenge from Top Gun. Luckily, Kaiser's been frying all day, all red in the kill feed. No one from Ultra around to contest this B zone. So right now, we're looking at a complete flip from round one. You're going to put another minute on the board, and you maintain your lives. You don't leave too much on the field. You can now hit the rotation to A with so much to give and so much time to make it happen.
Such a smart play from Stallions to just four-man hit that B site. And now this is going to be really hard if you're Ultra Academy. You got to push forward. Stevo able to take down two, but Kaiser remaining control of that P1 beach side. So if you're Stallions, you have plenty of time to work with. Almost 2 minutes to capture one of the easiest sites on Vutu. It's just, this is much easier for the Stallions. If you're Ultra Academy, it's going to be really about pushing into boat, holding that, and obviously getting P1 control.
I mean, you have time, sure, but the longer it takes for this hit to orchestrate, again, the more you're playing off solo numbers now. Because if it was like 20 to 15 in favor of Stallions, this becomes TDM and you bully your way into the point. It doesn't, though. They're still waiting to get four men up just to hit for a single contest, to get a single body inside the zone. And they can't get anywhere. The ARs are spread out. Stevo with an automaton almost burns, but hey, the damage is done. Ultra spread out at mid-map, denying the first push. Stallions started with around 2 minutes, and now they only have 60 seconds.
16 seconds indeed. It's just like you said, they have to work, maybe work that beach side, maybe work a split, but it's just about getting these ARs out of sight. Furious falls. Beans able to take down Cryptic on that cliff side here, but the beach pushes, single pushes are coming through from the Stallions. They're going to have to wait and regroup here. Kaiser loses the gunfight onto Stevo. The trade doesn't come through. So, yeah, this is where the Stallions kind of seem to be getting a little bit frantic. You see all of them spawning at P1. They got to regroup here and work together. Uli does so by taking out Stevo. And now, looks like the commitment towards mid happens, but Furious stops. It's two.
Yeah. They're getting funneled. They don't have the kills either. Like, this entire situation plays out differently if they had started with a minute 50 and they had a substantial life lead, but now it's a bit of a panic mode. You have to fly in and at least get somebody to stop the clock. Only 12 seconds to go, so Yuli starts to step up now, but where's the AR on the top of the boat to help mitigate this pressure? 5 seconds. Yuli will get into A. We slow the time down, but he has to play his life perfectly out on the outskirts. That might be it for this one. The defense from Ultra just stands tall. It had absolutely no reason to do it, but Stallions, a bit of a blunder on their push. They couldn't get the numbers in Ultra. More than happy to wait for the round to end.
I was really surprised to see that go down, considering how quickly the Stallions captured B, but yes, the adjustment from Ultra Academy to just be like, okay, let's just keep moving, pushing forward, getting that boat control, getting up onto that rock, like right in front of the tower here by P4. Like, it was constant ebb and flow of just that working for them. So very, very crazy stop from Ultra Academy. And you see that work towards the A site this time. 3 members, Beans holding down the mid. This is a setup that they could have to get at least maybe a segment here, but Stallions working the beach side again are going to look to collapse on in.
The conversation really does begin to bubble around. If that offense goes the way of Stallions, they're up 2-0. I mean, how do they play the rest of this control differently? But now, Again, a bit of a panic starting to set in. Of course, they are on the defensive side, so it's a little bit easier, but look how quickly they're losing numbers. The talking point going into the control was how good Ultra Academy Europe sides are at maintaining numbers throughout the middle parts of the round. Like, they will put you in the dirt, and they don't give up a lot for it. Steve-O and Josh combining for 2, make it on a 3 spree for Steve-O, now a 4. Like, this team is so good at maintaining their life lead. They're working on both ticks simultaneously. A double kill from 2Real, but doesn't really slow down anything over at A or at B. Well, looks like they're going to get the beachfront back, but Ultra doing a lot of damage right now.
Indeed, and credits out there to Steve-O, who has been roaming around in their spawn, and Beans also, Harry, who was also streaking out. So the clear wipe from Harry comes in, and that ace point does get captured. So now for Ultra Academy, again, it's going to be Steve-O trying to be a nuisance in their base. And he does fall. So for the Stallions, now we saw a successful A hold from Ultra Academy. Now, can the Stallions hold successfully at B? Well, that is 4 down for the Stallions. And now Ultra Academy are on that B point.
Ultra have rallied that momentum from round number 2. That insane defensive hold. It's a 7 life lead now, and they're already on B. One more tick is all it's needed, but 2Real trying to shut things down from Top Gun. He does get 1. Does he know that another one's inside the boat? Yes, but he doesn't have the angle. He needs a teammate at least there to help. If he crosses, he'll get cut. He will. Kaiser shuts him down. 16 and 18 for him, but they got to get in. There was just no one around for Stallions. It's difficult to try to spell that round out and build the story when it's all happening so quickly and there's no progression from Stallions defensively. The first team to get offense here will be Toronto Ultra Academy. 2 rounds in a row. They make something incredible happen, and now they're on match point.
Match point indeed. Oh, my goodness. And yeah, that round, a big credit again, just to Steve-O, who is just constantly being in their base and being set up. And of course, Beans picking up those sight lines, getting set up P1. But we saw last time around that full hit towards B for the Stallions. They get stunned up off the push and the stop in from Ultra Academy. Now they're bunkered up on the P1. This nade open up from 2Real. Cleared out the lane just a little bit.
Yep. I mean, that nade might not feel like a lot, but at least you get some more movement over towards B. Here comes a couple of follow-ups from Ultra, though. This is where you just throw utility at the point, and they've done just that. Cryptic needs to play his life. Beans trying to respond very quickly with the automaton, but here comes now Harry. In position for 1. He'll be good. Looking for the 2nd, but this positioning from Ultra just gives them more awareness at mid-map. More importantly, just more time to get back and recover if the hold doesn't go the way they want. Yuli opens up with 2, but Stallions nowhere closer to getting B.
Yeah, and it seems like Yuli was able to slip right past Steve-O as well, who's P1. So Steve-O able to take him down now. At least that split push allows some time for the Stallions to get on the A. So you see 2 members on, 2Real zoning out back green. If you're a Stallions, this is a good hold here. And I would just commit to A. You only have 38 seconds left to capture. Of course, that clock is stopped. And it's just really going to be about holding the bottom half of the map. Harry opens up with 1.
Here we go for the contest. Ultra, numbers around. They're still alive. I mean, the fact that Harry stays alive that long, is a miracle in and of itself, but Stallions will double stack for the moment. And they needed this just to stop the bleeding, get another minute on the board. But even in this situation, we've seen this before, where they have about a minute 30. Now, how do you move towards B? How do you get back in a position to bring your numbers on the slow, pick off the first wave of Ultra, and try to put more progression on that first tick? You got to cut down Beans first.
Yep.
You just can't do it. That's 3 in a row.
Yep, indeed. This is going to be really hard. Beans has already pushed up their beach side. It's forcing Stallions to funnel through green, and ultimately, Ultra Academy, they're aware of this. So you see in the back, Steve-O holding it. You see Beans holding the side. It's just forcing them to funnel through this one lane of the map. And, well, Uli able to sneak by. Could make a play right here.
Yep,
gotta
Beans
find
is
somebody.
kind of the last hope right now for Ultra, and not because they're losing the round, which they're not, but it's more about if they get bookended by the numbers from Stallions, that's where Beans' job becomes much more crucial, because he's making sure they don't lose spawns, but they have someone in position just to help out. And Josh and Steve-O combining for 3 at Top Gun might have just sealed the fate of Stallions on this round. Still plenty of time, but it's going to have to take a heroic push, and they just don't have the kills to follow up with it. It is all purple in the kill feed. Ultra just lighting them up at range. 30 seconds to go, and this one is just getting shut down as quickly as they get back to the beach side. I don't know what you do if you're Stallions, but you need a 4-man wipe right now, and they just don't have it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Not enough time. Like there's 2, okay, but you gotta sprint, pull those pistols out, and run as fast as possible. 2 Real would be the one that could stop this right here. So 11 seconds left. He is behind members of Ultra Academy. Takes down 1, but the trade is through, and Harry with 3. He cannot be stopped. This man. Oh my goodness, the ARs just shutting it down for Ultra Academy and stopping push after push. That P1 control too is super important when it comes to the B point. I feel like you have to have gun in order to capture, because even flooding from the back and forcing that green, forcing them to just keep pushing green. You got Beans, like you said, tucked away in that spawn. They just had complete control of that side of the map the whole time.
The parallel ARs for Stallions could not compete with Ultra, and Ultra consistently, every single round outside of the first one, the Stallions were able to steal. Ultra, they maintained the life lead. They controlled the kills. They were never going down 3, 4, 5 rows at a time.
Yep.
They constantly had someone in a position to trade, but more importantly, they kept their numbers up every single gunfight. And it's so hard to counter against that, because you're essentially saying just shoot back and get better. And like, it's impossible to do that when Ultra are playing so well. It was clinical control throughout, but that second round, if Stallions wins the offense, this game's probably completely different. But it was that momentum that Ultra, they stole. They get that round, then they rally that into the next 2. It was just absolutely chef's kiss from Ultra. It was so well played.
I agreed. I agree. What would have happened if Stallions took that round? Obviously, we don't know, but just the momentum from that, they really stole it away. And the Stallions, man, they had 2 minutes to capture A. I was really surprised on that, but it just goes to show the adjustment that Ultra made was better, and the ARs getting into those key positionings to never allowing them to ever leave their spawn is just what they did during that round. And time again, it's just really about pushing up and continuously that ebb and flow, just keep pushing forward. And well, they did it on the round. They did it on the hardest round was that round that Stallions essentially captured B so quickly.
This is the beauty of open bracket events. This is the beauty of international competition. Harry had a ridiculous map, 33-16. I mean, he very easily was the MVP of that. What he was able to do. Granted, Beans had some clutch 2 pieces, 3 pieces, but my goodness, Ultra Academy riding the coattails of what Harry was able to do. But the beauty of international competition is you get NA versus EU, and yeah, it's a dumb talking point, but there are different play styles, and there are teams that have different tendencies in different regions, and we finally get to see it all go head-to-head. Stallions, a very good respawn team in making decisions on the fly, but when it comes down to controlling your lives and controlling the pace of the ARs, Ultra Academy, even though they didn't have the best end, the best finale to Season 2, they're still one of the best teams in the world at that specific structure. And Stallions took the opening hardpoint, but it's been all of Ultra since, and it's been pretty dominant. 6-1 win on Berlin, 3-1 win on Gavutu. Now we go to the cage. Ellen, Ultra on a very, very thunderous path right now, could end this 1-4.
Yeah, and not to mention it's the cage. I'm just convinced anything can happen in the cage. This is just... You don't know, but you can't count the last 2 maps, the momentum from Ultra. I feel like it's a patience thing. Like, obviously,
Sure.
People think it's a dumb conversation, the NA versus EU type of thing. But overall, I think it's just really about that adversity. I do hate that conversation because I feel like you can learn from everybody. Okay, you can learn from everybody, any type of player. But I feel like it's that patient factor. If you're that type of mentality where you get frantic. Teams can play off of that, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just what Ultra Academy, or even in general, some teams are just so well at doing, just playing off of their opponents and, creating that type of frantic, chaotic atmosphere environment for any player. It makes it just hard to respond to.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation sometimes comes around how do you slow the game down? And when you look at some of the better teams like outside of today, Texas Nation, when you look at RØKKR in EU, when you look at Toronto Ultra in EU, Vengeance as well, like those are the teams that know how to slow the game down. And they're on a different level sometimes. And that takes absolutely nothing away from Stallions because we know how good this team is and how good they can play. But when it comes to situations like this, where the decision-making for Stallions that's carried them to this point has to continue to do so, this Cinderella run they've had as of late towards the end of Stage 2 of the Elite Series, now into this open bracket event. If they can do that in the hardpoint, they can absolutely send this to a Game 5, but Ultra, the ARs are just beaming. This one's going to be fun, Ellen.
Absolutely. And we mentioned pace, aggression, and this is definitely going to be fun. Opening off the break. I mean, it's contested, of course, but you see Harry doing a fantastic job locking down that Godheady tank, and well, no one really getting any time. It's just the gunfights and the fight for control for P2. It's just really about keeping enemies off this point and just kind of just working that rotation. Looks like
and if you're just joining us, welcome in to the lower quarterfinals. This is a chance for a qualification spot. Whoever wins this series will move on to the Pro AM in May. So there's a lot on line here for both bragging rights, potential chance to, again, compete this weekend for tens of thousands of dollars, but only you're fighting for is right now trying to get to the Pro AM, a top 4 teams from the open bracket will be playing against the CDL players, which is exciting yet again. But for Ultra, one map away from doing it, Ellen, it seems that the ARs have been crucial up until now, but so far already in the kill feed as Stallions, the subs lighten it up on Bocage, and they're going to need all of that to get themselves back in the series.
Yeah, Cryptic, Yuli doing such a fantastic job, and as they hold out, you see him zoning towards that Godheady tank. Takes out Furious. So now in the back, it is Harry with a huge 2. Maybe a little bit of a body shot there pre-fire. I'm not sure, but regardless, the break in from Ultra Academy, but it's still Stallions in the lead. Kind of gets a little bit mixy there from the front. I was going to say they held on just a little bit. 18 seconds left. And still both teams fighting for this.
I think that's Cryptic on the outside who was waiting, I think, for Stevo to get in position, maybe for the trade, but spawns are back there for Ultra. Now you're looking at a flip, potentially Furious with a big win. Gonna wait for his health to regen and play his life, which again will give Stevo time to get back to mid-map to help out on this pinch. You can just see how Ultra are starting to orchestrate their swing now into P3. And if they can lock down the bottom grandma for, you're talking maybe 40 seconds, right? You're putting this game right back into the swing of things, but Stallions trying to run away with the first 3 hills. So far, so good. Yuli able to work his way inside, looking for the second, but teammates are there for support. It's the break for Stallions, the hill for Stallions, and right now, a good chunk of time.
Indeed, they broke, they hold, and man, everybody won their ones there, but still, that was on the counter side, the good break there from Ultra Academy, and again, Kaiser with a huge 2 allows this time for the Stallions to secure a little bit extra time for at least maybe 20 seconds there, and Ultra Academy, although they do have to commit a couple more members to this site, thinking about that rotation, huge gunfight, one from Furious. And Uli, holding on to that ult, does fall. Ultra Academy, this is a good setup, and they're ready for new. They have to hold here now.
Yep, well, Josh gets dealt with very quickly, so numbers around the hill for Stallions, but even when they get in position, you're thanking Beans for cutting down 2-reel. Even out on the outskirts, Kaiser will respond. However, it's a break in the front. Stallions finally get their way in. They were looking for that first break. It came down to Kaiser's AR to kind of open things up. And with spawns at mid-map, you can just start flooding and playing these one-on-one kills in the middle of the hard point. Josh, or should say Harry, will get dealt with. Still about 30 seconds to fight over, but Ultra, not the cleanest hold. And a break from Stallions yet again, showing they know just how to get into the hard point and make it dicey. As right now, they have not been slowed down, and they still have time.
Indeed, they haven't, but Beans, huge 2 onto that ult, wins the scrap in. You see Stallions getting set up in Grandma's, getting ready for new. Huge gunfight to be won on the rotations, and 2-reel working his way into Barn at least to get a little more scrap time. Rotates on over through River, but he doesn't have to worry too much because his team is already set up. So if you're Ultra Academy, you're going to send maybe a 2-2 split through the front, through the back. It's Furious who gets 2, but still with the trades, Stallions remaining on hold and spawning in the back grandma. It is Ultra Academy fighting through the front, not winning their gunfights, and Stallions still hold.
Man, it must be absolutely terrifying if you're a sub sitting at River, just waiting for nades to hit you in the top of the dome. But so far, Stallions, yet again, able to find their way inside the hardpoint cleanly. They're mitigating the presence of Ultra on the outside, and no ARs getting into position to cut down the front subs. We talk about it often, but Stallions doing a very nice job of controlling the pace so far. Fury's trying to break up that skill, though. He'll slide in, and he'll get met by Yuli, who quickly dispatches of that gunfight, and everybody else doing their job on the other side of the field. Well, the minimap might be there for Ultra. It's the hill right now for Stallions. This is a big comeback to get more points on the board. And if they needed a positive swing, going their way after the control, Ellen, I think those past 2 hard points really helped.
Indeed, they did. And that's just what you mentioned, dictating the spawns. Yuli is doing that, and he's allowing his ARs to just position themselves. I mean, all across the board for the Stallions, just getting in those key positions. But Harry, at least able to take down one top barn there. Ultra Academy fighting for the scrap. Do get some time, but it's really about kind of pushing into Grandma's, just kind of creating a chaotic environment and running back and forth for this first hill, as we know. 30 seconds thinking about the new. It is the Stallions fighting on through the front, and Cryptic front barn takes down 2. Huge gunfights to be won. Can he get the third? No. Shut down by Beans. Now Ultra Academy still kind of on the tail end of this, trying to drive and control spawns, not really doing so, as well, all members of Stallions are just fantastically just slaying out of their minds right now.
Kaiser might be getting scouted during this series. I mean, the dude has been unreal today. He's already got a glide bomb, so you can put this game away on the next couple of hard points. You keep playing like this, but the tempo starts to get kicked up just a little bit. Ultra trying their best to bring themselves back into this game. They have plenty of hills to do it, but you'd be liking a full 60 here. Stevo dealing with pressure through the back. Now you can wait for the funnel from Stallions to come through in the front as nades fly out towards the tank. Use that for cover, but yet again, red in the kill feed and red in the point. Stallions find a way inside, not before they get met with a couple of checks from Ultra, but it just hasn't been the cleanest hardpoint game from Ultra. They have very much struggled with those initial breaks, slowing Stallions down on the trades, and now it's just a foot race around one another. Cryptic will find the win. With all that happening, all of the chaos on the outside, everything else ensuing, Ultra worked their way back barely. They haven't gotten a lot of time on this hill, but a little bit is enough, and they can start working towards the rotation.
I agree. And I just wonder if maybe Ultra's spending a little bit too much time just committing to pushing out in some situations. Or Kaiser just beaming like that, getting 3 is just making it impossible for them to do anything. Absolutely insane stuff now from the Stallions. What seemed to be a sign of life, Ultra Academy not able to get out of rotation. It is the Stallions set up at Grandma's.
I don't know if Ultra know that Kaiser has a streak. They probably do, but in this situation, you'd like to bait it out as quickly as possible, because the moment you get set up in the next couple of hardpoints with how open they are, you're probably going to meet a glide bomb to the head. At this moment in time, you'd like to contest or at least neutralize the hardpoint. Whether or not you win the time is regardless. You just want to neutralize and keep Stallions away from winning this game on scrap time alone and go into a game 5. Stevo trying to work through the back, but will it really pan out to anything? Checks the window appropriately, but gets traded before anything else comes of it. Inside the hardpoint, it's Ultra, but the break is there for Stallions yet again.
Yeah, and Cryptic has just literally been holding down everything. This is impossible. Kaiser's 38 and 18, 34 and 18. The ARs are just popping off right now, and it doesn't even matter at what range. 176 to 105. Now, even though Ultra Academy, last time we saw them, they had control over this, Stallions were able to break a little bit even through the front. So, Too Real doing just that, working the side. His teammates obviously had 2. That's just, again, the easy break from the Stallions, slipping through some of these sight lines. I just wonder if Ultra Academy, just on the tail end, are not playing too close-knit.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any acquiescence from Ultra. They're going to contest every single second. They have to, but Stallions, yet again, on the opening break and the retake, they get both. It doesn't matter what the subs do from Ultra. Did he get that kill? He did. Okay, Kaiser does drop, but I think Kaiser still has a streak at 41 and 21. Papa Zuma, if you're watching, you're probably damn proud of what he's doing right now. Stallions are riding off the back of Kaiser. He's close to dropping a 50 bomb, and we're still not even close to this game being over. Ultra just can't break into the hard point. 43 and 21. Kaiser is lighting it up, and Cryptic close behind, almost a 40 bomb of his own. They're snapping. They're snapping on everyone. Like, I don't know what you do in this situation, Ultra, but shoot back.
Oh my gosh, literally, it's just that round of control is on their mind. They're like, listen, we're answering back in the dominating fashion. Ultra Academy can't even do anything. And Yuli, he's doing everything they need. Everybody is doing everything that they need to do. But Ultra Academy do slip to the net and do get on through. So now that is 3 down. They have to breathe. They have to get back into control. And you see Harry holding down, trapping Stallions on that back tank area, and while that's 2 down, no one's on the point. Make it a 5 spree now for Harry.
Yeah, you need a perfect hold. We're not going to say it any more than we've said it before. You need a flawless hold right now if you're Ultra. I still don't think we've seen a streak get utilized. 47 and 25 for Kaiser, just to remind you where we're at right now as everybody starts to fall. Yuli on your screen with a sub could just contest if he wants. Finding a kill, maybe no. Beans cut down quickly, so kills start to funnel. Ultra starting to work their way through the kill feed. They got a couple of kills to show for it. Now back to P1, and this is where the streak could really close out this game.
Indeed. But no one's on it. It seems like all players are just kind of running around each other, finding one. There's 2 real, able to get beans, but now there's another one to follow. Stallions are like, we're committing to this. We're hitting the point. We're stacking it. All members just playing so well together, and you see 2 real zoning out towards the beach, holding the gate side. Stallions all around the point. 30 seconds left. Oh my god. Done and dusted. 10 seconds left now from winning and moving to a map 5.
I just want to see the 50 bomb. That's all I care about. I don't care who wins this game. Kaiser has been on a roll. Could he make it 50 and 27? Maybe. Yes, he will. 50 and 27 for the dub. Let's go to a map 5.
Yeah, like, realistically, the Stallions just ran away from that. I mean, wow. I mean, can you imagine even if that just went the distance a little bit longer? He could have dropped a 70 if he wanted to. My goodness. Kaiser and Cryptic just doing what ARs do best, but Stallions ran away with that. Just really, I mean, you look at the Gavutu and how they just responded back to this. Both teams are just responding so crazy to each other.
This team is flourishing in Respawn. And for Stallions, who looked really good in S&D earlier today, right now the question becomes, okay, in this series, the S&D all of a sudden is put into perspective because Toronto Ultra Academy look like they are that good in S&D. They are that clinical with how the Berlin went. But it's just, it's nuts that what this team struggles with, they get better at. When they struggle with stuff in S&D, they get better at it. The respawns have just been so damn good. Like, it's difficult enough to talk about a game when someone drops like 50 and their teammate drops like 43, but that's the story for me, is that there was no response from Ultra. They just couldn't slow Kaiser down, and let alone they had to deal with Cryptic and Yuli. Like, that is difficult enough. In Bocage, it's going to get mixy. They just couldn't find an answer.
Yeah, I agree. And look at that. Like certain situations, they couldn't even get close with just how well and how much pressure that Stallions was just applying to this squad. Not able to respond back, but take a look at this.
40 untraded kills. That's nuts.
My goodness.
That was psycho.
That's insane. That is insanity. 37 from Kaiser. 32 non-traded kills from Cryptic.
That's
my
nuts.
Goodness. Not to mention, like, they're doing it all. They're getting objective time too. Obviously, Uli 2 Real doing what they need to do, but it's like not only are they getting in the point, they're working around it, but they have high objective kills as well. Kaiser does. So
5,300 damage. 5,300. Is this Black Ops 4? Are we playing 5v5? 5,300 damage. If any CDL team is watching this, which I hope all of them are, I know it's Bocage. I don't care. Kaiser has been lights out today. He's been frying, and he's doing it on the first land back in 2.5 years. This game 5 is going to be so good, Ellen. I'm so excited. Keys to victory for Stallions. Looking at how they played on Berlin, it was not good. They lost first blood often, and they struggled to get anything going in terms of progression. How do they approach this final S&D? What do they need to do differently?
Yeah, well, we look at that Berlin. Obviously, get your trades. That was one of the things that I know wrote down. But it's Tuscan. This is a map that, I mean, at least we know that they've been comfortable on in the past. Yeah, search and destroy though. It's gonna be hard. I would just say, look at this. It's a one and done, Sean. It's a one and done just to qualify for a pro AM.
Yeah.
You just gotta be able to get your trades get set up. I mean, if their ARs are getting set up like that, maybe playing for those first picks along the grass side, along the top church, I'm going to be looking out for maybe, of course, a sniper in hand. I know sometimes certain metas may change in a LAN setting. So I don't want to necessarily say that there are going to be 100% a sniper. But those first bloods from the ARs going to be looking at, especially from the Stallions, of course, with how hot Kaiser and Cryptic just played in that last map. What they're going to be able to do here just coming into this map 5.
Yeah. Excluding the cups, looking at the last time Ultra had a really big S&D they needed to win. They played it against RØKKR in the playoffs of Stage 2 of the Elite Series, and they lost 6-2. I believe it was on Bocage, but in general, this is a team that when the pressure's on, it seems like an S&D at least, they have been 50-50. They've had some good maps, they've had some bad maps, but they fell to the pressure of RØKKR. Excluding the cups in this situation, this is still a dangerous as hell S&D team, but does the momentum carry Stallions through this situation? They have to at least come out and not have a teammate go 0-7. Like, you can't afford to not get a kill in this Game 5 with how important this Game 5 is. You win this, you qualify for the Pro AM. For the first big event for amateurs in 2.5 years, you qualify. This is a good old-fashioned traditional one and done. Like, this is for a lot.
Yes.
And I'm just so excited.
I'm so excited. No, I'm so excited. I feel your hype. I'm excited too. And what this means, I mean, obviously as an organization for Toronto Ultra, this is obviously huge. Not to mention, I mean, you would have 3 teams up there? That would be insane. Yeah,
that would be nuts.
Yeah, like 3 Ultra teams. Like,
we're guaranteed something. We're guaranteed something if you make it.
Just across the board for this organization, all teams are dominant. Obviously, there's some. We're not going to mention that. I still think that the main CD Ultra team is just some issues that need to be fixed, but still the players all across the board are just so darn good. And if you're the Stallions, obviously being that underdog team, being a part in winning this is everything to both teams. Can't wait to see who qualifies. I know, though, in the long run, though, for me personally, I'm excited for both squads. It just evenly. I think it would be huge on both ends. Obviously, the Zoom Mafia, the Stallions representing, like, that's just awesome. I love Zoom. I love what he brings to the table. For years, I've been watching that guy since Denial. God, what year was that? I feel so old. 2012, 13. Was
that COD Ghost back when he teamed with Study?
Yeah, no, I think so. It was so long ago. There's just so many teams, man. I've been seeing over the years. Regardless, this is so awesome. So awesome to see, so awesome to be a part of, and I feel that energy, brother. I feel it.
This is a big Game 5. We appreciate that we get a live look in. It just makes us feel like we're there. And that is always a blessing because Lord knows it gets tiring being inside. But in general, for how this series has gone, chat, we know you guys are probably rooting for the Stallions. I mean, what it would mean for Zuma to pick up a squad like this and be able to move into a Pro AM, what it would mean for the storylines and just the conversation. The flank would be absolutely spicy, and I can't wait for that. But for Toronto Ultra, you have the potential to have 3 teams in the Pro AM, which is just nuts. Like, that's never been done before because this is the first time we're doing it. So it's exciting all around, and I'm very much enjoying what's happening. But the storylines going into this are so fun. And regardless of who wins, like, the beautiful thing about this is just it's a fun ass thing to watch for Call of Duty. Like, we're watching potentially Toronto Ultra's Academy team qualify with their brothers to get to the Pro Am, and then Zuma, who has his own squad. Like, this is awesome.
It's awesome.
This is like the coolest thing,
man. Just being a part of it, it's weird because it's like, even saying this, when I competed, like, you had these opportunities to play against the pro teams consistently. Now you don't. So it's like, since everything switched over, it's awesome to just to have it now because it's been so long. It feels like I said, Denial Zuma, I got word it was 2014. Okay, I feel like that, like,
that was COD Ghost, I believe.
Oh my gosh.
That was near the end
now
of
we're
COD
here.
Ghost.
And now we're here. It's crazy to think about.
Quick update. Texas Nation won map 1 against Strike X 250-42. So, Strike X, Got to turn it around, man. Texas Nation trying to qualify. And, ooh, I don't know if you're going to be able to slow them down when they're in that spot. But here we go, folks. We're getting into Game 5. We're getting ready to go. One of these teams is qualifying for the Pro AM tournament. I am so excited for this moment to arise. Zuma, your sons. Zuma, your sons are in the grasp. The potential to make it to the Pro AM. It all comes down to this.
Oh, the anticipation. The series tied 2-2. And it's crazy because Ultra Academy, what looked like they could have just completely wiped the floor. But the Bow Cage, we know how dominant the Stallions coming off of that map going into this, how they're feeling right now. I just wanted the game to start already. I feel like I'm being teased right now, Sean. Like, the music is great. I love this song, but my goodness. We're being teased. Here we go.
Oh, thank you, production. We love you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get into the action, folks. This map decides who goes to the Pro Amateur Tournament. How do you like them apples so far? It's 2-split. Both sides getting a couple of kills, a 2v2 now. Early on, we saw this on the Berlin. Stallions struggled when they lost numbers quickly. They started scrambling around the site. How do they back up? Well, 2Real in a position to win at least one more gunfight. They have the numbers for the first time what feels like all series. And right now, they just need to get that bomb down.
Indeed, and they might be able to do so. This could be huge for Furious, but no. The quick adjustment and reposition from Stallions. And that was so huge from Kaiser right there because, and 2Real, because they worked their way through. Initially, the split pushes came from the patio side. Instead of committing to the B site, they decide, you know what, let's chalk this up. Let's rotate quickly over to A. And then last alive around over at A, it was, I'm sorry, but you saw Harry kind of like, no one's here. And then next thing you know, you have 2 members of Stallions coming around on your back. So very clean round, very quick adjustment, reposition from Stallions, taking it now, answering back with Ultra Academy. The stun check comes out from Steve-O, nothing connects. And, well, look at this. Stallions... Well, never mind. There's the first blood.
Oh, it's a pretty standard double stack through mid right now, but again, it comes down to the subs. Did they find the opening pick? The nades for Ultra connected twice. So usually you see maybe one nade check that finds the first blood, then you play the numbers, but here, you quickly even things out. Bomb in the hands of Beans. Josh, again, is Harry. We will keep updating you on that just in case. One rotation from Harry will slowly come towards the A site. But I like the positioning from Cryptic because he has Kaiser around just to push on to the point, just in case. If things get dicey. But with this slow rotation, just Stallions pick up. The bomb could be moving to B.
There's still 35 seconds left, but
maybe
some information from Beans. Yes, it's the spot from Kaiser. But where will that bomb go? As you see, one member of Ultra Academy rotating over, and yes, that is the counter round that Ultra needed to answer back. Very clean. And I liked the positioning there from Cryptic too. Obviously, like, he could see a church. It just really came down to that timing. Like, he was in a good position to potentially pick off Furious top church on that, rotating from radio. But unfortunately, COD timing got the best of him. As soon as he turned, Furious got him in his back. So unfortunate from Stallions. Could have been devastating for Ultra Academy, but sometimes it'll happen that way.
Bomb carriers, Cryptic. We saw this a couple of games ago where we had to have a change-up. I believe it was Ulysses who just couldn't find a kill. Same situation here. Don't want to see that going into game number 5. Steve yet again will open up with first blood, and very quickly the numbers fall for Stallions. It's happened in back-to-back S&Ds. How do they make the decision to regroup, get back into position, help one another when things go wrong? Well, doesn't happen in this round. 2 rounds in a row. Ultra will find round number 3, but that's what scares me right now for Stallions, is when they lose that first blood, you start to see a quick counter immediately come out of the opposing AR. When that player drops, you're playing a 4v2. There isn't a lot of time to regroup. They kind of take these individual gunfights that don't go their way, and they lose these rounds very quickly.
I agree. It's like if they sometimes though, if they get first blood, they're able to capitalize really well. But yes, it is that first blood from Steve-O from Ultra Academy that came through that kind of created that panic. And Stallions now having a fast defensive push towards A here. Look at this. 2 set up in church, 1 watching radio, 1 watching mid, and then 2 at A. Ultra Academy, though, not moving yet.
They're not going to move until someone peeks. Oh, what a nade from Furious, and Beans with the follow-up. Okay, the collapse is there from Ultra. Response from Cryptic on 1. You better hold your horses, no pun intended, if you are Ultra at this position, because, well, you don't have anybody to respond over towards the window. Cryptic will fall out of spot, and with that, you can start to try to retake over towards A, but Furious ready and waiting in the back. He's so far pushed out, but I love the play from Ultra. Just pull attention away from the bomb, and Furious could get a free kill. He should, he will. 2v1. Cryptic, see ya. Goodbye. Ultra, 3 rounds in a row. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That was so smart, too, because even Furious getting that kill made Cryptic forced to move and thinking, uh-oh, the bomb is being planted at B. But wait, there's Beans waiting for me, rotating over. You got isolated. There you go. And, yeah, that is a clean round from Ultra Academy yet again. Beans, by the way, and Furious streaking out. 4 for Beans,
Yeah.
3 from Furious. And, well, we mentioned James Bond. I hope there's not a sequel.
I hope so. I hope there's not either, Alan. You would love to see it get turned around. Yuli struggling very much right now. Very far pushed back. I mean, look at the play from Ultra. If they get over aggressive and start flanking behind Stallions, you could put Bomb in a very precarious spot and force the move from Stallions early on. But first blood, for one of the first times in both these S&D, Stallions do find it, and the follow-up. Yuli gets on the board. That's a big kill just to get himself something. It's a 4v2. They need to win this round.
The sequel not to be had. Beans, though. Well,
That's big.
that is huge. Josh last alive now. 40 seconds. So, I mean, you can hold here, maybe get a pick or two, but this is going to be hard. Got to worry about his flank.
Ooh.
And that's a huge gunfight to win. This is very, very doable for Josh. Made the point. Maybe force a member to get off, but the plant does come through.
He can do this. He's got a lot of time. Oh, whoa, what a heady! Harry pulls him off in a 1v2 with 30 seconds to go. Of all the ways to break the backs of Stallions, this could be the biggest one. Oh my god, did he spot him around the corner? He surely could. He peeks. He can't win the gunfight. Stallions maintain the numbers. A big round for them. 3-2. They work their way back in.
And that was a big credit to Yulia, essentially, right? 3 kills on that last 2 rounds, and, well, enabling up to at least get another round on the board. That was a must-win, if you will, for the Stallions. Sometimes when you get to that 3 margin, you're like, okay, this is the halfway point. We can't go up 4-1 right now. Momentum factor, but attacking for Ultra Academy, you have the mid-play push from Furious fast underneath the church, able to connect onto Yuli, and now the first blood gets traded out, evens it up to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, he got caught with a stun in his hands. He really couldn't do much. Cryptic. Oh, just misses the headshot. A minute to go. Bomb still in the hands of Stevo. No follow-up here from Ultra. It's Stallions slowing the pace down to a crawl. They're working through the sight of Cryptic. If he finds anything with the scope, it helps to open up this round. Bomb is down 3v2. 2 falling back towards A. Doesn't have the weapon at range to take against Beans, but maybe doesn't need it. You're forcing the plant now from Ultra. They have to make a move. If he spots anything, he's going to back up. Maybe for the challenge. That's dangerous, but does it anyway. Still can't clean up the kill. Now on the fly out. Maybe he finds this, maybe not. 2 gets cut down.
Oh, I was going to say maybe a little bit too
Oh, no.
over-aggressive, and that is another wipe now for Ultra Academy. There's 25 seconds, but control there. Patience, Ultra Academy. Take that
That's a
round now,
throw.
leading 4-2. I just
That's a
wonder.
throw.
Yeah, I just wonder if there was just too much of an overcommitment there from 2 and
Yep. Absolutely. If he doesn't push that, Ellen, you at least get information that it was a 3-on-2. You get information that Bomb is probably moving towards A. You back up and you wait. You wait with your teammates. That over-eagerness, that aggression.
yeah.
You lose the first sub inside to immediately get a trade. Then you lose the 2-on-2. That was a mistake from 2 but luckily for them, they do have 2 rounds on the board. They can certainly work their way back in. For Ultra, you're thanking your lucky stars that commitment came through. Kaiser, first blood for Stallions. Ultra, now going to fall back, try to get numbers yet again.
Yeah, and you see the 2-2 from Stallions. They opened up that first blood pick over there, but Furious gets a crazy kill onto Kaiser now. The bomb, not really sure exactly where to go. You see 2 running back and forth with the fire, but it's going to rotate towards over A, and you see Harry. He could cut this down. He gets taken down by 2 though. The quick rewrap there, and, well, if I'm Stallions, chalk it up at A, maybe push around back church and wrap all the way around to B. You got plenty of time to do so. There's 45 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, that's just textbook. Try to get the bomb down very quickly, but Furious might be able to get some information if he gets there in time. Maybe peels one off the bomb. They're pushing up patio. Oh, they're going right through the radio. I love this play from Stallions. Ultra were not ready for it. Can't blame them. Steve-O left alive in a 3v1. He just needs to peek for once, but the COD timing does not work out. Stallions give around, and they get around right back. That is huge.
Now they have to just win this next round because it's like that give and take. Got to be able to take the next one. But yes, Stallions, so huge, so quick to reposition. It's chaotic. You just move from one bomb site to the other, back and forth to the other, and just running around. It's like kind of like almost as if it's the clock moving around the map. Exactly what they did. Just, hey, that's not plant A. Let's just work around back of the spawn and confuse the enemy. And that's exactly what they did. So very beautiful plays from them. And of course, Cryptic with that sniper in hand. The stun check does come out, and 2Real opens up with the first blood.
Yeah, the response from Ultra needed to be there. Steve-O gets cut. The Beans nade, we'll call it that, will cut down one. So we trade a couple of players around the site. Bomb down in a very, very bad spot. Ultra don't have eyes over to know really quite where Ulysses might be. If he just plays his life better than 2Real did a couple of rounds ago. Again, Stallions in a position to win this one. And with that kill, it will help. 3v1. Stallions working their way back into this game 5. Beans, good for one. Now in a 1v2. Someone around the site. Here comes the challenge. 40 seconds to go, Ellen. How do you play this one?
Well, the bomb is down. You have 40 seconds left. You have to see if maybe you can catch one of the members of the Stallions off guard. But essentially, if they know this, they're just going to get in trading positions and just hunker down at the A site. And, well, Beans, 29 seconds left. It's got to find one. But if you're Stallions, stay in the position to trade.
Oh, he's alive. Oh, almost 180. Oh, my God. Stallions get another round on the board. They tie it up. And what is that now? Three? I want to say 2 rounds in a row outside of the blunder. I mean, that's 3 convincing rounds of the last 4 that they have been able to put on the board. Ultra doing a very good job with their patience, but Stallions, the momentum of those first bloods starting to swing back in their favor now. Yuli started off 0-3, 0-4. He's 6-5.
Yeah,
that's huge.
That's crazy. That is crazy. He didn't want to be in the sequel. But regardless, Stallions is doing such a fantastic job of, yes, they can capitalize on those first bloods, but they can't let it happen to them because Ultra Academy does the same. So now the information does come in at least that there may be a member at that A site for Stallions. And, well, you look at this. They're kind of spread out evenly on the bottom half of the map there by Patio Rooftops Fire, and it's just kind of waiting again for the pick. Yeah. This is going to be a tough retake. Look how far back Stallions are. Just mid-map-wise, 50-yard line. Ultra have all of the room in the world with a 2-stack on each side and one kind of playing out. That's Harry. I don't think Cryptic saw him, but this is going to be really, really tough. It's all going to come down to the middle of the map where 2Real could open it up with first blood. He probably will get traded, and he will, but there's the follow-up from Yuli. Yuli trying to send shots out towards the top of the church, but Ultra played this so well, and Stallions were in a lose-lose situation off the opening rip. They just had nowhere to go. And now they have to make a heroic effort over towards B. Furious lining them up for one. 24 seconds to go. It's a 3-on-1. And this one should be done. It is. Ultra, yet again, play it perfectly. And they are 1 round away from qualifying. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy because if I just wondered right there if maybe the Stallions, whatever they were going to do, it just got stopped because of those stuns that connected. Like you saw Kaiser get stunned, the nades, the checks, the information that came out there. So they didn't necessarily commit to a play. But yes, the display of patience from Ultra Academy to respond back on the defensive side was just so perfectly played. And it leaves them trapped. But now they could end it here. And there's the first blood for Furious.
Wow, first blood again, Ellen, every time. Second as well. Ultra just 2 kills away from qualifying for the Pro Amateur Tournament. And man, what a way to do it, to join your brothers up there. Stallions need a play, and they need it now. Cryptic trying to watch the back cross, but they just can't find the kill. Bomb going down. So we're going to cut this round down to 45 seconds. You got to make a play.
Oh man, you gotta maybe just get a pick, isolate a player, but this is so hard because if you're Ultra Academy, look at this setup. This is so hard to break because they are just, everybody's in a trading position. 30 seconds left. They have to hold for the win.
I mean, look at where Ultra's set up. They're not allowing anything. Nobody gets in
Nothing.
scot-free. Harry, there's a free kill in front. If you get a teammate to help out, the push to the back, it's there, but cut down. Harry for one, a 3-on-1, 17 seconds. That is still possible. It's going to be a heroic effort, but here comes Harry. Done. Ultra Academy take down Stallions in the lower quarterfinals. 6-4 in Game 5, and they send themselves to the Pro Amateur Tournament. Oh, baby, we got 3 Ultra teams playing in that tournament.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Like, it's awesome. And the storylines from both teams just to even secure a spot is amazing.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm excited,
That's
Sean.
nuts. I know. It seemed like Stallions were going to have that Cinderella run. They were going to make it there. I mean, regardless of what happened, I think we can all agree this Stallions team is excellent to watch. They play excellent Call of Duty. Sure, there are things they can work on, but, you know, first and foremost, congratulations to them and to Zuma for a successful season, a quality attempt. Maybe next time around they'll be able to get it done, but that is all credit to Ultra Academy with everything that they had thrown at them. Their S&Ds were the 2 biggest things. Their S&Ds were so crucial, and S&D wins you opportunities. Not championships, get you opportunities to win championships, but they qualify. I mean, that was just so well played from Ultra, and I mean, that control, you said it, Owen, you said that control is going to be the biggest game. It's going to be the biggest game in the series, and it was.
It's crazy because if you think about it, like if you think about that control for Stallions, just from that one round, that could have changed and dictated this whole entire series. It's crazy to think about. It's just the adversity, the adjustments that were made from Ultra were just simply outright put better.
Yeah.
And I don't get me wrong, the Stallions, they're amazing at respawn. It's just those little adjustments. You said it earlier, Spaceman. You said they had to be able to win their S&Ds. And unfortunately, it was so close so close. But yeah,
So close.
I have no doubt in my mind. I hope those guys stick together and keep just figuring out that magic for success for just even being newer players, a newer formed team. It's amazing just from the run that they've had from the Elite 2, from the Cups, and just from here today. It's been awesome to see from the squad.
Yeah, this is a big win for Ultra, and I know specifically for these players, for Coach Josh, who what he's done to this team, able to get them on the right track. Here's a look at the bracket, how everything kind of played out, and you know, it's great moments like this where regardless if it was Stallions, if it was Ultra, we get to be happy that we see players that we've followed for years and teams that we've watched for months qualify finally. And man, Ultra on both ends of the spectrum getting it done. Of course, their road isn't over. Ultra Academy North America made it to the grand final after 3-0 sweeping M7 Electrified, that is formerly known as Vengeance, the European champions from Stage 2. And on the other side, you have Ultra Academy taking it 3-2 in Game 5 over Stallions. Texas Nation won the opening hardpoint 250-47, and Strike X responded back in pretty quick fashion in the S&D. So Ultra Academy with the winners of Texas Nation and Strike X. However, with all of that said, Ellen, they have qualified. Like, that is the big takeaway. They have qualified. They did the job, what they needed to do. We just wait for one more team, one more qualification, Texas Nation versus Strike X. Whoever wins that, going to be joining Ultra, M7 Electrify, and Ultra Academy North America.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome to see. And it's so cool to see even the European guys doing their thing, qualifying. Oh man, that's this too. And I'm excited to see who the fourth one is going to be.
I'm excited too. Well, for at this moment in time, we will take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I believe we're going to be jumping into map number 4 of Texas Nation versus Strike X. So we're going to continue to see who qualifies, and that's just damn exciting. We'll see you guys in a minute. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after the break. Well. Welcome back into the broadcast, folks. We got Texas Nation versus Strike X on your screens. We are slowly rounding out our last quarterfinals match. The winner of this one, following in the footsteps of Toronto Ultra Academy EU, will be qualifying for the Pro Amateur Tournament coming up in May. So to kind of give you a rundown, it was Texas Nation who took the opening hardpoint, Strike X take the S&D, and the following control, where Gunzy dropped 52 EKIA to win that map. So he's been absolutely lights out. And while we don't have the players' names for you, given the situation at the open bracket, we do have the names. So we at least know that one side is Texas, the other side is Strike X. So we can follow that action. And Ellen, well, we had an interesting conversation before we jumped into this. I don't think any of us expected Texas Nation to potentially be the last team to try to fight for a qualification spot.
Indeed, we didn't. I mean, this is a team that is consistently, like we saw, 7-peat. They've been winning everything. So the fact that they were one of the first teams to qualify and could potentially be one of the last, if not at all, it is crazy to see. But Strike X, it hasn't been an easy road for them, have been doing a fantastic job of definitely contesting them. But we know all players from this squad have essentially have that experience. But regardless of the fact, they are in control right now, in the lead, and Texas Nation back against their wall, spawning in the back church.
Yeah, got to shout out challenge number 9. He's been absolutely lights out so far today and consistently putting up big pieces like this, finding 2. There's the 3rd with the nade. I love what I'm seeing out of challenger number 9, but challenger 11 with that extra bump on the utility will help control the hill for the moment. Strike X inside for the time, putting Texas Nation on the back foot now, but here comes the break, and we can only assume this might be Jordan General. Back over to challenger number 16. Oh, he's got something spicy ready for you.
Indeed he does, and you see, members of Texas Nation kind of have a split push here. 1 from middle, 2 from that Vine side. But you see, challenger number 12 able to clear out patio. Now, if you're Strike X, this is actually not that bad of a setup. They still have control, and they're forcing members of Texas Nation to funnel on through. 1 lane, and the kills come for Texas Nation. The break is through. Strike X, only 1 member. Challenger 10 left in the back, has to wait for the push. There's only 35 seconds left. And, well, of course, it helps when you have a member of Texas Nation on a spree.
Yeah, it certainly does help when you can put kills on the board and a flurry of them at that. But there are the spawns in the back for Strike X. Texas Nation doing their best to maintain the control they have in the hard point, as juggled as it might be. So far, so good. Challenger 15 getting it done with the sub up close, and they maintain the time here. 13 seconds to go. Again, we look toward the bottom side of the minimap. Strike X ready and waiting for the initial gunfights that are coming out, and they should be set up for our next hill. So as we pop, we will be looking at church control for Strike X, a team that struggled mightily in that game on hardpoint, already getting more points than they had in that opening hill.
Yeah, and of course, those key initial gunfights on the rotation were won. And Texas Nation looking to break, though. Good nade that opens up the lane, and the flood comes from the front and the back. It's Strike X, though, there and waiting. Stop the push. Two-piece, huge two-piece coming on in, and Texas Nation, with their back against the wall, have to flood on through the grass side and the front. But the weight comes through, and it is members of Strike X time and time again that are winning these initial gunfights. Somebody over at Texas Nation is 2-12.
You got to stop playing like a bunch of challengers, 16, 14s, 15s, and 13s, and start playing like the Texas Nation we know you can be. But Strike X handling the pressure early on, and now we hit the mid game where you start racking up some of these hills together, chaining them with that scrap time. All of a sudden, you're in a very good spot to end this game and send yourself off to the qualifying spot. We'll see what happens, though. Texas Nation trying to work through the back line so we get to our next hill. They've lost the opening break, 2 hills in a row. Strike X doing a very nice job of controlling those last few gunfights. But for now, we sit inside with a sub. We'll see what happens.
And it's crazy from this Strike X squad because essentially you lose Wand, okay? You don't have Wand, you don't have Fame, you pick up Fire, you have Silly now, and this is just crazy. It's like a pickup team that's working Texas Nation, but able to at least stop the bleeding here. Texas Nation, although they are down and hitting that 100-point mark, Strike X still does have a lead. Texas Nation, they could crawl the way back through on this commanding center hill.
Yeah, you talked about it. Silly now on Strike X. Like, it's a situation where he's making a bit of a revenge run right now through the lower bracket. And again, an instance where nobody expected Texas Nation to be in this spot, but we wish you could tell you what players' numbers actually are, because I have absolutely no idea. But a lot of do know it's getting mixy inside the hard point. A couple of white in the kill feed, a couple of red, but we trade back for Texas Nation. However, the scrap time there for Strike X, and for a team that barely got 50 points in the opening hardpoint, they have quadrupled that right now. And if they are on this pace through the middle of the game, Texas Nation cannot afford to lose those opening 20 seconds anymore. They have to do a better job, of holding down the early time.
Indeed. Members of Texas Nation are just kind of hunkered down on that point, though. They're kind of allowing members of Strike X to get close and get these close engagements. So the gunfight's to be won for Strike X. Break on through now. 35 seconds left remain on this point, but look at all members of Texas Nation spawning and having to funnel through one lane. At least they have to push because they don't want this lead to be essentially ran away. And Strike X again still hold. They can't break, and this is just kind of putting Texas Nation on the back end.
For some reason, I feel like this is Kismet. I don't know, but he gets cut down. It doesn't even matter. Strike X double stacking, make it triple inside the hard point now. So anybody from Texas Nation who walks their way up will get mowed down. Spawns at the back, though. This could be Jordan General on your POV, ready and waiting from the push from Church. A couple of numbers do fly out, and they win the initial. So here comes the pressure from the back. Strike X trying to break the hill in a 2-2 spread. They might get lucky with some of their timings, but how quickly can they get into the point without being spotted? So far, so good. Bullet holes riddle the middle of the statue, but Texas Nation handled the pressure yet again.
Indeed, they do. This is kind of where the break through the back comes on. Huge gunfight from Challenger 13, and well, on the opposite side of radio, it's going to be a hold there for Texas Nation. And still, you see members of Strike X committing to this. 25 seconds left remain on the point, but no members of Texas Nation are actually able to rotate. 19 seconds left. If you're Strike X, you didn't win it. Chalk it up. And well, those are essentially the two options from Texas Nation. That they won them. They won them. They won them. And Strike X is set up at new.
Yeah, I mean, it's
happened so fast.
Sometimes in hard pods, it comes down to win it or chalk it up. One of the two, but we essentially got ourselves a tie game, folks. If you're just joining us, this is the second lower quarterfinals matchup where one of these teams will qualify for the Pro Amateur Tournament coming up in May. So far, Strike X responding in the S&D, taking it in the control off the backs of Gunzy's 52-kill performance. And now they're trying to put Texas Nation away and deny the best team in North America a chance at that tournament. Not many people expected it. I still don't believe it, but Strike X are here to play, and certainly things are working out off the back of Gunzy's performance as they try to work their way into the point.
Indeed, and the kills are still to be won in the back. The AR for Strike X has been popping off on the holds, but whoever 13 was sure did break just as efficiently with 3 now, and that was a break Texas Nation needed. Ooh, they can breathe. 10 seconds for at least for scrap time that is allotted, and as you see, they are set up more members of Texas Nation at Church. One.
It's going to be a fight through the church. I mean, player 3 rotated out. Challenger 13, I should say, rotated out early, and it was a 2-on-1 split going down essentially the sideline of the hill. But now that we get into the point, it's really going to come down to a bloodbath on the floor. Can your AR sit in this post and just cut down subs as they run in? Well, it seems like Strike X have that ready and waiting, and more importantly, they're comfortable to take these challenges early on. Once again, positioning up there towards top church window. Strike X very clearly getting into the hard point cleanly with these nades. You need to contest, you need a push, you need it now. 15 will find one, but anyone else around for Texas Nation? No, it's a push from the back. Challenger 9 gets cut down. Numbers start to funnel on into the hill, and both teams now catching their breath. Texas Nation do get in, and they can get themselves back into this game with the final 20.
Indeed. And if you're Strike X, I mean, maybe send a player over to commit, and it looks like number 5 is still going to fight for that scrap, but not to be won. It is Strike X set up on this new. They have to win every single gunfight, and that was a huge 2-piece nade for Strike X to secure command center. And now Texas Nation spawning back, Fountain and spawning grass side are isolated on the top side of the map. They have to win every single gunfight.
Got to win every single one. Strike X trying to do what many thought was impossible. Texas Nation have to get into the point, but Strike X denying the push. 2 members from Texas will be here, but you need to fly in. This might be Kismet. Who knows? But it's the subs on the outside. 3 seconds needed. One more contest is all you have. They get in. They get in with just 2 seconds. They have numbers around, but they need help inside the point. The nades fly out. The trades fly out. Texas still alive somehow in this hard point.
Indeed, and it really are those gunfights middle that are so important. Able to break through the bottom. You see Challenger player number 10 working his way through the stairs. It is still top Texas Nation that have control, and they're winning every single gunfight, but there's the break! No, that's 4 down for Texas Nation! And Strike X go crazy at the end and win by 10 points!
Both teams could have won it on that hard point, but the double nade and the follow-up from the sub. Oh! Texas Nation get sent home. Strike X with a double nade. A double nade that wins them the game. What?
I'm just mind blown at this squad because you look at the roster changes. We talked about it. Well, okay, Hamza was originally on the Strike X squad, and he left to join Bear Claw.
They got smoked by Alpha Gaming. Oh, Alpha Esports, excuse me. They're not even here. Like, Hamza leaves. That team doesn't do anything. Strike X make a couple of changes, and they just knocked out Texas Nation.
They just basically what I'm trying to say is a team that has consistently won across the board has been first. One of the teams that we expected to be first to qualify didn't qualify on land. Is that what you're telling me, Sean?
Well, unless I'm probably mistaken, actually, I believe they still might have an extra life to give, but yeah.
Recap of that series. Not to mention, look at the dominant fashion that they even started. 250 to 42.
Nuts. Ellen, talk to me about the series, the layout. I mean, it seemed like the hard points, the respawns were going to be there, but they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, LAN. This is LAN. I mean, this is upsets all in a nutshell that have been happening all weekend long so far, but able to take that 6-4 on the Berlin. It was the Gavutu. That is essentially, we didn't see exactly what went down, but I would like to know, because 3-2 to Strike X, that was the map that obviously Texas Nation needed to win. I mean, that's their playground.
That's their bread and butter.
Look at map 1.
Yeah.
If they won that, then of course, despite what happened on this hard point,
I don't think that series layout is correct, but yes,
I was going to say that's on Boat Cage.
Yes, they did win that game. They did win to 50.
You know what I mean? Okay, but yeah, I was going to say, as I saw that, I was like, hold on. But on Tuscan, it just was like, hold on a second. I just, my goodness, I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown.
It's nuts. I mean, we looked at Stallions going to Game 5 against Toronto Ultra Academy. EU Ultra Academy win that 3-2 in Game 5. Then we say, okay, we're going to jump down to Texas Nation versus Strike X. Again, Strike X won 3-2 over Team War. They now win 3-1 over Texas Nation. Texas Nation, your number 1 seed. Strike X, after the change regardless, your number 20 seed. Like, that's one of the biggest upsets of the tournament. And now Toronto Ultra Academy will be playing Strike X just to play the rest of the open event, but
you're playing for money and for points at this point. But the road that Strike X took to get here is just so impressive. They took down Renegades and then they won 2-1. Obviously, they lost to Toronto, the Academy, the EU side, but still able to make a run all day. That is a lot of Call of Duty.
That's
like taking
nuts.
down some reputable names, like you have Maurice, Zyro, Infamous, and Archives, then 18 and Cracked. Like, they've literally UIU. They ran through everybody. Assault Classic Welling Exceed. Like, and I love that the fact that we heard Gunsy, like you said, he dropped even in this last map against Texas Nation. 52 EKIA. That is insane. I just absolutely good stuff from them. I'm curious to see just the outcome, even if they win the whole entire thing. And just a little quote out there from Gunsy that I saw that I really liked. All it takes is one opportunity and you are in a better position than all who doubted you. He made a statement. I respect it.
Facts. Let him know, Ellen. Well done. Yeah, it's absolutely right. Gunsy is he's an absolute demon. And Texas Nation, if you would have gone into this event and told me that Texas Nation and Bear Claw would not be here. Stallions, I would have been like, if they make a Dark Horse run, no pun intended, like, okay, but they were impressive. But if you would have told me that, Bear Claw and Texas Nation, no chance.
I wouldn't have believed you.
No. What? Okay. All right. Well, that is the situation, and folks, that is the series. Congratulations once more to Strike X for joining Toronto Ultra, both NA and EU, and the formerly known Vengeance roster, M7, for getting themselves into qualifications. They have now qualified for the Pro Amateur Tournament in May. Oh my God, that was a lot of Call of Duty, and we have to take ourselves a break. But when we come back, we continue on with one more series of the night. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys in just a minute.
so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that.
Well, we have our 4 challengers teams that will be representing both North America and also Europe in the CDL Pro-Am in May. But Austin, we still have a lot of money to play with. So I know you and I have had to do our own kind of clayster breathing exercises, getting ourselves mentally prepared because we still have a lower semifinal matchup to go on here this evening before we start to look at our top 3 squads tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely we do. It's still a massive series to try to move on, see if you can make it through to that loser's final. So as much as we have some insane things going on here, we do have to kind of dial it back. And well, so do these teams. You have to make sure that you're coming in level-headed. Specifically, I feel like StrikeX, you know you just qualified,
Yeah.
But now you got to go up against Toronto Ultra Academy EU, and this squad has also been extremely strong on the day.
Unbelievable series, honestly.
It was incredible.
I feel like we have to sit here and just have a moment to talk about the Stallions and Texas Nation teams because they played some unbelievable series today. Throughout the entirety of the weekend, obviously, but today in particular, looking at what they did in the upper bracket as well as what they were unable to do in their first upper semifinals to then be bested in the lower quarterfinals, you have to give a round of applause. It's a top 6 finish. It's going to sting the first chance to play in a Pro-Am since Call of Duty Black Ops 4, the CWL 2019 year. Commiserations to them. It really was a hard-fought series for both of them. But we have our final 4 teams. Ultra Academy North America, they find themselves cruised into the grand finals. A clean 3-0 sweep versus Denzo & Co., that M7 Electrify roster. So they'll be waiting in the lower finals where they'll meet up against tomorrow morning the winner of this matchup, Ultra Academy EU and StrikeX. I'll let you just pick which team you want to talk about first here, Austin, because, well, there's a lot to say about both of them.
Well, there is, and I feel like StrikeX is where you have to go, just because they are the ones that have just pulled off upset after upset. Let's be honest, coming in, when we were looking at our top 4 teams, I don't think anyone would have had StrikeX in their top 4 making the Pro-Am. There was just no way. If you did, I don't believe you. This is the team that was essentially a pickup team, more or less, right? But has not come down to this lower bracket, has cruised through series after series, winning 5 consecutive lower bracket matches in a row, and now a chance to make it 6. I mean, you just cannot make up a story like that, but it goes back to the points that we make when we had lands all the time, Alan, is when you start to find a bit of momentum in the lower bracket, you can take over and you can roll with all of that momentum going your way.
So the really fun fact here is not only would this be 6 wins in the lower bracket in a row, it would also be revenge versus the team to initially send them to the lower bracket. It was a winner's round 4 matchup between these 2 teams. And Austin, hold on to your britches here, it went to 5. So these 2 teams are very evenly matched. And the thing about it is, you know, when you talk about lower bracket runs like that, not only do you feel momentum, but you also feel like you've grown, not just as individuals, but collectively as a team. Your map pool gets a bit deeper. You feel a lot more confidence and trust in your individual teammates. And I don't know, I just feel like there is something in the air right now where this StrikeX team will really have a chance to prove that, hey, we can actually best some of these top 3 teams historically over both Europe and North America.
I hard agree. I think that they have it in them to be able to keep this going, keep the train rolling. Like, let's see who's up next on the track, see who they're about to run through. I mean, like, they could very well keep this going all the way into tomorrow. But I will say, you know, as much as we're gassing up StrikeX here, Ultra Academy EU, these guys also, you know, really strong with what they've been able to do. They had to play a couple of really clutch matchups in that lower bracket. You feel like this is also a team that's been able to grow throughout the day, fix a couple of their mistakes. We know what they're capable of doing within the European region. Just now a matter of doing all of that here on land and a chance to do it up against StrikeX, of course. So I feel like it will be a really exciting one just because it feels like every single series on the day has been one that has been extremely exciting. So I hope that that train kind of continues going in towards this matchup too.
It's been a wild week at a COD, man. From the CDL
fun
to Challengers, nothing is predictable. I know Sean's out there saying this is why I don't do predictions, and that's why we love Sean. You just never want to do predictions in moments like this.
It's fair.
So we'll, of course, not be giving predictions for this particular series. It's one of those things at this point in time, I hate to say it because this is still a very important match when it comes down to total money that's going to exchange hands. You still feel like, in a certain regard, even if you were to come out here and get 0-3 smoked, you're like, whatever, dude, we're the Pro-Am, we're good to go. But here's the series layout as far as how this one will fare. Gavudu Berlin, Gavudu to start, Bacage for the 4th, Tuscan for the 5th. Any initial thoughts here, Austin, as we look to the map set?
Yeah, I feel like, at least right off the rip, for the most part, Toronto Ultra EU doing a good job of taking a lot of the maps out of that last series just to try to put them on something new, which I feel like is extremely important because they're coming off a massive high, and we've seen what they can do on maps, like Tusk's Control, what they can do on some of their bread and butter search and destroys here. So just getting, I think, a little bit of a different map pool in, and, throwing the Gavutsu in first, I feel like is also great because Texas smoked them in the very first map where they didn't even get 50 points. So I actually really like a lot of the vetoes and the map set that comes through in favor of Ultra Academy. I think they did a really good job of watching over that series, knowing what they played, and I think they got themselves a decent map set.
Yeah, and for Toronto EU, at least you could look back at your match versus Stallions. This is a map that you lost by only 6 points. One that Stallions actually put together a pretty incredible comeback on in the first place. So
truly,
I think you kind of look at this and say, all right, not only are we going off of, we just saw StrikeX. Maybe they didn't see it, but they heard the reports. 250 to 42 was the tally in their lower quarterfinal matchup. And then obviously you go back to what you did on this map and say, okay, we clean up this one thing, this other thing, well, we're good to go. We're comfortable here. The Berlin Search and Destroy has been rehearsed across a lot of our teams today. I feel like we've seen in almost every single series a Berlin Search and Destroy. So I think I'm mostly curious, really from the side of StrikeX, to see what they're going to offer here. Because for Toronto EU, I think the addition of Furious has really made this team a mainstay search and destroy squad. And I think that it really will be on the onus of StrikeX to come out and really kind of take control of that map if they were to find some sort of advantage in the search and destroy early.
Yeah, that's definitely it as well. I feel like that is a really good shout for as far as like the Berlin Search and Destroy. When they played it against the Stallions, I think they won like 6-1 or something like that, and they did not give them any breathing room, and it felt like they were always getting first bloods, which was a massive part of Berlin and is a massive part of Berlin because of the way the bomb sites are kind of split up on the map. If you're not defensively holding your ground and you're responsible for being that other man at the site, and you end up dropping consistently, it makes it very difficult for your teammates. Puts a lot of strain on them, to have to make some of those rotations happen here. So I think you're very right in calling that out, and I do feel like this will be another comfort pick here for them, so to speak, coming in towards it, and might be able to kind of carry that on out going into the Berlin, where we'd have just seen, I think, a lot of great rotational plays where teams have tried to slow things down in the day, but the aggressive hits have also just been so assertive with the way that they're able to get inside of the site, drop that bomb, and then immediately play for that post-plant setup. So it's been very, very thrilling, very fun here so far, and I feel like you have to have something prepared if you're StrikeX going up against Toronto Ultra Academy into that Berlin.
And that's the biggest thing here. I'm going to transition our conversation to talking about some individual players for us to kind of keep an eye on here. Now that we're obviously talking Pro-Am side things, we're not just looking at the potential of the individual teams, but you have to figure that either between now and then or immediately after the Pro-Am, some of these individuals may be scooped up by the CDL. The interesting thing about the StrikeX team, and just to kind of reiterate the point that you had made, this is essentially a pickup team going into this tournament. The core three, Fire, Gunzy, and Rammy, just finished top 16 in Cup 8. Still, he didn't even play in Cup number 8 because I think he got sketched on or something. And so this is a pickup squad where you have to kind of wonder, do they have the ability of having a well-rehearsed search and destroy vocabulary? Or is it kind of like I've got this idea, let's just go for it? With that in mind, I think you kind of have to pick up on certain individual players. And I'll just say this much. Gunzy has been in takeover mode, just based on what we were watching through, shout out to E-Zone Media. They were putting together kind of a Periscope stream on Twitch. And then also what we saw in those last couple of maps, Gunzy was untouchable, it looked like.
He was untouchable, Alan. Like, we were watching him like, are you kidding me? Gunzy again with another 2-piece, another 3-piece. It just felt like it was just happening every single life. And when that player is having that type of impact for you on the map, it's just making everything so easy for your teammates. So I've been very impressed with that here so far. And yeah, Gunzy, I mean, he was a huge part of why StrikeX have been able to get this far here. And this is someone that, we've seen highs from here and there, but I did not expect, I think, him to come out here and be able to fry and slay like this out.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you. I mean, it's really interesting to talk about a player like Gunzy because I think most notably you think back to Modern Warfare. He was part of that Carnage team that kind of surprised everybody, and they ended up finishing second, I want to say, after they were like the 9th seed going into playoffs. And then last year, there was no synergy with any teams. He had an average placement of 23rd. Well, how did I say third so weirdly like that? 23rd was his average placement. So it's kind of like this year is a, recorrective course for him. And
Sure.
I don't know. It's just like, wouldn't you know it? You found yourself 3 other guys, and you seem to be vibing pretty well so far on the weekend. Literally, it's just been that.
Yeah, he's corrected, to say the least. That's for sure. He's definitely made a lot of great fixes here for his game. And, well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavutu, Hardpoint. We'll see what StrikeX can take from that last series to try to bring it into this one, have a better start. And taking us through the action will be Cade and Ryan. With all the POVs and all of the overall maps, we're going in. This is it. Map number 1, StrikeX coming off a massive high, but Ultra Academy, they've been running through some strong squads as well here, Alan. We'll see if they can match the StrikeX squad.
Ain't that the truth? I think, on the other side of things, obviously we mentioned Furious's name, but look, here's the thing. I think collectively as kind of Challengers broadcast talent, we've been singing, chanting, hollering the praises of one Steve Vortex. So could Steve-O potentially show us something here as well? It's one of the other trademark SMGs across the European region. Good opening start here for both Furious and Steve-O. Go figure. First 3 eliminations are good for him. Give them all 4. Okay, 2 for each. Ultra Academy EU in the hard point convincingly first.
Yep, and Furious now going to be able to push up, see if he can maybe cut down some of the members before they even get close to the point. And we will see another one. On top of that, Josh able to clean up 2 with an 8. So far, extremely clean. 25 seconds off the P1 hill. Another 20 that can come away from it. And Josh already keeping them spawn trapped here in the back of the map.
Yeah. Keep in mind that Josh is actually Harry, playing under Josh's moniker simply due to his account not being accessible at the moment. So if we say Josh, we mean Harry. If we say Harry, we mean Josh. One or the other. And a flawless start, absolutely picture perfect, not just from the opening break, but as you mentioned, the ARs are really controlling a lot of convincing space here around the high grounds. Good bounce back, though, from StrikeX, as they do not just work into the actual ship itself, but Gunzy doing a little bit of zoning on the backside of green is good to at least put some pressure on Ultra Academy as they try to find a way to break.
Well, they're certainly going to know the hits coming down low and up top here from the side. Here he is. Oh, awkward gunfight. Able to get the hip fire in. Cleans up 1. Still lots of time to play for at P2. And Steve-O's trying to put the pedal to the metal to make it happen. Big amount of time. 30 seconds left. And now we're going to see Ultra Academy. Bit of control. And this is a scary moment here for StrikeX down. They are, again, trapped at the back. And they have to worry about a rotation here over to P3.
We may have been out there saying that this StrikeX team lost 250-42 to Texas Nation on this map, and I think some people inherently would be like, how does that happen? This is how that happens. If things like this happen, that is exactly how things like that occur. But for StrikeX, at least you're able to work out of a bit of a spawn trap, give yourself some vacancy, not just on the hard point, but also through it, working around the back. This should win them spawns, as Toronto Ultra Academy are able to open up the hard point in their name. Furious at 8-3. Could he be challenged? And goodness, what a slide chow that is from Gunzy. No cares whatsoever, just yeets himself into the point, and it works out nicely as Silly clears off top gun. This actually leads to not just the hardpoint control, but they're going to actually have an opportunity to spawn trap Ultra Academy EU in the back behind 3 here.
Oh, a couple kills, though. Come through for Ultra. Now through the back, Gunzy trying to get involved in the point again. It will not happen. So Ultra Academy able to work out of their spawn, put some pressure on the point. This would actually be the second half of the hill if they're able to get every second of it. And it's looking convincing. Beans is going to push all the way up to P1. And now he gets to force some of the members back from StrikeX as he's on an early rotation.
Yeah, the play in theory I could actually appreciate from StrikeX, but in application, obviously less than stellar. So now you've got Ultra Academy on the way over towards 4, and these gunfight wins from Harry will open up not just the hill, but this also flips the spawns considerably in the favor of Ultra Academy's favor. So, oh boy, not good news here for StrikeX once again. You're stuck kind of on the outside of the jungle pathways in this rocks area, looking into P4, where you've got ARs already locking down every single potential angle. You've got Furious waiting to execute a flank over top middle if he needs to make a move. And this is just a full flood. You don't love to see this. StrikeX in a bit of a blunder right now.
I mean, they are in another spawn trap, and that's kind of been the trend of this map here so far for StrikeX, where it feels like they get spawned in somewhere, and then they immediately just get put in this blender where they cannot work themselves out. And, I mean, to be fair, you have to win sometimes some tough gun battles to be able to do it, but it's almost too easy here for Ultra Academy EU, as they'll come away with just about a full 60 on this point. That's going to give them over a 100-point lead, as Beans is now on a 5.
Yeah, this is bad news. Literally in every facet. Oh boy, Furious 13-5. Oh boy, I thought for a second he was going to get the jump onto Gunzy, but no posterizing plays here, at least not initially. But even still, it's just there has not been a single solid hold yet from StrikeX. Now, They are kind of finding a way to give themselves a setup and a look at this 5th hard point, but it's anything but convincing at the moment with Ultra Academy flooding through the middle of the map. They're already working in and around the green area. Kill still coming through. A 3-for-1 exchange. Ultra Academy EU break on their first attempt.
And again, trapped in the back, and look at the crossfires. Like, Harry is here at the mid cut saying, listen, nobody's here. I have everything through mid, and all right, now they're making the move through beach side, but it gives you so much time to potentially lock in that 25 seconds over at the final hill. One last push should come through, and Steve-O is ready and waiting for it. 3 spree here for him. Could play for early rotation, but wants to put some pressure on the scrap time here. And that might be enough to actually lock some of it in. So Ultra Academy, they're running away with it right now, Alan. But the good news, at least, StrikeX, they do have an early setup at P1.
Yeah, and Silly is going to try to red dot chase here just to get Steve-O off of streaks. It's a costly decision when it comes to being able to reinforce this next hill, but it's a necessary one. You have to get that trade. Don't let the glide bomb come in, because then otherwise the game really is just over at that point. So as we deal with the last remaining StrikeX member in Rambi inside the hill, he gets naded outside of the interior of the circle. And Ultra Academy, again, just very easily walk on into the hard point. Definitely some work to be done here if you're StrikeX, not just on this individual playing of the map, but likely for the map at large, as they have yet to really put together any sort of a significant hold on any of our hard points yet.
Yeah, it has not happened. Here would be a good start. We know Gavutu, you can chain hills together, you can work back from deficits, but it's going to have to start here as Steve-O rushes on through, tries to spin around for the second. It's not going to happen, but Furious is there, has his teammates trade, and that should be 15 seconds. Secured and locked in, just about over 200 points here for Ultra Academy as Beans. I mean, he is holding off the rotation all by himself. They got a triple stun and nade him out just to be able to find that kill, and now they're going to have very little utility to try to work with as they break into the new hill.
Yeah, the stats from top to bottom for Ultra EU is just as dominant as you would figure with a 202 to 80 point game. I mean, the only player not even positive right now is Josh, but he's still got a minute of hard point time, and he's still doing a lot of work. So for Josh, aka Harry, good work being done there. StrikeX looking to work out of the 100-point club. Looks like they will be able to do that here on the second hard point. And hey, you know what they say about Kavudu. It's a very streaky map. And with fire on 6, hold on a second, maybe an opportunity for streaks. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It would still be a hard question to ask, but it's definitely possible, pending you can win the remaining scrap time here at 2 and also win the rotation to the 3rd.
And that's the problem. It just feels like holding a hill is pretty impossible, but Steve-O just going to say, I'm on a reload, so how about we throw up the fisticuffs and give some couple elbows to the face. Double there for him. Scrap time secured, and I mean, any time for Ultra Academy now is fantastic time. You're very close to that 250 mark. You could very well get it done here. You will have to try to break, and Harry through the back is going to try to make that happen. The rest of the assistants starting to fall through, but the spawn still at least looking good, and you have Fire playing his life around P1.
Yeah, but you can't find any kills, though. It's the problem. And they've missed Furious. Furious is in the back. Oh, boy. Well, this is how it ends. It'll be at least a marginally more appealing scoreline for StrikeX than the last time that they played this map, but it definitely needs to get added to the lab workshop. Again, this is still a pickup team, so I think you see mostly out of this tournament promise, right? That's the biggest thing. You take down a couple of huge opponents on your way to qualifying for the Pro-Am. You can't expect that they're going to be a well-fleshed-out team, though, on every single map mode combo. And, well, yeah, we'll definitely have to add this one into the mix here when it comes to when we get back home.
Definitely. And I mean, there very well could be another, really bad map for them that they feel like they need to veto over Gavutu potentially too. So lots of work to be done. So we know StrikeX pretty strong when it comes to the S&Ds and the controls. And now they'll have to try to make one last desperate attempt to break on into the new hill. In another 10 seconds, you'll get the job done. Beans through the back, able to find one. Cutting off the second. We'll find Fire as well. Good stuff here for Ultra Academy. That's going to do it here for the very first map. Clean through on out the Gavutu hardpoint, and they'll start off the series right.
Yeah, there are very few people in challengers across the globe that you would be more hard-pressed to win a battle on a heady against with an AR than Beans. So as soon as he gets planted up in that back alley, you feel like he's good for at least a couple, of which indeed was the case. So for Toronto Ultra EU, this has been a map that we've seen them now have in their pool the last 3 times we've had a chance to watch them on their main broadcast. Looks like it's going to be a staple for them moving forward. And on the other side, for StrikeX, okay, it's improved. We marginally improved based on what we did last time versus Texas Nation. But as you would get, expecting for a pickup squad, they're not going to have the same ability to move around the map set as a team that has literally been one of the best in Europe since the beginning of Challengers. So
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
A lot of synergy here, Alan. So they're able to do it. Very convincing. As we take a look at the replays coming on in. I mean, I guess the good news is at least you doubled your points for the last time you played it, right? So
yeah.
slow improvements as
That's
you look at it here.
Silver lining.
But yeah, silver lining indeed. But overall, I think this is what we expect when we talk about Beans and Furious. Like Furious being one of the players that was finding a lot of success even on other rosters throughout Europe, going through the very first season of the Elite, and now obviously finding himself on this Academy roster of Ultra, has really been able to find his groove. So big game out of him. Beans there right behind him as well. We'll probably be saying both of those names a fair amount coming into this series, I have to imagine here. But StrikeX, I feel like going in towards the map number 2 here, Alan, this is where they have that chance to be able to bring things back. And this is where you look towards, I think, a lot of these individual players to be able to make something happen in S&D. When you talk about Rambi being an S&D star, you're talking about Gunzi having a lot of time spent in S&D as well.
Yeah, the 2-3-5 is going to be the natural advantage that a team like this has. I think just due to the fact that you've got a lot of familiarity built in with Gunzi and Rambi. Fire was a recent addition to the StrikeX team after it kind of imploded after a bunch of players had left after the last season of NA Elite. And then Silly is the most recent pickup. So you've got some really solid, objective-minded players in the mix with this group of 4.
For sure.
The difficult thing about this series in particular, though, is I honestly feel like the only real major vulnerability for this Ultra Academy team is their hard point. Like, I think this is probably one of the most well-rounded search teams in Europe, if not the best search team in Europe right now. And when you go into a series like this for StrikeX, again, this is where the struggle is. Like, the weekend is going to be labeled as a victory for them because they made the Pro-Am completely unexpectedly. Like, this team's average event finishes was like 12.7. There is nobody else in the other top 4 that are even close to that. Everyone's like around 3 or like 4 as their average total team placement. So you did your job this weekend if you're StrikeX. If you could find a way to build some confidence moving forward in this series and maybe even extend this to a lower finals, you'll just be, it's cherry on top, really.
It definitely is. And I mean, while we're in between maps too, we just dive into, more of the history of the StrikeX roster now. And I mean, Fire, how about him? Last year, remember the hype coming in on Paris, Allen? There was such a huge amount of talk around what this player brings to the table, amount of slaying that he can do. He has a top 3 finish in Challenger Champs in Modern Warfare. And then, throughout a lot of Vanguard so far, we just have not seen Fire. He has not been in the conversation. And, there's a similar story, I feel like, coming through for someone like Silly, who is not out of CDL team anymore, has to kind of work himself up here from the depths, and it's more or less just a bunch of misfits kind of coming together, you feel like, for a team that is just absolutely frying and being able to turn it on at any given moment. So it's a very special roster that does have a lot of potential. And as much as they don't have a good start here in the map number 1, I think this is where you expect them to potentially start to come back. But as we highlighted, Ultra Academy, they already have a convincing win recently on the Berlin Search and Destroy 6-1 over the Stallions. So as we mentioned, the fact that you have to make a lot of adaptive plays on the fly for Berlin, this is something that's going to be necessary for StrikeX coming in.
I agree. And the thing that we also mentioned that I really do think is a key factor for all 4 of these Challengers teams that'll be going into the CDL Pro-Am is, can you prove your ability to immediately read, adjust, and adapt to what your team is doing? Because as much as there's tons of game footage out there of all the CDL teams, the familiarity of playing up against them is 0. You have never actually played up against them unless you've found a way to work them in scrims a little bit if you're one of the North American teams. So I'm really curious to see how quick do these Challengers teams get reads on what the setups look like, both defensively and offensively, and can you appropriately build a recipe to beat that? Because you're going to have to do that in the group stage when we eventually get to the Pro-Am.
Definitely. And I think that's when you look to people, I feel like Silly almost too, with all the experience that he has. Like, he might be doing a lot of that directing or a lot of that adjusting thing, guys. Like, this is not working. We need to stop doing this X play. And I do feel like Silly could be someone like that standout. But I also, look towards Rambi for doing a lot of that, at least in Search and Destroy. I mean, we always kind of highlight the people that are playing, very high roller challenger, type of Search and Destroys throughout the offseason and things like this. And Rambi's name always thrown up there in the mix for as far as playing some of those high roller chows. And I'd be looking at him as well to potentially come in here, see if he can try to fix, what they're doing, if it's going wrong here versus Ultra Academy off the rip. There's a lot to definitely look out here for. And I feel like the biggest thing is that if you do look over a lot of the VOD, that you see from Ultra Academy, the way that the ARs typically like to play, if you've been able to watch any whatsoever, Harry almost always is playing top 3 when he's on offense or defense, if he can get himself up there. So if you can play for even just a couple of these picks, slow them down, make sure that you're getting your effective trades, and just not letting Ultra get comfortable on the map here, that very well could be your win condition coming into map 2 as well.
I like that shout. I think that collectively we can all kind of train an eye to that independently, because I think you're right. The last thing you want is Ultra Academy feeling confident and just snowball this map out of hand.
Exactly.
That's the last thing you want to see here. So I like that shout a lot. And of course, we haven't really talked about the control. But when it comes to looking at this Ultra Academy team, the control was not really too bad for them during season 2. They were one of the more consistent teams throughout this season until they eventually lost to RØKKR Academy in the playoffs. But I think just there's so much that's changed, obviously, with the tick progression, that I'm really curious, I think, just to see what is the mentality for this Ultra Academy team. Because we've seen from the North American Ultra Academy team, that's going to get really confusing, by the way.
It will.
The EU Academy team. Sorry, I'm myself. The North American Academy team had a really good handle on the tick progression change. They were valuing stacks. They were able to contest defensively for making sure they weren't giving anything away for free. I would love to see that kind of replicated more throughout a number of the Challengers teams we have, not just the Ultra NA team.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. Like, it changes the way that you almost approach the map now. Like, you need to take in, we don't need to just sit back, play for kills, play safe, give over rounds. We need to look for those small little windows of opportunity and capitalize on them. Like that, I think, is the keys, and that's what separates a lot of the top control teams right now from the bottom ones, is being able to come away with, a good moment to not only maybe attack the zone that you just cleared 3 members off of, but then send one member over to the other zone, drop pressure away, and be able to, attack on 2 fronts and not just be one-dimensional. I think that's what we always talk about, especially with Tuscan and things like this. So I think the same applies now to Gavutsu, because a lot of the teams that have found offensive wins on Gavutsu so far on the day are the teams that do manage to find someone who slips through the back, that slips through the beach side, is able to get on top of B. Even if you can just get a tick of progress, that is exactly what you're aiming to do. Stack up as many as you can. We know it often goes to the round 5s, but there's also a lot of opportunities to win some of these offensive rounds now that we've seen teams kind of get a little bit more comfortable on the map.
Yeah, no, these are all really good shouts. Hopefully we'll have the Berlin Search ready to go for us here in a moment. Just as a reminder, again, our 4 teams that have now qualified for the Pro-Am still have a lot of money to play for. Just to give you some of the breakdown, shout out COD Gamepedia for listing it out. 4th place will have a 6,000 prize pool purse attributed to it, $7.5 grand for 3rd, $12,000 for 2nd, and then $24,000 for 1st. The total prize pool is $75,000 across the top 16 teams, I believe. And of course, a lot of challengers points as well, which, hey, here's the thing. We're going into this kind of weird, mid-season lull in a way, but immediately after that, you've got the Pro-Am and then the Stage 3 qualifiers for Challengers Elite, which these teams will also be looking to qualify again through. So there's a lot still to play for, not just on the immediate halfway point of the year, but also the checkpoints to come afterwards as they start to look more and more towards Challengers Finals.
Yeah, and to add on to that point, you think of what that does to a team like StrikeX, even getting a top 4 for challenger points after the seed they got coming in, like that is massive as well. Money on top of it, you'll absolutely take it here while having a great time and just showing up. And it felt like, just with the way that we were looking at Twitter and things like this, they're a lot of teams were just like hey, they just showed up for fun, it felt like, and they're just now running through the bracket, and all of a sudden it's starting to turn a lot more serious than they had originally anticipated, I feel like, for the most part here. So it's been incredible. I think we're getting ready to load in here fairly soon for the Berlin Search and Destroy, giving these guys maybe just a tad bit of a reprieve, Alan. I feel like this will be good, at least for StrikeX, right? That'll be really good for them after the map number 1. I'm sure they're already putting it past them, just like they did in the last series. That's the biggest point. They got 50-point clubs, then they just come out swinging in the second map and win that 6-4, and then transition that into 2 more map wins after. So just because they falter in the map number 1 does not mean that you sleep on them going in towards the rest of the series, and especially the map number 2.
Coach B-Sport Josh posted a picture of Vortex on a treadmill after
Yeah,
that,
dude,
he got
he's keeping it
qualified
going.
for the pro. He's like, let's just keep the endorphins and the emotions
Yeah.
just moving on in, bud. We still have some COD to play today. You love to see that out of Vortex. I would say there's probably no other person out there that has more to really prove to the pro community than Vortex. I think I could firmly state that. I mean,
That's a good point. Yeah.
as far as like BO after World War II, BO4, MW, Cold War, now Vanguard, the dude has been on top of the European region and is just itching to get a crack at the CDL again. Whether that's as an individual player or just to kind of maybe put some of those pros back on notice. We'll see. Got to get through this series first, though. A lot to come. But it all starts on the path through Search and Destroy in Berlin. 1-0 up. Very convincing is Ultra Academy. If you're joining us here late in this Search and Destroy, I think, again, the big keys to look out for here. Can you slow the tempo down? Control the pace of the game if you're Strike X. And on top of that, once you do kind of get that control, can you adjust and adapt to overcome what Ultra Academy EU are going to throw at you? We'll see. 2-2 defensive split for Strike X off the rip, including some aggression through B. Stun check will actually land into Stevo through pillars, but it's not going to dissuade the bomb as it will be planted at the A site.
All right, the two players trying to cut through mid right now for the side of Strike X to kind of regroup with their team. Bomb will go down. Beans finds two, though. Both those players trying to make that pinch play will not be able to do it. Beans finds 3 out of 4. Oh, they're taking shots. He's like ready to turn, look for him, but it won't happen. His teammate gets there. And boy, oh boy, it's the Beans difference here in round number 1.
I love this from Beans, too. I think a lot of ARs would sit there and say, I don't have anything mid while the bomb's being planted. I either need to push up further or go help my teammates. But his whole job is to make sure nothing comes through the middle of the map. I imagine he executed on some trigger discipline as he watched a couple of players cross right in front. That turns into 3 very easy eliminations for Beans. Great heads-up play from him. So Strike X looking to get aggressive on their opening defense. Quelled, pushed aside. That doesn't work. What do you have now for your opening offense? Traditionally speaking, I feel like a lot of teams will just default to trying to make a play over towards B. You get some easy nade shots. That's exactly the case. Furious does get tagged by way of stun. Fire wants to go quickly, expects the challenge, and a big first blood as he immediately turns that into a plant.
Yeah, no one's here with Furious, so there's no secondary trade able to come through here, and now Fire just needs to break those doors down. We learned what happened earlier when you don't.
Yeah.
Have to break them down, make sure that you have a clear line of sight from the back of the map. That's going to be the case. Everyone going to try to play retake here from their side on the side of Ultra.
Yeah, Fire's just kind of dipping and dodging around these boxes, playing to see if he can find contact, transmit that information to his teammates. And it's very, very efficient, isn't it? Stevo, last one left alive. And he says, nope, no kills for you guys. Wait for my regen and then just pop myself into what looks to be ankle-deep water. But doesn't make too much of a difference. His gun's like sitting right there. It's like
swimming
floating.
there, right?
It's a little lazy river right there.
Places the note not to swim in. There we go. Duly noted. Mental note taken. Now going into what is going to be round number 3 here. So this is where things get interesting, especially on a map like Berlin, where you have to kind of bluff call defensively on, okay, are they going to go for another aggressive A hit? If so, should we play inside of A? And do we 2-2 split? It looks like that will be the case. They still want to go for the 2-2 split, but what are they going to do differently? Look at this. Outer challenge coming through for Gunzy. Stevo ready and waiting for it. As stun checks are going to come through. Good nade coming in from Stevo. Forces the challenge. That's a beautiful first blood here for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, and Gunzy needs to know that once you get stun checked at pillars, you got to give up the position. There's no way you get traded in that spot, and you're really just at that point hoping for a 1-for-1 if you commit yourself to the location down low. So now Silly and Ramby have to fight their way back for control at A. Fire, have you learned your lesson? Because it's Beans once again up top, same position. No, he has not. Leaves it all down to Ramby, 1v3.
I've watched Ramby do some exceptional things. This would be one, as Beans' ego chalice kind of gives his life away. It does make this maybe it's doable for a second, but he's unable to get to the window to actually exit. And that means that a quick trade will follow. And yeah, a lot of that just comes back off the back end of the first blood. Just sticking around a little too long. Gunzy's forced out to kind of hide behind that pillar from cover from the nade, and also gives a line of sight there for Vortex. So very easily done here, and that will be a 2-1 advantage now for Ultra Academy.
So it's been pretty much all offense so far. Let's see if Strike X can continue on that trend. Same location, same setup, maybe. Yeah, looks that way. Ramby still watching the opening cross to see who goes over to A, counting numbers. Same stun comes out. This time Furious will not oblige it with a hit marker. He's also got Josh that could help him in case they do want to get aggressive over towards B. Fire thinking about looking through the windowsill, but decides against it, and rightfully so. While meanwhile, Furious down low has actually found a first blood through the middle of the map. Counter nades will be able to turn this to a 3v3, and once again, Fire gets to work planting the bomb.
Oh, they had info here on Harry because the nade connected from Fire, but Silly thinks he can eliminate him. He can't, and now Beans through the back, able to find one. It would be a 1v3 for Ramby. He's not expecting the second player, but does tag Steve-O just a couple of shots in. Can't finish off the kill, and the retake will be successful.
Yeah. Really good stuff from the side of Ultra Academy. It all starts with first blood through the middle of the map. That kind of takes away a pivot location for StrikeX, where then you know for sure if there were to be a post-plant setup, it's not going to be in the middle of the map. It has to be at Warehouse. So it makes this play for Beans and Steve-O that much easier to commit to, not even having to worry about mailroom whatsoever. And, of course, credit to Harry, able to kind of sit in mid-map over through the Jeep itself, and as he watches his teammate on the bomb site fall, he still is good for another exit. So just efficient trades from Ultra Academy. Good read, good positioning of the map. Turns it into a 3-1 that breaks up what has been all offense so far. And that now, again, forces the conversation. What does StrikeX offer here defensively to deal with what has been a very convincing offense thus far? Aggression has not worked. I would love to see them kind of hit the brakes a little bit. That's exactly what they're going to do. Silly sitting in topside Fire. Fire himself playing over towards B. And the other two defenders just kind of lurking and waiting to get a point of contact over to A. But the problem is Furious moving quickly and he's going to catch Silly off guard.
Yeah, he is able to at least get one. There's a quick trade, but as soon as you deal with one, how about a second player in from behind at Fire? Turns that into a 3 versus 2. And StrikeX have Gunzy and Fire have to respond back, and Fire does that, but he's not necessarily in a safe position, and that should be an easy check here for Harry. Just a matter of winning this battle inside the site. Both players are going to collapse, and they get in there. No trade, no kill for Fire, all up to Gunzy now in a 1v2.
Bomb planted. He's going to isolate the first, looking for the spam down in the second, but Harry jumps out the window and retakes the gunfight while Gunzy was focused on the doors. And that will be now a couple of rounds in a row for Ultra Academy EU. Heads up play from Harry to get around the corner and make sure he could at least confirm the kill before Gunzy slipped away from him. And now we have to see StrikeX come out with something different. Offensively, this play towards B is not working. We haven't seen them really get a look towards A yet. I would love to see them at least feel out what defensively is waiting for them at the A site.
That's right. Watch this cross like you've been doing every single round here so far. Get a count on how many people are coming and see if you can try to make something happen. But they have different plans. They want to continue to try to brute force through B, except this time it is aggression from Ultra. Running StrikeX down. It's all up to Fire, an immediate trade. I mean, that round's like 15 seconds long. Ultra Academy steamrolling StrikeX here in map 2.
Yeah, this is a game of chess that Ultra Academy have signed up for, and apparently StrikeX is playing checkers. It's the exact same offensive look almost every single time from StrikeX. I mean, you called it off the rip. Jump on the barrels of the boxes, get a look to see who crosses, but this time instead of hard committing into B, they try to play over into mailroom, and Ultra Academy were just fed up with them going towards B, it looked like. This 3-man stack with subs,
They were.
Get into mailroom, take away that pivot point again. Never an opportunity for StrikeX to do much. And how about this? Ultra Academy now aggressively towards A. They've got Harry watching the initial cross. They were able to feel out Ramby, who cannot get away. That'll lead to a plant. And once again, Beans very avidly already watching the flank.
Big kill here for Silly, though. Does find Beans. The start of maybe trying to make some kind of a comeback happen. Gunzy has been able to slip through secret. His teammates here with him, but the problem is that there are so many Ultra members that have been able to scatter. You know where Furious is, and Gunzy will be able to clean them up. Now up to Harry. 1v2. Does give away his position, but he's able to find Gunzy through the wall. And now it's a 1v1 versus Silly.
And Silly's waiting for the recheck. Harry on 5, slides over, checks the bomb, nothing there, backs away. Silly's on the bomb, but not defusing. Waiting for the next peek, which he's able to push him off of, but there's not enough time. Very well played from Ultra Academy EU. Their search and destroy prowess looking just as strong as ever. 6-1 the count on map 2. And really, never even a bead of sweat to wipe off the brow whatsoever from Ultra EU.
No, I mean, it's just as clinical as we saw it the first time around versus the Stallions, where it's also a 6-1 victory on the Berlin. And it really does feel like they're really good at finding a lot of these early advantages and these early picks. And then once they get a big enough of a lead, you can just start to see them, use that to their advantage. Like, hey, we're up 3 or 4 rounds right now. Let's get aggressive and hit down mid. What do? They just run right into fire. Furious goes in first, finds that first kill. Then we see Vortex follow it up. And then after, they just simply run at them on defense and really shut that entire push down when they tried to make a move over to B. So very clean. And I mean, this just feels like Berlin S&D. Like this is one of their best map mode combinations so far here at Minnesota Open, and we're seeing why as they're able to put another win up here on the board now. Allen leading 2-0.
Yeah, and it's just, I hate to reharp this, but I feel like I have to come to the defense of StrikeX just a touch. The fact that they got to where they are is already unbelievable.
Of course,
absolutely. You cannot expect them to do that again and again and again through our final other 3 teams that are here. I mean, the fact that they got through Texas Nation is honestly, it's spellbinding that they were able to make that happen. And now it's about just feeling out the team. Like, okay, we've done our job. Where are we strongest? And that's the thing when we talk about long lower bracket runs. Sure. Your momentum, you feel like you're unstoppable at times, but eventually you do get to the teeth of this bracket. And getting through at least part of that through Texas Nation is incredible. But to potentially have to do it versus both Ultra Academy teams, plus also that M7 Electrify squad, is a totally different task in itself. So, I would say for StrikeX, there's some good stuff to work with here, obviously. But when it comes to really refining it and getting to a level that puts you immediately into the top 4 challengers internationally conversation, there's a lot of work to be done. And we're starting to see that really be exposed here by a very well-rehearsed team in Ultra EU.
Certainly. I mean, like, polish takes time. It is going to take some time to get there.
Yeah.
And they're going to have, a good amount of it before we end up seeing the Pro-Am here. It's not to say that this one is all done and dusted, but it's obviously clear that Ultra Academy right now, a level above StrikeX here in the series. But, talking about the story, getting to this point, extremely impressive here for these guys. And, if they want to continue to make this run happen through the lower bracket, it's going to have to be a very similar story to what we saw, from Gunzi and some of the other individuals from that last series coming in towards the Gavutu control. Because we go back to a lot of what just happened on the Gavutu hardpoint, Allen, and you could obviously see, a really big problem for as far as, understanding where to be, where to go. And that's something you're going to have to obviously fix here as quick as possible coming in towards the Gavutu. But, one thing that we do know is that Gunzi can turn up. Sealy can also have some of his big moments. And, it's another moment potentially for Fire and Ramby to show us what they got as we head into the map number 3 here very soon.
And this Gavutu Control is another map that I think when you're Ultra Academy EU, this is one that you would love to refilter and refine as in your own self. Getting the control map built out. I mean, this is a team that largely played a lot of Tuscan throughout the playoffs and the end of the group stage of Season 2. They played a lot of Gavutu at the beginning, but that was before the tick progression had changed. Once that changed, they found themselves playing a lot more Tuscan. So there is some learning to be done here from Ultra Academy. And I think that this will be a really interesting matchup. Just to think, again, just to relate back to what we saw on map number 1, really good control of the map. Tempo-wise, pacing-wise, stopping cheeky plays from happening. Ultra Academy was a beat ahead all the way through. If you can continue that here on the control, you would expect that you would find similar levels of success. So at least that's what I'm kind of keeping my eye out here for Ultra Academy, because as much as we could sit here and talk about StrikeX and how they've already kind of accomplished so much this weekend, for Ultra Academy EU, there is very much so a realistic possibility of you winning a championship this weekend. So,
for sure.
I'm really curious to see what they have to offer on this control particularly.
Yeah, and I mean, like, think about it too. Like, if they go to that losers final, like, they're going up against a team they're also familiar with playing over the last couple of stages here. So, yeah, it's a very important point, I feel like, for the fact that if they do find this, get another rep in on a map that, maybe might not be their favorite, it puts them and sets them up really well going in towards that losers final. And also, it just feels good, finishing off your last match of the night, like a long day of grinding out challengers. Like, boys, we closed it out 3-0. Like, that's a great look, I feel like, going in towards Championship Sunday here. So there's a really strong opportunity to get this done. And with the way that they've been playing, it's been lights out. They very well could get it done. And it looks like we're ready to jump in. Gavutu Control, the third map here, a chance for Ultra Academy EU to put it away. Make sure it is just done and dusted, over with. Do not give Strike X a chance, but we'll see what we get. Here we go. Attacking first is going to be Ultra, as they'll make the move over to A.
Very traditional setup. 3 members looking to play for boat. Beans watching the middle of the map on this offensive look. Strike X defensively, largely relying on positions around green. And oh, how about this? Beans actually has an MP40 in hand. He's gotten around B. So as the fight continues to rage on the A zone, Strike X off spawn, have to be worried about Beans in the back line. And Beans has turned that into another elimination. So chaos across the map as established by Ultra EU. But Strike X handle it, and they don't give away anything. No progress whatsoever made at that A zone.
Gunzy does try to push out a little bit, and that does throw things off a tad bit. Fire, only one really left on the map. His teammates all coming off spawn, and now you can see it in the bottom corner of the minimap there. Player number 3, Furious, just cutting them down. Almost good for 3 in a row, but Ramby gets there, is able to at least get a trade. But this does equal at least 1 tick of progress. Very well could be 2, as you still have a lot of control around the point.
Yeah, good trades coming through for Strike X, though. In the first tick of progress, you kind of have to give away as you're dealing with the back. But as Steve-O starts to put his pressure on, a couple different weapons to work with. He is now the king of the castle here at green. The rest of his teammates only have to worry about what comes through the middle of the map with Steve-O in this position. And even from this spot, Steve-O could actually assist, but Fire aware of that, deals with Steve-O no problem, and now it's down to can you actually recollect the A zone. The fight rages on. 3rd tick of progress halfway done. Silly in the zone with a little bit of help from Gunzy, and they will be enough to fully deplete the 3rd tick with less than 30 seconds to play.
A lot of lives being used. Actually, a potential, winnable round here for Ultra Academy EU if they can get this final tick and get that additional minute. Beans is able to clear out 1. Beans clears out 2. And there's one last player, Gunzy, that could try to make a heroic play. He comes up with the first one there onto Furious, but I think he's realizing this zone is done, and there it goes. Extra minute worth of time over to Ultra Academy, and Strike X only have 9 lives remaining.
You cannot throw away this position top middle right now if you're Strike X. Ramby got a little bit far forward, working alongside Fire. They actually give up the high ground. You got to take this back. You cannot sit just on the beachfront. So as they work their way back up, good wins from Fire. Mid-cut, under threat as Harry's able to find Gunzy from essentially behind, but that's picked up, and what was a 13v9 quickly turns to an 8v8.
Inside of circle, Strike X have some control. Ultra Academy got to do some work, so investing their stuns and nades. Try to flush out this power position. And down low, Furious might have been able to find an angle to maybe wrap around. He wins that first battle there onto Silly. Does he need to wrap back to help his teammates? No, they win that battle, and that means that Furious can get on the point, and now it's 6 lives playing up against 5.
Every kill matters. Watch this, though. Harry's watching the flank. How aware is that? Gunzy falls. No pinch play allowed. Now Harry can worry about the front. But as they clear off the last remaining Ultra member from the B zone, time now becomes a bit of a problem. 4 playing up against 2, but you still have to get to the zone. You've got Silly watching the cross, Gunzy playing deep. Silly with an aggressive challenge makes it work for him. But now the play forward. Ultra Academy able to step on, stop the clock, leaving it down to Gunzy for a 1v3. Tag from the left. Able to get a couple of shots back, but it's the player on the hill itself that deals the final blow, and Ultra Academy win the opening attack.
Oh, man, and I had a feeling, if they get that final tick on A, like, the lives were being traded so frequently, for that first minute and a half of play, you start to see everything just dwindling down slowly, and they get to that point where they just have a slight edge here in the numbers to be able to utilize some trades and get the final kills in. So first round is good for Ultra Academy. And now Strike X going to have to do a similar thing. Maybe come away with some ticks of progress on B at least here. Yeah. Would be a pretty big goal, but we'll see what can happen. Fire right through circle. Loses that first battle. However, will be pretty standard. Over towards this A point. Strike X will be able to get a touch.
Yeah, both teams are giving away stuff in order to take something else. Right now, you've got Steve-O, who was a part of that hit through mid, looking to get into the spawns. But for Strike X, it means you've got free vacancy on A, and you also threaten green pretty quickly. But does anyone realize that Steve was in the back? I don't believe they have. No one was looking for him at all. And as he finds one elimination, he kind of opens the door for Furious to take his spot. Pistol in hand wins the first, Automaton for the second. No. What an unbelievable double that is from Furious. And as Strike X will unfortunately see the A zone come to a bit of a halt progress-wise, they at least will be able to keep the lives even and only need one more tick to extend the map an extra 30 seconds for the round.
Furious actually, saves that entire play by A for the most part. They might still end up getting it here while we see Harry kind of work from the back, but he's able to buy a lot of time because they would have been able to potentially make something happen, push all the way through green. It doesn't happen, and now Steve-O has a big battle versus Gunzy, but Gunzy's going to be able to take it. So already working through green. This is a decent setup here for StrikeX if they can work through the back, if they can clear these remaining members in and around the B point.
Yeah. But look how stern about Ultra Academy are. I mean, you have to go on a hunt here. It's like a game of Where's Waldo. But Gunzy on 4 may just say, forget what's happening in our spawn. We'll take yours. Steve-O spawns right in between 3 different StrikeX members. There's nowhere else for him to go. And as trades continue to echo across the front side of the B zone, it's StrikeX that are kind of still waiting. And interestingly enough, Gunzy spawns boat right here. I don't think I've seen that spawn yet. And you could see Harry's like, where are they spawning at? I should be here to watch them come off the cross from the backside of radio, but they're not there. So now we're kind of hunting on both sides, and StrikeX are reaping the reward. That's 3 straight kills. They seem to know that Beans is stuck in the middle somewhere, but can you actually flush him out? MP40 to work with. Gets behind another inside the ring, but Ramby will eventually quell that play. And a first tick of progress looks like it's going to be pretty much imminently secured at the B zone.
All right, Harry does come up with 2. Furious needs to find this, and he does. The teammate comes in, but that's okay. You're at least able to get everyone off of the zone. Ultra Academy are down to about 11 lives. So if StrikeX could be convincing here, this could be their chance to still salvage the round. But everything gets much harder as you have to kind of start over from step 1. You're at the top of circle. Now you're going to have to try to get down low, win these battles, try to get through this mid-cut. And you might need player 7, Gunzy, to really loosen up the defense and come through the back here.
Yeah, this is really, that's the only play available at the moment. And you can see Furious is ready for it. Harry over the top of the actual landing vehicle itself gets tagged up by Ramby, but it's not good for an elimination. And Gunzy's player on the back is made safe. 20 seconds on the clock, 10v11. Steve-O hitting a bit of a route, and oh boy, he's found it. Timing is absolutely flawless. There's one, but not the second. Harry for the trade, but StrikeX still some room to work with. Fire up close and personal. Harry just a little bit of a bunny rabbit inside the landing vehicle once again, but it's Gunzy that open up the space and stop the clock. 8v7. Ultra need to find a way to get back on.
All right, rest of the reinforcements coming through for StrikeX, trying to slide across though. It's not looking too successful. One last move for Fire, and Harry's going to be able to find him. Very convincing. Able to hold off here. A couple of late pinches really coming in there for Ultra to more or less save a couple of those massive pushes here for the side of StrikeX. But they now lead 2-0, Allen, as they head back over to the attacking round.
Oh boy. It would have to be a mini reverse sweep in the control followed by a full reverse sweep in the series here for StrikeX. We've seen teams do this before. But the thing about it is, like, you just look over to what Harry's been able to do with the AR so far. Beans as well. I mean, them combined, 33 total kills. I mean, it's just been a lights-out affair from the 2 main ARs here for Ultra Academy EU. Harry able to find the opener, and I believe Beans has seen this play, yeah, around the back. Gunzy dealt with. That is not good. That was the X factor of this play for StrikeX's defense, and not only are they looking to possibly kick A, but they're saying 4-man feed, let's take over the map, maybe get some more progress over towards B.
Oh my, Steve-O, I mean, he goes all the way. He tries to get all the way in the back of the spawn off his first life, and it's not too often we see the attacking team come out here and have a clean feed like that. And because of it, it has been about a tick and a half over on A. We do need a little assistance for Furious, as he does end up getting stunned and pushed out. Beans trying to get a trade, but instead it's going to come by way of Steve-O, and there's Beans with the read. That is another 3-4 players going down here for the side of StrikeX. And, well, this should be the A zone, likely going over, giving them about 2 minutes to work with over to B.
Yeah, not good news here in any fashion for StrikeX. Down significant lives. 2 minutes of clock that you're going to have to kill. I do like this call, though, for StrikeX. Get across the map. Make yourself the most difficult kill possible. But if you leave yourself a bit short-sighted on this B zone, getting back to the point from where they are currently at is going to be a difficult project to unfold on. Steve-O still top red. Has a pretty good beat on a player inside of green. That's Silly, who will drop. Now back onto your miracle ways. How about it? Steve-O for 5. And this is where things become difficult for StrikeX. You're spawning kind of crazily and chaotically. Steve-O's just doing what he wants in your backline. And you've also got a player in Furious on the zone. It's just all bad any way you slice it.
Yeah, here he is again. He's like, how is this guy behind us? We just spawned here.
For real.
Steve-O's still here, though. 7 in a row. Glide Bomb earns. If you're not going to win by way of ticks, you're going to win by way of kills. And Steve-O might find every single one. 8 in a row there for him. Tried to get the Glide Bomb, the drop bomb down from the sky. It doesn't happen, and StrikeX are able to at least clear some of the Ultra members off the zone. But here comes the streaks. Glide Bomb should be able to find 1. Furious has just found 2. And yeah, StrikeX, they only got 6 lives remaining.
Yeah, that looks like it's probably going to be game here. Whether it's by lives or by finishing off the B zone. Really, it's whatever's most convenient for you if you're Ultra Academy EU. Clean shots coming out, though, as Silly is able to at least keep the zone neutral for a time. Second tick of progress, good. 16v3. Fire, do as he may from the backside of the zone. Really can't do much, honestly. And that'll be it. Lower semis.
Wow.
4th position is where the number 20 seed in StrikeX will fall. But again, the weekend, a massive success for them getting through the path that they did on the lower bracket, including the last Pro-Am spot, taking it away from what looked to be the guaranteed clutches of a Texas Nation team before the weekend started.
Yeah. And also, how about this as well? Now more EU teams left in the tournament than North America as they have to battle it out for who's the best going into that grand final. So big shout out over to Europe as we've wanted to see for the last 2 years, Alan, how will they fare on land? There's been all this banter, all this talk about both regions. We've finally been able to get it, and now they have a shot at being able to get back up to that grand final. And there's also, still an opportunity for a Toronto Ultra, NA versus EU again for the rematch, which would also be an extremely exciting one too.
And I don't normally do this to you, Visions, but I'm going to one-up you.
Oh,
Not only are there more EU teams than NA teams, but there are only 2 NA players left. Because that Toronto Ultra NA team has got Vikal and Hixie. So, EU dominant. Pog. That's all I got.
I wasn't sure if you were going with more there, Alan. Not gonna lie.
It. No, I just wanted to really let that one set in. That's it.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. I like it. I mean, I didn't even think about that, but we'll take a look at the bracket here and see how everyone has fared on the day. Obviously, incredible work done here from Ultra Academy NA through the upper bracket. They find that 3-0 over M7 Electrify, and I mean, they really did look like a different beast in that grand final. And they're able to now propel themselves here, or rather the winter final, into the grand final. But through this lower bracket, I mean, the biggest storyline on the day, StrikeX get through Team War. You think they're done there? No, they're not done there. They go up against Texas Nation, get smoked by 50 points in the first hardpoint. Can't even get 50, win it the next 3 maps in a row. Bring it back. Find themselves the 3-1 victory. Then, of course, not able to keep enough in the tank here to go up against Ultra Academy EU. But that's a long day of lower bracket matches and just a lot of credit, a lot of just big kudos over to all of those guys coming in as a basic pickup team here, Alan, to be able to solidify that top 4.
It really is an unbelievable story. And it just kind of, reinforces how awesome it is to have land back in the first place, because
it's amazing.
Who knows what the situation is for some of these players. I mean, we kind of saw it with Paris and CDL. Like, they're playing from different locations all over the place. You put them all in one spot, magic can start to unfold, and magic was absolutely had by that StrikeX team. So they finish in 4th. Again, massively impressive. $6,000 for them to split between the 4 of them. But tomorrow we've got 3 left, as you remember seeing. It was an EU v EU matchup in the lower finals. Winner would then go into the grands, where they would have to beat the Toronto Ultra NA squad not once, but twice. We've got lower finals and grand finals tomorrow. Whew. What a day it's been. What a day it's been. Not much else we can say, though, besides just a very, very, very fond farewell. It's been a lot of fun having land back in the fold for everybody, I imagine. But there are only 4 that remain, quote-unquote, the top of challengers for now. Those teams represented for the CDL Pro-Am. But we still have a lot of money of that $75,000 to disperse between our final 3. Come back tomorrow morning. More challengers before the CDL starts. We'll see you then.